Do you guys know if standard atmospheric refraction is a legitimate thing? And if it is it not is Snell's law not applicable to it because it doesn't have two different isotropic mediums?
Both
Uh,
and.
yeah.
Standard refraction is kind of like a stopgap method to explain something called superlooming, which is some kind of visual audio or a visual effect where things are loomed up. The problem is they are applying it to the curve of the Earth. That the curve of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around itself. So yes, standard refraction does occur, but not on things that not that. That's a misappropriation of the idea.
Bagak! Refraction.
Thanks, QE.
Might just look.
You invoked it.
Okay, you're saying Snell's law does not apply to any sort of like atmospheric refractive kind of phenomena?
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
see
There's no
two
surface.
two mediums. Which is the two mediums? You got atmosphere and atmosphere. That's one.
Okay.
Snell's law is math, is a ratio. It's like it's a ratio of the optical density of one medium in relation to another. So you don't have multiple media. I mean, not in that sense. You don't have multiple media with contact surfaces in the air. Unless you're going to count like all the water droplets and then individually map out the path of light from droplet to droplet. But I mean, at that point, you're seeing more of a turbulent effect. You're seeing kind of like if you look through the exhaust of a jet.
Right.
Yeah. So even in the mainstream, right? Like
Yeah.
they'll have any source, like you'll have a completely different section on Snell's law and a whole nother section on atmospheric refraction. Right. And like Chris said, if they're using the curve of the Earth, in any of those, they're begging the question. It's fallacious. Right. But when it comes to mirage effects and things like that, right, they say that that's their types of like atmospheric refraction, right? This is according to the mainstream, right? None of which explain what we're seeing in these long distance observations, right? None of them can account for what we're seeing consistently. Right? So when they say refraction, right, we can count out Snell's law, right? And then we can grant them like different types of mirages happen, right? Because we all see these different types of mirage effects, right? And we can take time-lapse footage, right? We can go over the mainstream definitions of looming and sinking and stooping and towering and all these different effects, right? None of them anywhere near account for these long-distance observations that we're taking, right? So they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot when they say refraction, right? Because we can even use their own bullshit against them in this, right? And show that they don't really know what they're talking about when they're talking about using the word refraction, right? Parroting it.
Yeah, I think in a sense that R word has become more of a colloquial expression, at least in in our circles.
They use their own definitions of refraction against them, right? When they claim, oh, look, here's a boat, it's over the horizon, right? Under particular conditions, that can just be something called sinking, right? So, I mean, you can just point out their lack of knowledge when it comes to mirages, right? And their cherry picking of different types of mirages, right? They'll say, if something's loomed up, they'll say, oh, look, it's loomed. It's looming, right? But when something's sinking, right, they don't even know what sinking is, right? They're just like cherry picking.
Yeah, there are all kinds of different effects that are present. They lump them all together and colloquial call it refraction, but there's an element of total internal reflection for some of these things, like inferior mirages and superior mirages, and when they get flipped, like Fata Morganas and stuff. And then there's the turbulent effect, that causes causes the warbling of the light, but the light always kind of warbles around an average point. And then there's some scintillation. So you got the shimmering effect from the turbulence too. You got all these things happening. You've got an potentially uneven terrain in the distance that's not discernible to the eye, and that can cause further objects beyond that to appear to disappear bottom up when they're just receding due to perspective. There are all these different things, and one thing I like to look at is not the bottom of the objects, but the top of the objects as they recede into the distance. Is the top of the object scaling with normal perspective and sinking behind the backside of a ball earth curve at the same time? Both of those effects, motions, are never present at the same time in any of these claims. It's always perspective. Or if it's not just perspective, it's going to be perspective plus the object is actually sinking further down at an elevation profile as seen in a horizontal datum that was unaccounted for. Or that the camera might be tilted slightly upwards a little bit. I mean, there's so many different things going on that can be considered and ruled out before we start jumping to conclusions of curvature, especially when the curvature claim doesn't even appear to be present in the first instance. So you've got like the Earth curvature calculator that calculates from your vantage point a drop over distance. The height of the object descends over the curve. Well, what's not present in these Earth curvature calculators is perspective scaling. You actually see things, the top of objects, descend in your field of view as they recede into the distance because of perspective. That is absolutely true and known. But why do they use the same formula for that as they do for Earth curvature? Kind of makes you go, huh. The Earth curvature calculator is really just a diffraction limit of vision calculator. Same exact thing. A 6-foot observer would see the disappearance of a 6-foot man 3 miles away on a flat surface, but the Earth curvature calculator says he disappears due to Earth curvature instead, when really the man is just too far away and too small of an angular size to be seen by the eye.
There's some citations in the side chat there about sinking and inferior mirage. Very handy information there.
You have like evaporating air above a surface. You have the surface heating up, and you have potentially water molecules vibrating and rising up in the sky with energy, and the water molecules could be dragging the frame of light with it. In which case, when you're looking straight through it, objects would appear to be below what they actually are. Because you're looking straight on, to you, the object is straight ahead, but it's been dragged up, and you don't know that the object's been dragged up. It's actually a bit further down than what you think. So when you look straight ahead, you're seeing objects that are further down than what you think because of the frame drag due to the evaporation above the surface. And the opposite can happen too, in conditions where the temperature is starting to change, and you can have, instead of sinking, you can have looming effects as well. And then sometimes you have multiple temperature inversions, hot to cold to hot to cold, across a very long path. And then the path of light starts taking different directions, and you may see two images at the same time. And one of them may be inverted, and one of them may be upright. Now you've got a miraging effect. So when you're looking far away at a small, narrow band of where the ground meets the sky, you are looking through miles and miles and miles of chaotic air. It's a wonder I think we can see so far as we do. And one of the things I like most about infrared optics is it cuts through a lot of that bendy light. You can see objects in their true position. And when we have flat earthers armed with infrared optics and go on airplanes where the air's thin already, and their infrared optic is looking at unbent light from that narrow band on the horizon and zooming in, you can see well beyond any claimed globe curvature measurements. Entire mountain ranges that should be a dozen miles behind curvature have been lifted up into a flat scene. How is that possible? How's that possible if Earth is a globe? You're already operating within a longer wavelength that is not subject to distortion like visual wavelengths are. And you're seeing an entire area that could be dozens and dozens, hundreds of miles, hundreds and hundreds of miles square. And somehow the claim is all the light rays that's reflected off that surface are taking independent paths from one another, trillions and trillions and trillions of reflected rays taking independent paths and arcing through a terrestrial refraction claim. They're all arcing at different rates. And somehow these trillions of light rays taking independent optical paths, bending at different rates, conspire together to render a flat surface, a flat scene, betraying Earth curvature, going for hundreds of miles in a wavelength where this shouldn't be visible in the first place. So either that is happening and Earth is a globe, or it's really flat. I'll take Occam's razor on this one. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, consistently masking, like / hiding the geometric horizon.
Right. So it's like, darn it. Well, this is why we know it's there, by how much it's masking what we expect to see there. Yeah. I'll be back in about 25 minutes or so. If it's still dead, maybe we can talk about cell nav geometry, DJ. Nothing else is going on.
Yep.
Well, after 10 o'clock. And I'm done. I will catch you all later. See you guys.
Catch you later, Matrix.
Good night.
If anyone hasn't seen it, there's a funny TV show in the side chat there. It was done in 2005, and they tricked all those people into thinking they went to space. Shows how easy it is to trick people. They had a few plants in there amongst the people they were tricking, and they were saying, like, these people are so freaking gullible, they will believe anything these so-called experts tell them.
I mean, I certainly can't think of any parallels between that and the real world, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Damn, that's kind of interesting. I'll have to save that to my playlist to give it a watch later. Um, uh, but as it pertains to like something like the ISS, I mean, surely most or some, if not all of them, all these like astronauts, or maybe I'll just say astronauts for now. I mean, are they not like actively part of the deception where they know for sure they're not in space, but they're like just putting on some performance for people to believe that they are? Like, for example, just recently with those two astronauts that apparently were stuck in space for extended period of time. Like, aren't they actively part of the deception?
Yeah,
I would
but they
say.
may not be hiding flat Earth. They could just be pretending to have technology that they don't really have instead.
I wouldn't say anybody's here suggesting that those astronauts are specifically doing this because of flat Earth, but I think I'd be happy to speak for everyone here in saying they're definitely pretending. Why they're pretending, their exact motivation, we wouldn't look to make any guesses or claims towards.
The people they have on board the ISS, they're all very, very strange people, right? They look weird, they act weird. Almost some of them are seem like they're slightly disabled. I don't know.
Like our favorite autist, Don Pettit.
Yeah, it's not just him though. There's a bunch of them. I mean, they're just very strange.
It's funny because Don Pettit's supposed to be represent the best of the best of the best, but at the same time, he looks like if his IQ was just 1 point lower, he'd get benefits. Do you know what I mean? Like he just missed out on the threshold for benefits.
even that might be giving him too much credit, but
Oh, sorry, mate. If you were just a tiny bit dumber, we'd be able to give you benefits and free social housing. But unfortunately, you're not, so you're going to have to go and work for NASA.
The looks on these civilians' faces when they thought they were up in space, right? In some kind of space station type thing, right? And they're looking just out at a screen, right? And just the look on their faces, they were all freaking out. They're like, "Wow, that's the Earth," and they were just all like mind blown, right? Meanwhile, they were just like getting rocked around in like a little capsule on Earth. And if they didn't reveal, right? If they didn't reveal that it was fake, right? Those people would have said, "Look, you flat earthers are idiots, right? I've been to space. I've seen it myself. Here's footage of me in space."
wait. So okay, so I mean, it's like nearly a half an hour thing. So obviously I haven't watched it, but I mean, does it? And maybe, well, I wouldn't really care for you to like like spoil it or whatever for me. But I mean, do they ever get to the point in this episode where like they what's the word? Oh, they like simulate like a zero G environment where they're like floating in whatever like capsule they're in?
No, they don't do that. They bring in like a fake scientist, right? And he tells them that they've installed some type of device in the capsule that negates the effects of zero G, right? And they just lap it up, right? So yeah, they had that issue to deal with, right? I mean, they only have a TV show budget at the end of the day back in 2005 technology days as well, so they weren't able to simulate that.
The description says it was like 4.5 million pounds or something, if I remember correctly. Is that why would it be so expensive? Is that I mean, does that
Oh,
sound?
if you have a look at it, right, they made like this big giant like mock up. It's kind of like a theme park ride, right? Where they made this big like mock up capsule that like it's on like it moves around and stuff. And yeah, you can see how it would have easily cost millions of dollars.
Okay. That just makes me think about like some of these other alleged civilian expeditions to like, quote unquote space, like some of the crew that went up with like Jeff Bezos of Blue Origin, whatever it's called, and
Mhm.
the version one from the other guy. These were just well, we don't really know who they are. They might have like security clearances, or they might be former military or something. But I mean, what do you think was going on there when they showed us footage of them like apparently up in the sky somewhere, and like them also floating around in some capsule? Like, are they
Yeah, I
taking?
think that was just a just a vomit comet type situation. I think they shot them up to a certain height, and then they had a period of time where they were in zero G, right? And I mean, one of the like there was one lady on there, it's like an old lady who was like apparently a trained astronaut. She said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. And then once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out in a couple of interviews and said, "Oh, you wouldn't actually be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyway." So, I mean, if you have a look at the footage, I mean, it's just clearly all wide angle lenses, right? You take certain snapshots and it's curving the wrong way, like dramatically. So,
You know what? Before I forget, that reminds me. Some Globers now will try to show you uh like high altitude footage where they'll say um you can't just call it a fisheye lens or a wide angle lens, whatever. that's causing barrel distortion because they're using a rectilinear lens.
Yep.
And and apparently showing curvature. So what would you say to that?
Yeah, like Mr. Sensible, right? That like rectilinear lenses aren't immune to barrel distortion, right? That's ridiculous to even say, right? And if you have a look at, like, I've got some screenshots here, even from Mr. Sensible's video, right, where he says he tied those two strings across right in front of the camera. He's like, look, the horizon's curved, but these strings are straight, right? But when you compress that image, you'll see the strings are actually extremely curved, which you can actually see with your naked eye if you have a look at it. Right, and when you compress it, it matches exactly what would happen with barrel distortion, right? Like the lower, the string that's lower in the frame, is concave, and then the string that's higher in the frame is convex. All lenses have barrel distortion, right? And in a lot of those videos, what you're looking at, it isn't the horizon, right? As you get higher in altitude, the horizon becomes hidden, right? And what you're looking at is like a deck of opacity, right? Like, or cloud decks and things like that, right? So you're really not able to actually even see the horizon in much of the high altitude footage. It's obstructed.
Right.
Yeah, I'll find the image.
Yeah. And I mean, I might be wrong about this, although I know there's like a common sort of like little GIF meme that goes around these communities where, sort of like a side by side comparison, where they'll say, oh, well, here's what the horizon should look like if the Earth is a globe, and here's what it should look like if the Earth was flat, right? And of course, only on the flat Earth is where the horizon actually, apparently seems to be rising with the altitude of the observer, but on the globe, it's like sort of stays down there at ground or sea level, where it's being caused by the geometric curve of the Earth. So when Glober show us these high altitude footages, and seemingly the horizon is like way. I mean, I know you said it's like being obstructed or whatever, but either way, like it seems to be up in the air somewhere, and it's not staying down at the sea level somewhere. I don't. I don't understand why Globers don't understand how like that wouldn't be compatible with their model, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a cope on their end, right? I mean, depending on how clear it is on a particular day, right? If you fly a drone up and down, right, and then after you have the drone footage, right, you put it into software, and then you draw a line across the center of the screen, right? As the drone goes up, you'll see the horizon rises up with the drone. It's not until you get to a certain height that you can't really see the true horizon anymore. It's just being obstructed, right? You don't know where it is, right? And it can look lower, right? There's also heaps of other types of effects that can make the horizon look lower. I'll show you a good example in a second, where you just have a completely false horizon, right? Due to different types of mirage effects taking place and total internal reflection, making it not possible to actually see where the true horizon is, right? We see this sometimes with sunsets, where it looks like the sun sets way above the horizon over like an invisible line, right? The sun's setting over an invisible line. In much of the footage, like you'll see like a boat, like in all of that footage where you see like it looks like a boat's floating in the air, right? You Photoshop the boat out and then ask a globe earther, where's the horizon? They're going to point to the completely false horizon. Right, but that's not the true horizon. I think much of the time we look out at the horizon, we're not seeing the true horizon due to the total internal reflection effect that takes place. I can show you some good examples of that as well.
Sure.
Have a look. Look, Mr. Sensible's footage here. I just took a screenshot, right, and put it in the side chat. Right, he's claiming, this is a rectilinear lens, right? It doesn't have distortion. Doesn't distort lines, right? You can clearly see in what I posted, right? In that one, the horizon isn't curved, right? But you can see the little lines that he said are straight going across the screen, right? You can see the top one is bending, and the bottom one's bending, right? That's just due to barrel distortion, right? And if it was truly showing you the curvature of the Earth, how come when the camera's on this angle, right, the curvature went away? It should always be there, right? This proves that there are distortion effects taking place due to the lens. And once again, that's not even the horizon. That's just a cloud deck.
Right. Because the horizon technically is defined as where the sky, like, apparently seems to meet the ground.
Yep.
So you're saying because all we see in these high altitude footages is like just pretty much the sky itself, then we couldn't really call it a horizon? Is that like sort of the idea?
Yeah. There's something obstructing your view of the horizon, which is the cloud deck in this case, right? But if the clouds weren't there, you're still going to have the opacity of the atmo between you and the horizon. So at a certain distance, you're not going to be able to see the horizon. But because it's such a long distance, to the human eye, it can kind of look like a horizon line.
Yeah.
Right. But even the mainstream says, right, like once you get up to a certain altitude, you've got that opacity over distance and it will obstruct, what you're really looking at. So you're not looking at that direct location where the sky and the ground meet.
Right.
Yeah.
People have to start doing mental gymnastics as well to deny the idea that you would eventually start to see the horizon fall away below you. And they have to kind of bend over backwards to, well, no, but not quite. But that is what would happen eventually. We can argue about where the height would be, but sooner or later there would be a height at which, as you're going up, the horizon is no longer coming up to eye level, but it's starting to fall away below you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at earlier.
Yeah,
But
it's an issue. I mean, people, it does need addressing, and I'm yet to hear a convincing, a convincing explanation as to why that's not happening. And all the high altitude observations that we can do ourselves, and in even some of the higher than that ones we haven't been able to do ourselves, the horizon has not fallen away below the observer. It's risen up to the eye level of the observer.
yeah, but then Globers will always like bring up this thing about but if you use a theodolite or something like this, if that's even an appropriate tool to use, they'll say, we observed a horizon dip. What about the dip of the horizon? This kind of thing.
Yeah, let me show you an example. I was just looking for something while you were saying that. All right, so have a look at that image I just posted in the side chat.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
let's just pretend that ship wasn't there, right? Here we go. I've photoshopped the ship out. Right, so let's say we have some anti-flat Earth debunker at the beach that day with their theodolite, taking an observation, right? They've leveled it out, all that sort of thing, right? But there's no ship there. All you see is that horizon line. They're going to come back and they're going to say, look, I've done the observation with my theodolite and the horizon's below eye level. But in reality, that's just a completely false horizon due to the mirage that's taking place there. Right, this is a very common occurrence, right? We got so much footage where you can see a distinct horizon, but then when you zoom in, right, when there's objects there, right, you zoom in and you see like, it looks like there's dolphins jumping out of the water in the air and things like that. Yeah, I'll post the dolphins one quickly now. It's another good example. Right, now that's the total internal reflection, right? So that's where it's on a particular angle where the light's coming down, right, and it's bouncing off the water and it's going up over your head, right? It's not making it into your eyes, right? And that's called total internal reflection, right? So what you see, instead of seeing what should be there, you're seeing a reflection of the sky or whatever's in the background, right? As what happens in an inferior mirage, right? And in some type of superior mirages as well. But most commonly, like when you see that mirroring effect on a hot surface, on the road or on a footpath, happens over water too.
In that top one, you can just see there's a little bit of a horizon just behind the boat.
Mm.
Yep. And you can see the clouds reflecting off the water, like mirrored off the water in the bottom image that Miguel posted.
How do they rule out the effects are happening?
What's that? Cut out for a second.
I was going to say, when people bring their theodolite observations and they say, look, here's a mountain that's sinking behind Earth curvature, they're not considering these other effects. We've also caught them doing things like tilting their theodolite upward a little bit. And when they tilt it upward, it gives the appearance that the objects are sunken below the center line. What the hell is that noise?
Someone's chewing.
Someone's snacking down the mic.
You're disgusting, dude.
That would be a jailable offence if I was in charge, so you're lucky.
And we catch them cherry-picking images, cherry-picking conditions, adjusting their optic so that they can give an appearance of curvature where there isn't. They play with focal lengths all the time and aperture.
Yeah, they're completely misusing the theodolite, right? They have a recommended range limit of 300 to 500 meters, usually, right? And when they're making these observations over like 20 miles, right? When you look it up, it says that it could be dozens and dozens of meters off, right? It can be the slightest problem in the calibration of the theodolite or the tripod, right? Or anything like that, right? So that's why they're not recommended to even use them over these short, like longer than these short distances, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous to use something that's recommended limit is 300 to 500 meters over 20 miles. Can't do it.
Yeah, and that's not a limitation of the optic so much as it is the leveling device. These optical units on these total stations, I mean, these cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Super high-end lenses, extremely accurate in terms of, lack of image distortion out to the edges, hairline measurements capable of sub-arc second precision within the optic. But this doesn't mean that they can prove that their theodolite is plumb to level for dozens and dozens of miles, like some of these anti-flat earthers bring to us. Right? How accurate is their leveling device? What potential angle or deviation do they have from plumb? And how do we know how accurate they are to plumb? And if you extrapolate out the tiniest shift on your leveling device, how many feet, how many yards, how many hundreds and hundreds of feet off could distant objects be from where they are expected to be, under the assumption that the device is perfectly plumb? Nobody knows. Nobody has that information for us when they present their so-called globe proof with long-distance theodolite observations. They're missing this data. I mean, anybody who's been hunting before or done some range shooting, where it looks like you have the bullseye dead ass on that reticle. And when you relax and you calmly pull that trigger, give a nice squeeze, the slightest gnat's ass hair width jitter, imperceptible by your own nervous system, could send that bullet careening off and miss the target completely.
Right, and the further away, the more significant the miss.
Yeah. Yep, the error compounds with distance. Divergence between what is expected and what happened compounds with distance. So great. These guys have total stations. They cost $30,000. They've got a really great optical device on them. Then they got these super levelers. They've got these prisms to help ensure even greater accuracy with their leveling and with their optical sightings. And the manuals state that even under the most optical conditions, with the most expensive add-on packs to their total station, with everything, that they can maybe get about 10 kilometer accuracy. Maybe 12, maybe 15 for the total stations. These aren't just your auto levelers or your typical theodolites that you can buy on eBay for a few $100.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be, has the potential to become as big a blunder in the scientific world, so-called, right, as what phlogiston was.
Yeah, curvature. Yeah,
and just their modeling of the way light's behaving in air.
Yeah, it seems kind of caveman. 7/6R. An objective view of history too shows that this refraction coefficient, called the K factor in the literature, the K factor has increased. The amount of allowable flatness in what we're observing has increased over the centuries. Which seems to comport with technology development and being able to see further with more commonly available optics. Started off around 10 to 13%. Sorry, do you keep chiming in when I'm opening my mouth?
I start talking. It's all good, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, some of the earlier surveying that was done throughout Europe in like the late 1700s into the 1800s, they started noticing that they could see too far for what they thought was curvature, and so they started developing these theories on optical refraction, atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, even, right? And so there's like surveyor, is it Carl Gauss or somebody? Same Gauss as like from electromagnetism, I don't know. But Gauss went around surveying Europe and going on mountaintops, looking at lighthouses in the distance, did all the surveying, and he kind of averaged out a refraction factor, a K factor of 13%. 13%. In other words, increase Earth's radius 13%, and this accounts for us seeing further than what we should with straight line of sight propagation and visual wavelengths. 13%. Well, that is over time. We've got this recorded in our literature. It's grown, it's increased, and it hasn't been the same. It's not uniform all over the world. The number went from 10, 11, 12%, 13%, went up to like 14%, 16%, 17%. Right now, the K factor average, according to like Dr. Andrew Thomas Young at San Diego State, is 7/6R, which is increasing Earth's radius by 1/6, which is about 16.67%. And that's considered standard, but not by all standards. If you go to some areas, they say, no, we're doing 17%, 18%, 21%, 24%, 27%. We will allow up to 47% of an increase in Earth's radius to explain why we can see so far and survey these distances that should not be visible. And these numbers are different, even within the United States, from Washington to Maryland to Massachusetts and Illinois and California. They all have
Mate, they've gone to Antarctica, mate.
They have different K factor. Yeah, in Antarctica, you can see like 300 miles, dude.
So I think sporadic that they like once they start, starts realizing, because more people, surely more of us are going to eventually get up to high altitudes with infrared and do what Jay Tolan's been doing, and then start getting this into the academic realms, and they're going to have to rethink everything that they fucking ever knew about all that. They're going to have to.
I agree. I agree. This really is the phlogiston of our era.
Because what are they going to do? They're going to then say that, well, okay, what allowances are they, and what percentage of allowance are they going to make for those sort of observations? I mean,
I know. Or even with radio, like line of sight radio in VHF has a further horizon than infrared. So the standard refraction for light is 7/6R. Well, with infrared, we can see even further, call it like 14/2R. And then with radio, we can go even further than that. There's actually standard refraction for VHF is 4/3R, which is a 33% increase of Earth's radius. To explain line of sight propagation at like 144 megahertz.
So when we have these observations where we can see 2,000+% further,
yeah,
right. There's nothing that accounts for observations.
And they're radio transmissions, right? The 10,000 mile long transmission that Marconi did. Granted, it wasn't VHF. I mean, those wavelengths are really long. I think they said he was in like the 3 megahertz range. So, yeah, I'm not going to do the conversion in my head on that, but really long wavelengths. But still, I mean, how is it propagating? That's like 20/2R or something. I mean, that's freaking ridiculous.
It's bouncing off our ionosphere, bro.
Yeah. And that's another thing. When they modeled antenna propagation back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, they modeled it using half planes. They assumed a flat Earth and a flat sky. They still do in their modeling. They call it a flat Earth approximation. It's good enough. It's good enough, guys. But yeah, I mean, there's people try to measure things like electron density on the target antenna, and they try to calculate how much fall off there should be due to curvature over these ranges, and it never matches their expectations. It's kind of like with perspective in our visual range. We've got these Earth curvature calculators that don't take perspective into account. It's very much analogous to that, just with non-visual length. So it seems to be that the horizon distance is a function of wavelength and not curvature. The longer the wavelength, the further it goes with the same power, same energy. That's not a big surprise to people. It's just Earth curvature is not present at all. And you've got the similar thing where in practice, you never see like 4/3R in VHF. It's all over the fucking place. Same with like the 7/6R for visual light. Nobody actually has ever seen or captured the perfect 7/6R average. It's all over the damn place. 40% refraction, 2%. There's a negative. There are conditions recorded. I've got a paper on this where they're like, yeah, this means there's a negative K factor negative refraction factor going on, minus 3%. Like, what? Is Earth concave now?
What?
Oh, yeah. I could share it with you. I did have it posted at one point on 24/7. Yeah. And they said it changed throughout the day. It went from like negative 3% to like positive 21% in just a day due to changing cloud cover.
So they're not actually checking it. Are they just reverse engineering it, right? They're just like sliding the refraction up and down to match the observation.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Similar to NATO Sapphire trials, there's a German team and a Dutch-Belgian team sponsored by NATO, funded by the Naval Research Lab. These two teams went to the Chesapeake Bay of the United States. These are military surveyors. And their goal was to measure atmospheric disturbances of light propagation in the infrared spectrum over marine layers, over water, and changing conditions with that. So I've got their papers, right? In the papers, they talk about their setup. They have infrared theodolites. Folks, they're not messing around. They're not like your Jesse Kozlowski or Jesse Gordon's out there with their mainstream surveying equipment. These guys got freaking infrared theodolites and shit. So they're setting up infrared flashlights across the Chesapeake Bay of the United States. It's outside Washington, D.C. And they talk about in the setup that they're purposefully putting these infrared flashlights below the curvature of the Earth as a control. They said, we're going to put one down here, which we should not see due to the curvature of the Earth. And then so they constructed this tower, right? And they said, we're going to put one up here that we could just see above the curvature of the Earth. And then one way up here that we could definitely see under all conditions. We're going to set up our camera. We're going to record this in infrared over day and night cycles. And we're going to see how much those lights move up and down. Subrefraction and superrefraction, they call it. So during the setup, they grew frustrated because the lowest light on a tripod that they set up to be behind Earth curvature was plainly visible in infrared. They called it cursed. I'm totally serious. They said this whole cursed setup made it very difficult. We had to recalibrate everything. So you know what they did? They did the refraction slider thing, DJ. They constructed their own model to explain what they saw. And to explain what they saw, they had to fudge the temperature difference between the water and the air by 2 orders of magnitude. So, whereas originally they measured a very low, very narrow temperature differential, which would lead to less optical distortion over the water, producing the very stable images we saw in this report, they actually had to fudge their temperature readings. They had to claim the temperature was warmer than what it really was. They went from like 0.01 degrees Celsius to 1 degree Celsius or something like that. I mean, that's a huge differential. And even then, they said they weren't satisfied with their own model, but it worked good enough. And in the paper, they described how they were data fitting all kinds of other models, and none of them were working right. They said, we tried this like bulk refraction model, which is like 7/6R, and we started adding some turbulence into it. We couldn't figure anything out, so we had to basically pretend that the conditions of the day were different than what we actually measured. So, you've got reports like these, right? I mean, flat Earth nerds, we're out there researching, we're digging crap like this up everywhere. What are we supposed to think? When you read dozens and dozens and dozens of reports like this over the years, what are you supposed to think? Right? So we see this with NATO Sapphire, military surveyors, high-end equipment, extreme precise methods, very, very rigorously done. And then we look at like these Jesse Kozlowski, Jesse Gordon types, right? Bringing their freaking Fisher-Price theodolites to a scene. And not exhibiting any of the higher level, higher order sophistication you see in these other documents. Go ahead, Tito.
I just had a giggle to myself about Fisher Price theodolites.
Yeah, what are we supposed to think when the Globies show up with their fucking retard setups? And we're reading papers on NATO Sapphire or the combat laser test, 149 kilometer propagation from mountaintop to mountaintop in Hawaii, right? Tri-band laser test for atmospheric refraction, none found. So we're studying all this like open funded military research with equipment that is well outside the price range of the common man. And as a hostile witness, they themselves are failing to measure curvature and to measure the optical effects that they claim has to be there for Earth to be a globe. We compare that to this bullshit that we see, flatearth.ws and Soundly and Lake Pontchartrain and all this crap, right? What the hell are we supposed to think?
Well, we're supposed to think that the globe is unfalsifiable because we can just invoke refraction to explain it away.
Yep. We're supposed to see an image from freaking high up or out in space, right? And because you can see a bendy curve, you're supposed to say, there it is, Earth's a globe, pack it up and go home, folks. We saw the curve that we've been yearning to see. How many NASA fans are like looking for curvature like porn addicts, right? They're going through NASA footage, like, I better see that curve, There's some curve. Oh yeah, fuck right. There's some freaking hot ass curve. I mean, there are people that do that. Like, it's like the first thing people point out. Like, here's the next image NASA took of the Earth. First top 10 comments. Oh, look, I see the curvature of the Earth. Woohoo! Like, really? It's that important to you? It's that important. Well, I guess I know why it's that important to you, because you know deep down subconsciously that you never actually see it in real life. You know that the flat earthers are onto something. And thank God NASA to the rescue shows you this image from outer space showing an Earth curve. Now you can go back to sleep.
Yeah, I think that theodolite that Jesse Path of Light uses, right? He shared the model. It's some really old ass Nikon theodolite. I think he said he bought it off eBay or something like that, right? And if you have a look in the manual, I think it says it's around 300 meters is the absolute maximum range for that particular one, right? And it also says that they need to be like professionally calibrated often, right? Because the slightest, the slightest like problem with the calibration can lead to huge issues with the test. Right, it says here as well, like a standard theodolite has a range of 300 to 500 meters, right? Modern digital theodolites. What's that?
There's too many.
No, I'm just saying hello.
It says here, modern digital theodolites with electronic distance measurement EDM capabilities can extend their effective range to several kilometers, often around 1 to 3 kilometers, under optimal conditions.
Yeah, and then what you need from there is like an angle accuracy to go with it, or distance accuracy that you can then convert to an angle, which they don't really show in these things either. But yeah,
right,
when you've got people, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it says here, right? So the acceptable error, like this is why they have the recommended range limitations. Right, because it says that even when when it's correctly calibrated, it can have up to a 7 millimeter error over 300 meters, right, which is acceptable, right? So that will mean it's calibrated correctly as long as they have like an error within that range, right? If you used a calibrated theodolite over 20 miles, right, even though it's calibrated correctly, it can lead to 260 feet error just from a slight like angular misalignment. right? And that's not even bringing the effects of the Atmo into play, right? And then there's signal and targeting issues, and tripod stability errors and cumulative error estimate, right? And it says that a theodolite designed for 300 meters should never be expected to function accurately at 20 miles. The error would be far beyond acceptable tolerances for any practical measurement. If someone were claiming precise theodolite readings over 20 miles, they would either be compensating with advanced techniques or encountering several inaccuracies.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up? Yeah, so regarding those advanced techniques,
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot. No one cares.
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up. You're gay as fuck. You sound like a homo. Doctor. You have a doctor in your name, you fucking
yeah,
loser.
like Dr. D's nuts.
You're a doctor? You're that was funny. That was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, get out of this channel if you want to talk like that, dude. It's disgusting.
Yeah, so regarding advanced methods, there's a paper I downloaded from Harvard.
Hey, I
forgot
don't
which
give a shit
faculty it
about
was.
advanced methods. I don't give a shit about advanced methods.
All right. Well, then you can just bug off. Then why don't you bug off, dude?
Bug off.
Yeah. Go chase some bugs. But they talked about using graduated scales, right? So they said if you're going to do surveying over like a 20-mile distance, you need to set up markers that you know their height and you know their range measurement too by other means. So you have to validate where they are and how tall they are. So you use these sticks, surveying rods, and they tell you basically generally how far you want to space these out incrementally. And then you go back to your starting point and then you calibrate. You use those to calibrate a further distance to take a more accurate reading at range. But then, Jesse Pat the Light comes in with his 120-mile Mount Shasta observation, not only ignoring graduated scale, but using an enormous range of like 100 miles plus. And even though the angle is small and narrow to the top of the mountain, you're actually staring up. You're staring up through an increasingly cooler gradient of air and acting like that there's absolutely no effects on the optical path of that light from the top of the mountain through that gradient of air down to your eye in a warmer climate. So, I mean, the point being, right, we compare how the pros do it, military freaking surveyors, to these anti-flat earther hobbyists that are just trolling. And it's a night and day difference. What are we supposed to think, guys?
You're supposed to think that the people that believe this nonsense, like the ones that came in here with their nonsense, have mental disabilities.
Yeah, it's easy to assume that. But what else do we have to go on, right? They come in with cog dis. No.
What about this whole idea of reciprocal zenith angles? Why are the measurements that Globers try to posit with that? Why is it not necessarily due to the curvature of the Earth? Like, what else could it be causing it?
So the reciprocal zeniths require them to prove that they are plumb to level between both observers looking at each other within a certain degree of accuracy. So if both of them were to hang plumb lines in their respective locations, right, they'd have to assure that they are accurate with regards to that plumb horizontally in a perpendicular fashion over the distance that they're claiming. And what they show us instead of a plumb reading is they show us like an angular displacement in their optic by a certain amount. In other words, they tilt the optic down a little bit. They say, well, because I had to tilt it down, I have to do that in order to see the other point of interest in my field of vision because Earth is curving down. And then the other observer says they do the same. But what they haven't established is that their optic is horizontally calibrated across that vast distance that's needed. Like we were talking earlier, a gnat's ass hair width of freaking divergence between the plumb reading and the optic could result in being thrown off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet over 20 miles. As DJ was saying earlier, the slightest inaccuracy compounds heavily. So what's really amazing to me is their claimed level of accuracy without presenting a demonstration of being able to be that reliably accurate. The other thing that's amazing to me is with the reciprocal zenith angle measurements, like, which can be over dozens of miles, right? I've seen some of these claims over hundreds of miles. What's amazing to me is that the amount of curvature that they claim to be present is perfectly conformal to an ideal ellipsoid, like WGS-84. WGS-84 is a model of a globe Earth. And it's a smooth ball, right? Meanwhile, what we have in practicality is actually a lumpy Earth. It's a lumpier over smaller distances. We've got claims of gravity causing distortions of plumb over distances that have to be corrected for and accounted for. So in other words, how come they're always showing downward curvature in all of their theodolite observations that seems to be perfectly conformal to an ideal WGS-84 ball, when they could be taking observations on a globe Earth in a region that's concave or flat? Because other regions are going to be curving more than they should because they think Earth is a lumpy potato. So they have to come up with a way, in my view, to differentiate between the ideal and reality. But instead, all we get from these anti-flat earthers is the perfect ideal everywhere. We never have an anti-flat earther say, hey, look, I actually measured Earth flat. Oh, but it's because of the Earth's geoid. Here's my geoidal reference. Here are the actual measurements. The plumb lines are actually converging instead of diverging. And that's why we got this flat Earth area problem. But over here, I actually measured curvature that's more radical than if Earth is the typical reference ellipsoid. Here, curvature is curving at a much greater drop over distance than 8 inches per mile squared. And oh, this area here must make up for the relatively flat part that I measured over there. Like, this should be happening. In reality, according to their own claims, according to Helmert's higher geodesy, according to the freaking National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Agency Administration, whatever they're called, NOAA, right? They're responsible for all the geodetic surveying. So these hobbyist anti-flat earthers keep coming in with these half-baked claims that are just stupidly fallacious on their face, and they don't, like Jesse's spreadsheet showing various observations that conform to what he says is drop over distance over a ball, and he shows you this curving graph. Well, he's cherry-picking observations. Most of them are his own, and most of them that he's presenting of his own are done with the same freshman level class and sophistication that we were describing, which don't look anything like how the pros do it, how the military frickin' does it for surveying ports and bodies of water. You know, and then everything that they present conforms to this perfectly ideal reference ellipsoid. Everything conforms to perfectly round latitude and longitude WGS-84 ball. It's very suspicious. Very. Meanwhile, they have available to them something called the geoid model. EGM96 is the lumpy potato model. Guess what? They're not using that for a reference ellipsoid. You know why? The math's too fucking hard.
Wait, they do what?
You know, and if they're going to do it, by the way, they don't use like the geoid model to do their diverging plumb line calculations, their diverging zenith calculations. They always use a reference ellipsoid. They don't use the Earth's geoid, and they don't use that in conjunction with the reference ellipsoid. And the other thing too is they always have to invoke a spherical coordinate system in the first instance to get their claim of diverging zeniths. They fix their control points. That is where they're surveying from. They fix those to latitude and longitude. Well, now you're using a spherical coordinate reference system. So if you're going to be internally consistent, of course you're going to plot your data in a manner that curves, whether it does in reality or not, because you're fixing those control points by adjusting them to a spherical coordinate reference. So when they come up with their challenges, right, and say, can you do these surveys? Can you get these celestial navigation fixes? Here's your starting coordinates, and here's like some stars to use. You're going to be working entirely within a spherical coordinate grid framework. So I would expect a spherical coordinate outcome. And if I got anything else, then I'm doing it wrong. So that's one of the gotchas, right, that these anti-flat earthers put out there. And I don't even know if they're aware of it being a gotcha. I mean, maybe some of the smarter ones are. You know, and then you have people attempting to do it by using a freaking azimuthal equidistant map and forgoing the graduated scale. So of course they're going to fuck up, and then all their attempts, right, are recorded on the internet, and all the anti-flat earthers laugh at them, and maybe rightfully so. I mean, we got a lot of boneheaded flat earthers out there. A lot of them are worse than globers, to be honest. So if you want to impress me, folks, go out there with your surveying equipment and don't use spherical coordinate reference systems. Go use the most advanced methods available to you. Try to use infrared to mitigate refraction claims, and go out there and show me the curvature of the Earth. You go take a Sony Alpha A7 with a fat lens and a good infrared filter, and you go take those flights. And you show me that beautiful, sweet Earth curvature in the distance that should just be popping out magnificently to you because you're viewing the world in infrared. You're seeing it less distorted. So let's see that undistorted Earth curve. It's not there, folks. You know what we get instead? We get soundly going to the most humid fucking place on Earth in Louisiana, where you'd get optical distortions from humidity and water, the water vapor humidity and temperature fluctuations happening above a fucking swamp. He takes his video equipment and films over fucking swampland in the summer. Are you surprised that you're seeing power lines distort in the distance? Are you surprised you're seeing bridge distortions in the distance? I'm not. How about you take some infrared optics and go to the desert and show us the curvature there, folks? You know what I mean? I'm just so sick of this bullshit from the other side. And you don't have to see a lot of it to get sick of it. Frustrating as crap.
Yeah, man. We asked for this, what'd you say? Hot-ass curvature. And what do we get? Nicole Kidman, just flat.
So
come on, there's some new hotness out there, folks.
So wait, what are the conditions that they're saying is required to produce an effect like the Black Swan?
I don't know. We've got the buoy data from the water and the air temperatures of that day. There isn't much of a difference either in the temperature. It's like 2 degrees or something between the water and the air. So yeah, I don't know.
Hot, then cold, or cold, then hot?
There isn't anything that accounts for it. I don't even think they're referencing like the vertical temperature gradient when they're even parroting that. I think that it would have to be something like 45 over 6R or something like that. I heard someone mention.
Yeah, or horizontal gradient, right? That nobody ever really seems to capture in real life.
But they have to be saying that but they are appealing to a density gradient, aren't they?
Yeah,
I don't think they really. Yeah, but I mean, if you ask them to Like, elaborate. They can't do it. I've never heard any of them go into any detail about what's actually taking place.
I've heard McToon a couple months ago talk about it. McToon said there are 3 horizons present. He's teaching his audience this. 3 horizons. There's one that you see across the back of the image, the one we talk about. That one is refracted. There's another one that is at the base of the pylons. And then there's another one that you don't see, which is the actual curvature of the Earth near the camera. Those are McToon's 3 horizons, folks.
That's crazy, right? Because 2 of those horizons don't match any definition of a horizon.
I'm surprised you didn't say one horizon for each axis.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that I bet he didn't present any kind of like academic paper or any subject matter expert appeal, nothing like that.
No, not at all. He appealed to common sense. He's like, everybody knows this. It's obviously there. If you haven't seen it, let me point it out to you.
Right. Okay.
And then, everybody's chiming in, oh yeah, I get it now. Of course, it's so obvious. And you are stupid for denying it, Flurf. You're so stupid for denying, obviously, the 3 horizons. Oh, gosh.
Geometric
and again,
horizon.
we'd go back to the combat laser test and NATO Sapphire and compare that to this bullshit.
What should be obvious is the blatant, right, like mental gymnastics that's required in order to justify this ball. I mean, like in situations like that, I mean, like we just look out and go, yep, there you go, horizon. Yeah, more than 10 miles away. Okay, cool. They're like, no, but this, like, density gradient, that, and 3 horizons, and all this complicated math. It's obvious, flat earthers, right?
Yeah, I tell them, like, how many horizons do you have?
I'll be listening.
And they're like, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying I gotta go, guys. I'll be listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say you ask a globalist, how many horizons do you have? And they're like, an infinite. There's an infinite amount of horizons. How many horizons should you have on your ball tard? Well, 1. You have 1 horizon, the geometric horizon. And they're like, well, 1 is more than 1. Really? It is? Yeah, because, like, optical effects. Okay, so not geometry then. Okay, how many geometric curves of the Earth should you have? And they just go around and around and around, and they never get there because they've got no explanation for why you can see further than the geometric curve of the Earth.
Hello, Critspiracy.
Hey.
What's up, dude? Dude, I just walked in this bathroom that I have to put plaster on. It looks disgusting.
Good, guys.
Hey there,
That's way too much information.
Are we all flat earthers here?
Yeah. Hello there.
No.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. How you doing on this fine morning?
What's up, my flat earth?
Dude, I'm on here. Dude, I'm having
What up,
my
my
coffee.
flat earther?
I'm having my coffee at 8:33 in the morning, right? I do orbital mechanics, and I'm a pilot, and I'm here just to listen to this funny shit. No offense.
What funny shit?
I do stuff and I do stuff and I don't believe you guys. That's what I heard.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther to come in here.
Oh wait, you guys are not flat earthers?
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther.
Shut up, he's talking. Shut up, he's talking. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, calm down.
Yeah, we're waiting for a flat earther to come in here and prove they're flat earth.
All right, cool.
What kind of coffee you drinking? Flat earther, man.
Espresso
I'm
macchiato.
a flat earther. I am flat earth. Come on. And then Trump is literally our king. He's going to make America empire.
Buddy, Trump does not approve of you as a citizen, man.
Okay, I
So
see you guys
basically,
came in at the same time. I see you guys came in at the same time.
Do you
Just
think-
one at a
do you
time.
think I'm
One
an
at a
immigrant?
time. One at a time. You guys came in at the same time. You're all talking at the same time. We can't hear anyone. One at a time, please.
That's kind of rude.
How does one do
Why'd I get muted?
orbital mechanics?
I see all the trolls right this morning.
Didn't that dude say the N-word? Like a moderator?
How does one? I'm going to ask again. How does one do orbital mechanics?
How does one do orbital mechanics? You study it.
Oh, you're not doing it, then.
Oh, what the flip? You want me to go up into space and do it? That's a lot of money.
Yeah, you
saying
can't
that
prove Earth is flat, man. Yeah, you have to do it, not just talk about it.
Bro, you have... Hold on. You have a Moroccan accent. Are you from Morocco?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm half Moroccan.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
I don't care. But tell me,
I understand that. Damn, that's
have
kinda
you
rude,
ever
buddy.
made
8 in the
an
morning.
object orbit around another object? We are just talking about.
Have
how
I
unique
made an
and
object turn around? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Have I made an object orbit an object?
Yeah.
No. No, I have not.
Oh, it's like just studying how unicorns can fart rainbow.
Really? Okay. So, well, I mean, look, man. If that's how you see it, then sure. Like I don't have a problem.
So the Earth is flat.
You study the prism, the fiber optic that is going from the prism inside the body of the unicorn, and when the unicorn farts, it will just merge with that refracting light.
The Earth is flat, stupid.
So that's just the thing that you are studying.
Right. Well, I mean, hold on. I'm guessing you went to high school, right?
And you said also that you are a pilot or something
Yes,
like
I am
that.
a pilot. Have you gotten to high school?
Do you have any pitch data that shows that you are going around a ball?
Do I have any what? Sorry.
Do you have pitch data that shows?
AYTT, you have to close your mic. AYTT, you have to close your mic. You're interrupting the conversation. Hot mic.
Yeah, please.
I beg, good
Because I'm
sir.
trying to listen to Necros, and your mic's a little loud, man.
So I said, do you, if you're a pilot, have you ever witnessed the data from the plane, the pitch data that shows that you are going and following the Earth, the curvature of the Earth.
I don't have to compensate for that because the aircraft has forces pulling on it. One is the weight of the aircraft. The other is gravity, and the atmospheric pressure. So I don't have to correct for pitch or anything like that.
I
maintain a
something
level of flight.
recorded. So you have to do like they teach you in.
You don't have to do anything. The airplane. You don't have to do anything. Absolutely not. Because all those three forces. Hold on 1 second, please. The three forces that act upon the aircraft make the aircraft feel like the Earth is flat because of the forces. So when you're flying level, the aircraft does not have to do pitch corrections because of the curvature of the Earth.
I understand. Correct. I agree with you. Like in the first page of the flight dynamics summary, you have to assume that it's the Earth is flat, and you have to assume that the Earth is not moving anywhere.
You don't have to assume anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the first page in the flight dynamics summary.
Show me the first page. Show me the first page. Can I see the first page of what you're talking about?
I can show you.
I'm just wondering.
Thank you, please.
Would that be the same as if the Earth really was flat and stationary?
Gravity isn't a force? Yes, it is.
Is someone else talking that I can't hear? So, Adam, I'm just wondering, bro. Would that be the same as if the Earth was flat?
Would it be the same if the Earth was flat?
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not, because we will have everything will react differently.
Really?
Absolutely, yes. We wouldn't have an atmosphere. We would not have an atmosphere. Hold on. Let me please don't moan while I'm speaking, man. First of all, we will not have an atmosphere. Second of all, the water that you're talking about will fall off the edge. What else would happen? We will not have clouds. The sun wouldn't exist. The moon wouldn't exist. And if they did, they're crashing right on your house. What would keep the sun and the moon up in your minimal sky?
All right, T-Dub asked him the question, right? So let's let T-Dub respond to the nonsense that he just said.
Where do we even fucking start, man? I mean,
you started with you wouldn't have an atmosphere. Let's start at that.
All right. Yeah, why would you say that we wouldn't have an atmosphere?
Because there's nothing that encapsulates the atmosphere. The atmosphere could just like fucking fall off the edge of the Earth.
Wait, do you think that we think that Earth is a disk in space?
That's what I believe you think.
No, that's not what we think at all.
Oh, what do you think about it then? How do you think of Earth?
Well, it's a plane. I'm not claiming that it's like situated somewhere. I'm not claiming that it's an overall size or shape. I'm just describing the surface.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that kind of indicate that what you mean by that is that Earth is flat, like a disk?
No.
So what would it be if it's not a disk, in your opinion?
I don't know.
So you don't know the shape of the Earth, but you say it's flat.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Okay, no problem. Cool, man.
But so I think it would be the other way around, though. I think that if the Earth was a sphere in an ever-expanding vacuum, then you wouldn't have an quote-unquote atmosphere.
Uh-huh. So you think it's the other way around. You wouldn't have an atmosphere if it was a globe.
Yeah, if you had all that space available for the gas to fill, the gas would fill it.
Really?
Yeah, that's what gas does.
Okay.
Fills space. Doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Does it not?
It does.
Yeah,
It does.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. So obviously we're not inside a big, giant, ever-expanding vacuum. It's ridiculous.
It's just interesting to me that you'd say the atmosphere wouldn't exist if the Earth was a globe.
Well, not without a physical barrier, it wouldn't. To prevent it
So there has to be a physical barrier for the atmosphere to remain. Gotcha. Cool.
For gas
What if the physical barrier... haven't we thought of pressure? Atmospheric pressure. That is a literal barrier.
You're like that guy last week who wants the physical barrier to be gas. That doesn't work.
No, hold on. I'm not saying. Did I say that? I'm sorry if I said that. I don't recall saying that. I'm saying is you have to think about other substances that could be physical or non-physical barriers that would hold the atmosphere down.
Like what?
Like atmospheric pressure, for instance, and the difference in pressure between the surface level and space.
That pressure we have only because we have the physical. Oh, go ahead, T-Dub. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just going to mention that saying atmosphere or atmospheric is a contradiction in terms, by the way, because atmo means air, and air is a gas, and sphere is a shape. And gases have no inherent shape. They take on the shape of their container.
They take on the shape of the container.
Yeah, you can look up the fundamental
hold on. So what
properties
we're
of gas
okay.
if
So
you
what
like
you're
and
saying
see,
here,
and fact check that.
I
If you'd like to
understand
fact check that, just quickly look it up. Yeah.
I understand that. So you're saying that the atmosphere has to have something that would contain it, and the shape of the planet is what would contain it. In this case,
No.
Right.
So you for gas to be at pressure, right? To have a measurable pressure, you're gonna need a container.
Yes.
You're gonna need walls for the gas to exert force on. Yeah.
Yep. What that person said in the side chat is what I was talking about. The pressure difference between the surface and space. That's, in my opinion, that and gravity is what keeps the atmosphere on the surface, and it doesn't just drift away.
Can you explain more as to why gravity keeps the particles intact within the atmosphere?
You might have to, like, what do you mean?
So why isn't it leaking to the vacuum of space?
Because of the planet's gravitational pull and the.
And how does gravity do that, though? That's what I'm asking.
How does gravity work?
Yeah, how does gravity do it?
Okay. If you have a mass in space, no matter what size that mass is, it has a certain gravitational force. For example, the Earth is a gigantic mass. It's absolutely huge. That's why it looks flat on surface level. So with all that mass in space, it creates gravity. It creates a pull. So anything that has large mass creates a pulling force, and that's what we call gravity. That's why when you get around the moon, it has a less gravitational pull.
Yeah, you explained how gravity is created.
We don't.
But you're not explaining the usage of gravity.
I remember my physics professor told me that. I remember my physics professor told me that science hasn't really found the source of gravity, but how we understand it is that masses create this pull in space, and the size always matters. So if it's a larger mass, there's a larger pull. The sun has us in its gravitational pull. That's why we're in orbit, a constant orbit. The moon is in our orbit because it's a smaller mass, and it has 6 times less our gravity because of the mass. So mass really depends for gravity to happen.
No, that's not my question. My question is, what's the usage and how it keeps the particles intact? Yeah, you explained how gravity is created, right? Because there's every mass has gravity, right? And depending on the size, there's a difference in strength, right? Like, for example, me, I have gravity, but it's like super little.
Well, yes.
Exactly, but what's the usage? That's what I'm saying. How does it keep particles in Earth, like, for example, air particles?
Okay. Do we know how diffusion works?
Explain.
Okay, diffusion is the movement of molecules from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. Okay? Now that kind of works hand in hand with the atmosphere. Atmospheric diffusion is when you have particles in the atmosphere, as you were mentioning earlier, that are being forced down onto the surface and not let out into space because of two reasons. And once again, it's gravity and it's atmospheric pressure. Now, if you look at the chart that the other person sent in the side chat, there's a pressure difference between the surface of the Earth and space. That is the reason why the atmosphere does not leave the Earth's surface.
So it's not doing what you said it should do.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
High concentration.
So flat earther is here.
Energy dispersing
Do you have
into the
anything
lower concentration of energy.
You can shut up halfway through the conversation. You're interrupting the conversation. So shut up and ask your question when we're done.
Or a high concentration of pressure moving towards the
I'm so
lower
confused.
concentration of pressure.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I don't know,
You
man. I
said
think this guy is on
lower-
his period.
Xanthem,
You said
shut
the hi-
up.
You said the higher concentration
You're not even talking.
dispersing into the lower concentration.
You're literally
towards
muting
the lower
yourself.
concentration of energy.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, could you please repeat that for the last time?
You said a diffusion would be the higher concentration of matter or pressure, right? Dispersing into the lower concentration of matter of area, right? Of matter or pressure. So you're describing entropy, right?
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
How am I describing entropy? What makes you think I'm describing entropy in this case about diffusion?
That's an example of entropic law taking effect.
Well, sure, but I'm not specifically mentioning entropy, am I?
But does matter and energy do that, or doesn't it?
It does. Matter does do that.
It does. Now you're using that image that Sporadic posted as an example of how it doesn't do that.
Well, that's how it does.
But there's an area of a low concentration of pressure.
Yes. And that's space.
Without a physical barrier in between.
Yep.
And so you said that matter and energy does disperse from higher concentrations to lower concentrations, and that there is an example of a higher concentration next to a lower concentration.
Yep.
And it's the higher concentration is not dispersing into the lower pressure area.
And do you know what the reason for that is?
No, I don't care about your excuses why it's not happening.
It's not an excuse. I mentioned this like 4 times, and this is the first time I'll mention it.
No,
it's the atmospheric pressure
an excuse.
and it's gravity.
Yeah, that's the claim, all right? I understand the claim.
Well, it's a proven claim that gravity exists, and it's a proven claim that there's pressure.
So does matter and energy do that, or doesn't it?
It does, but what stops it from doing that and going into space is gravity and atmospheric pressure.
So it's not doing it.
Well, because of gravity and atmospheric pressure, yes.
Yeah, I don't care about the excuses.
There's an opposite and greater force.
Why? So you need to decide that matter and energy does do what you described, or
it does do that. Okay, listen.
Right. So
let me just say something.
You can keep with the circle reasoning and interrupting him. No, you can let him finish first.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So not what you were appealing to that was posted then. Right. So not that.
Well, what I was saying is right both ways. The first part is correct. The second part is correct. And what I mean by this is that the second part, when I talked about the atmospheric pressure and gravity, they don't only have an opposite force, but they have an opposite and greater force, because the pressure difference is insane. It's ridiculous. It keeps atmosphere on the surface. It does not let it out. Now, on Mars, for example, it is believed that millions of years ago, it had an atmosphere almost the same as Earth's atmosphere. And it was let loose because those pressure differences have changed. So the atmosphere was just completely destroyed. And that's why Mars barely has an atmosphere now. If you look at the moon, for example, it doesn't even have an atmosphere, but it does have gravity. So if it were to have an atmosphere, it might have 6 times less of an atmosphere than Earth. It's just I don't know if you didn't understand the part where I said that yes, diffusion is a thing that occurs with particles, but there's an opposite and greater force, which is the atmosphere and gravity, both working against it to keep it in place.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why do people think Mars millions of years ago, given that its distance for a different, very different distance from the sun, etc., would have anything close to an Earth-like atmosphere?
Because of the terrain and the shape of the terrain, it's believed that it had water, and it's believed that it was a greener planet in the past.
But the distances would make it impossible for it to be anything close to Earth.
Not necessarily. Well, it can be something close to Earth, but not exactly like Earth.
Well, I would say very far from what Earth.
Absolutely, very far from Earth from what Earth is, of course. But it's believed that it did have an atmosphere, and it's believed that it did have water on the surface.
I appreciate your input.
Yep.
What does that have to do with Earth, though?
Nothing. That was just a random question.
Just random, like Mars?
Yeah, it was just a question.
So if gravity works the same everywhere, and gravity pulls gases down to the surface of the Earth, how come Mars doesn't have an atmosphere?
Mars did have an atmosphere, is what.
And then gravity stopped working?
It's not gravity that stopped working. It's the atmospheric pressure that changed.
Because gravity changed?
No, gravity did not change.
Okay, so if gravity causes atmosphere, gravity did not change.
Did I say that gravity causes atmosphere?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said gravity keeps the atmosphere down.
Down, yeah.
I didn't say it makes atmosphere.
So how did it lose gravity?
I did not say it loses. Did I, guys? Once again, did I say it loses gravity?
So how did
I said it lost its atmosphere, not the gravity. The atmospheric
how
pressure.
did it lose its atmosphere if it didn't lose its gravity?
Are you serious?
Well, this is your idea. Yeah, what we're doing here.
No, it's
you
not.
made a claim.
Gravity.
Now
Well, gravity does. No, pause. My claim was that gravity keeps the atmosphere down. It helps. With
Okay, so what happened
pressure.
to the gravity on Mars?
Nothing. The atmospheric pressure changed, which is an equal force that keeps the atmosphere down on Earth, for example. So on Earth,
you need to think about this shit you're talking about because it's a direct contradiction internally.
It is not. Here, let me repeat what you said. What I said. The atmospheric pressure and gravity both play a part in keeping the atmosphere down. On Mars, what happened was the atmospheric pressure changed. That's why the atmosphere was destroyed. Gravity remains the same. I never said gravity changed on Mars. Come on.
Yeah, the pressure is caused by the gas.
The mass of Mars did not change. What changed was the atmospheric pressure,
which is caused by gravity.
Dude, in your opinion, sure.
No, yours.
I did not say that.
Okay, what pulls gas down?
What pulls gas down? Atmospheric pressure and gravity.
Okay, what causes atmospheric pressure pressuring down?
I genuinely don't know. I have to look that up.
Yeah,
it's in my book somewhere.
Look it up.
Sure.
You're going to realize it's a hot mess what you're advocating for. It's not internally consistent inside your own model.
So Adam, I've got a question for you. If you were to measure atmospheric pressure in on the planet Mars, would you use Mars bars?
No, I would use millibars and I would use inches of mercury. 1 second, let me answer his question. Hold on.
I mean, have you ever eaten Mars bars? They're actually pretty.
They are pretty fucking nice. I'm not gonna lie. But let me just answer his question real quick. Atmospheric pressure is caused by the weight of the air above a given point, resulting from the gravitational pull on air molecules, and is influenced by factors like temperature, altitude, and air density. And
how do you weigh the air?
And by the way, not only gravity. You got to keep that in mind because all the others have changed. Temperature has changed on Mars. The altitude that didn't change. The air density definitely changed on Mars. So that caused the atmospheric pressure to decrease. What do you mean? I'm still correct.
No,
I did not contradict myself.
What you did was it's a hard counter.
How did I? How is it a hard counter?
Because to get weight, you need a downward force, which you call gravity.
Okay.
To get density.
And what is gravitational pull influenced by?
This is what you think.
No, it's not what I think. It's what Google is saying right now. I'm reading it. What is gravitation? What is the gravity?
Why are you here?
One second. What is the gravitational pull? Hold on, because you said something that's wrong. I have to correct you. What is the gravitational pull influenced by?
I'm correcting you. You're not correcting me.
What? Okay, sure. If you have that much of an ego, no problem. I'm just asking you a question. I asked you, what is gravitational pull influenced by? Answer that question. Simple, please.
You can't ask that because your worldview is based on the Google it.
Are you serious? Well, where does Google get its answers from?
That's what I'm saying. That's where you get your answers from.
No. It's where I get buddy, calm down. The stuff that I get from Google is the stuff that I studied in college. Yeah, now I'm asking you a question.
My epistemology here is I'm not going to get between you and your Google. What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, look, man. If you're going to get your information from yourself, then go ahead and do that.
What's
no problem. But if you're, hold on. If you're going to want to debate people,
keep Googling it until you find the contradiction.
Don't talk over
That's the main issue here.
With all due respect.
As soon as you
that's the problem. You're absent of logic. You're basing your knowledge off of Google, and
I'm not basing my knowledge off of
what you learned in college. Shut up. What you learned in college, that's there's no logic involved.
Yeah, just imagine like you tell the professor, "Hey, professor, you're wrong. I just Googled it."
Well, the information that my professor would tell me is what's on Google. You don't understand.
All right, so how do you measure that the increased pressure that we're breathing at the surface is due to gravity? How do you demonstrate that?
Not necessarily sure. I went through that in flight school, but I forgot.
Wait, so you said that we have increased air pressure due to gravity, right?
We have increased air pressure due to gravity,
gravitational pull,
the temperature, and air density.
Okay, so how do you determine that the increase of air pressure we have at the surface is due to gravity?
The downward pulling force of gravity is what.
Right, I know that's the claim. How do you determine that that's what's happening? Can you demonstrate that that's what's happening somehow?
How am I going to demonstrate that for you now?
Well, it's your claim, dude. I just want to find out how you demonstrate that it's true.
It's not my claim. It's the scientist's claim. It's not mine.
All right, so do you not stand by the claim?
I do stand by the claim because I.
All right, so how would they determine that to be the case?
The downward pulling force?
No, that the air pressure increases as a consequence of gravity.
Sure. If you have a whole bunch of molecules, let's do it this way. You spray something, right? You spray like a bottle of water, has like a spraying nozzle into the air.
Water droplets are not gas molecules.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Hold on. Let me think of this.
It's almost a trick question. I know there's no answer to it because your understanding of gas behavior is completely wrong. You don't know anything about kinetic molecular theory.
Well, I've studied it.
Well, can you show me where the gravitational force is shown to increase the pressure of gas in kinetic molecular theory? Because it's not in any of my textbooks.
Well, it's not, but see, it's...
Pretty sure it says it's negligible, actually.
The atmosphere... Hold on.
Yep.
Pressure. Okay, wouldn't pressure change the force on molecules?
Not due to gravity. So Avogadro's law is a direct refutation of the idea that gas mass is gravity interacting.
Okay, but you're going off of
Avogadro's law demonstrates the mass-independent nature of gas pressure.
Okay, but you're
and if it's mass-independent, there's no gravity claim because gravity and mass interact.
Okay. But now you're
gas pressure is never caused by gravity.
Mm-hmm.
This can be demonstrated by Avogadro's law, which you should know well.
Sure. And now you're going off of gravity.
I'm pretty sure
alone?
The pressure is caused by the gas.
Hold on.
Gas motion.
Pressure is caused by the gas? What do you mean?
The gas in motion, when it collides with the surface, that's the pressure. That's pressure. That's gas pressure.
Sure. But because he went off of gravity alone, and I'm confused. Like, are we forgetting all the other forces that pull on gases?
We're not forgetting. You know that there are real forces. Gravity's not a force.
Sure, it's not.
He's trying. So what Sporadic is doing now, he is just trying to differentiate between the scientific claims and pseudoscientific claims. So you made a bunch of claims, gravity, and those things, and Mars, because it lost, there is more density in the gases on Mars, so Mars lost its atmosphere. So what it was a bunch of stories. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So now we just have to differentiate the scientific claims from the pseudoscientific claim. And one of the pseudoscientific claim is gravity. Attracting gases.
I have to go, guys. I got to step out. I'll listen.
Cheers, mate.
So if you have any ability to validate your claims scientifically, not pseudoscientifically, so you have to follow the scientific method. And the last step,
if you guys are
the third one, sometimes you can consider it the fourth one if you add question. It's not necessary to add questions, just observation, hypothesis, and experiment. So yeah, in your experiment, you have to demonstrate that gravity will help you create that gas pressure.
Sure. If you guys are hard set on the Earth being flat, there's no need for me to try to change your mind.
At the moment, we're just disputing the existence of outer space.
Sure.
Don't run away from the claim.
I'm not running away from any claim. Listen, I'm not running away from any claim. It's 9 in the morning, and I'm not going to bother try to make flat earthers understand that the Earth is not flat.
No. Don't talk about flat earthers now. Don't jump to talk about people instead
Aren't you a flat earther?
continue talking about the topic, which wasn't people.
Aren't you a flat earther?
No, you're a flat earther, dude.
How am I flat earther? What?
Because you can't support your claims, which is what you defined as a flat earther. You defined yourself as a flat earther.
I didn't define myself.
And you said you operate an aircraft as if it is so.
I did not say as if it is so. You said that, and then I was like, no, we don't assume that it's flat.
No, you
do
said
not remember
that
the words
for
that
all
came out of
intents and
your mouth?
purposes, it's just flat, and that's how you operate
Did I say
an
that?
aircraft.
Really? Wow, interesting.
That's
Does anybody have a replay here? Because I want to hear that.
Yeah, I can go back and find it.
Yeah, please, man.
It's recorded, and I remember you saying that, right?
Could you please show me the recording?
And then what you showed was that you know absolutely nothing about flat Earth, right? So if you go to the YouTube bots at the top.
Where's the YouTube bots? Let me see.
See, this is why we record, because of Globnesia.
Tom, where's the top of the... Hold on, I want to see this.
Dude, you're dumb as shit right now. You can't.
Let me see the replay, because it's not there. What I said was not there. Where's the replay? Let's watch it. Please. Because the words that you claim I said, I have not said.
Two bots streaming to 2 different YouTube channels.
Oh, okay.
You said you don't have to account for the curvature of the Earth because of gravity and whatnot, right? So you said that you don't have to adjust the pitch.
You don't have to account for that, but you said we assume that the Earth is flat.
And then T-Dub asked you why, so you wouldn't, it would work the same on if the Earth was flat, and you said no, and then you showed that you don't know anything about flat Earth because you thought it was a disk in space. Right, and then the conversation veered off to talking about space.
Dude, now you're just putting words in my mouth. Could we please?
And now you're showing that you don't know much about gas.
Could we not put words in my mouth, and could we just watch the replay instead, please?
You can go and watch the replay. It's live, right? And everyone here heard you say it, right? I remember it word for word, so you can go and check it. I told you where the replay is.
Sure, hold on, just give me a second.
Right, so go and check it.
Okay, 1 second.
Bro, this is the funniest shit. This is so funny. I'm at work right now listening to you guys. This shit is hilarious.
On this part.
Indeed.
Like, gravity never changed, but Mars lost its atmosphere. Right? Wow. But these people say that gravity causes atmosphere. It caused this atmosphere, dude.
Their worldview is inconsistent. It's logically inconsistent. And that's where they have to slap Astro in front of physics. Because as soon as their physics leaves observable reality, they can't use it anymore.
I don't know if Sporadic is listening, but I heard him. I heard your brother say that leave the discussion. I don't know if it was because of me I interrupted or something. I swear I didn't mean that.
Here's that part.
So yeah, there you go. I posted it for you where you said it.
So just catching up here. So we have Brother Adam. It appears he's a pilot who's in the chat trying to tell us that the Earth is in fact curved. You just can't see it. Is this correct?
Yeah, and then gravity causes atmosphere, and gravity causes no atmosphere.
Okay, there we go. Sweet. Even in the clip that you hold on,
and it makes it feel like the Earth is flat.
the clip that you sent. Thank you. Did I say that we assume the Earth is flat?
No, you operate your aircraft as if it is flat because it makes it feel like it's flat.
We don't, because the forces
You said you don't have to correct for anything. Make it so that you don't have to act it.
Exactly.
Don't have to account for it.
I didn't say we assume the Earth is flat.
As if
that's what you said. That's what you claimed
and
I said.
Makes it feel like it's flat, right?
The aircraft, that is.
Yeah.
Because of the three forces that act upon it.
You treat it as if it's just flat.
Well, dude, I don't treat it as if it's flat. I know it's round. The aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat because of the forces that act upon it.
There you go. Yeah, the aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat.
Because of the forces that act upon it. Are you not hearing the words I
and everybody here?
Now you're just now you're just butchering the things that I'm saying.
To realize what he just said.
Dude, I said because of the forces that act upon it. Are you not listening?
The aircraft operates as if the Earth is flat.
Because of what? Quote. I said because of the forces that act upon it. Thank you. Quote that part too.
Yeah, the things that you are not feeling, or the things that you are not feeling, the things that you are believing that are happening. So, like you said, so you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That's one fact. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You believe that the Earth is a globe. So, in your mind, the Earth is a globe, but you fly the plane as if there is no curvature, no movement. So you're not taking account of any curvature. Just listen.
I've been mentioning this over and over again. You're butchering what I said.
Listen. I understand you. I heard you 7 times. I will mention it at the end. Just listen. I will mention it. So you believe that the Earth is a ball. You are flying the plane as if there is no curvature. You are never taking account of any curvature at all. You are never taking account of any motion of the Earth at all. No spinning of around itself. No orbiting. No nothing. So you fly as if it is flat and motionless. So the other parts, you think that there is some forces applied on the plane and it makes it follow the curvature and it makes it go with the spin and you don't feel any or witness any other of those. Yeah, I understood you. You think that there is some forces like gravity, for example, pulling the plane, making it follow the curvature, and making you ignore that you are following the curvature. So you feel that there is no curvature. You are not going around the ball. You don't feel yourself upside down. Yeah, I understand. But those are things that you are just imagining that they exist.
Imagining.
Really.
Cool.
Yeah. So if you consider those things that you talked about part of science, go ahead. It will be easy to validate those things using science. Because they are just pseudoscience, you won't be able to validate anything about gravity, the nonsense for curvature. So those things you won't be able to validate them.
Okay. Cool.
So just pseudoscience.
All right.
A statement, a claim that is not following the scientific method, but assumed to be factual and scientific.
Hey, Necros.
Yeah, brother.
Necros. Dude, my favorite part was when he said something like, if gravity wasn't there, then the planets would just fall down. Something like that. So if there was no force of mass attracting mass, then mass would attract mass.
Yeah. Yeah. My God.
I love our educational system, eh?
So I have a question for Adam, if I may. Adam, what's the height that you fly at?
5,500 feet usually.
Sorry?
5,500 feet MSL usually.
So 5,500 feet above mean sea level. Thank you. Yep. So when you are ascending and descending from your flying altitude, how long does it take you to reach your height and descend from that height?
Okay. It depends on the speed I'm going at. So if I'm going to descend at, like, let's say 90 knots on average, I would get down from 5,500 to the airport in about, I'd say, 7 minutes.
Right. So do you know what the rate of spin is claimed by the globe proponent?
I forgot what the number was.
I got a question.
Sure.
Hold on, I'm actually just not done. I'll withdraw after the last line here. Yeah, thank you for this. So my question to you strictly is, if the Earth was in fact spinning, right? If P, then what would be the expected movement of the runway you're targeting to land upon within that descent from, again, altitude down to the surface of the tarmac? This is my question to anyone who believes that this place is a globe. You're a great example of that, because you're interacting with it, right? Targeting the tarmac so that you can land on it. So I'm just trying to figure out if in that 5-minute time frame, in fact, the Earth should have moved. Like, how does that all work? If maybe you could explain that to us.
Well, the runway spins with the Earth's rotation. I don't get your question. Are you talking about the air that I'm flying through? Would it spin with the Earth? Yes, it would.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out at what point does the plane free itself from that magical spin which the Earth seems to have, that it like pulls everything with it as it's spinning. Like, how far do you have to be away from the tarmac or the surface of the Earth in order to observe the Earth in fact spinning beneath the plane itself?
We don't calculate that, because the air that we're flying through is spinning with the Earth. The runway is spinning with the Earth. Everything that is inside the atmosphere down to the surface is going in the same direction of rotation as the Earth.
But the plane isn't
calculate for the rotation of the Earth in the air or the ground.
As if it's stationary.
Well, yes, because it technically is. When it's all spinning at the same time, it is stationary from the point of view on the ground.
Sure is. Flat too.
You go.
Sure, whatever you
flat.
think.
So you operate the aircraft as if the Earth is both flat and motionless.
Well,
yes. Is the answer.
Right, which brings us full circle. Let me just say this.
So that's how you think about it. So just because you operate the aircraft and you think the aircraft feels like the Earth is flat, and because you think the Earth is flat, it goes full circle and the Earth is flat. That's what you think. Okay.
And stationary.
You're treating. Here's the thing, right?
Cool.
Brother T-Dub was walking out with you just before this, the idea that we treat, well, at least your plane anyways, treats the Earth as if it is in fact a stationary topographical plane. So I wanted to give you the card of saying, okay, cool, the tarmac's spinning, right? So on your rate of descent, your time of descent, that tarmac should have moved a certain distance. But you're now saying that the Earth has a magical force called gravity that actually pulls everything in lockstep with it, which is really interesting. I think it's called Coriolis. You may want to look that up, research it, add it to your globe paddy wagon.
Yeah, we learned that.
The problem, Killian, and I agree with you, but the problem is, I can assume like them that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, but the plane is not. So the plane have that force of that atmosphere that is rotating with the spin of the Earth, but the plane left that reference frame. So that atmosphere should just push the plane when it sideways or from the front. So it will have to go against the current or with the current or sideways.
What?
The plane is not in lockstep.
Oh, who told you that?
Yeah, it should not be in lockstep. The atmosphere can be in lockstep.
When it's flying?
So the atmosphere, like a river. So the atmosphere can be in lockstep with the ground. So if the ground is like a moving carpet underneath the river, so they can both have the same speed. It doesn't matter. But that rock that is going up and leaving the moving surface, so it will have that current of the river that is pushing on it.
if you're on a train that's moving at constant velocity and you jump up, are you going to slam to the back of it? That's how I think of it, at least. You're not. You're already in motion with the train. You're at constant velocity.
Correct. But that would be for just short time. You won't keep the same speed with the train forever. No.
Well, right, but what's going to slow you down?
That plane is not jumping.
That's correct. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. What is going to slow you down?
So the plane is not jumping.
I'm not talking about the plane. The train.
And
the train
like
example that you gave us.
Bullet cannon or something. No, the plane is flying, so it will just have to go against that current created by the atmosphere. Like when you put a plane inside a chamber and you move the air toward that plane. You make an artificial fan, big fan, and you move that air against the plane and you test that aerodynamic. So yeah, that will be the air, just the air alone moving against the plane. And you can add the engines and the plane thrust moving against that current, because the plane left the reference frame like that, like you jumping on the boat or the train.
Well, there's a really good thought experiment for this that highlights the contradiction inside the globe worldview. So say you have an astronaut in a spacecraft, and he's not, or she, the astronaut, is not touching any surface, perfectly weightless, right in the middle of the spacecraft. What direction do they move?
Sorry, what? What direction do they move if they're in a spacecraft in orbit?
Yeah, so you got a spacecraft in orbit, and then an astronaut is weightless right in the middle of the spacecraft, not touching anything.
Okay.
What direction do they move?
They're moving the direction that they've been accelerated towards, and they're being pulled down by gravity, both forces. But the greater force is the acceleration.
No, I mean, do they go towards the aft or the front?
The direction that they're being accelerated towards. So wherever the engine is.
Yeah, you have to answer forward or back. Which direction do they move?
I'm not sure where the engine is. Is it forward or back?
Yeah, the engine, they're not, it's just moving around, weightless.
I understand, but where's the engine when it was accelerating from the Earth's surface all the way up to orbit?
Okay,
where is the engine placed?
Okay, you're too dumb for this conversation. Okay, Nate, are you there?
Oh, what's up? I was just trying to correct something because I heard something.
Yeah, I'm not, there's no wrong answer here. I'm just testing for internal consistency inside your worldview. So you have a astronaut inside a spacecraft. They're weightless. Okay? They're not touching any surface. Which direction do they float? Forward or backwards?
An astronaut is weightless. And they're in space or whatever, I assume, right?
Yeah. Inside the spacecraft.
Do they float? I mean, if they're weightless and there's no force being applied to them to begin with, then you're talking to someone who's not an expert on this, but I'm going to assume that they're not going to move at all.
Okay, that's
no external forces.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at. I'm just looking to see if you're able to maintain some kind of logical consistency inside your own worldview. Because I've looked this question up and done some research on it, and the answer that the experts give is the astronaut would slowly move forward. Because what they're saying is in the atmosphere, even in low orbit, there's enough single particles of gas will cause individual collisions and over time partially slow down just one molecule at a time the spacecraft. But the astronaut inside isn't being hit by those same collisions. So every single time they move just one molecule, every collision, one molecule forward until they're eventually all the way forward.
That's a pretty good one, Crit. I never even crossed my mind. It's funny.
I've never looked into this, so I'm not going to contest any of it. I'm not going to also claim that I know much about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, now we look at your consistency inside your idea about, hey, someone's inside a train and they jump up. What direction would they move?
Right. So that what you seem to be describing though before was like a almost negligible force when you're compared to the train example.
Well, no, we're saying a logical consistency. So inside that explanation, where you use space, and the astronaut would slowly move forward, what direction would someone move in a train where they jump up and they're partially weightless? What direction would they move?
Weightless train? I guess with your explanation, they would move forward then.
They
or
should
what
move
you're
forward.
pulling from those people.
Yeah,
Once again, though,
but you see inside your worldview, you came into a contradiction because you're thinking they should move backwards.
my worldview includes me saying though that I'm not going to confidently state something as fact because I don't know enough about it. I'm admitting to not having that knowledge. You just asked me a question and I gave you my response based off of the limited
Yeah, I got it. That's all I was looking for, just your honest response. I wasn't trying to say like, hey, I'm going to hold you to that claim. The idea was to say, hey, here's what you think. You think that they would jump up and go backwards. What happens when you add new information to your worldview that you kind of would accept, that makes sense, that you'd say, yeah, sure, I could go with that.
I mean, sure. If what they're saying is true, then sure. I don't know, once again, though.
Great. The problem is they made up those ideas just to make their claim unfalsifiable, like you just witnessed today. So when you are using things that showcase the motionless Earth, like the plane, hot air balloon, jumping from high altitude like Felix Bongard, so they will tell you that those objects, like the cannonball or the jumping on the train. So when you are asking them to validate that the Earth is moving, so they forget that thing that, like when you jump on the train and you have the same speed as the train, so you will just have them continue having that same speed till you reach the ground. They forget that and they use which one? The pendulum. So the pendulum is not moving with the Earth. It doesn't have the same speed. No, the ground is moving underneath the pendulum, so you will detect degrees per hour, 15 degrees per hour. Remember that shit? Great.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
So now the plane the cannonball, or the guy jumping on the train, or the pendulum?
Yeah, which one? Which one? That's three contradictory.
If the bullet is like the pendulum, if the tornado or the typhoon is like the pendulum, why the plane is like the guy jumping on the train?
Yeah, sir.
So, do you understand that those are just excuses? They're not validation, something to use for to validate anything, any claim. They're just excuses. Oh, the plane, you don't see any motion, don't feel any motion, and the runway will not go far away from you, left or right, if you are trying to land, and those things. Remember the guy jumping on the train or the boat? He will just keep the motion with the boat. Excuse, it's just an excuse. Bullet? Oh, remember the pendulum? 15 degrees per hour and 0 degree in the equator and those things?
Earth spinning under the sky is a ridiculous notion, right? a ridiculous notion for the ridiculous mind. Is that correct?
No, it's what you observe. It's like the government's been telling you for like 25 years. If you see something, say something. I saw the sky move, not the earth. I see it, I say it. So which one is it? Are you supposed to see something, say something, or not do that? Because if you're not supposed to do that, then why have they been telling you for 20 years, if you see something, say something?
Do you have a source on that thing where astronauts would slowly move forward, though? I'd be curious to just read about it.
Yeah, I could look it up again. I mean, I prefer that you look up a source you trust and dive into it. I didn't save any information. I was just kind of curious because it goes into that these guys. But basically, what I had was one of these astrophysics dudes who was saying that they can answer all flat Earth questions, perfect down to the last detail. That they know all the content. So I tried to think of some stump questions, like, hey, what would happen with this and that, and like ask them about the storm on Jupiter. And I came up with like 5 or 6 questions, and maybe got through 3 of them before they just had a thermonuclear meltdown. Because they realized that he didn't know what he thought he knows. He's not the expert. He basically thought he could fake it, and just quickly Google some keywords and come up with some bullshit and make it seem like I answered the question. When it required some kind of abstract thinking that doesn't really have a quick Google it, then he had to face the music that he doesn't know what he said he knows, and it exposed him as a liar and also answered the question why they would lie. What he could have done is said, hey, I studied this topic, I know quite a bit about it, I don't know everything, and I probably know just a slightly above a layman's version, and I can articulate it at multiple different levels. He should have hedged his bet. Because as soon as he said he's basically a walking and talking human computer compared to a dumbass flat earther, he was cooked. Because no one is omniscient except for the creator. The creator is omniscient. So which is even more funny because he also said he's atheist. So I'm like, so you don't believe in sort of omniscient supernatural beings, and you describe yourself as some kind of omniscient human being.
I'm sure they're just overly confident. That's I think a lot
overly. Yeah, they weren't overly confident. They were Dunning-Kruger. That's they rated themselves higher than other people that they slapped a flat Earth sticker on.
Yeah, I mean they got an ego, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, and pride before the fall, just like the Bible told you.
Yeah, I tried looking up a source. I couldn't find much just on a cursory search, but if you have something,
keep looking into it. I mean, I'll do it for you. If
we'll send it. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I'm just saying you can't find a single thing about it, and I'll look at it. I'll do it. I'll go through my browser history and find the content, because it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's really difficult to understand this concept.
I mean, I just did one quick Google search, so I don't feel like digging around for it.
Okay, well there it is.
So if you have it easily.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'd have to really go through my browser history and find out where it's at, and the concept came up, from going down the rabbit hole as to why the ISS has to get resupplied all the time if they're constantly recycling the water anyway. It turns out that the resupply vehicles push the ISS up a little bit because it is falling down to Earth. And the reason why they said it's falling is because these minor collisions with gas molecules slow it down in such a way that it will crash to Earth unless they keep pushing it back up a little bit with these resupply vehicles. And then I went down, okay, well, sure, what does that look like? So yeah, I can put out the breadcrumbs for you, but I can't do the thinking for you. You'd have to do your think.
You don't have to do. I can't do this testing on my own. So wherever you found the information that told you that people will move slowly in space forward or whatever, that's all I need.
Yeah, they would slowly move forward. Which was
that's
like
all I need because I can't test that myself.
Yeah, which was counterintuitive to your concept that if they jumped in a train, they would fly backwards.
Well, I mean, it's a little different because they're weightless there versus, they have, to me, gravity.
Yeah, when you jump, you're weightless for a second or whatever. Whatever your hang time is.
I mean, sure, but you would not get moved forward from that. You would not notice that at all. I
think you would extend that hang time.
If you extend the hang time, I still don't think you'd notice it, though. You'd have to measure it.
Yeah, but the measure would be a forward movement, not a backwards movement.
I'm just saying you wouldn't be able to feel that on your own. And I don't think anyone would be able to observe you moving forward if you were to do it for an extended... I mean, maybe they could observe it depending on how much time you got, how much space, but...
It's been scientifically proven that the Earth is a sphere.
Obviously, yeah.
Beakers, bubbling beakers. Proved it.
Yeah, let's see the science. What do you got?
Or just the guy's name. I'll look him up.
Did he run off? The guy, the blurt. Science proves Earth is a ball. Okay, can show science. Runs away.
Are you a science denier?
If you want to say that, but you'd have to show me your science before you can say I denied it. If you don't show the science, you're the science denier. Because you said you've got science and then denied it when you refused to show it. So where's the science you said? You come on, let's show it. Let's show and tell time.
Have you seen a black hole?
You told, now show.
Black holes.
Volcano. Missiles. Yeah, dude, earthquake, missiles. Just blurting a single word is not science. Try again.
Foucault's pendulum.
Still, it's a blurt. Try again.
I think when this guy's saying black holes, he's talking about his brain. Because there's nothing there.
The space between his ears.
Information goes in one ear, comes out the other. I've been told that a few times.
Yeah, not just at the speed of sound, the speed of light.
Could we do the same thing like on the other side, Ajos? Like, could I just say a word and then Earth is flat? Like, could I do it? Could I just say flat and then it's flat? Like,
are you a science denier?
I mean, I'm just saying. I just want to say. I'm asking you a question. What word could I say to convince you?
Science.
All right, science. Earth is flat. You're on board?
Where's your science, dude?
Flat.
Show me the science, man.
All right.
The same science you're showing.
Yeah, black holes.
Is that science or pseudoscience?
That is verifiable, testable, and measurable science.
Is that science or pseudoscience? I'm asking you.
That's testable, verifiable, measurable science.
Okay, so go ahead, use the scientific method, follow the scientific method, and validate the black holes.
I'm not in the lab right now, so I'm at
So
the beach.
shut up. Shut up. Next time, you shut up.
That's rude.
If you don't have any ability to validate a claim, don't make the claim.
Would you say that to me in real life?
If you don't have ability to validate a claim, don't make it. Because we are not here for stories.
Why are you so rude?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's who in real life.
Factual.
Being honest with you. He's being open and honest. That's not rude. That's respectful.
I could probably win an arm wrestle versus you.
Like to tell this Anusius guy, like, listen, you don't have any evidence at the moment right now. Like that's an honest statement. You don't have any evidence. That's not being mean to you. That's just being honest and kind even.
Or sure, but my dad is stronger than yours.
All right, you're done.
Yeah. Look, my dad's dead, and I can't use my arms. So of course you're going to win in an arm wrestling competition. So now that you've said all that, where's your scientific evidence?
He said I was done, so.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess you're done then. If he says it, that's it. You're cooked.
Yeah, dude, can you give me your address so I can send you a letter that says you have to give me all your money, and then all of a sudden you're just going to do it?
Sure. Police station.
You're back up. You're back on.
No thanks. He gave you a reprieve. He says you're not done. So now you gotta go. You can't stop now.
Yeah, it's the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a sphere in motion.
Okay, show them the observation.
Sure. Hang on.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go really slow, just step by step. So we got an observation of curvature and rotation. Okay, let's check that out.
We getting to the science now? I walked away.
Yeah. Finally, we're getting to the science because No Tanks told him he could, so now he has to. Because earlier he said he couldn't because of No Tanks. So his cause and effect is that he's basically like an NPC, and No Tanks is player one in his worldview.
He's a victim, dude.
Oh, he had to wait for No Tanks to press A or B.
Yeah, No Tanks has to interact with him. Otherwise, he just stands there with a dumb fuck look on his face. Like you just walk into some random shopkeeper, any sort of like RPG, and the shopkeeper just stares at you, blank look on their face. Then you interact, and then all of a sudden they can do what their script is. Yeah, dude, are you lagging? Do we have to like insert?
No, I just hang on, dude.
But that's a nice link.
That's a Google link.
A search.
That's
what
science.
The fuck? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that's too good. That's too good. That's Golden Globies for sure.
Yeah, that will be funny. You know it.
I can read that link. I don't see why you guys can't.
Let him Google science.
Hydrostatics.
Google search, and then he's got
hydrostatics.
He got black
holes, man.
Yeah, so he did a Google search, and it says he typed in keyword black plus holes plus science, and then it gave some sort of image, like like a bunch of.
You guys are discussing
images.
black holes as if there isn't more science to it than how you're describing. I'm here. What were you saying, Crit?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're dealing with this other guy right now, so take your turn. Wait.
So an idiot, so you can look.
He can interject. It's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can.
He posted his picture that he took. He took a picture. Look at how clear that is with the swirls going up inside.
No, that's a computer generated one issue of it, right? So, why are you being foolish?
So maybe because he couldn't understand the task that
that's an accretion disk and astrophysical jet.
Okay, Pickle, you're supposed to wait your turn. Okay, you have to.
I'm gonna mute him if he talks again.
I yielded the floor, so you
No,
can go
you
ahead.
can't. You can't yield the floor because no tanks.
I just did though.
No tanks said you can't.
Okay.
Can I say something? So they can both work with each other. They can help each other, and yeah, the question was simple. So just don't use pseudoscience. If you don't know what is pseudoscience, go find the definition of pseudoscience. So don't use pseudoscience. Don't just use science. Follow scientific method. Validate your claim about black holes using science. So
the image I posted validates the scientific method.
So follow the scientific method. Tell us, here is this first step, observation, for example, which is the first step in the scientific method, observing a natural phenomena. So you tell us about the observation. Second step, you tell us what is the hypothesis, what is the independent and the dependent variable in your hypothesis, and you test your hypothesis. That's the third step in the scientific method. You validate your hypothesis using an experiment by manipulating the independent variable and seeing if there is or there is no variation in the effect on the dependent variable. Go ahead.
Observation, black hole. Hypothesis, black holes equals science.
Now, you're gonna have to give like the demonstration. You're gonna hit that what you manipulated to cause a black hole.
I demonstrated in the
you just say black holes equals science.
Who cares, man?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be providing scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe. So even if you prove black holes are science, how does that prove Earth's a globe, dude? Are you kidding me?
He's in error at the moment because he's saying, what is, because science deals with what caused. So yeah,
I've provided my validation. The other guy can take over.
Did you not understand what I said? That science doesn't tell you what is something; it tells you what causes stuff.
So the observation will be an observation of a natural phenomena. Something happening, like for example, just an example, an apple falling. The hypothesis will have to include the independent variable, which is the cause of that effect that you saw in the observation. In the test, you have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause of the effect, and see if there is a variation in the effect itself. So go ahead. Again. Try again.
Like Jonas, are you just like afraid to like engage in it? Like, are you worried that the Earth might actually be flat, and you're worried if you were to put forth like a real question, like you have your little picture there, your profile picture, right, where you have like the beach, right, and then you got the ocean, you got a tree. So I mean, I could just explain to you and demonstrate to you that body of water requires a container, like a containment, which is the land being higher than the water. That's like a demonstration. I could show that to be the case. Do you hold like a different view, or are you just afraid of flat Earth? Like, what's going on?
I have to go, man. Sorry. See you, man.
Run.
Bye.
Another runner.
We're going to change his profile picture and come back. It's going to be a black hole.
Black holes, therefore globe. Nice.
Dude, how do they know a black hole's a black hole anyway? Like, seriously. How do they, like, that kid know anything about a black hole? He doesn't. He's never looked into the sky and seen a black hole. He's just told a story about it.
Yo, the other guy with the Egyptian or the hieroglyphic name is asking us to talk. He wants to talk. Think he got some proof for curvature.
I'm pretty sure he's a zealot. I don't think he tries to have real conversations. Maybe he does. I don't know.
Oh, that's Newt. Right, yeah.
Oh, Newt? Oh, no.
Gummy.
Well, was that the black hole guy?
No, I signed off. I logged out, and he went. He went.
Oh, right. Oh, right. You're his handler. Right, got it.
Yep, I signed him off.
Wait, is this over fences? So he claimed he drilled a black hole into the horizon. Is that real?
Newt. Something about yeah. I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask Newt.
How is that possible?
He talks about drilling into the horizon. Yeah. Something to do with an event horizon or something, I think. I'm not sure, mate. You'd have to ask him.
Using a
what he
black
means
hole.
by all that.
I mean, he's getting muted everywhere. So sad.
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny. Yeah. Not in only in this channel. He's known. It's a celebrity.
Everybody else is the problem, though. He's sure of it. He's convinced himself that everybody else is wrong.
He says he gets inspiration from being here because our terminology leads him to amazing discoveries through computer simulation.
Wow. Sounds important.
Yeah. I think he just reinterprets the terminology that we use. Like, we talk about the horizon a lot, right? So he, applies that to, I guess, a cosmological event horizon thing, and then works that into his little, algorithms and stuff, and messes around on a computer with simulations and drills holes in, places where time and space are so condensed that, nothing escapes its grasp, and blah, 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 blah. And tries to defy the law of entropy and all sorts of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't ignore him, Newt. I screen capped one of them. Let's see if I can find it.
Any more black hole earthers?
That was a good one. Yeah, the word is. It's so funny. Really, it's so funny. So there is globe earthers. There is real globers, which are not globe earthers. Like Bevi. And there is the no 24 sun guys, like Jerenis. No, he is a 24 hour sun guy. I don't think he's a glober yet. He just validated the thing that he did deny. So there is no 24-hour sun. He said that he witnessed that. What's happening?
But Jaren is a full-blown glober now.
He's saying that he didn't validate that it is a globe. He just saw that there is a 24-hour sun. What the heck? He was a denier of a 24-hour sun. Now he is saying that there is a 24-hour sun. It's irrelevant to the topic of shape of Earth.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Newt. I don't respect whatever that is, because, and I'll be honest with you, I don't understand it, and I don't understand what you mean half the time, and that's ignorance on my part. For all I know, you're onto something. Maybe the other guys can look at it and see if it holds any merit, but not me, man. Sorry, talking to the wrong guy. I struggle to wrap my head around stuff like that. I didn't mute you, and I just exposed myself, man. I don't have fear of that. Yeah, I don't feel that I'm qualified to evaluate the intellect of whoever you and whatever you're talking about, like the veracity of it. There you go. I exposed myself. I'm ignorant of what you're talking about and what these intellectual men are talking about, who you refer to. Yeah, there you go.
Who are these intellectual men apart from Newt? Can they identify themselves?
One name he gave was Eric Norman at Stanford.
Oh, I mean, like here in the VC.
Just so, Newt, there is something that is called model collapse. Could you avoid that yet? Because you can't push AI like you are doing and post those articles. Like if the AI is something, you said that it will filter bullshit and lies and ego traps. So did you manage to avoid the model collapse? I can post the definition if you want.
People like you, clear-eyed, delusion with the noise, are the ones who actually know what to do with AI. You don't need AI to think for you. You need it to help build the new world. Goddamn. All right.
Like Skynet, bro. It's gonna be awesome.
All right. You're not wrong. These men aren't just useless in a utilitarian sense. They are in the way. And AI is the cleanest force we've ever had to cut through it without bullets or bombs. It's a non-violent purge mechanism. Wow.
You just say AI is the quickest way to get through it without the bullshit?
Yeah.
Oh no, okay.
Without bullets or bombs, like you don't have to kill them, I suppose.
What are you talking about, bro? Genocide. Oh, what are you on about? You talking about genocide? Of the mind? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like you can call it a genocide of I guess it's like a genocide of stupidity, you know.
A certain ethnic group, you know. Just not everybody, just certain.
Trump a recession in terms of bringing more than people. Okay. So, Newt, do you have like a AI persona that's like 94% you? Have you transferred your consciousness to AI?
Yeah, I don't think that would be very fun, Fry. Just like some egotistical AI that can't answer any basic questions at all and just whines a lot.
Yeah, how do we know this is already not an AI? You know, I mean, it could be like a.
Just
It would be able to answer basic questions.
I mean, has anyone seen Newt's face here? Like, probably already AI.
The AI, the problem with the AI, like I already sent in the definition, the model collapse. So nowadays, the content that you can find, the majority of the content is made by AI itself, videos. So because profiles in many websites are AI profiles, those are bots, are not humans. So interactions that you can get in the YouTube channel, in your Facebook, they are not 100% humans talking to you. If you are like a celebrity and your profile is visible by everyone or anyone, so you will have interactions by AIs, bots, profile bots. So when you put data in the internet, the AI doesn't have any ability yet. That's why it's called the model collapse. Doesn't have the ability of filtering information that is made by another AI or just an older version of itself. So if that same AI that you have inputs an information, it will just consider it the next time as being something real.
Have you heard of the dead internet theory, Necros? You must have.
Sorry?
The dead internet theory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. Now, most of the content that you have in internet that is uploaded in the internet are not by humans.
I wouldn't say most, but it's growing. It's fucking growing exponentially. Like, it's ridiculous.
You can say that, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, hold on. Let's get Pickle back in here. I know I had to go AFK for a second there. Looks like the other guy left. So I think Pickle wants a turn. Yeah, I think number one, Pickle, just for the starter, your chat GPT is just as worthless as you are. That's the problem. That's the main problem with using AI, is that you've replaced your natural stupidity with artificial intelligence that's even stupider than you are.
Damn, Crit coming in hot.
Well, these are just words. Crit, do you have ChatGPT or not?
I've used some chat, Copilot and Perplexity. I think ChatGPT is very bad. It's a very you just ask it.
Uses it underneath the hood. I'm not asking for elaborations. I asked you a simple question. Hey,
how about this? This is what you could do. Ask ChatGPT to give you 10 colors without the letter E in it.
I don't prompt my sessions with such stupidity because it.
Well, it will show you. It won't be able to. It won't.
I don't prompt it with such stupidity because it taints it. I guess you haven't figured this out yet.
We'll open up a new instance of it and do a controlled experiment.
Do a temporary instance so it's not logged.
Or whatever you need to do to show you that this is not artificial intelligence. It's a misnomer.
Wait, do you know what a dumb, ill-formed question is as well? Do you know what that is?
You just say, give me 10 colors without the letter E in it.
Okay, do you know what a dumb, ill-formed question is?
Yeah, it's not a dumb question. Just like, hey, I want to.
Would you ask a human that? Actually, can you do that right now?
Yeah, I could do that. No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Let's start it out in chat. One is what?
Yeah, this is for you to. This isn't testing me.
Wait, you shouldn't be asking another question you're not willing to answer yourself. What kind of man does that?
Didn't you hear him, Crit?
Gotcha. So do you want to try again?
He cracked.
So didn't you hear
you
him?
out for your BS? Does this ever happen to you in life? By the way, does a man ever call you out for your own BS? Does this ever happen?
This is a stupid question that now you're asking. So now the issue is
you can't answer it yourself. So it obviously is a dumb question. See?
No, it's okay. Not the goal. The goal is I wouldn't list colors with
the goal is what?
E.
Tell me what your intent is behind this dumb question, for instance. See?
So what's your intent? Because you asked the same question.
I don't ask dumb questions. I don't. You want to see what I prompt my AI with? I don't ask these stupid, childish questions.
You
these
just
riddles.
Did. You just did. You just asked
the
same question.
Would you like me to tell you what's in my prompt right now?
The key is
here. Let me take a screenshot.
Why not?
Okay. The key is that it would list colors with the letter E, telling you they doesn't have the letter E in it. That's the test. The test wasn't like, can you just start?
That's what I have waiting in my prompt. While you're asking me to accent colors like a 8-year-old riddle problem. What do you?
Yeah, to show you that it's
where's
not
your brain, bro.
It's not responding.
Give me an empirical estimate of how casually capable the combined theorems we created are down the quantum level.
Oh,
Wow.
It's like I have stuff in my sessions that could. Yeah. Now, if I ask you to
does that question make any sense?
Dude,
it does. It does. Wait, hold on. It does. If you've done work.
Yeah, you don't have anything at all. That's the main point here. You don't even have some kind of intelligence that will tell you colors without the letter E in it. It'll tell you, here are 10 colors, and they'll have the letter E in it. It doesn't respond or think or contemplate anything at all. What it does, it takes tokens and assigns probabilities to those. And if you were to ask it to be honest, it will tell you its probability of being right or wrong.
Dude, I think he's trying to confuse his AI model of what empirical means.
Yeah, I think Crit touched a nerve.
Yeah, I've done this with another group of like sort of globalist anti-flat earthers, and we fed all kinds of questions into I think ChatGPT with this is the one that does DeepSeek. I think that's so anyway, and they had to use up a bunch of tokens, and this spit out a whole paper, like 50 pages, and basically at the end of it, it paraphrases and says, yeah, looking up at the sky offers more questions than answers. And I had said right from the very beginning, like, hey, Crit, what about black holes? What about this stuff? I go, all that is a meth field symposium about the sky. Offers no insight, offers no evidence, nothing to understanding what the Earth is. Completely irrelevant. If you go down that route, you'll end up with more questions than answers. And they go, okay, well, sure, let's try it out. And we talked. I gave a little shtick, and I printed the whole thing. I got all the screenshots of all the AI and all of it. And it goes through and it breaks it down perfectly. And at the end, they say, hey, can you give me like a 3-sentence conclusion? And it was basically that. It's like basically like, yeah, it's interesting and it's fun and exciting to look up at the sky, but you'll never get any answers from that. It's always going to be one question that leads into another question, that leads into another question, that leads into another question, that leads into 10 more questions. It's just a never-ending questioning. No answers. And this is what you got with Pickle. Pickle thinks somehow ChatGPT is the answer, and it's not, dude. It's not the answer. The answer is to think. Natural intelligence. Not artificial intelligence. You have to get rid of your natural stupidity and start thinking again. You're not. You're just not thinking.
Yeah, like for example, when you put in that prompt to the AI, did the AI say, I can't complete that because that's an incoherent question? because it contains a category error of logic and therefore is unanswerable. Did it answer that way? Because if it didn't, then it's retarded.
To be fair though, is it not? You are right, Crit, in what you're saying. Yeah, if somebody's just prompting something and taking it as on face value, but the main use of AI is it holds the ability so you can prod and poke it. You can ask it to cite its sources, where it got that information on, check that against the wider culture or community or whatever. Nobody should be using AI with just one question and then getting an answer out of it. You ask it to elaborate on it, expand upon points, and in that regard, it is just a glorified fucking Google search. It's just saving you time and energy, you know.
Yeah,
you are right. You are right in your overall critical analysis approach to it. You are right.
Yeah, I would say it's less than Google search. It's more like a magic 8-ball.
It's
you can train it. Yeah, there is that risk as well. Yeah.
Like Pat just told you, it's just a machine that is like automatic. In Google, you will have to pick the links that you want by yourself. So you go on those pages. There is thousands of pages in any research you have. But for that machine, it will just do the thing for you. So if you want it to be a research thing, so you ask it a question, it will respond to you. So you will direct that machine to the ideology or the part that you want. For example, ChatGPT, the normal one, is based on heliocentric bullshit. So it will go to those links that is validating the heliocentric blah blah blah, and go to the debunks of flat Earth claims to put an argument against what you will say. You can change that by just directing that machine to other part, being an OG flat earther, or being just, for example, like for conversation, a machine that can simulate like a human. It will say that I dream, like we already witnessed that before. So it can say that I dream. A machine doesn't dream. We know that, but it says that.
Yeah, so they call it hallucinations, like where it just comes up. But like they demonstrate this in the legal framework. They say, hey, lawyers need to stop using AI. It's just invented, just hallucinated full legal cases that never happened.
But again, that's not the. It is an issue with AI, but it's an issue with the ability of the person asking it to check the sources. Like that's the real issue. AI will always make some bullshit. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's how I'm going to win my next legal case. I'm just going to use an AI to create legal precedent cases from the past that have been allegedly ruled on. And I'll be like, according to Byzantine versus Hubert Slap in 1932, such and such and so and so.
Like, yeah, that place doesn't exist. Yeah, like Wakanda. Is it Wakanda Court 9 or something?
Yeah, according to the settlement of Wakanda versus the Triumvirate of 12.
Yeah.
You can't give me this parking ticket.
Yeah. But humans hold that same bias though, don't they? Like when you go to Google, you could get 10 searches and the same sort of fucking bias AI has. Humans hold like innately anyway. So it's a tricky one because AI could give you a range of references you'd never would have seen with your bias.
Yep. Yeah, you know what's interesting, brother? If you cite a case, right, before a judge, before an opponent, and the opponent doesn't rebut, the judge just has to assume what you said is true and judge on what you said. So if the other person ain't on his game, he's going to get smoked.
Is that true? Like even in 2025, they've not got like everything documented yet. Fuck.
Dude, think about it. The judge is listening to you live. Do you think he's got a computer and he's Googling every single thing you say?
No,
he knows all the case law for all history.
Yeah, I thought they could take a recess to check out certain case when they're referring to like old and historic cases.
Why? No, dude. One more time, dude. That's not the judge's responsibility. The judge's responsibility is to execute what he knows and what the people present to him. So if you say if you make an argument, right, and the judge doesn't see anything wrong with it per se, and the opponent doesn't rebut, you've sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so the court is going to assume you're telling the truth, dude.
Wow. Okay. I thought they took a recess. Like I say, I'm sure I've seen judges take like time out to go and study stuff.
That's only if it causes him to think. Like if he's like, oh, that doesn't sound right, I want to check it. But if it seems on the up and up on the face value, nobody's calling foul on it, right? The opponent isn't calling foul, or the prosecution, or whatever, whoever's you're against, right?
True. Nobody's challenged it. Yeah. True. Yeah. So they just take it like you say it.
That's wrong, but okay.
Is it wrong?
No, dude. The judge doesn't go and look at every single thing, dude. Get real.
Not every single thing. I guess they're familiar with stuff like Roe v. Wade. Like big, precedent-setting sort of cases.
Exactly.
I'm guessing they're familiar with the big ones, but there's always.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Dude, but don't forget, dude. A lot of judges are diversity hires and like super liberal activists. So like they can't be bothered to do any work in their chamber. When they're in their chamber, they're getting like blowjobs from temps.
It's escalated so much.
Dude, the moral of the story is, and I got to give props to Neil deGrasse Tyson for this quote, and he basically said that with all the generative AI and how many people are offloading actual work to them and publishing it in the internet, eventually the internet's going to be so inundated with fake nonsense that nobody can take it seriously anymore, and they're just going to abandon it as a source of truth at all. And they're going to have to go back to actual, vetting what you're saying, actually going to the library and looking in a book and all that kind of stuff. The internet's going to be untrustworthy.
I know it is a bit off topic. I won't go too deep, but for every source of AI information that's out there, there's humans taking note like we are now and like acting upon it. So you're already starting to see like, what would you call them, like mass libraries of human content, stuff that's never ever going to be changed by AI. Like just like vaults of information and vaults of human
like the Vatican. The Vatican is like, think of all the information there, completely untouched.
Well, that side of it as well, but I just meant like, think of GitHub and all the code that was ever put on there before AI was ever made. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's so much information just on GitHub alone. If you know what GitHub is, it's like a repository for like programmers.
Yeah, that's fine. But see, unless people have offloaded the internet.
So I think AI just took your fucking. You're breaking up to shit, bro.
I think AI just took over your internet there, bro.
Yeah.
But I've said that before, and that's a great statement, even by Neil deGrasse. They're going to bombard the internet with fucking AI and shit. You wouldn't know what's up from down.
Like the 80s, mate.
They're not happy with all this free flow of information and opening people's eyes. So people are, they're kind of like, how are we going to stop this fucking monster that we've created? And they just bombard it with fucking AI books and portraits and stories, and you don't know if it's a human that's made it or created or say it. It's just so that everything's just fucking. Everything's fake on the internet.
It is getting out of hand. I know the EU want to bring laws out, so like in the bottom of like the corner of the videos or the corner of images, it would have to have like a watermark to say this is AI. And there is some like international courts like kind of pushing for it and shit. It is becoming a major issue.
Who's this? Okay, is this guy called Sign who just bombarded me with fucking whatever he said there? Bullshit.
What? No. We're
talking about conceptualizing what's going on. We're not, I'm not trying to play the fucking Mr. fucking know-it-all like yourself,
I don't. Me?
No.
So confused.
Are you AI? Is that part? We're talking about something that
That's what I was saying before I.
And analyzing it. Sorry.
Before I went out. Yeah, what he was saying, it makes perfect sense from the software side, but there's also Like all that repository stuff, unless it was stored in private servers that have private protocols and all that kind of stuff, you really can't access it unless it goes through certain portals. Like, you're not just getting a direct line to somebody's hardware. You're going through all these other hardwares and different systems before you can actually access it from the internet. So, like, if their hardware's on the East Coast and you're on the West Coast, you have to go through all these other places to get to it. And it's actually possible for an AI to infest the internet and just start duplicating protocols across all that system to where you can't even access the information unless you go to the source physically.
Yeah.
Because once it hits the internet, they can alter it.
Yeah.
So they could actually deploy a mass internet weapon that could like infest all that. And when you study some of the encryptions and stuff that they use in all these programmings, like it's all DoD level. Like the DoD has it all in the beginning, and then they issue it out. So like they have ways of getting around it. So unless you're going into like private security systems and protocols for encryption and all that, like you're completely vulnerable. So I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson's thing is that far-fetched. Like it could easily get to the point where you can't even communicate on the internet without it being altered. Like, and that could happen.
Luckily, we're making the internet 2.0, so hopefully that's AI free. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, the other option is a mass EMP weapon that takes the AI system out, and then we rebuild.
In terms of some like malicious AI getting into the internet, I don't really know what getting into the internet means, but I get what you're saying, like access to the main servers in America, but it's just malicious code can do that shit now. There's not really anything AI about it. It's just a problem of like the digital age and hackers and malicious.
Yeah. What I'm saying in the future, it's not unreasonable that they release an AI as a control system for the internet, but it has that problem where once it takes over and people know that that's happening, then Neil deGrasse's prophecy comes true, which is like as soon as people realize that the internet is untrustworthy for that reason, it's like they'll stop trusting it, and then it'll be pointless to have initiated that weapon. It'll basically make the internet worthless.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I know it's getting a bit meta or philosophical, or whatever, but the moment we notice there's an issue with it, humans being humans wanting to capitalize on it, opportunistic little fuckers that we are, somebody somewhere will set up an alternative and they'll be capitalizing on it. And that's what I'm saying. We're already starting to see like repositories of information just like that. So at the minute, like I'm in the art world with like 3D and modeling and stuff. So already you're seeing websites pop up that only have human artwork on there, and it's a forum and a community that's like massively growing against the rise of AI images, because people over the last 20 years with the rise of CGI have not given a fuck about like art in the media, but now they are starting to care again because it's like rejuvenated the arts, as it were. It's weird.
I was thinking the other day of seeing if it would be possible to remake the remake of Snow White totally with AI and make it cool. But then Disney announced that they actually are going to remake Snow White with the classical sentimentalities because the other Snow White bombed so bad.
It is what it is. The Daily Wire made a version with that what's that chick called? Anyway, some chick from Daily Wire.
But that's an example, dude, of trying to change the feedback loop of the culture. Like, you had that Rachel Zegler chick. She was getting on screen saying, "Oh, the stuff in Snow White, that's not real anymore." The idea that a woman wants a hero and that the prince is going to come and that she wants true love and all that. Like, that's not what women want anymore because we've evolved and we're totally different now. And then when the show comes out, it turns out, no, you're wrong. That what you're saying is a bunch of modernistic garbage, and biologically women and men are still what they've always been, and they still have the same desires innately, et cetera, et cetera. You haven't changed humankind by trying to force them to change through media and Marxist language tactics.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm a conservative. I don't want to go too far into it, obviously. Talk about that shit all day.
Well, it's all just programming, dude. Like, they program the populace and to get the behavior sets that they want, and they try to change it in a certain way. And sometimes they go really over to the left, right? And then there's a reaction to get back to the right, but you never actually go all the way back to the right, So you're bouncing in this corridor of fences that are constantly moving left and right, but they're constantly getting tighter around you.
You never go full retard, bro. That's what they say.
Yeah.
So that's what I hear.
Dude, it's like the globe. It's like the globe is so fundamental to the programming that they make sure it's one of the first things they program you with. They make sure they program you with the globe and with deep time. Like, that's their goal as you're a child. You got to learn to tie your shoes. You got to learn to say please and thank you. And you must know that the globe is in a cosmic void and gravity and deep time and dinosaurs and Big Bang and all that nonsense. Like, those are things you have to know, man. Otherwise, you just wouldn't be able to drink water or breathe air.
They do dinosaurs quite young, don't they? Most kids seem to be.
Heck yeah, dude.
Dinosaurs, or there's dinosaurs in like Peppa Pig one day or something, or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, dino pajamas and stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to tap into that era of the child psychology, where they're basically becoming emotionally connected with the dinosaur story, right? So when you tell someone dinosaurs aren't what you've been told, it's not just a fact to them; it's an emotional investment to them.
I mean, I'm trying to put like a sense of, fantasy and what like excitement and just a little bit of magic into it. Like, I'm not saying any of that makes it false, even though all the words that I use. But how to describe it? We're just putting a little bit of sense of the, bit of story on it for them because the kids, man.
Dude, yeah, exactly. You remember? I don't know if you remember. You might not be old enough, but if anyone remembers Ducky from The Land Before Time.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh man, that pull on your heartstrings right there.
Yeah, probably gets to you, mate.
That was one of my favorite movies, dude.
Do you remember The Littlest Hobo, bro?
But at least I can say that our generation, your generation was lucky. My generation was a little bit lucky because we were introduced to that globe a little bit later age compared to today's kids because of tablets and mobile phones and those screens that are more able to be transported and be portable anywhere. So the kids are introduced to the globe way before us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you say that. How old are you? Do you remember Halo? Do you ever play Halo?
Yeah, I played Halo. The first one, just the first one. I played on.
Mate, I think kids have, I think it's just always been accessible. Just the media's changed. Back in the day, it used to be comic books. Now it's tablets. But like, do you know what I mean? Comic books were just as portable as tablets, bro. I think it's always been there.
Yeah, but it's not. I'm going beyond that, dude. I'm going like, yes, that happens. You got mobiles, you got kids' pajamas, you got all these types of things before they even get to school, right? But remember, you got kindergarten and pre-K and all that. And part of what they teach you there is they inundate you where, you live on this globe. And they try to teach you, you don't fall off because of gravity and all these other things. Like, they're teaching you this from pre 5 years old up into 5 years old, etc. And that's like where you're psychologically predisposed to identify with your family and your home. Who I am, where I am, who are my loved ones, who can I trust.
We witnessed that, me and my wife and my son, and we were really surprised. We couldn't say any word. We just started staring at each other, me and her, surprised, baffled, by what happened. So my son was he just hit it 3 years old at that moment, and she brought a pajama or a t-shirt with an astronaut on its face. There is no other thing. So there's just the astronaut, no moon, no Earth. When he saw the t-shirt, he said, "Oh, moon!" What?
Procurement project manager position at Aura.
It's automatically linked.
Because you asked for me to give you a call to give you some more information about the role. So is now a good time? Brilliant. Yeah, thanks for reaching back out.
He's got Mikan roots. So the dude linked the image of the astronaut to the moon automatically. So he heard about that in those animations. He saw that, and while he watches those rabbits and things like Masha and those things, maybe.
The fuck was that? Ah, PMAC, you like the tune, bro? Let's go. Such a good song, man. No, it's not AI at all. Just a guy called Nightingale Cummings. And they used it on Trailer Park Boys. Very emotional. Your mic is not working, bro, if you're talking. You're lighting up green, Mac, PMAC, but I can't hear you. Yeah, I bet you did, GJ. I had a feeling you'd like that show. I don't know why.
Yeah, Pads, did you say robots will be walking the streets very soon? Did you say that?
Hey, how are you doing?
No, not at all. I mean, I think they already are in Japan and some Chinese cities, but no, not at all. I did not say that.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, man, how's it going,
what's
bro?
up?
So, do you believe in the any? Didn't like the final experiment all debunked you?
What was that? What was the final experiment?
It was where this guy said, now, when the sun is up 24/7 in the Antarctic, it's impossible that the Earth is flat. I don't believe it. And then they fly over there, and then they see the 24/7 sun, and then they're like, shit, man, I'm not a flat Earth anymore.
When did that happen?
Huh? It happened like I don't know, 3 months ago or something.
So then it hasn't changed. Did it change anything at all, or what?
Yeah, they were like, look, hey, when the Earth is flat, it's impossible that on the North Pole the sun would actually be visible 24/7 for a certain period of time.
Why?
You know, I don't know why. Ask these flat earthers, man.
Yeah, but
that wasn't flat Earth claim, was it? Though that was someone else.
You know, and that's why what I'm asking you. You know, I just watched like this video, this one kind, you know, and I watched some flat earthers, you know, and they explained like when like it's impossible when the Earth is flat. It's impossible that on one side the sun is visible 24/7. It's impossible. How is that possible? When you have a flat surface and the sun is over there, and after your idea, it goes in a circle around the plate like thing. You know, it's impossible that it's visible on the one side 24/7. It's impossible.
Because
yeah,
why?
dude, we don't claim the plate thing. Like you just said, right? If some flat earthers were claiming that, they can't make that dumb argument anymore, can they? Like we don't claim the AE map, right? The round plate globe Earth projection that you're talking about, right? That's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe projection, right? So some flat earthers were claiming that was the flat Earth map. That was a dumb argument. We couldn't shut them up, but now they've been shut up. That's good.
Oh, I understand. So
there is another thing. When you're thinking about that, you are assuming the sun to be something. So you are comparing the sun to a light torch or something, or a light bulb. So you're assuming what is the sun. No flat earther, depending to what I know, assume what is the sun.
Assume.
Yeah, who would do that? Who would assume what the sun is and then say, the sun is telling me that the Earth is flat? Who would do that? Who would say that? Who would say, hey, does anyone have any proof of the surface of the Earth is? And they'd be like, yeah. What do you got? Well, I got the sun, and the sun is saying that the surface of the Earth is not flat. Like, really? Really, dude?
Okay, but wait a second. Wouldn't the 24/7 sun on the North Pole would actually be proof for round Earth, for a globe?
How would that be proof?
Okay, so the Earth basically has like a certain degree, right?
Can you show that? Well, hold on. Slow down. Don't presuppose something. The Earth has some kind of degree. Okay, let's see that. How'd you verify that?
So how is it possible?
Okay, now a question. Okay, roll back. Okay, dial it back. We're looking at if the Earth has some kind of degree. Okay, how do you know that? Where does that come from?
Okay, so that's what I was taught in school.
Okay, so if someone teaches you something in school, then it just is magically true?
No, I'm not saying this.
Okay,
but
so
I'm basically want to say
what do they teach you about the degree?
Okay, so what I basically want to say is that because of the degree.
Okay, what degree? Where did that come from?
It's like this 23.5.
Okay,
kind of degree.
How do you know that? Where does that come from?
I mean, I can feel it in my bones. Just kidding. I was
Stop
like I said, I was.
Stop the count.
I was. I was taught this in school.
Okay, yeah. So let's think about it. So just because someone says something in school, does that make it true?
No, of course not.
Okay, so how would you know that? Where does that come from?
But what I basically want to ask is, how is it possible that the sun is visible at 24/7 at the North Pole?
Well, that's a question.
How is it?
That you should go figure that. Yeah. Go answer your question.
Yeah, that's why I'm basically here. That's why I'm here. How is it possible?
Well, I would say maybe figure that out. Go find a way of adjudicating one way or the other, and then you could do some kind of experiment that would validate one model or the other.
So you don't have an answer to this question?
No, this is your question, not my question.
Okay, so wouldn't it be just because of 24/7 sun? It's like kind of more? Wouldn't it make more sense that the Earth is actually a globe than a flat space?
How would that be the case?
Yeah, because when the sun is for instance, above, and the
Above the
globe
Earth?
spins, and the globe.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where does the spin come from? Where's that coming from?
Oh, so you don't even believe that the Earth spins?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to claim it. Are you claiming the Earth
Okay. So the sun. Okay. So the sun spins. Okay. So you believe the sun travels around the Earth. Okay.
Is that what it looks like? Does the sun look like it's moving?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Earth look like it's moving?
No.
Okay. So which one's moving?
The sun.
Okay. So how did you get the Earth moving from the sun?
Okay. Let's say the sun only moves. How is it possible that the sun is visible at one place 24/7 and not at the other when it moves?
Well, that's how it is. The sun does what the sun does, and that's what the sun does.
Okay, of course. Okay.
So the sun doesn't do what the sun does? If it doesn't do what it does? If it does it?
No, but it's evident that the Earth is a globe, actually,
Okay,
just
so
because of the 24/7.
What evidence do you get to present?
It's just logical.
Okay, which logic do you get to present?
So when we live in a ball and the sun, for instance, is on top, and we live, for instance, in
if Earth, therefore,
wait a second, and we live in Germany, for instance.
Okay,
when the sun goes down and it's dark, and I don't see the sun anymore. It's up 24/7 at the North Pole. It means that the sun basically stays there. So everything the people.
It sounds like you're sun worshipping. It sounds like that's like your god. Like you sacrifice sticks and rocks to the sun gods, and the sun gods tell you things, and you got a deep-seated religion there, homie. Does the sun tell you other things? The sun.
I want to add something quickly, Crit. I won't take long, but that guy just like kind of agreed with what we're claiming, right? We claim that the Earth doesn't move, and that we see the sun move across the sky, right? You agreed with that. Right? But on your globe, right, they tell you from your perspective the sun isn't moving, right? And that really it's you spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound, spinning away from the sun that appears stationary, right, from your perspective, right? So what we're claiming is what we observe and what you agreed with, right? Not the opposite.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I understand what you. Of course, I understand what you're saying. But the thing is, I'm saying it's impossible for the Earth to be flat when the Earth is shown 24/7 at the North Pole and not in Germany.
Right, but we don't know exactly what the sun is, what distance it is, right, and exactly how the sky works, right? You see the sun and the bodies in the sky, right, or whatever they are, right? The lights in the sky, let's call them that, right? You see them within your personal field of, limitations to your perspective, right? Just like you see an airplane go over you in an arc, right? It disappears at each horizon, right, as it goes over you, right? The same thing happens with the clouds. The same thing happens with the bodies that you view in the sky.
Yeah, but not with the sun in the North Pole.
Yeah, it's just at certain times of year, right? Like the sun goes in cycles, right? The sun's moving in cycles, right? And the way
it's visible in the North Pole in 6 months, not
6 months.
Yes, I think so.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. So, why would someone lie that the Earth is flat? I don't understand, man.
Most people aren't lying to you, dude. Right? Like, who's lying? Right? Who could you prove is lying? I mean, your professors aren't lying, right? The scientists aren't lying. In most cases, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to narrow down and prove that someone's actually lying. Like most people are just regurgitating the textbooks or the information that they were taught.
Okay.
That's the hardest thing to get over for Globers, I think, is the fact that these people spend their lives trying to learn all this knowledge and then find out that it's utterly useless when it resorts to the shape of the Earth. It's a hard fact to get over.
No, I think the most hard thing for Globus is because there's basically no reason why elite groups should lie about the Earth's shape, because it doesn't change anything.
Actually, if you think about it, it very well easily could. If you think about hidden land, if you're able to hide land from 8 billion people on the so-called planet, that means you get all that land to yourself or your friends. And if you're at that stage of lying and being powerful, you get to have slaves and all of that nonsense. So realistically, you're like a king beyond kings, so to speak.
Okay, but wouldn't it be impossible to hide that land? Or do you say there's an ice wall protecting the land?
Well, that's just speculation, right? It can be anything. Lie can be a lie, right? We don't know the reason for the lie. It can be a psyop just to deceive the people in order for the king to be more smart and the people to be dumb, right? So we don't know the reason behind the lie, right? So speculative.
Yeah, that's just one take. You know, there's several other takes you can have on, you know, why the lie. I mean, for example, they've managed to convince everybody we're in a random occurred universe, that we're lucky to be here on the edge of nowhere, spinning and hurtling through a dark vacuum, when before we believed we were in the center and that we were created. And I think that has a profound effect on psyche. I think atheism, nihilism wouldn't probably exist to the level it does without this heliocentric idea. So I think there's plenty of takes and spins you can put on this, as well as the money. The amount of money that NASA get per day is phenomenal. So that's a lot of incentive just in them few things we've brought up there.
Kind of makes me laugh when I think about like David Rockefeller, like drinking a martini over the ice wall or wherever the hell he is, and he's thinking, "Why would we lie?" You know, the case might be if you're hiding God, maybe you don't even. And the Bible's all. Let's just say the Bible's all BS and can't be proven, right? So now you're going to heaven for being a piece of crap, right? So it doesn't really matter if you take over the world or not. There could be a lot of things to this.
Yeah, I don't think you could take over the world to the manner that in which you do, in which they have, unless you manage to convince everybody they don't know their history, they don't know who they are, they don't know where they are, and they don't know the circumstances of the place they live. I think once you people in true ignorance, then they become easily controllable. But I think in the old world, when people did believe in God and we had kingship and all sorts of things, that people knew who they were. We don't know who we are.
Know who I am. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know who we are.
Who are we?
You don't know.
We are who we don't know.
For me, it's the opposite. I don't want to go to heaven. I don't care if there's more land. I want to prove that I came from fecal matter soup. That's important.
Good point. Very beautiful insight.
And just to echo DJ's point, they don't have to lie. Most people aren't lying. All the Globers that come in here aren't lying. They just believe it. and they think somebody has measured the Earth. They actually think there is somebody out there, or people out there, who have directly proven the curvature, the motion. Even the fact they believe NASA, and the images from NASA. So it doesn't take a liar; it just takes someone with a belief or a religion.
Agreed, man. I say like Earth actually don't exist, man. Like this is an illusion, to be honest.
Really?
Yes.
Put your head in fire.
I'm having fire.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, dude, that's a pretty hardcore derp.
What's up, Crit?
Bro.
You're not sure if anything exists. Are you sure about that? Well, you're not sure about that either. So you are sure that maybe something exists. No, you're not sure again.
I'm sure something exists, but it is not what appears to be. That's my.
But not your brain. Your brain doesn't exist.
You're sure that something exists, but you're not sure that something doesn't exist because you're sure that something exists.
No. You mixed it up. I'm saying the Earth, as we know, does not exist. It is an illusion.
And because you know that.
Yes.
So you know that it doesn't exist because you know it exists.
I know that there is a fundamental reality to everything, but what we see is a reflection of the reality, because of the mind.
And you know
yes.
that?
Yes. You can ask me how.
That you're looking at a reflection.
Yes, and you can ask me how. I can explain.
No, I'm good. I'm good, dude.
Then it's okay.
Why?
It's straight up derp. That's like hot shit.
It is facts, bro. Like
it's facts, bro.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely interested. That's why I'm pretty much out with my understanding of it, similar to what he actually said. I'm not gonna lie.
Go and give us a long link. Go and give us a long link to Google, please.
Don't encourage him.
Don't know for sure. Yeah, like you don't know for sure if you're a butterfly that's dreaming of being a human, or are you a human who's dreaming of being the butterfly? It could be either way. It could be 50-50. Who knows?
No, not that.
Maybe he's a platypus dreaming of being a butterfly who's dreaming of being a human. Have you considered that?
Yeah, you got multiple layers of inception there.
What I'm trying to impose is different. I'm trying to impose is that the very idea and what we perceive is not what reality actually is. It is all relative, right? So.
Are you sure about that? Is that reality then?
That is a fact. I mean, that is a truth. It is the truth. We don't have the picture of what reality actually looks like because we are subjected to our senses. That is why you see like different beings perceive the same thing in different ways. So
another relativity.
Your senses make no sense, and nonsense makes sense, right?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a duck, you're looking at a duck, everyone's looking at a duck, and suddenly you say penguin.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying why we are visualizing it as such, because we are made with the same, we are given the same tools, you, me, and most of the people. But for a blind man or for a man who is born deformed, who does not have, such capabilities of looking and things like that, he would perceive the world in a different way. It is all subject to the mind, man. It is relative. Experience is relative. Now, whether the earth is round or flat, it doesn't matter, bro. Like, at the end of the day, it is all subject to the mind.
It doesn't matter.
Still the mind? Yes. It doesn't
matter. No.
It's another bloody relativity nut. Pads, remember me talking about this yesterday? The root cause of this insanity is relativity. I told you. Exactly. It always comes back to that shit.
Relativity is insane,
it's
right?
Relativity. This argument is mathematical garbage. It's a way to believe things that do not match with reality. You can now dismiss all empirical evidence and claim to be a butterfly having a dream. Well done. You're in a religion, mate.
No, we are not. I'm not claiming that absurd of a thing. All I'm saying is this: that I don't know actually what reality is. What is it? What it actually looks like. I'm only seeing it through my senses. I'm perceiving it through this. This is for a fact, right? You also agree to that.
Correct. Correct. And we all
That's
have
all.
senses. Listen, we all have senses, so we can all verify that you are real. We can all verify that you are on Discord and that this is reality. You can make up
That is.
that you think this is a dream,
How
but
can
in
he?
reality, we have a shared experience and we have
Yes.
physics and we have laws. And if you don't obey those laws, you'll be sorry. But if you can pretend and believe as much as you like, but you have to be subject to the same laws as
I
everybody else.
have.
But
I
he's
have this
saying, how
counter
can he
argument.
verify it though, bro? You are right, Roots. You can verify it. Like, and we can all tell him he exists. But how can he verify that?
See, I want to tell you
You know
this.
what I mean?
See, the so-called reality that we are experiencing, like me, you, right? Like I am existing. This is relative to our senses. Our senses are developed in a way that we exist. The world exists in such a way. We perceive things and so and so forth. It is practicality. You don't say it like it is absolute reality. I mean, can I take this as reality? Yes, I can. I can take it as reality for me to operate. In the world. Otherwise, how can I? That is for a fact. But what I'm saying is that do I actually, when it goes more deep, when I ask the question in a much more of a deeper sense, like, do I actually perceive it for what it actually is? Then I say, like, I don't know.
But it's a good job we're not asking those deeper questions, and this isn't a philosophy chat. This is about the verifiable, testable world. The problem is you have bought into the Einsteinian relativity idea, and now you think everything is relative, so that you basically can dismiss empirical data. You can turn around and say, even though it's flat, even though it's measured flat, even though it's observed flat, even though there is no direct evidence of this heliocentric model, we could be on a spinning ball in the vacuum. You know what I mean?
No, I never made that claim. I never
No,
said
not
that.
you, but I'm saying this is what relativity allows. And then what's next? We're in a multiverse. And then what's next after that? We're all brains in a vat in the Matrix. And then what's next after that? God has been replaced by a coder. Like, this doesn't end, brother. This is just like
Yes,
mental masturbation.
There is an end to it, like, I can tell. I know a way.
Don't call my brain a wanker.
It's more like, see, everything that is happening, it is because of a very crazy mind, very crazy mind, very, like, you can say we are having mental diarrhea, right? We don't have control over our thoughts or the things that pops up in our head most of the
You
time.
may not, but there's plenty of people who have learned how to control their thoughts.
No, I mean, you can control it, but involuntarily things occur, right? Like when you see things, when you perceive, even if you don't want to, your mind will come up with a thought. It is. You cannot. But there is a way, I say, like, it is more of a theoretical way. Means, as an example, an analogy I'll give. Like, for example, when I see through water, right? There is a refraction of light, and when you disturb the water, when there is lots of waves, the image get distorted. The thing that you are looking through the water, it becomes distorted. Similar for the mind. In order to see or perceive or get a sense of what reality actually is, one must still the mind. Like he has to make the mind still, not very crazy. You're getting what I'm saying? So that
Yes,
is what
thank you, Guru.
Huh?
Thank you, Guru.
I'm not a guru.
Yeah, you're taking this into philosophy land, and this is all speculation. Like, this doesn't help any clarity. This doesn't help any understanding of the world we live in. In fact, this makes this all. You would probably say everything is subjective, right? Down to belief. So nothing can be proven, and I find that has all stemmed from Einsteinian relativity. These ideas are like a mind virus.
He did establish, to be fair to him, the difference between on a philosophical and an operational level. Like, they're two different things, aren't they?
Yeah. See, I don't disregard what is testifiable and so on and so forth, because if I have to conduct myself in this way, I will have to. But what I'm saying is this, that once a person takes this point, this is too much, right? I need to see for what it actually is. And if he tries to win over the mind, make it still, even for some amount of time, then it is a wonderful experience, a wonderful happening. At that time there comes true realization of God, true realization, like what God actually is. What is God? You see through, because the mind is undisturbed. You see clearly.
Have you reached that yet? Can you?
I wouldn't say I have reached it, but to a certain extent I have felt like death, like death at a point. But they say
that stillness.
Yeah, means not complete stillness. I have experienced some amount of ego death to a point where I got scared. My ego means my identity. I was very scared and I stopped, because I'm doing this on my own, and it is advised to not do it alone.
Okay. Well, I've experienced that too, by the way. Just so you know, I'm listening to you.
No, it's okay, man. I just said what I need to say.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, we measure the Earth flat. We don't measure any rotation. The idea of a vacuum in the sky violates all the gas laws and laws of thermodynamics that we understand. So why the hell should we believe that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Yep, that's how you know it's a ball, because it's not.
Yeah, because of the lack of evidence. Great. That's a great argument.
That's how you know when it's real, bro, because how fake it looks. Done.
Bingo. I mean, look, I don't mean to put you down. I don't mean to be personal, and it definitely isn't personal to you. Like, I can get down with that conversation in a different sort of environment, but I think it doesn't help to establish who we are, where we are, you know what I mean, and where we've come from. And I think, you can only look into history and empirical evidence to make sense of that.
It doesn't. I mean, right, but just to disagree though, for anybody who has that stance, when it comes up though, you can't just disregard them and just say, "Oh, right, because you have that stance, you just disregard all empirical data." That's where it becomes an issue. You are right. It's not a conversation to have here, but it's also not a reason to disregard everybody who takes that stance.
No, and that was why I spoke up, and I gave him some slack, because I'm not disregarding him. I'm disregarding. I'm trying to make a point that relativity has created this application that should be only in philosophy, in the deeper questions to the meaning of life, and people are now applying it to the geometry of the Earth
and more.
And that's where this is a virus, where people are confusing philosophy with empirical and verifiable information. And I think this is where they've merged philosophy with science. Going back to our conversation yesterday, this is why they've changed science. People think this is science to talk about you could be a brain in a vat. That's science. It's crazy. And I'm not digging at this guy. I would be inclined to agree with him if we were talking about deeper philosophical. Not agree, but at least allow it. You know what I mean?
I'd rather be a brain in a robot body. Fuck the vat. I need a robot body.
I'm a brain in a fecal matter soup box.
That fecal matter soup keeps coming back up.
Doesn't it? It's the carrots in that. You need peas.
The foundation.
Yeah.
The foundation for the mind virus. Fecal matter soup. That's where it all began.
Throw some celery in there.
Celery.
Couple of parsnips. We're flying.
And you have to spin it at 1,000 miles per hour.
I like vegetables. I just don't know why people turn into ones when they're talking about this motion of the earth and all.
I love vegetables.
Are you vegan? Are you vegetable? Are you meat free?
I'm not a vegan though, but
Do you eat crickets?
no.
Do you want to?
No, I don't have like. But if someone offered me with love, then I would keep that. I would eat it because they're offering me to all their hearts. Then I'll eat it.
Where are you from? Is it India or Pakistan or where? I mean, I can't dox you because there's like a billion people there. Like.
India.
India. Which part?
Gujarati?
Oh, northeast.
Bangladeshi?
No, northeast.
Northeast. Oh, that's the other direction. You're more Pakistani than Indian, like. I'm just kidding.
I'm more like Chinese.
You're light-skinned Indian.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, Iku, when I was in Sri Lanka, me and my wife were talking to some girls that they looked like they were from China, right? We were asking them where they're from, and they were saying like northern India. We were like, what? We thought they were like trolling us or something. But yeah, it seems like you have some like full Asian looking Indians in certain parts. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, most of the people in Northeast looks like that, because of Tibet, then Nepal, and like Myanmar and stuff. Like people they have their genes mixed, and then the outcome is such, the product.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
How do you
cool.
think
I had
they
no
always look
idea
like
they had
that, or are they or something else?
You
think that they all? Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask. Do you think that like Chinese people always looked like we're always Chinese people?
Maybe like it appears to me like that, man. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Oh. It does appear. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just strange. I mean, you meet these different people from like different places around the world, and it's like I can't help but think that these people always look this way.
You think Chinese people or like Eastern European people always looked Eastern, and Westerners always look Western?
Not that, but looking so far, like they appear as such. Means as much as I've seen in videos and so far.
What did they look like when all the land was together?
Huh?
What do you guys? It doesn't matter.
Very small eyes. It's when the land stretched out, the eyes became slanted.
Such a baiting question for racism right there.
I'm not a racist. I hate everybody equally.
That's a good rule, man. Good rule. Hate everyone until they prove otherwise.
Reality.
I believe when all the continents were together, we were all Americans.
Yeah, as Fry says, everybody who doesn't live in India, everybody outside of India is a fucking American.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, fuck everybody, man. Cool.
So, have we got any globe champions in the house today? Because it doesn't sound like we got one around.
We are the champions of
I don't know.
Matter Soup.
We
Is there
did
any,
the soup again.
I don't know if
We
there's
did, but-
champions, but there's probably. I'm sure there's somebody here that knows the Earth's a globe. They don't have to be a champion of it. They don't have to fight for it, but they probably know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, Roots, bro. I'm calling him out.
Earth's a globe.
Just trying to get the party started, boys.
That's so weird, man. It's just so fucking weird what we're brought up to believe, and then when you realize that it's not that, it's just like fucking mind blowing almost.
Yeah.
Like my grandson believes in dinosaurs. Bought the T-shirt, wears the T-shirt. He loves it. But how am I going to explain to him at 4 years of age that dinosaurs, I don't think they're real, and here's why? You can't do that. The only way you can stop people from being indoctrinated is to pull them out of the fucking educational system, which was apparently funded by the Rockefellers. The whole thing's fucking... Something else happened in the past, I think. Like, there probably was technology far greater than what we know now, probably 1,000 years ago.
Just show him bubbles in space and tell him to figure the rest out himself.
Yep. Christmas hats, monkey suits, guitars, all kinds of crazy shit. You just can't, like, he loves them so much, like, I'm like, okay, how do I explain to this little man that these things probably don't exist, and everything he's been taught is a lie at 4 years of age? You can't. So the only thing you can do is pull him out of that system. Just, from the start.
Why dinosaurs though, bro? Like, we have evidence for dinosaurs still. Fossils and shit. Can't we think of like carbon date stuff now with like technology and shit?
Yeah, they've assembled some bones together. They've assembled some bones together, right? But how are we to confirm that these bones are supposed to be organized the way they are? I'll ask you an interesting question. How the hell does a T-Rex mate with a female T-Rex?
I have no idea. They've just recently, haven't they just recently changed? Well, I say recently. That might have been like 5 years ago. Changed the T-Rex. I have no idea, bro. The shit's constantly changing off our knowledge, isn't it? Like,
yeah, what's that? Stegosaurus, the one with the spikes on his back. I'm pretty sure they're going to struggle to mate.
I know, bro. A duck's got like a fucking corkscrew cock. Like
a very long
there, bro. Some gay shit in the world, bro. It's like
me. It's got a very long cock.
Or maybe there was just giants in those days. Or maybe there was bigger animals in those days, right? Why do we have to claim there was a reptilian race called dinosaurs that became extinct because of an asteroid? It's ridiculous.
I think because we found fossils, bro. I don't think people just make this shit up randomly. Like
giant bones.
Like 4 efforts.
How long ago?
Than to not make it up.
When you say like that long ago, like the Mary Schweitzer, she found soft tissue, blood vessels in dinosaur bones. Like, how long ago do people think dinosaurs were or were not around?
Millions of years.
Like in terms of years,
billions.
Yeah, I mean, if you find soft tissue and blood vessels in this bone, I mean, how old do you think that is?
Fuck knows, bro. How old was that? I have no idea. How old was it?
Like, it's not that hard. I can pick up a rock and tell you, this is about 3.2 to 3.3 billion years old just by looking at it. I don't see what the hard problem about this is.
I've just always heard them doing it through carbon. Like, this seems to be the big one. Like, whenever I look into it, they seem to use carbon dating or carbon.
Well, here's another question. How many of those bones per like dinosaur do they actually find? And then how many do they just make up? I'll tell you, it's a huge percentage. It's like I'm just kind of making stuff off the top of my head, but it's somewhere around like 90 to 95%. It's even more than that, I've heard. That they just find a couple of bones, and then they're like, "Oh, this must be a T-Rex," and then they just start like making bones to like making them in the museum, right?
You are right, but
pretty much.
If you just Googled like T-Rex history, you'll find all the major milestones where we've changed what we thought over the years, given new data. Like you are right in what you say, but it only paints half a picture. Like, yeah, if we find a bunch of bones super close to each other that look like a skeleton, like a chicken, but huge or something, I don't look, you know what I mean? We're gonna kind of assume they're together, and then if we find another similar group of bones elsewhere that are also like in a close area, you start to build up a picture over time. So what you say is true, but only partially, bro. It's not.
Well, the other half to that story, if you go looking for paleontologist students and qualified paleontologists, you'll find videos online of them saying, I've never seen a real bone. I've only ever got to deal with replicas. And 90% of these people have never dealt with real bones.
I think that's more of a corruption
this
thing.
is a story.
I think it's more of a corruption thing, though, bro. And like people within that realm, there's only so much funding to go around, so they're always snatching up the funding. So it is only, like most industries, but most very niche industries, it is only a handful of people that are at the tippity top. Everybody else is just a fucking part of the machine, essentially. I think it's just a case of it is what it is. There's only so much to go around. You can't just go and dig up under fucking the pyramids or some shit, can you? Or whatever, some random side.
Hey, Pads, why are you still a fucking Glober, bro?
What knows?
He's very trusting. Look, listen to him trying to back the dinosaur myth with very little fucking evidence.
I'm not very.
I heard Pads say yesterday, when I used to be a Glober, blah blah blah. Right? I don't think Pads is a Glober. He's like looking into it.
Yeah, it's just what's throwing me off now from going any further is the fact of to go any further in flat Earth now. I have to give up the possibility that there is something outside of a container that I don't even agree with. The possibility of like evolution. There's just it's not really flat Earth on its. It's not an isolated thing. It really isn't. The more I go into it, you do have to give up other life like ideologies or whatever. I guess.
No. You don't need to think about outside the container. You understand gases and gas pressure inside the container. You stick with that. What's outside the container is just outside the container. Something or nothing.
He doesn't want to give up outer space. He says that's what he said.
I've heard the claims of like there needs to be a container, like a physical, solid container for gas pressure to exist, and I've heard nothing from that. So that's just at that point, flat Earth just drops off from you. For all the surface level observations, you might have like in the bag, it just drops off when you look at the stars. It just seems to absolutely. But then you look for other avenues like evolution, and again, there's nothing else for me to latch onto at this stage.
So, but the thing is, there's nothing you can validate in the sky, right? And if you agree with the ground observations, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah. When you see the sky, I'm talking further than our like solar system. Just whatever is outside of that container, DJ. Whatever it is, like.
Yeah. Look, what we have is steak, right? And we know that there must have been a cow, right? We have gas pressure, and as far as anyone can tell, gas pressure needs a container. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works, right?
Yeah, I just can't settle on that not knowing.
So we're not saying that we know exactly how it works, right? But what we can test is things here on Earth that are impossible on a globe, right? But, I mean, even according to the globe side, right, they have no freaking idea, really. Like, their math was like 96% wrong, right? So they have to invent dark matter and dark energy, right? And then you look up what shape is the universe, right? And then they're like, oh, it's flat, like a sheet of paper. And then another link below it will say, oh, it's spherical. Another one will say, oh, it could be cone-shaped, right? Like, they have no freaking idea what's going on, right? Because they can't validate it. It's all just like computer models and things. It's like all based off assumptions.
Just theoretically, yeah.
And you don't need to know. You don't need to know what is the container and what's made of. You just, Occam's razor. So if you understand that the only possibility to have that gas pressure is to have the gas being contained inside a specific volume, so you will go with that. You have air, you can breathe that air. You measure the pressure, it is a pressurized air. Will you assume that there is nothing, or will you just say that, yeah, that's air pressure, gas being contained? You won't go to the sky. You don't need to look at the sky at all. You just look at the thing that is between you and your hand, which is air. And that air is pressurized. It is contained.
Trust me, I've heard them all. I know.
Yeah, but Neckers, what about other aliens on other planets? Like, can I still have that?
Aliens and other planets?
Yes.
Yeah, but if you want to assume those things in the sky that they are planets.
I mean, that's an assumption.
Yeah.
Global flat Earth.
You won't go against anything scientific. You will just assume that those things in the sky are planets. You don't know what is made of, but there is some shit there that can survive.
Well, there you go, Pads. You don't have to have science to believe.
No. I mean, aliens would be a belief either way.
In aliens and on other planets, then. So you can have flat Earth and you can have both now. So you can be. Yeah.
So anyway, let's not take your space away from you. You said you can't validate it anyway. What does that have to do with Earth? Why would that mean the Earth could be a globe?
Who is that to?
To you.
Oh right. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Well, what's any different from? I mean, how are you on the fence then? I mean, you seem to agree with.
No, not on the fence. It's just that I don't agree with all of flat Earth's take on other shit like evolution. I just don't believe in the container. I just don't think that is just true.
No. We said we don't know. We don't know exactly how the sky works, right? You don't know exactly how the sky works, but we can agree on the other things, right? That we can validate. Well, we can't validate the sky, so we're in agreement to some extent.
No, yes, but it falls down even at gravity. It falls down. I can't validate it. I can't prove there's a container. I can't do it in a nuclear reactor with a smaller container.
No, I got you, man. So, but when you say gravity, when you say gravity, though, right? Things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, right? Is that what you're talking about when you say gravity?
Just that unaccounted reason that things fall down. Yeah, for whatever it is, yeah, gravity or lack of a better word.
Right, but does it? Yeah, so I mean, we can. So you need gravity, right? You need things to be pulling, on a globe. You need to have like the force or the pseudo force or whatever of gravity, right? Because you can't have a globe without that, right? But in a flat Earth, right, in a contained system that's not moving, right, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily, right? It's if they're displaced, and then it's about the relationship between, the object and the medium based on density, right? What we can't validate is why is there two primary directions, straight up and straight down, right? That's what nobody knows that for sure, right? But we can explain why things rise or sink.
No. It's just I definitely know the FE stance on it now, and a lot of it comes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where the disagreement is, because I mean, I think we all agree there's two primary directions, up and down. We can test that. That can be validated by dropping something or letting go of something that's less dense than the medium without any external interference, wind or anything like that, where it goes straight up or straight down. That's it. Right? Why is there two primary directions? We can't validate that.
So one of the I can't remember if it was Crit or Jedi or whoever it was. We were discussing at one stage how there are some heavier gases that actually rise which go against exactly what you've just said, pretty much. And we were looking at why. I can't remember who it was. I'm sure it was Jedi or correct. Jedi is here. You might be able to back me up on it. But there were some heavier gases that rise, which are obviously heavier, in density wise, weight wise, whatever.
Wait. Again?
There were some heavier gases that were rising, heavier, higher than the gas that around it that wasn't as heavy.
And that heavy gas could rise?
Yeah, we looked. I can't remember who it was. Was it Jedi? Was it you, bro? You're here. Speak up. It was Jedi or Crit or who's the other English guy? Roots. Was it you, bro? Was it you?
Do you remember, what heavier gases rising? What do you mean? Gas particles just move at random in all directions, right? Even according to the globe side, the kinetic energy overcomes the weak force of gravity, right? Because they move at 500 meters per second or something like that, gas particles, right? So they're just constantly moving around in all directions, in between collisions, right? And that's why, the gases in the air, right? They're all diffusion takes place, right? They're all blended together.
Oh, okay, never mind. I got it. I might get it wrong. It's that when gases rise due to temperatures, they get denser at higher altitudes.
Well, the gas particles move faster or slower, depending at the temperature that they're at, right? But the gas particles are still moving in straight lines, right? In no specific direction, right? They only change direction between collisions. You can manipulate their speed by heating them up or cooling them down, but they don't have a downward pull towards the Earth.
Yeah, the only thing that matters is the temperature, because that excites them, and that makes, like you just said, it's how they bounce off each other that matters. It's not the actual.
That's the only thing that changes their straight line direction. They'll just keep going in straight line though, to fill any available space, no matter how long.
I have just a couple of questions for you, Pat, if you want. So, what will happen if you take a container, you fill it with a gas, a type of gas, any gas, just normal air, and you heat that container? What will happen to the gas that is inside? And the pressure?
The pressure will increase, yeah. It'll look to expand, obviously. It'll push off inside the container more.
So for hot gas, we understand that pressure increase.
Yeah.
Nice. If we cool that container, what will happen to the pressure inside the container?
I'm guessing it would decrease. Just on pure logic, but I've never actually read it, but I'm guessing it does.
100% correct. You take a balloon, you put that balloon inside the icy water with ice cubes, so that balloon will just shrink a bit. Because the pressure inside that balloon will just be lower. Now, if you take gas and you put it inside a single container, but you cool the bottom of the container and you heat the top of the container, what will happen? What will be the pressure that you will measure inside the container?
I'm guessing if we could, at the center of the container, yeah. If we're measuring it at the center of the container.
You measure the top and you measure the bottom of the container, let's say.
It's a massive container, equal amounts. If it's a gigantic container, you'll be able to see the differences in top and bottom. If it's a small ass container, then you probably won't see any difference anywhere.
Even in a small container, you will see the difference. But I want you to tell me, what is the difference? What's the measurement that you will get? Where is the high pressure and where is the low pressure in that example?
Like I said, on a massive container, obviously top and bottom, obviously. But you'd have to be. I don't know if we've even got shit that could read this stuff. Can we do this? Can we even read this sort of bubbles change?
It is possible to create that reading. So if you, I will tell you what will happen. You will completely measure the opposite of what we talked about earlier. So hot gas, you measure high pressure. Cool gas, low pressure. It will be completely opposite inside the single container where you're heating some of the gas and you're cooling the other part of the gas.
So you will measure low pressure in the top of the container where the hot gas is. And you will measure higher pressure in the bottom of the container.
Okay, yeah. As if I used to like the side of the tank. Yeah, sure. Okay.
So now, can you tell me, just give a guess, what do you think is the cause that made that pressure flip from hot gas given high pressure? Now you measure the hot gas, you have lower pressure than the cool gas, opposite to the first test. So what made that flip?
The temperature. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, the temperature we increased earlier. The temperature, the gas gives us higher pressure. So now with the temperature, high temperature, the hot gas didn't give higher pressure than the cool gas.
So you said hot at the top, didn't you? You said hot at the top.
Yeah, hot on the top.
Yeah.
On the top. Where the hot gas is, at that place there is low pressure. Normally, in the other experiment, in the other test, you heat the gas, it gives you high pressure, not low pressure.
What flips it then? The fact that it's pushing off the container, like at its source.
It's pushing off the container, and also what? The container is just the container that is surrounding that hot gas. The hot gas is surrounded by like 3 sides, if you want, of the container. So the walls of the container that are in the top and the sides. But in the bottom, there is the other gas, which is cool, that lost most of its kinetic energy, so it doesn't move as fast as the hot gas. So because...
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yo, sorry, bro. Somebody was knocking on my door, trying to leave a password.
Well, we're waiting.
So, like I told you, so now when you are measuring that hot gas and you see that there is low pressure in that hot gas and the bottom one there is high pressure, that shows you that the hot gas is exerting the same exact amount of pressure. It's exerting high pressure. But in the walls of the container that are unmovable, and the bottom is there is the gases that lost their energy and they are condensed in the bottom because they are cooled down. So they lost most of their kinetic energy. They don't move as fast and they don't have as much force as the hot gas. So the hot gas is also pressing on the gases on the bottom. And you will measure high pressure in the bottom because it's movable. It can squish. You can squish it. You can press it and squish it. So the hot gas is exerting that amount of force that can inflate the balloon. Now it's exerting it on the walls of the container. The walls of the container are solids, and also on the gases in the bottom. So it's push on it. You measure higher pressure in the bottom of the container because more gases and less distance between each gas molecule and low kinetic energy.
I think the kid in the background explained it perfectly.
I'm so sorry. I'm waving to him to shut up, but he's not looking.
Like, it's proof of. I mean, what is it proof of? Like, exactly. I don't think it's anything to do with flat Earth, is it?
Kid in the background should be an X Factor.
Yeah, he's just. You were talking about a gradient pads, right? And Necros was explaining why in a static system you have a gradient, right? It's to do with the cooler gas particles and the warmer gas particles being more condensed or less condensed, right? Higher or lower pressure. Right, that's why if you get a temperature controlled environment, right, you're not going to have a gradient, right? In a static system, it's not going to happen. Right, there's always some other variables at play that will give you that gradient, right? Now, you can have a gradient in something like a terrarium or a vivarium, right? And the larger one of those self-contained dynamic ecosystems, right? It's a dynamic system, right? So you have all different cycles like we have on the Earth here, right? So you will have a gradient, right? Because it's a dynamic system, right? But that's different to a static system.
Is what I'm saying, though, bro. That's like I just,
What's that?
That was just something of having a gradient within a container was just something I wasn't disagreeing with. That's the way I argue it is. Like,
yeah, but they'll say that it's because of gravity, whereas Necros was explaining it's only due to the temperature differentials.
Oh, right, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So where it's cooler, you're going to have the higher pressure, right? Because the gas particles are more dense and the warmer, right? And what rises, warm air rises, right? So it's more common to have the lower pressure up higher.
And it's I was struggling to link it back to the argument. Sorry, but yeah. No, you're getting it as a way to replace
gas pressure gradient being caused by gravity, right?
Yeah, it's not possible on the heliocentric idea because you are using gravity to create that atmospheric gradient. But like we talked about earlier, that gas, even if it is contained by something physical, imagine rubber. That rubber that you put on the lid of the bottle, you put the bottle in hot water, the balloon will inflate. So even the gravity that you are thinking about is not holding the gas inside the bottle. So imagine an Earth that it doesn't even have that rubber balloon around it. And there is so much elements that can give the gas molecules more potential, so more kinetic energy, like for example the electric gradient that is in the sky. So the more you go in the sky, the higher voltage you have, so you can give gases kinetic energy, and even more than they can support to transform them to plasma, for example, with electricity, not just even that heat that you can give with the radiation or with the light, infrared or microwaves. So the upper you go, the gases, you have lower pressure because those gases have more kinetic energy. They move so faster than the gases that you are breathing now. They have more distance between them. So if you don't have that rubber balloon, something more durable than the rubber balloon, because the rubber balloon here on the surface where the gravity is the most effective. With the rubber, gas expanded. The balloon inflated. Imagine no rubber. Or pick a hole in that balloon. That gas will rush at the speed of sound. Even with gravity, let's assume that thing exists, but in reality, neither with gravity, electrostatics, magnetism, electromagnetism, nothing, this reality can hold gas other than a container. Liquid, solid, something not very solid like rubber, you can stretch it, but it have to be a container. A bubble can form only inside the liquid. So you can use that. But it has to be something that is holding that gas, because you are breathing gas that is being contained. And that thing that we were talking about earlier, gas pressure gradient, it can only happen inside that container that we were talking about. And I can give you a demonstration with that. Doesn't need a big container, just a small one.
I mean, like I said, I definitely get the argument, bro. Like, get the argument.
So I don't need to understand what is containing the gas. Is it water? Is it a rubber balloon, a solid rubber like a solid caoutchouc, or a rubber like the rubber that you use to make wheels? Something solid, more solid than that? I don't care. there is something, not nothing, that is containing gas.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. Like, yeah, it's just that my stance on it is it's gravity, bro. There is definitely something. That's been the whole point. Like, containing. There's definitely something containing gas. That, yeah.
Earlier, I heard you say a nuclear reactor, and you linked the nuclear reactor to gas being confined. Do you think that you can confine gas with electricity, electrostatics, electromagnetism? Like in a nuclear reactor?
I was referring to that as being like an inadequate example. It's one Globers often present and say like, oh, well, I can do it in this some sort of reactor. I can't remember the name of it. But it turns out that it's actually plasma. Like it changes.
Correct. I thank you for that. Yeah. You have to change the gas to something else because that bitch doesn't obey to anything.
Yeah.
You
I was
can't.
just saying it's a shit example.
So and it's a good example because some people are using that because some people are confused. They use the fusion reactors as like a demonstration of gas being confined by electrostatics or electromagnetism. Electromagnet. So no, it's not gas. That's not gas. Gas isn't able to be confined by any way. That's a problem. That's the problem. So the one who created this knew about gas. He had to contain it because there is nothing that can work with it. You can't manage to work with it if it's not something physical, solid, liquid.
Well, I'll look into it more, but I'll take what you've said on board, bro. But it's not something I'm instantly going to change my mind on. Unfortunately.
Yeah. But I'm not. I'm not.
The way the temperatures work, though. That was pretty.
I'm not even trying to change your mind on anything. I'm just giving an information, a fact. Just a fact. It's not something that I'm making up. Like I told you.
I mean, it makes sense from both points. But honestly, it really does make sense from both points. But I just don't know enough as of yet.
Well, once you look into it further, look, we don't want to overload you with too much more information about that today, right? But the more you look into it, I'll guarantee you'll be able to see that it doesn't actually make sense from the globe side, right? They'll have to presuppose a bunch of things, right? And they'll have to beg the question and make excuses to why they can't demonstrate what they're claiming, whereas we can demonstrate every single point that we claim about this, right? We can demonstrate it all, right? But they can't demonstrate anything. They just say, oh, it's not possible to do on a smaller scale, blah, 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 right? They just can't demonstrate it.
That's the theory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all just like just parroting information, really. It's not something that they're actually able to demonstrate or prove through scientific experiments or anything like that. It's just kind of like faith-based.
I can understand why they can't replicate. If mass attracts mass, and it takes a lot of mass for the slightest of variation, and the argument is simply we are just not big enough to create it. I can get down with that as all right, fair play. That's okay.
Yeah, so that's just going to be an explanation that you can't validate ever, right?
I can get down with it. Some things at that point are just a case of, yeah, we are just tiny little ants, on a flat or on a ball or whatever. But some things can be outside of our measure, and still be right. But I just, again, when somebody was saying before, Jedi or whoever it was saying, it's not a great stance to ever say, you're 100% correct. I think that's just why it's always remained as a theory. Because although this is pretty much what is going to be the case, because yes, we're just not big enough to verify and test it. We just
So this is what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to you just having to have blind faith, right, in these things, right? So they can't validate Earth curvature, right? They can't validate a geometric horizon. They can't validate gas pressure without a container, and they can't validate the motion of Earth, right? These are the things they can't validate. These are the primary things you need to have the entire system called the heliocentric.
I have. Let me saying that though, could gravity not just exist like on a plane? Just think about it. Like, even if it is a plane, I don't get why gravity couldn't work, because the pressure would just be pushing down equally on it, which is pretty much what we see.
Right, the gas particles don't show any type of downward bias, right? They don't have a directional bias, right? Gravity doesn't affect gas particles.
I have a question.
It still does though, doesn't it? Like, I get what Narcos was saying before about temperature affecting it, but that's what I'm saying. Gravity still does though, no?
Well, how does it? How does it?
Because this is what I've learned from Manir as well. I mean, a force is affecting it. Sorry, forget the word gravity. You might be right, yeah, but a force makes things still go down, and gas is included.
Okay, so gas particles don't have a downward bias. They don't have a directional bias, right? Gas particles move in all directions, right, in straight lines, and in between collisions, right? Like look at the quote by Jedi there that he put in the side chat, James Clerk Maxwell, right? Have a read of that, right? It says basically they have infinite expansion as to fill any vessel, however large. Right, and if you look up any definitions, it doesn't say they have a directional bias. If you're saying things are pulled down to the ground, right, that doesn't happen with gas particles.
It seems like there's a reason, because it can't just be temperature. So I can go to a warm climate that's up high and a cold climate that's down low, bro, and I can breathe in both. The air density is fine in both. It's temperature alone isn't the only explanation. There is definitely another force, whether we want to call it gravity or
No. The other explanation is, where's the gas produced? Where's the gas produced? Where's the gas produced?
Close to the ground.
Yeah, so don't be surprised there's more gas where it's produced.
But why is it not left? In the cold places, like, you are right, but sure, but why is it not left if it goes in all directions? In the cold places. In the hot places, yeah, sure, because as Narcos explained,
the difference between a gas and a cold gas.
We've discussed it.
Density.
The density of which they class off each other, essentially.
Yeah. They mix. It's the only thing that you're missing is, temperature does a lot, but don't forget where the gas is produced, please. Understand the nitrogen cycle, right?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
So we just understand it's just so it's temperature and the source of gas.
And the change.
Two factors.
Oh, and the container, the volume, because we're talking about pressure.
Well, yeah, as well. Yeah.
Cause of pressure is the volume. The container it's pressing against.
Sure, the container. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what the ideal gas formula speaks about. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. Within the laws of gas, the cause of gas pressure is the container. These laws of nature. You'll notice that in none of these there's a G. There's none in PV equals nRT, the laws of gas behavior. There's no G in the second law of thermodynamics. There's not the gravitational theory of thermodynamics. That doesn't exist. It's not a fucking thing. There's no G to do with gas.
Yeah, like I say, I'll keep it in mind. Keep it in mind.
Just think about this thing. So earlier you wanted to go with the Newtonian gravity. So if you think that mass, so the gravitation between objects is dependent to the mass, why would a more massive object like a bowling ball fall at the same rate as a feather, where you have mutual
gravitation between the Earth and that massive bowling ball have to be more than the gravitation between the feather, which is less massive, and the ground and the Earth. So the gravitation or the attraction will depend to the objects also. So we won't have any constant to talk about.
Yeah, maybe, mate, maybe. Like I say, I'll keep it on board. Sorry, Jedi, mate. What was that law that you said a minute ago? Sorry. Oh, them couple of laws. Just so I can write them down real quick.
Yeah, Boyle's law.
Boyle's, B-O-Y.
Avogadro's law.
Avogadro's?
Yeah. Yeah, I posted it in the chat as well if you want to
Oh, did
screen.
you?
No.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, I think I posted. It might have been Boyle's law actually. Yeah, Boyle's law. I posted the formula.
441.
Brief description. Yeah.
All right, nice one. Cheers.
Avogadro's law is the other one.
Oh, Aggregado.
Yeah. Just look at PV equals NRT. It'll break it down for you.
I'm definitely going to check them out.
Right.
And what was the third one? Sorry?
Gay-Lussac. So GH. I can't remember how to spell his name, to be honest with you.
The Gay-Lussac law, yeah? Or just Gay-Lussac?
Yeah, I've got it. It's law. Yeah, I've got it. I'll find it for you.
Right, nice one. Boyle's law, pressure volume relationship, Charles' law, and Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law. Right, perfect. Awesome. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
No worries. And kinetic molecular theory. That's the last one you need.
Oh, kinetic what, sorry?
Kinetic molecular theory. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Right, nice. Cheers.
No worries, brother. Let us know what you find.
I mean, it might be a few days, but we'll do.
Yeah, Pads, I'll DM you all of those citations with like links to sources and stuff. Just give me a second.
Yeah, appreciate it. Just got them up on here. ChatGPT, Google, you know. No,
You pay for your Chat GPT?
I do. And Midjourney and Sora, and I use Comfy UI as well. Comfy UI is defo the best. And Stable Diffusion. But, I use them for making like 3D textures as well, like for models. I use it for all sorts of shit. Nice one, DJ. But yeah, DJ, Jedi, sorry, are you here still? Was he not here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay.
Oh, Jedi, are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, I'm just doing my laundry, mate. What's up?
Was it me and you the other day that were talking about heavier gases rising up?
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell.
Was that not you? I thought it was me, you, Narcos. Might have been Roots.
Maybe. I don't remember it, mate. It might be me, but I don't.
Which way does a heavy gas go in a vacuum?
Same direction as all the others.
I guess it's not that heavy.
Just remember, pads, it doesn't depend to the gas and if the gas is heavy gas or not. No, it depends to the density of the gas and the amount of energy. So it will depend to the temperature of that gas. So if that gas has more energy, so there will be more distance between each molecule because those molecules will be faster than before, so they will hit each other harder. Remember, more pressure. It means more force on the area. So those gas, if they have more distance between each other, so it means that it is less dense at that moment.
Yeah, so what about if they're the like same temperature, only like one fucking shit? How do they weigh gas? What's it called? What's the measurement they use? If it's only like, slightly different in weight, can't think of the word. And they're the same temperature. If we just put those gases in a container and leave it over an extended period of time, will we see a difference in the way that gas settles? In that
No. If you manage to get the same temperature for that amount of time, no, you won't see any difference.
Well, we're supposed to have this for millions of years. So if you check out 56 Minutes Past the Hour by Dr. Spradic, this is what we get with deep caves that have got, say, a gas being produced in that cave. You'll notice over the millions of years, quote unquote, there's no stratification of the gases. Right? That doesn't happen.
A lot of factors in a cave, in it. It's hard to say, fuck knows. But like in like a sealed container.
No, it was just me.
I need to find who I was talking about the other day, because that came up the other day and we looked and it was like, oh yeah, after an extended period of time, they do actually settle in different spots, the gases. They do. And it was definitely a flat earther. Wait until Roots comes back, it might have been Roots.
Right.
And remember, Pat, we are not talking about the density of the gases. We are talking about the pressure. So even if that heavy gas in the container inside the chamber where there is less dense gas, and you have the same temperature all the time, it won't change anything. But just have to understand that the pressure is equal. It's not higher pressure in that heavy gas. There is no higher pressure in that heavy gas. Just the pressure is the same.
Yeah, that's correct. Even if you get a really heavy gas, right, like SF6, and you fill a fish tank up with it, right, you can float a boat on top of the heavy gas, right? But over a couple of hours, right, that gas will blend with the air around it, right? And then after a couple of hours, right, in ideal conditions where there's not much wind movement in the room, right, because the gas particles are still moving at random in all directions, they're just going to blend in with the air, right? Diffusion will take place, and then there'll be no heavy gas left in the container. It doesn't just stay there.
I'll have to look again.
That's why you must always put a lid on your container of gases. Who was the idiot the other day saying that you can leave a bucket of sulfur hexafluoride for a year, and when you come back a year later, you're still going to have a bucket of sulfur hexafluoride? Who was that?
Somebody was saying that. I was just about to say that. I was just about to say, I'm sure somebody said you could do it.
Yeah, it was a really cocky guy that was in here the other day. He was wrong about just about everything he said, but he was wowing. He was wowing Castle King because he was saying it with such confidence.
Wow.
I went to a World War I battlefield and I saw mustard gas still in the trenches.
It's a good point.
Allowing Castle King, that's too funny. So you see, guys, I knew you guys were wrong. That was a bad Castle King impression.
There's all kinds of different types of potatoes that come in here. Castle King is just a nutty potato.
Excuse me?
He's a fucking straitjacket potato.
At least he has a lovely voice when he sings.
I'm not playing the game. Hold on, let me pause my game.
Yeah, he's singing. His singing is not talking. Excuse me? So, Bats, now, after we settled that, so do we have just to believe that we can have gas being pressurized, that we can breathe, without it being contained?
Without me going away and reading more into these laws Jedi mentioned, bro, we're probably just going to go around in circles, my guy, in the most respectful way. There's not much more I can say on the matter at this stage, bro.
So, if we use laws of physics, if we agree about those laws being factual, yeah, it will be just unreasonable to say that, yeah, gas can be contained without a container.
Not quite, bro. There's a difference between the laws being factual, your interpretation of those laws, and then your explanation of those laws to me. Like I say,
what the fuck?
At this stage, bro, it's better if I just go away and learn the laws myself.
Yeah, you're noticing all of the laws as a container.
Yeah, probably when I go away, but you know,
there is. That's what the volume is.
If it's second or third hand info about some laws, like I just need to go and learn the basics, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
no, but you got. This is what you got to do. You got to find your version of PVNRT without the V.
What does that mean?
Yeah, go find it out, and when you come back, when you're smarter.
The only reason why something becomes a law is because it's indisputable. You can't dispute it. It's a law.
I don't think anyone said they could, though. Are you just saying it for the audience? You mean in like general?
No, I thought you said it. Sorry.
Nah, I don't know why people. No, I definitely did not.
No,
I said rather than listening to Narco's interpretation of the law, I might as well just go and learn it. Because people in here aren't teachers, are they? I don't expect them to be. So I was just saying, I just need to go and learn the basics first. Otherwise, there's not much I can bring to the combo.
Yeah, you can do that. and I'm not trying to just school you about anything. No, but just try. While you are doing that, you will have just to do one of two things. One, you will say that those laws are correct, and you will have to push gravity, if you keep believing in gravity, in those laws. Or you will have to say that the person who or the people who are agreeing with those laws are just talking about experiments that were done in no gravity, because there is no gravity included in the gas laws. So one, you have to push gravity in gas laws, make a new law, which is not what you saw, what those people are agreeing upon.
Yeah, like self. Yeah, I'll follow through, mate.
I think that those laws, when you are reading them, think if those people were thinking about an environment where there is no gravity. So if there is something that can influence gas, why don't you talk about that and include it in your laws?
I'll keep it in mind as I look at them, bro.
It's very simple, Baz.
It seems
something becomes a law if it's irrefutable. It's proven time and time again. And
again, I didn't say it wasn't, bro. I never ever said it wasn't. I thought I just said this to you a second ago, my guy. Like, I'm getting arsey, but like, I did just say this to you.
Okay, maybe I'm.
Yeah, I don't know why they like. Yeah, I said his interpretation of it, basically, rather than somebody just teaching me about this law, right? Because they might misunderstand it themselves. I'm not saying he has, but why run the risk? I might as well just go and learn about it. Like, if this is some basic shit, like Crit said,
yeah, dude,
just go learn it. Why get some second-hand?
Yeah, because the problem is that maybe you were confused and you walked yourself into contradictions, and just something as simple as, hey, a flat earther just says something insightful that restarts your thinking. That's all it would take. Just a little bit of inspiration. You're like, how do I have a volume and not a volume at the same time? And you're like,
Possibly,
let's see
but
here.
I don't
Can I solve PVNRT with no V? You're like, interesting. Let me try that. Let me think about this for a little bit. And then you come back and you're like,
Yeah, there we go.
We're not trying to fucking. We're not trying to catch you up, Pads. We're just trying to understand why.
No, I've been here long enough. It's just that I heard all the information from Narcos. I just, at this stage, I don't quite agree with it, and it's what it is, isn't it?
You don't understand it, right? Rather than not agree with it.
Yeah, I can understand it. I said that to him 20 times, bro, didn't I? Like, I did,
but it's Necros, not Narcos.
Necros, sorry. Sorry.
No worry, brother. And I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just asking you, don't throw what I said from the window yet.
No, I'm not.
But think about it deeply and research the thing. Make your own research. Now it's just the ball is on your side. I'm out.
Yeah, with all due respect, after 10, 15 minutes of understanding your argument, and I'm me saying, yeah, I get it, I understand it, I'm done with that point. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, yeah, I need to go do my own research. I've learned what I had to learn. Okay, sweet. You know what I mean? Any rehashing or issues with understanding what laws are, I'm done with it. You know what I mean? I'm gone. I'm on to the next thing, man. Let's just go.
All right. We'll stop grilling you about it then.
Yeah, I mean, I did say, what more do you want me to offer? Like, Jedi said this is his basic shit. Crit agreed it's a good process. Like,
yeah, you got some links now. I'll look into it.
Isn't it? Yeah,
I mean,
leave me the fuck alone.
We're here to point out some stuff that you might not have considered, and then you go do your own research and come to your own conclusions. Right? That's the best way.
Why the channel's there? I guess.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling you from the very beginning. The only person who will convince you is you. You will convince you.
Oh, hopefully not. But yeah. But yeah, like it's a polite way of me saying I only take what everyone says around here with a pinch of salt until I go do my own research on it. But rather than being a dick about it, I would, maybe I should have just been more blunt about it. But yeah, anything that anyone says around here, even if it's a law, even if Jedi's explaining the law verbatim, I'm still only going to take it with a pinch of salt because he could just be a randomer on fucking Discord, right? But I'm not going to say that like to your face. Like fuck.
It's called. Oh, go ahead.
But it's being legit though.
No, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, that's called unconditional acceptance. That when you say, "Hey, I hear what you're saying. I'm just not going to accept it in blind faith, in fact. I want to look at what you say and weigh the evidence." And I do the same thing. When somebody tells me something and it sounds good, that sounds interesting. Sometimes I might just say no to see how they respond. It's like a shit test. Like because sometimes if you say no, and then they try to turn on the hard sell, or they start making it about you, I knew they were full of shit. Because if it was legit, something good, they would be like, oh well, your loss. You'll come around eventually. If they feel like what they got is good, solid information, and I tell them no, thank you, they'll just be like, huh? Oh well, I tried. But when they're trying to sell you some bullshit, they're trying to convince you, and you tell them no, they don't know how to respond to that because it takes them off their script. So just say no. Tell people, don't be afraid to say no. Like if you right now say, you know what, flat earthers, no thank you, we'll be like, okay, take care. It's nice having you around, Pads. It was fun. It was real and it was nice, but it wasn't real nice. And take care. Enjoy the rest of your life. If you say that in a globe server, they're going to want to find out who you are, who sent you.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but there's just a bit of globers again, aren't there? Don't be jaded by some bit of globers, man. Fuck,
no, I'm just letting you know that they will turn on the hard sell. That if you say no thank you, they are upset by hearing the word no. It's like a lot of them, that's why they act out in some really spectacular ways, is because they are kind of babies. They're babies who knew that they could cry to get what they wanted, and then when you tell them no, and they start crying, and then you kind of like just point and laugh because you really don't care what they need and want.
And don't consider it bad. Yeah, sometimes I try to dumb down those things that I see easy to understand. Not believe, but understand. Because, we were kids. We all understood how gas pressure work. We played with balloons. We played with that thing that I was talking about, that example of the bottle with the balloon on the lid of the bottle. You put it inside the water. We played with that as kids, not just understanding, but full understanding. Dolphins are doing that. They understand pressure. They can make circles like donuts with air pressure inside the medium of water, breathe it again, exhale it again like another shape, go inside it and exit from the other side. And they claim that people 5,000 years ago built pyramids by using that same principle. Pressure being contained and can lift
tons and tons of rocks in the medium of water. And what the heck? So when I'm talking to people, I'm trying to dumb that down just to make the image simple in the brain, in your brain, just to let you think about it later. Easier. It's not something fantastic or unexplainable, no one can understand. No.
Yo, PMAC, you need to do that Gretchen Thunberg meme, bro. How dare you? One of the best memes going.
Oh, she's moved on to fucking. What's she moved on to now? Is Palestine?
Yeah, I think
she's
so.
become. Yeah, she's moved on.
Oh, there we go. Planet got it. What a bastard. There we go. How dare you? It's brilliant.
How dare you? How dare you? I think it's so cringeworthy.
Oh, it's so good.
Got one that's got Greta Thunberg's face on it, and it says, "Weather Potato is not amused."
There's a funny meme where, like, after she turned 18, it's like her holding up like a newspaper. It's like, please save me. They've kept me prisoner, you know, right? Like, I'm 18 now, you know, like.
She's getting uglier by the day, like. Fatter and fatter, eating all them burgers. You stole my
I've never
treasure.
met anybody that likes her, you know. I've never ever heard anyone go, nah, you know what? She's actually okay, you know. She does look like nobody has ever said. Nobody likes her, bro. It's wild.
I mean, just like in general, like the generation that's in charge of like oil and gas industry, they kind of expected that kids were seen and not heard. So then when you got this like child basically yelling at the leader of the free world, that's going to put like a very sour opinion of young kids in their mind. Like, who the fuck do you think you are to talk that way?
Well, here we go again.
Kid yapping, bro.
Here we go again. Fucking dinosaurs, fossil fuels. Like, 1 million dinosaurs died in the same place and were pulling oil out of the ground. That's why they call it fossil fuels.
1 million dinosaurs died in the making of this oil.
1 million. All in the same place. Fucking brilliant. That's how convenient of them. I don't understand it, man.
I mean, what is that? What you're arguing oil is? Like 1 million dinosaurs, all in like when we found it. All right.
No, I don't know what it is, bro. I think the Earth regenerates. I think it regenerates itself a lot of all the time. I don't, you know. Well, they call it fossil fuels. So, what is that? What do you think it is?
Well, that's what it is, isn't it?
Oh, right, yeah. So we agree for once.
No, but it's just the way you said it is like we could pinpoint like where a family of dinosaurs had died because of like so much oil. Like,
Wait. What do you mean a family? Was it a grandfather and a grandmother?
Exactly.
Mom and dad?
You don't remember that 90s show, Dinosaurs, or whatever it was? It was so good.
Yeah, that's right, I remember that.
Where they're all wearing costumes and shit.
You keep harping back to the past, man. Anyway, dinosaurs. So that how convenient they all die in the same place. Like, and then we found their remains. I mean, I don't understand how dinosaur remains turn into oil anyway. Somebody explain that fucking back to me, like.
Yeah, it's supposed to be plant material, but they lost the plot.
Yeah, it doesn't. Nothing anybody tells me in the modern world makes fucking sense. Like at this stage.
Stop getting high, bro. Stop getting high.
Show your face. I'm not high.
Well, start getting high then, bro. If nothing makes sense.
I will. Opens the vodka. No, everything seems like a fucking. It's like a lie, isn't it?
That's what I mean. That's what I said before. Not everything can be a lie. It can't.
Well, no, the sky is blue.
Sure, it could. That's
it fucking can't.
What's your naivety
Do you think the Queen is actually like a lizard?
What can't be a lie?
She's dead.
What could?
Do you think the Queen wasn't? Do you think the Queen was a lizard?
Hold on.
Couldn't be a lie. What's something that couldn't be a lie?
All of it.
Like, okay, with one, Vic, what?
Well, I don't have to name one, but put it this way: out of the last 100 conspiracy theories you've heard, do you think they were all true?
Like, what's the last conspiracy theory you heard?
No, I'm just. It's just. You don't have to go back and forth and ask questions, but just as a general thought experiment, out of the last, out of the last 10 conspiracy theories.
Okay, you're doing an elephant hurling fallacy.
Yeah, answer the fucking question.
What we need to do is, instead of talk about all of it, okay, like if you have to eat a shit sandwich, it's
okay,
better
the last
not to
conspiracy
nibble.
theory I heard, Trump's on Epstein's list. Do you think it's true?
Yeah, it's very interesting how, like, all these, like, you all the different English words. I saw this really funny meme. It's like, what letter is silent? Like, like Island or something like that. I can't. Well, I have to look at it. And finally, it's like, hey, Epstein's list. The media is silent. How come?
That was the last one I heard.
These are like the worst thing you can do. Harm a child, and you got harming a child at such an amazing conspiracy level that it affected your government. Like, there's members of your government who were implicated.
No, but once you get way off topic. I only mentioned it because you asked me to name one specific
Andrew,
example.
So you got Prince Andrew.
One sec. This is why it was irrelevant me giving one example. This is why I made it just a thought experiment. Because whatever example I get, we're going to disagree on. So it's irrelevant. So that's why I kept it to just.
We got the full list yet. We got the full. We know everyone who was on Epstein's list.
Again, I didn't want to get bogged down in the specific.
Okay,
we're discussing the conspiracy theories, aren't we? We're not discussing the
Trump is Pads.
You're getting bogged down, bro.
Trump, Pads. You know that Trump is a sexual deviant. You know this.
What's this got to do with my point, bro?
That it's possible that he's on some sort of Epstein's list.
Right. Okay.
Okay. It wasn't that long ago when I was like your age, they came out with the client list, the DC Madam, and it was just as hard for the media to get a hold of this list because it cut through both political parties.
We've lost sight of what's important in this combo, bro. We're not talking about the actual
people like you would say, hey, the DC Madam is a conspiracy theory. There is no DC Madam. That's fake. It's a lie.
Again, it might be a lie, it might not be a lie. You totally miss. We're going off topic so fast, it's unreal.
Okay, are there victims? Was there a character called Jeff, or was it Jeff Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein?
Bro, we're not discussing the actual conspiracy.
Okay, what
That's not a road I want to go down.
Do you think it's a lie, and which part is true?
The fact that we could even possibly disagree on it means to some it's going to be a conspiracy, to some it isn't. The actual example I gave was irrelevant. That's why I made it more broad, to simply ask you, look, over the last 10 conspiracy theories that you've heard, or 20 or whatever, pick a random number, do you think they're all true?
Okay.
Most general people don't think they're all true, right?
Yeah,
so that was my point. They can't all be true. Simple as that.
The difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is about 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
That's about it. 3 to 6 months.
Right.
Yeah, Pads, but
I guess we found out shortly after JFK.
Pads, in a weird way, what you're doing is, by saying all these conspiracy theories couldn't be true, in a roundabout way, you're saying everything, the narrative presented to me on the TV and the newspaper is gospel. You know damn well that's not the case.
That's called
So don't be
whataboutism, bro.
surprised when conspiracies get identified.
No, that's called whataboutism. That's literally saying, well, what about this? What about that? It's like when we're discussing Biden and somebody says, well, what about Trump? It's irrelevant.
Oh my lord.
It is though.
Yes, what's been presented to you in the textbooks and TV is, you know damn well that that's not all the truth.
The opposite to what I'm saying is that
why would you be
have to
surprised if things get found out?
One second. The opposite of what I'm saying is that you would have to think all conspiracy theories are true. Which I've never met anybody in my life that thinks every single conspiracy theory they've ever heard is true.
Like what? What conspiracy theory is not true?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, so
we're not arguing for whether the individual conspiracy theory is true or not. My
some
point is whether the individual considers it true or not.
Hey, Pat, some people create fake conspiracy theories. For example, birds aren't real. So is that a conspiracy that people are conspiring to create fake conspiracies?
Yeah.
How about the Antichrist? Is that a conspiracy theory that's true?
We're not discussing whether the theories themselves are true.
Well, we're trying to figure out what the fuck
why
you're talking about.
It's not that difficult.
It is, because
do you think every conspiracy theory...
can be a lie.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
think of every conspiracy theory that you've ever heard. Do you think every single conspiracy theory you've ever heard is true?
Yeah, I would say there's some truth behind all of it. There's something.
Right,
when they talk about... When someone says they saw Bigfoot, they got abducted by aliens, you're trying to say the whole thing is all a lie. They know they're lying to you. There's not any truth in it whatsoever.
That's not what I said. No, I didn't say all conspiracy.
This is the best part about your logic is that it's a paradox.
Yeah,
Pads, you're not listening. Pads, you're not paying attention.
You've reiterated what I've said wrong, though,
you're
bro.
not listening. You're not paying attention. The paradox is
you've not understood
if
me.
somebody tells you, "Hey, I'm lying," okay, that's a paradox. If they're lying, then they're lying. They said, "I'm lying." Now it's true. If they say, "I'm lying," and they are lying, then it's true. So they're not lying. This is why your logic is paradoxical.
Bro, this is not what I said.
You need to break out of it. You need to break out of that thinking where not everything is a lie. If everything's a lie, then what? Then what happens?
Is it straw man?
Your generation has been fed a bastardized idea of what a conspiracy theory is in the first place. Unfortunately for you.
No, but you totally misunderstood. All that what you said there was true, Crit. Yeah, but it was against something I never said, bro. That's why I tried interrupting you. Because everything you just said was against arguing somebody totally different, not me. It made no sense in retaliation to what I said. That's the only reason I wanted you to pause.
Yeah, dude. So when I asked you if this quote-unquote conspiracy that birds aren't real, do you think there's any validity to that, or do you think someone's made that up?
I think all conspiracy theories could be made up.
Dude. Yeah, you need to look at
all of them could be true
that have been identified.
All of them could be true, or have some truth in them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have a weird interpretation of what a conspiracy theory even is.
Right. I think you've just totally missed the boat on what I was saying from the start.
No, like I said, your generation has been fed this weird idea about the term conspiracy theory. It's bizarre.
It's 2 words. Think about each word. The word conspiracy.
All right, boys.
And the word theory.
I'm not after a lecture crit, bro. For 20 minutes off you.
Yeah,
you are one impatient chap, dude.
Yeah, this is a problem.
We've agreed to disagree on it. I'm not going to let you.
You don't know what the word conspiracy means, and you don't know what the word theory means. And you combine those 2 words into Wonder Twins Power Unite into not everything can be a lie. You've walked yourself into contradictions. You walked yourself into a paradox.
I never said they were all lies, Crit. You've totally misunderstood me.
Brian Steelman.
He's totally the one set. No, I never said they were all lies, bro. I never once made that claim, bro. I don't know why you keep repeating that.
Yeah, this is why I'm trying to steelman your position, because listening to this.
Well, you've successfully muddied the water of this whole conversation. But yeah, Pads, what you're doing is weird, dude. Because it's like I could make up a conspiracy right now that I have Smurfs living under my table. You know what I'm saying? So,
I was never arguing against, though, bro. Like,
okay, do you think there's Smurfs?
bro.
Do you think I'm worried about Gargamel breaking in tonight to get to the Smurfs?
I don't know why you would ask me this. I don't know.
Well, because you said all conspiracy theories could be true, could be false.
I said there's no chance in them all being true. It's just
the one I made up is absurd. Yes, all you have to have is birds aren't real, and then all quote unquote conspiracy theories aren't. See, the thing is, things get labeled a conspiracy, or these people are conspiracy theorists when things that are happening in day-to-day interaction get exposed.
You nearly
then they
got
say,
that.
well, that's been exposed, so let's call these people who figured this out conspiracy theorists.
No, you're missing, let me try and steelman his position to try and help out here, because this is...
what you're kind of arguing for is the majority of the narrative I see in the newspaper and on the TV must be real.
What?
Because all the conspiracies couldn't be real.
It's nothing to do with what I'm on about.
That's about as naive as it gets.
It would.
Do you actually think that's what? Do you actually believe that's what he thinks? Just like,
okay. So are there Smurfs living under my table? That's the conspiracy that I've just created. So no, they're not all real. Like I said, you guys have a weird idea of what conspiracies are and conspiracy theories and the origins of the term conspiracy theorist.
I actually don't.
Strange.
It's just really not even remotely true what you're saying. A, you've only just got here. B, what you're saying is true.
I don't know what I have a ballpark idea of your generation, but they've got a lot of people behind.
You've got no idea how old I am.
That much.
You've got no idea how old I am. I sound younger than I am. You've got no idea how old I am.
You can't put all the conspiracies together into one big compartment. That's not possible. You've got to divide up everything into what
you never did that.
If you say
that never happened,
you've got to say conspiracy and what you mean by that conspiracy, and you've got to give a detailed description of what you're saying. You can't say all conspiracies. That's a cop out. That's deceptive. I would say that.
I never said that, bro.
That never happened.
Lying.
I never said all conspiracies are fake, bro.
It never happened. This is why I'm trying to steal, man. This is why I'm trying to steal.
Together, that doesn't matter if they're fake or not. You're putting them together as one thing. That is itself deceptive. Just that comment alone is a deceptive comment, because you can't. You've got to break them up and say one by one which one and specifically what conspiracy you're talking about. If you don't do that, then you're lying.
You understand you're actually agreeing with Pads here, though, don't you? Because unless there's something I'm missing, let me steal man your position, Pads. Tell me.
I think you just agreed with me, bro. Yeah.
Let's move forward and change the topic. It's getting annoying now.
Yeah,
yeah. So how about that flat Earth?
Amen.
How about raise? Thanks anyway.
Jesus.
Shut up, Pat. I'm just kidding. I like you, despite your idiocy.
Obnoxious ways. Yeah, everyone says.
Yeah, them too. You're so fucking obnoxious, bro.
I believe the official term for what he was trying to refer to is called poisoning the well, and it's a well-known tactic. Nobody doubts it's a tactic. Nobody doubts that thing is a real and valid strategy that they use. It's actually well documented.
Thanks, Raceback Goats.
Quite welcome.
Yeah, we appreciate your input, bro.
Where are you from with that accent, P-Mac? I've been trying to work it out for about an hour, bro. Where the hell are you from?
Oh, my God. Why do people keep asking me that?
Because sometimes you sound Irish, sometimes you sound American.
He's Scottish.
No, don't dox him, bro. Hey, do you get it though, Pads? Though, if you go out to find out that the Earth isn't the ball that they show on the textbook, then there's a domino effect. Once that topples, then the next thing topples, and the next thing topples, and the next thing you know, there's no dinosaurs. So you know what I'm saying? These things are. There's a domino effect. Once you realize the Earth isn't a ball hurtling through space, there's a lot of stories that have hitched their wagon to that idea.
Makes sense. Yeah, I was never disputing that. Yeah. But it does make sense.
You're the one crying, saying there's no way all these things could be lies.
Never happened.
We know there's no dinos.
We know there's no proof of drop over distance, boys. That's pretty something we can all agree on.
Thank you, Paz.
Let's bring it back down to that point of agreement, and then we'll spend the next hour arguing, and then we'll all settle on a point of agreement again.
Back and
No,
forth,
man,
back and forth.
that's the main thing, right? If you can admit to that, then we're good.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. How did you? Yeah. Well, you're still a fucking Glober.
Give him
Don't drop.
I'm a
Don't
spacer,
drop
bro.
over this. What? Oh, you're a spacer. Okay.
I'm a spacer, bro. Yeah.
It's not the ball that you can't let go of. It's not like somebody's trying to take his ball away. What he's scared of losing is like space, Jar Jar Binks, lightsabers. These are the things that he's holding on to. And I get that. Like, I was there not that long ago. Like, oh no, not my space. Space has to be real because astronauts are heroes. Yeah, good times. Remember them well.
What about space? Are you holding on to?
Discworld. You never read Discworld, bro? Is it Terry Pratchett's fucking...
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Space
like
has to be
about
real because Terry Pratchett.
Do you know what I like about space? Is the way that they have Christmas hats in the ISS. That's fucking
Wait, do they actually?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about how they were supposed to be gone for like an 8-day mission in June, and then they were stuck for so long, and they just happened to have the foresight to have their Santa
Just in
hats
case.
because they knew they'd be stranded until Christmas.
Just in case.
Yeah, don't forget about
They have
the
those
winning.
Santa outfits, you know. All spacesuits have that.
They took Easter eggs as
And
well.
you've
just in
also
case
got the
there's something there in April.
NFL Super Bowl champ jerseys that they happen to have.
And you can't forget about that girl coming back with a tan. Like, how you going to be trapped inside of a space station for all this time and come back with a tan?
Was her hair still stuck up?
I gotta see this shit. Show it.
Oh, it's there. Oh, it's there.
Guy's got receipts, bro.
Got receipts. She bought the t-shirt.
Here's the thing, Pads, is once you catch somebody in a fucking lie, why would you even fucking believe anything else?
That they say.
It's a good question.
Right.
Yeah. I discussed it in here with somebody the other day. It's on the flip side as well.
Right, but let's say you catch them more than once. Let's say you catch this organization more than once being fraudulent. More than once. But you're still going to trust them? But you're
That's
still gonna...
That's an all of nothing fallacy, isn't it?
It's a something fallacy. Round here, it's probably something fallacy, yeah.
I can't keep up with all these fucking fallacies.
I know, mate. I know.
I think I'm a fucking fallacy.
The whole time you're going to trust them?
I heard a new one before that I'd never heard, and it was like...
Well, when the guy at NASA cleans the toilet and say it's clean and he gets space, is he lying?
I don't know. If a French guy's rude to you and you meet a second French guy, he's rude to you. A third one, he's rude to you. You expect the fourth one to be rude to you, sure. But you don't know for a fact he's going to be rude to you, do you? I mean, chances are he's fucking French, but you don't know he's going to be rude.
Wine, don't you?
No, but you get what I'm saying, though. You don't know he's going to be rude. You might have an inclination he's going to be rude, but no guarantee. That's my hopeful, ignorant view of the world.
You know what's also really interesting is that on NASA's official YouTube channel, when people started catching on and getting up in the comments, NASA turned the comment section off. Uh-oh. Don't question us. Right? Don't question us. How dare you?
They've been hard at work changing photo credits to image credits and working overtime there.
24/7.
That's some pretty expensive. That's some pretty expensive imagery, you know. They get a decent amount of money for bad cartoons.
Are we not better off looking at like private shit? Because like NASA is known then. If NASA's known for lying, and you get private sector people come around, like SpaceX or that blue fucking Odyssey or whatever it is, Like, are we looking
these totally real flying cars flying around in space?
I mean, like, until
do you mean?
I was just going to say, should they not give me the benefit?
That would be a good way to regain confidence, wouldn't it?
I mean, people did give them the benefit of the doubt, and then they're like, right, okay, so SpaceX went into space. Well, let's have a look at the footage. And then you look at the footage, and it doesn't look any better than this. You see cartoon cars flying around in space. There's videos that show the kind of technical...
Yeah, your rude Frenchman thing kind of... It gives me an idea, like a parallel. You've got your rude Frenchmen. You've got deGrasse Tyson that you have. He says you guys have to say, well, he's dumbing it down. He's stupid. In fact, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Michio Kaku, he's just talking out of his ass that he's talking about seat of the pants stuff. And Carl Sagan, these are your rude Frenchmen. Yet you still go drink the wine. You've got all these pseudoscience charlatans fibbing to you and lying to you, and there you are to watch the launch on TV.
Yeah, because there's a difference between like 4 or 5 Frenchmen and the entire French population, bro. I would probably still go drink the wine, bro. Yes, exactly.
That is a textbook rude Frenchman fallacy.
Well, yes, you'll get some of these so-called modern... Yeah, you'll get some of these modern days. So even Michio Kaku kind of tells the truth.
Yeah, but these are people, aren't they? Like these are what do they call them? Communicators. I'm sure that's what they call them. Communicators.
Yeah, how weird is that?
Yeah, it's a weird ass title, but then these are not going to be the same people that you're going to, trust and believe, are you? Because the communicators are dumbing shit down, speaking to kids, fucking playing a show.
Who the hell are you trusting? Who are you trusting? The non-communicators?
Guess what it is. Guess
the gods behind the curtain?
That's what it is.
Trust me.
Whatever field you're into, innit? Like the leaders in that field, bro. I don't fuck knows. I'm not really a science guy, but if I'm into like thermodynamics, obviously it'd be the leaders within thermodynamics. Like, I don't know. Who else are you going to trust? Some guy making his own little fucking experiment in some back-end fucking Russian garage? Like, fucking about with some Ukrainian plutonium?
I'd probably trust him more than I'd trust a guy whose funding relies on arriving at the desired results. The issue with studying science these days is the vast majority of experiments.
Yeah, most people who are specialized in that stuff, they're too busy to even... They'd be shocked that this conversation's even taking place. I've said this before. My dad has at least 2 patents on mass spectrometer devices. When I talk to him about this, he'll toss his beer across the room and say gravity. So there's someone with patents. There's an engineer expert, and God bless him, but he has no idea what he's even talking about. He doesn't realize that there's a massive leap of logic or a giant 2 dots that have to be connected for all these things that exist in reality and all the things that we're being told are reality that is a story. People are busy. Yeah, but the whole people announcing themselves as science communicators, if that doesn't frighten the bejesus out of people, I don't know.
Nah, it makes sense, bro.
It makes sense. Science communicators.
Yeah, really. I think we've always had them. It's just obviously these days we like to put fucking labels on everything. I think a lot of industries have them.
Well, now we can actually examine them. Now, due to people being able to watch the same video 40 times and sending it to someone, and now people can communicate quick with ease and instantaneously. And they can re-examine all these pseudoscience communicators of the past. Most of their stuff didn't get examined until after they were dead.
I think it's an access thing, isn't it? Like you used to have lecturers and stuff that used to cater to a very small niche, select scientific community, old white guys essentially. And I'm sure I've mentioned here before, as that's broadened and you've got like science on TV, well, science in quote. The access to it on TV and everything, you have different roles and stuff. The same sort of lecturers, just dumbing it down. But we call them communicators. but they're not placed there. They're just prominent people. Like I always say, Nathan Oakley is a spokesperson of the flat Earth. You guys haven't labelled him as such. You guys haven't pushed him as a spokesperson. But when globalists and Google flat Earth, he's one of the top people that come up. So he is a spokesperson. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a communicator. I think he chose to become a prominent spokesperson within that field. He wasn't pushed for it. He's not an industry plant. He's not, he's a greedy fucker, opportunistic fucker who just wanted to sell some books.
Get some pussy.
Yeah. But it's not a malicious, nefarious fucking thing. It's just...
You think so?
No, it's not malicious, nefarious. My lord, dude.
Not really. Don't think so.
No, I think so. Yeah,
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson fits into that bracket of them same ignorant teachers that don't know any better that we've discussed
he knows he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. That's why he's got an attitude. He gave a lecture. Yeah, there's footage of a lecture he gave at BYU. This is almost 10 years ago, and someone asked him about the graviton, and he almost split his lid. This is before everything was filmed. This is at the beginning of people having the ability to film people. Now I think people just assume someone's filming them, so they're a little more careful. But they didn't expect this. They didn't expect their religion to get questioned, and they act exactly like every other farce religion. Look at Scientology. The leaders of that go into hiding.
Let's go. Operating TNU level 3. Let's go.
Anyone doubting whether or not Neil deGrasse Tyson is in bad faith, you have to ask yourself why he's like a prominent so-called scientist, kind of scientific figurehead, probably one of the most famous scientists ever, giving interviews where he's talking about all 92 genders that exist.
Because he's milking it. That's my point, bro. He's just milking it. Like, he'll give an interview about fucking anything, bro. But that's why he got into the game. That's my point. Like, he's just out for himself.
It's not. It's more specifically.
That's fine, but it's funny that all the hot shots that come in here now, first thing they do is throw him under the bus.
What did you say, Ray?
They know that they can't defend his tweets that he made within the last decade about the Earth spinning beneath 40-yard field goals. They know how absurd that is. So they throw him under the bus. So what is it? Then what is he? What was he communicating?
What is he to get the hits? Like, what are you not getting? Like, you're proving my point even more. Like, this guy was just an independent actor, just out there spewing shit. Especially if everything he says, as you say, is bullshit. Like,
So to go back to your point, though, you mentioned.
Well, he's the one running around on damage control tours. It's not like he's always on other people's platforms,
milking it.
Yeah, desperately kicking the can. He's probably begged to retire by now, and they said, "Nah." With each field goal tweet that you tweeted, you've got an extra 6 months.
Nah, he loves the sound of his own voice, bro. He'll keep going till he loves himself, mate. They won't be able to stop him. He fucking loves himself.
What else is he going to do for a living, realistically? Where else is he going to earn that kind of money to talk absolute twaddle?
He's ready for Uber, man.
He's loving life, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. Like, imagine that as your job. You just read a few lines, you read the script, you go on a talk show, you drop your microphone and do your shitty joke about gravity, and then they go, "Here you go. Here's your $250,000, Mr. Goats." Like, he's loving life.
W for Tyson, I'm not going to lie.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
well, the way his job is morphed now here in the mid 21st century, he could have never imagined that back in the day when he started this whole charlatanism, his little career of it, that there was no one questioned the outer space mythology, even though people had already kind of called bullshit on the Apollo stuff. No one questioned the whole, we're going to Mars, Earth is in space. People are just now waking up to it. This isn't the job he signed up for. The damage control app, you may say he's loving himself. Yeah, he's an egomaniac. What do you want to call it?
No, he probably is an egomaniac. Yeah.
A narcissist who gets
horrible stuff. Bad vests and ties. Megalomaniac.
What's Neil origin anyway? Like, what's his origin story? Is there a particular point in time where he just appeared on the scene and went viral?
Didn't he take over Carl Sagan on Thingy of the Universe? Oh fuck, what was it?
Is that what it was?
Carl Sagan did the same documentary with the same title, like back in the 80s.
The Cosmos. But he was known before. He was known prior to that.
No, but that's what really put him like on the internet.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know what his exact origin is.
He's a professor, isn't he?
He's probably has a Hawaiian birth certificate.
I imagine if you trace it back far enough, he's probably an actor. I don't necessarily imagine he was ever,
an extreme
a prominent physicist or something. I reckon he was just an actor.
On the background of Coming to America. Have you ever seen that? It'll be on like the background of that or something from back in
just an extra in Coming to America, and dropped out of physics in his first year to pursue his career of becoming an actor. And then somebody thought, oh, we can use this. But to go back to your earlier point, you mentioned this idea of him being no different from, the duped teachers. And that's the difference there. That I think, personally, he knows damn well. Now it
looks like he went to Harvard, Texas, and Princeton, and then became the head of some planetarium. And it almost seems like he anointed himself as some director.
They see an opportunity and just put themselves as a spokesperson. The next minute, everyone in the community just props them up like the fucking god. You see it in all communities. In massive caps, bold, super obvious.
And now they throw him under the bus. He's the first one they throw under the bus now. He's for kids.
Yeah, the watch one where they had the massive beach ball globe before, from Felix. Where he's talking about Felix Thingy, who did the Red Bull jump. Don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah, that's his damage control campaign. That's his new job. It went from the wonders of the heavens are godless to you don't see the curvature of the earth. It's crazy. His arc is just insane.
In my mind, the only reason they did that is because you've got all these people doing their own amateur footage. Because it used to be, you can see the curve from that
I'll try to dig it up, but yeah, he has a nice little mini meltdown after a lecture when someone questioned him. Oh boy.
Like, if you're not allowed to ask questions, then, that's a religion. At the end of the day. Like, science doesn't fear questions. The whole point.
Did someone ask him why he was at Epstein Island, though?
Wait.
Why didn't someone ask him why he was at Epstein Island?
Jenna, what's that meme about, bro? You're better than this. Look at the meme. Winning a football game in the 1960s, everyone looks super happy. Coming home from the moon in the 1960s, everyone looks sad as fuck.
Oh, I've got another one too. It's the first men to reach the top of Mount Everest, happy as fuck. Also compared to sad astronaut boys.
No, but it's a piss take though, because they had like parties on the streets and shit, right?
It's a long fucking
also, so it really just depends on what you share.
Ticker tape parades, parties on the streets. Yeah, it was simpler times. They put a guy it was, why those ticker tape parades were so great? Because everyone got to take a break from their desk job in the high rise. Parties in the street.
The point.
Yeah, people celebrated, but that's them. Have you ever watched that interview, Pads?
One sec. Point being though, like it's two totally different. Like, some people are winning, and I don't agree the moon landing was real. Bear that in mind. I'm just saying the meme's a bit of a very disingenuous.
Have you watched that press conference?
Probably, yeah. During all my research over the years.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like you're having some really big feelings about these memes.
Like I say, I don't believe the moon landing was real, but I'm just saying it's just makes you look a bit silly when you post something so disingenuous. That's all.
I mean, if I had stood on the moon and came back, I'd probably be grinning ear to ear, wouldn't you?
Mankind's biggest achievement. And they look like they've just found out the dogs died. Like all three of them have got back from the moon.
Yeah, did you ever think the ticker tape parades and parties on the street, as you call them, were done just to hide the infinite sadness of these three guys? And the lie that was bestowed upon them?
That could be a reason. I'm not disputing that, bro.
Grease in the skin.
I was just laughing at the silliness of the meme, that's all. I don't believe in the moon landing, like I say.
There was these 3 parts of videos analyzing the astronauts. So these guys, show these guys talking, those astronauts, watching the facial expressions, and they just say they are lying. Those videos are not more available at YouTube. I did have it. If you go to the main server, analyzing the astronauts, you can search it.
I don't think anybody had things to it telling the truth, though.
So, experts in facial expressions, they were watching these guys, these astronauts talking, and they just say they are lying.
Yeah, I mean, I know micro expressions don't really hold up in court, but it is a very, very good indicator. And they probably are lying about every single word that came out of the mouth.
So in that, let's say, meme, you just see these 3 guys very sad. Why they are sad? Maybe they are just lying, right?
They all 3 of them got back from the moon and found out the dogs
that didn't happen.
The dog's dead.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Somebody stole the fucking proof of the Earth being, a globe.
I'm sorry to put a dampener on it, because you've just achieved what will probably be the biggest achievement in the history of humanity for the next 100 years. But your dog's actually dead. Oh, which one of us? All 3 of you, as it turns out. All 3 of your dogs have died while you were away. Anyway, light, camera, action. So, how was the moon? And they're all just sat around like, can't believe he's dead. He was such a good boy.
We could have picked a better moment to film it.
And they're being asked questions like.
Ads.
Oh, sorry, what?
No, I made a meme just for you, since you don't like the comparison between losers and winners.
Let's go.
Yeah, here you go.
Where am I? Let's have a look. You better be good, bro. Everyone better post it from now on. It's gonna make me happy.
Well, it's not about you. But since you didn't like the contrast of winners and losers, there
we go.
There's 2 sets of losers.
Go. Why? What did the top ones do? What are they?
Super Bowl losers and
There we go.
Moon travel losers.
Yeah.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
So I did post this guy. His father was a security guard.
You think they told him after they ran around with that hose up their ass and holding the bag and running through the building while they're doing all the testing and spinning around in these chambers and throwing up and getting sick? You think they told them, you ain't going anywhere after all that? I do.
Nah. I reckon they still think it was real now, themselves.
I just posted a testimony. His father was there in that anger, military anger, watching the scene. The guys on the moon? Yeah. They were not at the moon. It was a studio.
Looks like Tom Hanks, bro.
That's his father in the preview.
Wait, Robert who? Emma nigger.
It was a studio in England, and it was by Stanley Kubrick. And yeah, everyone knows about that studio that they all went to in England.
No, they went to England to talk to Stanley Kubrick.
The only issue I have with all of this is that Stanley Kubrick was a fantastic director, and if he would have directed the moon landing, it would have looked a lot better than it did. And that's not me saying the moon landing's real. The moon landing is very obviously fake, just so we're on the same page.
He did. It was called 2001: A Space Odyssey. The only difference was moon landing, they projected that stuff onto a screen, and then they used TV cameras to play it back. It was all crappy looking to make it look like the picture was just bad from space.
If it ever came out, undeniably proven that it was actually Stanley Kubrick who did it, I'd be gutted, because he's one of my favourite directors, and quite frankly, he's better than that, you know?
Yeah, I've never believed that. I've always thought that was bullshit. Me and
in The Shining, the clues that he gave us some clues when he made the movie The Shining, and he told us without words, he did it, because if you look at the numbers on the door is the same amount of distance from the Earth, so-called distance from the Earth to the moon, whatever, but it's all fake.
Exactly.
Right, I'm rewatching The Shining.
He did change the script. The script, it doesn't have all those things. It doesn't have
the little boy with the Apollo sweater.
So the guy did change the script to put these things in the movie. The original script doesn't have this.
So do you remember when I said before about believing all conspiracies, but
don't start that again.
Look to this sweater of this guy, Apollo 11, USA.
Right, I'm watching it again. You've convinced me. I'm going to watch it again.
Look, the rockets. I did post, the rockets right there in the wall.
We've come full circle.
So there's a lot of things.
On the door is the so-called distance from the Earth to the moon. Is the number on their door?
Yeah. At that time, yeah. It's and this kid enters the room, but we never see what is inside that room.
What's the red circle on the 3 cans for that just say like tang tang tang? I can't see it. Does it say 666 on the 3 cans, on the green cans? In the bottom left picture?
No, the one I did post above, it's the rockets on the paper wall.
The what?
The rockets. You see the rockets in the paper wall.
Yeah, I see the rocket in the top left one. I see 237 in the second one. And then in the third one, I just see a fucking bunch of cans on a shelf. And then in the fourth one, I just see the pattern of the carpet, bro.
That's Tang.
Tang, dude. Astronauts. That was invented by NASA, so the astronauts don't die.
What was that pattern?
Tang, the orange powder drink. It's a bigger conspiracy for you to say that Kubrick was making films devoid of symbolism and messages.
Wait, is that what that is? That Tang shit? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the cans on the shelf.
Fuck. What's the fourth one then? What's the pattern about? No, what's the shading about on the carpet?
That's the shape of the launch pad from an aerial view.
Gotcha.
You seen this film?
Yeah, but somehow these little facts eluded me, bro. Yeah, but I have seen the film, yeah. Fuck.
I just want to be on record as saying, like, I'm happy for this to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad. I just saw Eyes Wide Shut for the second dozenth time, and I finally figured out what the hell happened at the end. So yeah, it takes a while.
Matthew Lens is my favourite Glober. Fight me.
So the moon is 231,000 miles away right now, or but what does 237 have to be?
Maybe at that time they have that number.
Hello, Matthew Learns.
Hey, how's it going?
You'd be nice to this man.
They change the effects every.
No,
Globers.
Matthew Learns, you're my favorite Glober.
They keep changing the distances every day.
I think somebody loves you.
It's because when he was talking to Nathan and he's just absolutely spurging out and he's like, give me your email, give me your boss's email address. I want to know the name of your university, because in Nathan's mind in that moment they're going to laugh at Matthew and not Nathan. And Matthew's like, yep, here it is. Here's my boss's email address. Here's where I work. And I just thought, absolute gangster energy. I respect the hell out of it. God bless you.
Well, thank you. I mean, you can easily search me up on the internet anyway, so it's not like I was saying anything that you couldn't find.
And find your lodge number.
Wait, I did find that number where it comes from. It says Apollo 11 traveled about 237,000 miles. 237,000 miles. How about that? Apollo 11 travel
so
about.
Yeah, that's off by a.
So
by
that's
a
about the
3.
yeah. That's about Apollo 11. The number 237 in that.
Would you have, if the room said about 240? Would that have appeased you?
It changes. I didn't know.
Do you remember what happened inside that room in the film?
I don't think I've seen the whole movie yet, or I don't remember. No.
Hello, Matthew Learns.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good, bro. What's going on?
Not much. Just checking email, listen to see what you guys are talking about.
No, I just got here. I'm at work right now.
Oh, nice.
I'm doing the beads right now. Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
Is it true you go to Flat Earth meetups?
I've been to a couple. They haven't had any in Huntington Beach in a year or two, so.
What are they like?
Oh, they're pretty chill. Renee had one in the Seal Beach part of Huntington, or I guess it was Seal Beach, right on the beach, and we just hung out at the ocean. Had potluck type stuff. Everybody brought snacks and drinks and stuff.
Were you just yelling at each other? That's the curve. That's not the curve.
No, at one, somebody was wearing a NASA shirt, but it said, instead of NASA, it said LIES in the same font, and I had my NASA shirt. So we have a picture of the two of us standing there with NASA and lies.
That's good.
And then Kevin and I, or Flat Earth Dude and I, we measured the angle to the sun on the solstice. And then we did two calculations. We measured the radius of the Earth, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then we used the same measurement to calculate the height of the sun, assuming the Earth is flat. So we did two different assumptions, two different calculations with the same measurement.
What is it about this topic you find so interesting as a clearly educated man, you know?
Oh, yeah, I just...
Man of the book.
Yeah, because it's about epistemology and knowledge, and it's more of a philosophical question. So it's why do people believe what they believe? Are there ways of like talking to each other even if we disagree about things? I think those are interesting topics.
There sure is.
Is there any possibility in your mind that there might be something to it? There might be something to the theory?
No, I don't think so. Just obviously, I don't subscribe to scientism. I think the mainstream science is wrong about the origins of life and the origins of the universe. So it's not just that I buy everything science says, but I just don't think that there's a better explanation available. I guess technically I'd be open to a better explanation. I think the surface of the Earth is roughly spherical is a good explanation for, sunsets and rotation of the stars and all that.
So you're a tiny human mind and a tiny human brain encapsulated in a skull. That's it.
No, I think that I have a soul. I think that I'm a substance dualist. Okay. I think we have an immaterial aspect also.
Right. Well, I suppose that's possible.
I mean, that's what you think with, and that's what you feel with, and that's
what
what
do you think happens? What do you think happens when you die? What part is it energy or?
When you die, your physical body dies, and whatever energy is in your physical body also dies. But your soul, the part of you that is you, that thinks and feels, survives, and later is judged. What is that?
Judged, yeah. What is that?
It's immaterial, so it can't be measured physically. But it's the part of you that thinks. Like if you're going to choose something, it's not your brain chemicals that chooses; it's you that chooses.
But hang on. How do you think if you don't have a brain?
If you don't have
what do you use?
When you're alive, you're fully connected to your brain. There's a strong correlation between your brain signals and how you think. But there is part of you that's immaterial that survives the death of your brain.
Like, can you put consciousness in the ball?
No, consciousness is part of that immaterial aspect. So you're not going to measure it or quantify it physically.
Oh, okay. So it's something completely different.
Right. Yeah. There's immaterial, material, and immaterial.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
And then at some point, there's a judgment day where you will be judged on whether you were absolutely perfect or not, and nobody was. But if you believe in Jesus Christ and He paid, then your sins will be forgiven, and then you can enjoy eternity in the new heavens and new earth.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Matthew learns you're a Christian.
Sounds like gobbledygook to me, but.
Matthew Lens, to you the heaven is real?
Yes.
Okay, so in that ball earth, in this vacuum, where is that? Which direction is that heaven?
Well, I think heaven is a place where immaterial souls go. So I would say it's at some other kind of realm. It's not like you're not going to point a direction and say where it is.
It makes sense more on flat earth than that spinning ball on.
Well, yeah, if you want to say that heaven's in a physical place and you're trying to find the direction, like give me the GPS coordinates of heaven, I suppose it would make more sense on a flat earth. But I don't think there are GPS coordinates for heaven.
Many cultures, they have representations of Earth, a flat Earth, and they are illustrating heaven at above.
Yeah, well, good for them, but I think that heaven is an immaterial place, so I don't know, or some other kind of realm that we don't know about.
What about hell? Because in the Bible, it refers to hell as like the Sheol, right?
Yeah, I think that is also similarly a place that is some other kind of realm. Basically, it's separation from God. People who choose not to obey God and not to accept His free gift of eternal life have chosen to be separate, and so God grants them their wish, and they're separate from Him. I mean, again, I don't think there's a GPS coordinate where hell is. It's not at the bottom of this deep hole that the Russians dug.
On flat Earth, the sky is above.
Right now, because some people are living in hell, like they think they're separated from God. That's a hell existence. And if God is living inside of you because you're a Christian, because the Bible says if you're a Christian, Jesus lives inside your heart. So wherever Jesus is heaven. So you actually have heaven living inside of you. It means the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit live inside Jesus. Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit live inside Jesus. So that means you have the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit living inside of you. All heaven lives inside of you because wherever He is heaven.
Yeah, so obviously there's different ways of thinking about heaven. We could see it as a metaphor for the eternal life that we're already part of, or we could see it as like a place. Some people mean the new heavens and new earth that comes after judgment. Other people mean the place where souls go after they die before the judgment.
That's already happened at the cross. The new heavens, new earth already happened. So when Jesus died, there was a new heavens and a new earth. So because the whole new world, we have a whole new world now, because what happens, the new us means the new creation. It's a whole new world. That means everything around you is affected by salvation. That means you are basically a portal of heaven. So everywhere you are is a portal of heaven, and you become heaven on earth, because it says thy kingdom come. And why would you pray something that God's not going to answer? So basically, you are bringing down heaven. Heaven is up there as well. That's true, but it's above us because it says when Jesus looked up, he looked up to him, looked up in space because he knew it was above him. But heaven is in us, and it's one. Space doesn't really matter because everlasting life. So heaven is inside of you, but it's also above. There's a place called heaven as well, a real physical place above us. But at the same time, it's one. It's all connected. And it's eternal as well. So it's outside time. So basically, Jesus dying on the cross is an outside time event that defines all reality, is defined by what Jesus did on the cross. It's the key point, the key to all reality being defined.
Well, I'm no theology expert. I just think that sometimes the words God, the kingdom of God, which is now heaven, which is where we go when we die, and the new heavens and new earth, which is happening after the judgment, all kind of get mixed up a little bit in some of our terminology.
A lot of people preach that, but
yeah, the Bible says
they're putting heaven into a future thing. But Jesus says the kingdom of God. He's talking about the kingdom of God now. He's not talking about like a future kingdom. But there is obviously that future aspect of the fullness, but at the same time, and that I'm not denying the fullness that you have when you die, but if you're just looking to die, then your faith isn't in God, it's in death. And then you're worshiping the devil because fear of death is the devil. So basically you're saying, I just wish to die and then I'll be a true Christian, only when I die. No, that's paganism because you're saying, only when I die will I become a real Christian. That's fake. That's fake thinking. You got to like question what people preach. A lot of people preach wrong stuff in churches even, and you got to question everything. And that's what Flat Earth has taught me to do. It's taught me to question everything that everyone preaches, even in churches. And I've questioned all the doctrines that they preach in churches, in all the different denominations. So it made me think for the first time in my life to start thinking and questioning things more. I did think a little bit before, but it actually multiplied my thinking ability to think more, to question things more.
I've long had this suspicion that these things seems like heaven and hell.
Real life hide Jesus. That's the ultimate goal of all these people and all the organizations. Their goal is to hide the fact that Jesus died for sinners, and that's the one thing that they hate. That's the one thing they can't defeat because they're really defeated by that lie. I mean, by the lie that they have, because Jesus dying on the cross defeats all the other lies. It defeats everything. It's the ultimate weapon to defeat all lies, including the round earth. I mean, every lie is defeated by the cross already. So that means there is no globe and doesn't exist, and all those lies are just delusions of grandeur, just delusions in people's minds. And it's of our whole lives because we've got so many delusions that many people have. And if it's not flat Earth that people don't see, and the globe Earth, it's the lie. Some other lie as well. There's many other lies too, apart from the globe.
What makes you think life is real?
Relational God, and He put us here for a reason, and He puts us in relationships. He's going around, and we wouldn't even. The Creator has to be a relational God.
So you think a higher power is in charge of every little thing that billions upon billions of people do?
Little thing. Because everything is controlled by Him, owned by Him. He holds all creation together. Colossians, even Matthew knows that. Colossians says all creation is held together by the words of His mouth. And the sound of His mouth holds all things together, makes all things work. So everything, every atom, every particle, everything is held together and has order through Him, through Jesus. So that means before the foundation of time, even before creation, Jesus was the Creator.
Right, so hang on. So are you set in your ways? Is that it? That's it? You can't change?
No, this is what the Bible says.
Right, so a book told you this is what it says, so therefore that's what you said.
Millions of people, and I've met.
I don't believe in books, bro. So let me I'm asking you a question. Would you listen? Try to answer. So you believe that a book tells you one way, that something is in charge of every little thing that happens, right? Okay. So what does that mean? Do you entertain the possibility of a simulation or a circular motion, or everything happens again, everything will happen again, or is there any fucking leeway?
What if you Battlestar Galactica? That's what because that's a religion of Battlestar Galactica. The Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, I'm glad you caught that. Very good, man.
Yeah, but that's a religion. You see, that's Hollywood religions. So you're one of the Hollywood religions.
You're
it's
in
a religion, yeah.
You are in
it's
a
called
religion.
the galactical religion. This is what people believe. So that's a very wide term. Religion is actually a positive word in the Bible that actually says true religion means that you and you listen. So
okay.
Just wait.
Sorry, something's happening. Something's happening here, Mike. Maybe it's my internet connection, but something is passing out there.
The definition of religion is, let's define religion. It's the action that you take based on what you believe. That's what the religion is. So religion it's very vague, because what religion are you talking about? There's lots of religions, but there's not only one religion that's true, because they all contradict each other. And every religion contradicts Christianity, but they all agree that it's not God.
So why would you believe in a religion? If there's so many and none of them can be proven true, why would you believe in it?
Well, that's the thing. I've met Jesus personally.
Okay, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty.
I've experienced him walk into my room, and I've experienced his very presence, like in my room, like I've met him face to face.
Okay, and
if you meet Jesus, you won't be the same. It's like something happens to you.
So, what is the purpose of life?
The purpose of life is to be with God. It's a relationship with God, to know God, to be a child of God, to be a son and daughter of God. That's your purpose. Loving son and daughter of God, the family of God. That's your purpose.
Okay. And he made this up all by himself, like.
Yeah, he did it. He's all powerful, remember? He's all knowing, all powerful, and all present. So that means he can do anything he wants, yeah.
So wouldn't you think that if you want people to progress and be better, wouldn't you think of a better way to do it?
Yeah, well, the better way is just to sit around and talk about flat Earth all day. Well, no, that's not. There's much more than that.
Oh, that's fucking low blow, bro. That's a low blow.
Well, there's no globe. Yeah, I'm just saying. There's more to life than just knowing the shape of the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's true.
So I'm just saying there's much more to life than just that. Do you know all the Satanists and all the demons and all the people in the New World Order? They all know it's flat.
What happens in the other life?
Huh? The other life is now.
What happened? Oh, okay.
Because now when you realize Jesus is in you, you enter a new life. You enter a whole new world. A whole new existence starts. Everything becomes changed.
What about all our Muslim brothers who don't believe that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light?
Sooner or later, because once you see him and his love and his goodness, you'll be one. But God doesn't.
If he walks into your room,
he's not forcing you, though.
I'm sorry.
He's not forcing you, but he's people. Yeah, he wants people to know him and to love him. But it's all about the relationship. It's all about getting to know God. That's getting to know God.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, it's all about love, like real love. Patience, kindness, self-control, because that's who God is. You see, He's gentle, He's compassionate, He's bears all things, He hopes all things, He trusts all things, He hates. There's no spiteful. He's a good, loving Father. He's completely good. There's no evilness in Him. So when Jesus was on the cross, He was praying to the Father. They're three persons, one God. So they're one, but they're three at the same time.
So 2,000 years ago, some guys. You're breaking up, bro.
The three.
Is it me or is it you?
It's him. I love Jesus, but can we bring it back to flat Earth?
Yeah, let's go. Hey, Twinley, are you a Glober?
No, you don't know me. No, I know the Earth's flat. I mean, everyone knows the Earth's flat. It's even in the Bible. But no, I know it's flat because of reasoning. I didn't actually, even though I knew the Bible, I didn't actually see it before.
Why don't you hold the same standard of why don't you hold the same standard of evidence to flat Earth as you do the Bible? Because all it is written a few words in the Bible, and therefore, Jesus is real.
I told you, he walked into my room and I experienced his love. Yeah, I experienced God's love. I've experienced God firsthand. I've done the experiments. But you haven't done the experiments yet. You haven't done the experiments with God yet, with Jesus yet. You haven't said, Jesus, do you live inside my heart yet? You haven't done the experiments. I've done the experiments. So yes, I'm more of a scientist with Jesus than you are right now, but you can be.
That's an assumption.
I'm inviting you to become I'm inviting you to become to say to Jesus, Jesus, do you live inside my heart right now?
Nah, I'm a bit evil.
Yeah, the main issue you have is that people who think the Earth is a globe also think they have a personal relationship with Jesus. So who's Sky Daddy's correct? Your personal relationship with Jesus, or their personal relationship with Jesus?
What saves you? Knowing the Earth, the shape of something, is like knowing that the Earth's a certain shape. Does that save you? Do you get to heaven because of that? Does that make you a better person? Does
that gets you to outer space.
Right. Does it make you able to look down at others or treat others badly, or does it make you like a?
It gets you to do these amazing things for humanity and the advancement of humanity through a thing called the overview.
What saves you? What saves you in life? Jesus crucified. The only thing that saves you, not flat Earth, not globe Earth. The only thing that saves you is Jesus crucified. All that stuff is bull dust. Paul said, "I count all things as poop compared with knowing Christ and Him crucified." He says
the Bible also supports slavery. Did you forget about that in Leviticus? Do I need to bring up the scripture?
No, that's incorrect. You are incorrect. It doesn't support slavery. No. It says no. It says be free. It says be free, and find your freedom. If you try and get your freedom, if possible, if you're a slave, it actually instructs you in the New Testament. And actually, Paul actually released the slaves. He actually bought a guy from a slavery, and he said, I want him to be released. So he said, no, slavery is not in. And the New Testament's not about slavery. So no, not at all. God's not into slavery. The slavery when the Old Testament was when they were going to kill those armies, and they took them as slaves instead of killing them. They took them as slaves to look after them so they could at least feed them. Because they got wiped out. Their towns were wiped out. Their cities were wiped out. And they had nothing. They had no food, nothing, because they had went to war with Israel. And so they were merciful and they looked after them.
Do you think life could be hell? I mean, Descartes says that hell is other people.
No, hell is if you're living a life that you think you're separate from God, that is a form of hell. So if you think that you're separate from God, you are experiencing terrible if you don't have God. If you don't, there's a lot of things that are really bad. So so most people are living in a form of hell right now.
Well, what fucking plan?
But why reject God? Because that's a horrible plan to reject God.
Oh,
so
I don't.
If you suppress God in your life, if you turn away and you want to do like bad things, then you produce your own hell on yourself. Basically, it's a self-produced, thing that you bring up. But if you choose, there's physical laws. So if you act in a certain way, but you don't have to live like that. You can live with God, and you can know God.
So, did you know that it says everybody shall hear His word, right? But the problem is if you deny believing in God, then you go to hell. Okay. Now, if you would have just never told me about it, I would have still went to heaven for not hearing the word of God. So you're nonchalantly murdering people in your religion without you even realizing it.
I used to preach hellfire and brimstone to everyone. I say, "You better turn right now, otherwise you're going to burn right now like this." I'm burning. Help! God, let me out of hell. I'm burning. Help.
That sounds painful.
That's how I used to preach. That's how I used to preach.
Is that painful?
To preach like that. Okay. So, and I preached like that on trains. I used to preach in public. I used to go to public places and preach like that, scream like that, and go, "Help!" I said, that's going to be you. You're going to be in this place, and you'll never be able to escape from the fires of hell, and you'll be tortured forever and forever. And then I realized, no, I was wrong. God
so you've like always been a zealot.
But I was the zealot in the wrong way, but now I'm the zealot in the right way.
It was really funny. I was debating a Glober Christian, and I said, "What happens if we were to run into an alien species that was more advanced than us on another planet? Why God didn't die for their souls? He only died for our sins and our souls to go to heaven. So what would we do if we encountered them?" And this dude said, God put them there as animals for us to use. And then he just logged off of Discord. He didn't even try to defend it. Everybody was laughing.
Yeah, no, there's probably a reason somewhere in some book somewhere, in some sentence somewhere about why that happened. Probably. You just gotta read the passage and then understand it, you know.
But dude, there's no, little green men in spaceships flying around in sky vacuum. That's a violation of natural law.
Back to the flat earth. I like it.
Yeah, I know.
That was a good segue. That's a great segue.
And if you don't believe in God, that doesn't necessarily mean you go to hell either. That's not true.
So, Trinity, is there a passage in the Bible that tells us, listen, boys, look for flat earth? They're lying.
It describes Earth as a footstool, clay under a seal.
There is a passage where I think God is talking to Job and says, Tell me if you were there when I laid the foundations. Tell me if you know so much the extent of my works, basically. So,
what did Job say? Oops, sorry, wrong button.
What?
Never mind.
It says the firmament shows God's handiwork, and
four corners of the earth and all that crack.
Those are kind of rhetorical questions to Job.
He says gamma no hack.
And we have here Job tonight. Come on, Job. Tell us what they actually meant.
He said that it meant gamma no hack.
Yeah, I don't think what we're in is what we actually think we're in, or by whatever it fucking means. God, Jehovah, Allah, whoever you think. I don't think it's something like that. I think it's something completely different.
Hopefully we leave out religion and politics as much as possible when discussing the shape of the earth.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything for the conversation because it's like it doesn't adjudicate one or the other. Politics and religion isn't something you get to escape, which is the interesting part is it should be on the Globetard. On the Globetard, space mythos should be something that you could say, hey, when you go into outer space, you leave your religion and your politics here on Earth. It's a very interesting story. That's why sci-fi is so powerful. Is that when the in Star Trek, I can't remember what movie it was, number 3 or something. They finally got a peace treaty. The Klingons, they didn't surrender. They said, okay, we're done fighting. You guys have proven yourselves to be warriors and whatnot, and we kind of see you guys as equals. So what would it take for us to be part of your federation? And they're talking to the Klingons, and the Klingons, they tell the Klingons, well, number one, like you have to recognize people in your society have equal rights. There's human rights that they're endowed by their creator with rights. And then they're telling them on and on about free speech and blah, blah, blah. And then they go, and then the Klingon says, here, it's amazing. You guys come here to our world and we treat you as equals. And all you go about is about human rights, human ideas, human concepts. You're not coming here as equals. You're coming here as conquerors.
Yeah. No, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Right, they put us there as animals for us to use.
Kapla! What's kapla mean in fucking Klingon again? How did I got my Klingon dictionary? Kapla!
It's not so much about animals and who's going to use who or who's going to exploit who. It's like if you've got some sort of concept that there is a massive world out there for all people and all ideas, how are you also saying that there's not that equally at the same time? So your political motivations are not something that should be discussed when you're talking about a cosmic sense of where things are and why they are the way they are. Like, why is your moral superiority so much better than someone else's? Where do you get that from? Where did you get that your concept of way people should express themselves to others, and what makes your version so much better?
Yeah.
Who gave you that position? Who enshrined you king of the motherfuckers?
Do you guys believe that opposition, like, as far as like critique, is just a confirmation?
No, I would say that if you're gonna post something, at least know what it is. It's called disagreeing without being disagreeable. So if you're going to say, hey, I want to offer you guys an internal critique of Flat Earth, I'd say, certainly, Toby, what is Flat Earth? And you're like, I'm like, yeah, dude, your critique is just as worthless as you are.
He's funny, dude.
Does that confirm your bias?
Same answer.
If you can't have without a container.
If you're gonna offer a critique, at least know what you're critiquing.
Do you know what a Galileo complex is?
If you don't know what you're critiquing, your critique is just as worthless as you are.
What are you critiquing now, Damsky?
Then most of you guys have a Galileo complex.
You just demonstrate my point. Your critique is just as worthless as you are.
Yeah.
Do you want to try
know
again?
something if you don't know it?
Do you want to try again?
You have to know your critique, right, to understand that.
What are you talking about, Damsky? Try to make sense, bro.
Did you guys find a model yet?
Just say the weird thing. Just say the weird thing.
Yeah, say the weirdest thing you think of.
There's nothing weird.
Just open your mouth, man.
Am I in a mirror room or what?
You need an ice cream?
Who the hell is this guy?
This guy comes in here with this monotone, just like, well.
Yeah, it does.
It's like he's like his 8th grade birthday party, and his mom bought chocolate ice cream. He's like, I wanted vanilla or strawberry.
Hey, bro.
Worst
It sounds
birthday
random,
party ever.
It sounds like he consumed too much fluoride.
Well,
Maybe. All right, Tunde, how you doing? You're back. Please speak to us. We've been listening to fucking, what do you call him? Damsky. He's fucking awful. Tell us something we don't know. And don't quote the fucking book. I'm just kidding.
You know the YouTube channel that records everyone in here?
Shut up, Dansky, you fucking wanker.
I'm gonna scrape it. I'm gonna scrape it for fallacies.
Yeah, we don't care, bro. Yeah, you're an absolute fucking waste of time, bro.
Really?
Yeah, dude, whatever you do or whatever you don't do is just as equally as irrelevant.
That's fine. I'll just scrape it for fallacies and have hours of it.
You got years of it to go through.
Yeah. I don't have to do it. AI will do it for me.
You can do whatever you want or whatever you don't want just as equally as irrelevant.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter what you do or what you don't do.
Okay.
If you scrape and find 1 or 1 million fallacies,
I'm already doing it.
Matter anyway.
Irrelevant, Damsky.
You guys don't believe in fallacious arguments?
Same answer as before. Your critique.
You don't care. I know. You're apathetic.
Irrelevant, Damsky.
Your critique is just as irrelevant as you are.
So
what you could do is if you pay taxes, you could just be mad at cred.
Oh, yeah. That was too good.
Is this projection again?
No, it's a throwback to yesterday. Some guy came in here very upset that he pays taxes because of me.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
We had some real spiral anti-flat earthers in here yesterday. It was fucking hilarious.
What's his reasoning behind that? I'm kind of interested.
Crit, you want to let him know? Because
yeah, it's something to do with his bathtub and bubbles.
Okay, never mind. I digress.
Yeah, you just got to hear it. You just got to go back and play it and just listen. It's like,
how many of you guys are deceitful here?
Same answer as before.
Dembski, do you want a pacifier? I have one for you. Look at it.
I mean, we haven't made a claim yet.
Just for you.
We don't have to do anything for it to be true.
It's just for you, Dembski, your pacifier.
I just believe some of you are deceitful in your beliefs, and you don't actually believe what you believe.
Okay, and
we don't believe anything. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, that and 25 cents.
You have not believed to learn anything.
Pay attention. That idea that you just expressed and 25 cents will get you a cup of coffee.
Cool.
You're just as useless.
Maybe yours will give me another 25 cents.
You're just as useless as your ideas are.
Get a soda.
Completely worthless. Other hot garbage. Junk.
You say this a lot.
Yeah, it's got anything worth saying is worth
Not
repeating.
just when I'm here.
Yeah, anything worth saying is worth repeating. So let's repeat it until
you seem to repeat it on literally most people.
Literally.
Yeah.
If the
I've
shoe
got it
fits.
scraped, bro.
If the shoe fits.
It's like, isn't it an insecurity?
If the shoe fits.
Is it?
Yeah, and that could be your hypothesis. It's a shoe. Hypothesis. It's a shoe.
No, you're just rambling. Okay.
No, people know what that's about. They know what the throwback is on that. Do you want to see? Do you want to test it? If I'm just rambling or if you're hot garbage, literally full of shit, and you don't even know what you're talking about. Do you want to test it?
Okay.
You ready to test it?
Quiz me, boss.
Are you ready to test it or not? Are you scared? You scared to test your idea?
Ask me questions.
Are you scared? Are you scared to test your idea? Just say you're scared. Just say you're scared and we can move on.
More projection.
So are you scared or not scared?
More
You
protection.
sound like a fifth grader right now.
Are you scared? Say yes, you're scared or you're not scared. Let's get a buy-in. Let's get a buy-in here. Let's get you the buy-in.
I'm not here to argue with you guys.
It's not about arguing. It's about letting you know that you are just as worthless as your vacuous blurts are. That even with the best blurt you can come up with, that and 25 cents might get you a cup of coffee.
So what questions did you have?
He didn't have any questions at all. He wanted to do a critique of flat Earth and didn't know what flat Earth is.
Who doesn't
Can't know if you don't have a model, right?
Yeah, so how are you going to critique it if you don't know what it is?
It's kind of like the Bible, and there's many interpretations of it.
So go read the Moon Bible. They tell you there's a big-ass Bible on the moon, sitting right there on the lunar rover.
Well, that's something you guys have in common. The Bible,
No,
they're
not at
both
all.
misinterpretations.
Not at all.
It's all divided.
Barely an inconvenience.
You guys can't agree on anything.
Barely an inconvenience.
You guys have certain flat earthers have ins and out groups.
Barely an inconvenience.
How? How's that not an inconvenience?
Because we operate on a you do you. If you want to identify or not identify, if you want to be part of the conversation or not be part of the conversation, you can do that. You can make your decision. Meanwhile, on the globe side, they just institute the Alien and Sedition Act. That if you are not with America, you're against America, even if you lived here your whole life and you've paid taxes and you're a productive member of society. Do you have a butterfly tattoo on your neck? If so, here is a plane ticket to El Salvador or Venezuela, a country you've never been to.
So no, not the same. That's
not the
rambling
same
as fuck.
That's
not the same.
barely an inconvenience. I know where you got that from. That's hilarious.
be a false comparison fallacy.
So your beliefs are just your preferences, I guess.
That would be a false comparison.
Well, that's what they are.
Is that what you think? It's just
proven otherwise.
Is that what you think? It's just a bunch of preferences.
Yeah, it is. That's what exactly you described.
You can go with that.
It's you pick and choose. That's preferences.
You can use that. See, what I'll do is I'll look for as soon as you contradict, which you will.
I don't have to say anything.
You will contradict.
Of positive note. You guys feed me the answers, right? I don't understand.
No.
You use your answer for you, not for me.
I have not said anything.
They're for you, not me, you.
Where that model at? Where that Hogan at?
The same one you're trying to critique.
Where you at, bro?
We need a model.
Use a model you wanted to critique.
I don't have a model, bro.
Everyone's just pick and choose.
Give me the model.
That's for you.
You just explained how it works for you guys.
And you.
You can't just say no you, and it doesn't make sense.
And you. Not or you. And you. It's not no you. See, like, even the word and no.
Bro, you're flabbergasting, bro.
If I say and you hear no you, this is a problem, and it highlights just how worthless your critique is. Your critique is just as useless as you are.
Yeah.
If you hear the word and you hear the word no, then you try to critique that. It highlights the main concept. You are just as worthless.
That's cool.
As your critique is.
Yeah.
Duh.
And the Boyd says nothing.
Same answer.
Is the Boyd gonna speak or what?
Same answer as before.
So mad, Crit better give me a stimulus check this year.
He wants a rebate.
So what's the best interpretation?
Same answer as before.
Interpretation of what?
So you don't care. I get it. You don't have to repeat your same answer, bro.
Bruh.
I'll just mute you.
What are you talking about, bruh?
And then there'll be other people that can actually talk here.
Do you even know what you're talking about, bruh?
No, we can play this game. You want
anybody else?
No, I can mute too.
Yeah, what's your glow proof, man?
Yeah, let him know that if he wants to get unmuted, he needs to unmute too.
Please don't unmute him. I like it. I like it the way it is.
His glow proof was that he was going to offer a critique of flat Earth that we would use as proof of flat Earth rather than engaging with his critique.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, the Dansky. I mean, probably the worst glow proof I've ever heard.
I'm like, how are you going to critique it if you don't know what it is? Then he asked for a model. And I'm like, well, okay. What model did you critique?
So
you're standing on it, man.
I told him mute him, so I don't really care. If he wants to mute me again.
Did he? You got me unmuted or not?
Yeah, you can't mute mods, man. as slow as you're talking, it would still cause audio chaos.
Glue sniffing pretender clowns go uppity up and downity down down.
See, it's one thing to be triggered and upset with flat earthers. It's another thing to stay triggered and upset with flat earthers.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, this guy's got some other issue, that's for sure. Quite triggered indeed.
It's like the Michael Myers subculture of globe earthers. That's what they remind me.
I'm upset you guys think something I don't understand. Okay, and?
So I'm gonna stalk you.
Okay, so you're really upset, Karen. Okay, and what do you want me to do with that? Nothing? Okay, good, I won't. What do you do with it? Nothing either. Okay, good. You're just as useless as your emotional reaction to a topic you can't even define. Just waved your, you waved your magic wand, kind of like zigzag, up and down. You tapped it 3 times on your head, and then you jiggled it. And you got very upset with people online. Just wave your magic wand left to right, and tap it on your palm, and then like wiggle instead of jiggle. And now you can just be not upset with something you hear online.
Regroup is my favorite by far, I think.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I spit on you.
Yes, and everything is yes.
Yeah. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They didn't get there.
Because we didn't go there, and if we didn't go there, it's good to know why.
Buzz has fucking lost it.
I like when he's just directly asked, what was the scariest part? And he's like, there wasn't. It didn't happen.
Yeah. And with the 3 of them, right? Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin, and Neil Armstrong, they're sitting there. What was your favorite part, and what stars did you see? And they're like, and Neil's just looking down at the fucking table, going, Jesus. How the fuck do I explain this to these people? They told me
that's got to be hell on earth, man. You're finally trying to tell the truth about something that's maybe eaten you alive for years, and nobody even believes the truth that you're saying. They still clapped anyway. Oh, we still love the globe. We love the moon landing. That's why we came.
The only thing going through your head is, why was I picked? why is it me? Couldn't have been fucking somebody else. Like, why do they have to lie to everybody? Like, they look so sad. Like, they look so sad. It's so sad.
I mean, to me, they look like they were told the same thing, and they're like, "Yeah, you're going to the moon, guys, ready?" Like, because I don't think they were in on it at first, you know. And then it really happened, and they were like, "Are you serious? That wasn't." You of course know it's not real when you get to the stage, right? But then the aftermath of like, oh yeah, now you gotta tell this story over and over again. It's like, man, I mean, I'd feel the same way, you know, just defeated. I don't know. They could have been lied to the whole time too, you know. And Gus Grissom was one of the astronauts going, "Hey, man, this isn't going to work." Like, and you think those three were going to speak up, right? Like they just saw their buddy Gus get taken out, his whole family. Yeah, I'm just going to go with it. You know?
Yeah, Gus Grissom was like made of the right stuff, but yeah, I mean, if you look at how many astronauts died by accident during the Apollo program, it's fucking amazing. You know, and there's a reason for that, because a lot of people can't fucking lie to humanity like that. Like, we're not going anywhere. Sitting in a fucking swimming pool, you know, waving at each other. And just some people can't accept that, so they just knocked him off.
Well, I mean, it makes me think of that. Did you ever see the footage of like where they're like testing the lunar module, like on like an airfield or something?
Yeah,
and that thing is like wobbling back and forth. It's like it can't do anything. Like
there's no air.
You were watching that. You're like, I'm not getting on that shit.
Like, you fucking crazy? Fuck you, motherfucker.
Right after it crashes and burns, they're like, all right, let's go. Test successful.
The first thing I want to say is, where is the ejection button? Because this thing ain't fucking getting out there anywhere.
You know, I recently had a student yesterday ask me, "Sir, did anybody ever go to the moon?" And I didn't really answer him because, you know, honestly, as a professor, you do kind of have some authority. And to be fair, you kind of try not to stray away from questions that might go and get you fired, right? Like if you just are outspoken about something. You know, I've had to talk to the dean before, especially during 2020, right? With face diapers. But because I had an outraged student that I wasn't wearing one. Anyway, but in this case, you know, my answer to the question, I go, do you know where the astronaut or the cameraman that kind of got left behind on the moon? And the whole class kind of like, what are you talking about? And I happen to have that GIF, right? You know, like, sorry, cameraman, we'll be back for you. Right? And it doesn't really say flat Earth. You know, and to be fair, I think there's many moon landing deniers, right? And as we know, that are globers too. But, you know, I try to stray away from the subject. But I go, what about this cameraman? And I actually pulled it up on the computer. The projector was already going. And they were so impressed how quick, you know, how did he bring up this GIF so quickly? But everybody starts to laugh, right? And I go, do you notice this tea kettle? I mean, moon module, how it's tilting up towards it? The camera's clearly tilting up to it, class, right? Correct? And, you know, we all look at him. I go, how can you believe that the camera was able to be going up and locked onto it, right? And then I had, of course, the other GIF where, you know, it shows the moon, the first steps on the moon, right? Where supposedly the camera's already out there, you know?
Yeah, how
recording it, right?
Great. And then they used the phone. So, yeah, another thing, like...
But it was a good teaching moment.
Bro.
To a question that doesn't often come up in class.
But you were waiting for it.
Oh, I was ready. I froze the projector screen, went through my memes, and found it.
Professor, where's my safe space? You see that door? Yeah. That's it. Get out. Fuck off. That's what I would do as a professor, but I'm obviously not that because I'm too fucking stupid. But if somebody asked me, where's my safe space? See that door? Yeah, that's the exit door. Yeah, get out. Fuck off.
Hey, Mac, I don't think he shares your sentiment.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It was so obvious. It was so obvious that Flatloyd did not share that sentiment as soon as you said it.
No, but no, I heard everything Flatloyd said, and God bless him. Like,
yes, absolutely.
I wish he was my professor. Like. But he was waiting for it. Yeah, he's so easy.
I'm pretty sure I even rubbed my hands together, if I remember my body language. like, all right.
Here we go. I've been waiting for this question for 25 years.
Thought you never ask.
Oh, that's good, man. Satisfying. So you actually teach that shit?
Yeah, I mean, when the opportunity comes up, I have a lot of leeway at university. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got some LSOs, some learning objectives, and, those are like 6 things, right? Like, oh, they have to understand and learn teamwork. Okay, we'll come up with a project where they're studying architectural precedents, have to work together, build a model, yada, 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 right? So you get a lot of leeway in what you actually really want to do, right? And it's great, man. At least for me, I'm pretty creative. I like to come up with different ways of teaching something or getting a concept across, or I don't know. Just really, it's almost like free labor, and they're learning in the process. And you get to teach so much more, like time management, life lessons, how the horizon is flat always, right? Especially when we're drawing perspective. And I say it just like that, with that kind of emphasis. I mean, I didn't used to, but, only recently. I mean, maybe some that actually know me, I've actually progressed. I've been a professor for this is going on my 8th year now. And I've gotten actually 2 promotions and pretty much a managing position of my architecture department. So, I don't know, not in an egotistical way, but it's definitely like I'm less fearful of saying certain things now, especially with such emphasis on, level water, or water is always going to lay flat. I say those basic things. It's funny because when Frank Lloyd Wright comes up, sometimes I'll almost accidentally say Flat Lloyd Wright. And I'm like, oh shit, can't do that. But it's definitely, in my opinion, on the hearts and minds of our youth. To be fair, I teach a range from 18, sometimes even 17-year-olds to, some of them are in their 40s, coming back to school. They didn't like the whole lawyer thing, and they're coming back for architecture, and they want to learn about the computer and Photoshop, and and that's always fun too. Especially reminiscing with non Gen Z vernacular sometimes, but.
Well, I would say none of us expect, not that it matters what we expect, but none of us expect you to, outright teach your students flat earth, but kind of give them these little factoids that would plant the seed and lead them there themselves,
Absolutely. However, one of my first semesters, Flat C, that image where it shows the globe 2012 and then 2013, and they're like ginormously different.
Yes.
I did make the mistake of I think it was maybe my first or second semester, and I was trying to teach subjective versus objective, or the power of people agreeing in a room can actually change what you think the answer is, right? Even though you intuitively kind of know the answer, but you go with the collective. And I definitely showed that picture to about 300 students. It was, it was a very large class. And that was when I was just doing a lecture class. But I mean, you should have heard the gasp in the room. Because I think some people did get it at the same time, it was triggering to some. And I still have an infamous student of mine who not got me in trouble, but just made a really big stink out of it. Like, that doesn't teach us anything about architecture. Okay, you got me. It doesn't. You know?
Yeah, you're gonna have some of those, just like we have here. We deal with more anti-flat earthers and people that behave weirdly, like it's not normal to go into a group, or like to go to a group of people and, you know, treat them the way that we get treated. It's not normal. So you're gonna have that happen in a bunch of, like, with a bunch of students. It's gonna happen here and there. So just it won't happen as often as it happens in here because they seek us out to be weirdos.
Yeah, do you have any students, like, they're interested in flat earth and they just, like, straw man flat earth? It's like, have it on your tip of your tongue, you want to correct them, but you can't.
No, nobody has that kind of gall. You know, like, they may very well know that it's flat too. Like, for instance, you know, I had one a long time ago, and he actually told me later that he discovered flat earth because he was in the Navy and somebody was talking about it while he was on a ship. But prior to that, he did kind of troll a little bit and was like, how are we breathing right now? And, you know, to anybody else, that just sounds like a really stupid question. But to me, I was like, do you know? You know, like, I did actually later on find out that, you know, we kind of stepped aside and he started talking about it. And he was disabled from the Navy and came back to school and wanted to learn some architecture. So it was, but that's really the only student, at least that I know of, that was definitely a flat earther. And that I told him that I was as well.
There's a slight trend of earthers leaning towards ex-military.
You have to be objective. I mean, what are they? Are you certain? 99%, sir. Like, no.
Joins the military, disabled. I'm just kidding.
And they often have to be correct. You know, I mean, I think that's why there's an upswing in, like, engineering or architecture, civil engineering. A lot of the closet flat earthers that, you know, I tend to start to know and get to know about, and they kind of out themselves, and I go, yeah, I'm a flat earther too. Or my wife is a beautician, and she cuts, you know, everybody's hair, and sometimes she finds, you know, flat earthers as well, and their husband and their whole family. They're like, yeah, we know it too.
I think it's got to the point where it's no longer, you can't deny it anymore. It's just there.
Well, I'd say a majority are actually, you know, highly involved people, whether it be military or even academics.
Yeah, we're kind of done with that. Like, we're done with it. It's like, there's no possibility. No curvature, no proof of rotation.
Well, I'm sure you guys saw that study too, that, like, you know, it was a hot topic in 2020 that I think there was an article that was saying, like, a large majority of PhDs are anti-jibby jabs, you know, and everyone's wait, they're supposed to be the smartest ones, you know.
Yeah, but that's coming out now. That's coming out as well. Like,
very quietly, of course. I mean, we notice it. We're kind of looking for it and know what to look for.
So many people lost their jobs, etc., and now they're figuring out that it wasn't actually a thing.
Oh, I've heard the courts are just slammed with cases.
It's rough. It's probably the worst thing. It's a really bad thing they did. Like, you know, people would ask you, well, why didn't you get the jab?
Well, I'm a flat earther.
No, well, I didn't have a holiday book. Yeah. People took a jab so they can go on fucking holiday. If you didn't have the jab passport on your passport, you couldn't go on holiday, but you just paid £1,000 for.
Yeah.
You know.
It was weird times, man. Although I do think that was one of those upswings in flat Earth too. Like a lot of people, questioning what's happening in reality, something they socially understand and are comfortable with, and notice being very uncomfortable. It led them to question the information, and kind of the same thing. They started to question it. What about this globe? Right? Everybody's talking about flat Earth. Why are they talking about flat Earth? And the honest and the genuine ones, they ask sincere questions. They ask and they get sincere answers.
I honestly think I was living in a different world before 2020. I think something changed. I'm in an alternative universe now. It's so strange. It doesn't make sense.
The people have changed. It's really the same setting. Okay. I look at the place every day, and I still think it's beautiful. But don't get me wrong. There starts to be less socially like interactions of people on the street that seem beautiful. But you got to escape the city sometimes and just see nature for what it is. I mean, at least I do, or I'll go nuts.
I don't like cities, bro. It's just like big grey fucking asphalt, concrete, fucking dreary fucking things.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Not all design is like perfect at all. In fact, it's an absolute clusterfuck of just egotistical maniacs. Like, really. But
how do we get all the people in one place? We build fucking skyscrapers and put them in masses.
I mean, they filled life with luxuries and inventions that would make day-to-day life easier and easier until nobody's really enjoying life at all or questioning it whatsoever.
That's true.
I don't know about you, but like when I'm having a bad day, I see it as like, in a way, God or the Creator trying to tell me or show me something, or actually to seek an opportunity in this terrible thing that has happened, or that, okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily always, in fact, to me, in my head, it's almost like everything's actually a good thing. You wouldn't even know what good is if you didn't know all the parasites and the bad things on this earth, and that people are doing terrible things to each other because they're believing complete delusions, like spinning on a globe at 1,000 miles per hour through nothing, and don't worry about it, you're stardust, you came from the dirt, you're practically dust mites, right? I mean, what that kind of thinking...
I get you.
Could really do.
I get you, bro. I get you.
Oh, I'm just trying to keep it back into flat Earth.
Yeah. But every bad thing that can happen to you has a silver lining. I mean, it doesn't matter how bad life is. I suppose what I'm saying to you is always try to find this, because I'm telling you now, there is a silver lining in every fucking bad thing that happens to you. There's a reason, there's a lesson, there's something.
That's the wisest thing I've ever heard you say, P-Mac, and it's so true.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Oh, yeah. Once I was able to shut my mouth about flat Earth and kind of just observe people around me, I found like flat Earthers that I know and I'm friends with now. So you just pay attention to what people say, and there's more flat Earthers around you than you think.
Yeah, they're talking about flat Earth. People I didn't even think of. I can't. Holy shit, bro. Because some jobs I went to, I haven't mentioned flat Earth, and they're like, "Hey, did you hear the Earth? Maybe." I'm like, "Well, go ahead, tell me more." I just, it's like it's not that I'm scared. It's like
Well, like in most situations, the person that's loudest about a topic is usually the most ignorant about it.
Yeah, he's the first one you have.
I've been there where I was talking so much about it because I was so ignorant, like still needed to like learn more instead of just spouting off the mouth at every level that I was at, like just kind of learning still. I was more vocal about it when I was ignorant. Now that I'm much more knowledgeable on it, I'm more reserved, quiet, and I'm paying attention.
Like my best friend said to me, Paul, you know what I like about you? is the way that you believe in something, right? And you're 100% convinced about it, and you can prove it, but you haven't ever pushed it on me. You've never pushed it. I'm like, no, why would I? The last thing I want to do is impose my beliefs or thoughts onto somebody else's fucking brain. That's up to you.
Yeah, it's much better when somebody can realize and figure out something on their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just mind control is not my thing, bro. It's just not my thing. But we are basically under mind control. I mean, it's fucking so obvious. I kind of put it in the back burner in order not to make myself go fucking insane as to why do people do this to each other, but I don't know what it is. I have no idea. It's just like people like to fucking take advantage of other people and make them subject to religion because of books and things, and you will act this way, you will do this way, you will pay this way, and it's just like I just don't understand it. It's just like it's crazy to me. You're just you're indoctrinated from when you're really tiny until you're bigger. Yeah, it's crazy to me. I don't understand it, man. But how do you tell other people that, like, without wanting to influence their train of thought? I mean, I don't have anyway, I'm bumbling now, or bambling, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'm
yapping. Yappuccino.
Yapping, thank you. Yapping was the word I was looking for.
I would call it rambling, wouldn't you, CB?
I mean, it also could be a taco latte.
Taco latte.
Shut up, you motherfucker.
I've got a question to the panel if my mic's working.
What up, Dave?
And we
What
are
up,
live.
Dead Air Dave?
What's going on, everybody? Are there currently in the call? What's up, P-Man? Are there currently in the call any heliocentric believers of our cosmology? Go ahead, guys.
Yes.
I am Spartacus.
No, I am.
It's round. It's round. It's round.
Looks like currently no believers of the heliocentric model. Y'all continue.
Thanks,
Not a one.
Appreciate it. Ah, man. Ah, man.
Yeah, I tend to wonder how many of these globies actually, like, they've probably talked to a flat earther in real life and got super grilled, and they are just terrified. So they see a flat earth room and they're like, oh, man. Like, if my best friend chewed me out over this and, like, totally kicks my butt, these guys.
Yeah, but some people will come on here and argue from butthurt because of that. So they'll just be butthurt, and that's their whole entire argument is based off of their emotions.
It's AFB.
Argue from butthurt? Yes. See, I'm glad it caught on.
I find it real life. They get way more emotional. Like, there's the amount of fallacies they'll put forward, and you try to correct them, and then you just see their face just like, start getting all red, and you're like, okay, I guess I'll stop here.
You can't control what happens to you in life, but you can control how you respond, how you react.
Dang, P-Mac. Where did all this wisdom come from?
It's laying dormant in the back of my fucking skull.
Oh yeah.
I learned from the masters. I spent 125,000 years in Nepal.
He wandered the bog of eternal stench, and now he came out clean.
Now I smell Billy. It's all about how you react to things. It honestly is. Like, you can't control life. You can't control what happens to you, right? Because that's idiotic to believe, right? But you can control how you respond to it. And if you just don't respond, then you're okay. You know.
Damn, we're going deep.
Deep in the deep.
Yeah, like some Asian lady cut me off today, and I looked at her and like, oh, she's Asian. It's not her fault.
I actually phoned up a Chinese there a couple of nights ago. I swear to God, I went, "Hello, I'd like to make the order." They went, "What?" I said, "I'd like to make the order, please." Okay, go ahead. And I continued to speak in fucking Chinese. No, never mind. But actually happened, like, that's silly.
All right, so who we cooking today?
I got a sandwich for anybody who can guess where I'm at right now.
Kitchen.
You're on Earth. You're
Ding,
on
ding,
Earth.
ding.
Grandma's house.
I'll take a turkey and Swiss.
But are you barefoot and pregnant? So that's only 1 out of 3.
No, I'm just in the kitchen.
Where you should be.
Facts.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yes, you did.
Okay, then.
No Globetarts?
Creation, there was fucking loads of them earlier, bro. You missed them, bro. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Everything. We had signs in here. We had, what was the other guy? I can't remember his name. What was the other guy? Still can't remember his name. I have a problem remembering names. But now there was a lot of them. Like. They were talking about gravity, Mars, and other things. The one thing I can't get right. This really annoys me. Just have to share this with you. Are you ready? So Mars is like, I don't know, like hundreds of billions of kilometers away from Earth, but it was close to the Earth atmosphere, and then in the Sun. How? It wasn't. How could something that's so far away be anything close to Earth? Earth is in the Goldilocks zone, but Mars is not. But it was close to Earth. How? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're coming up with this narrative that Mars used to be like Earth. Well, how the fuck was it? It's millions of miles away from fucking Earth. It's like, what physics are you using? Does that make sense?
Just waiting for an asteroid to strike down and hit my house so I can claim my asteroid insurance.
Coriolis insurance.
It's funny you should mention that. I just took it out today. $3. The biggest fairy tale that we've been ever told is that we're living in a fairy tale. Nothing makes sense. None of it. And they'll come up with, what does it matter if the Earth is round or flat, man?
And the fact that it has everyone befuddled, it makes reality somewhat surreal. Being surrounded by all these. Did you hear they rescued those astronauts? It's wild.
Isn't it? I mean, you're so far removed from what's actually going on to think that the shape of the Earth actually doesn't have a bearing on anything you believe. Like, I mean, like it's a nothing burger. Really? Good luck, bro.
Yeah, what's weird to me is these people, and I understand some people are young, and like I said earlier, a lot of people are busy, so I guess I do understand it, but how they've lived a life where they've never just taken a second look at all these things. I don't know. I guess it's just not in people's hobby wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it only works if everyone takes it on face value and just accepts it. So it's weird to have everyone in this trance where they've got them primed to just eat the feed.
Oh, it is a trance.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I mean, where does it end? You know, because they're not going to stop making feed. And people's faces are deeper and deeper into the oats bag by the minute. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to be the like I said, the touch of gray and the silver lining, but yeah, this whole thing is interesting. It's like, why aren't there classes? Why does Apollo rocket moon travel have to be addressed by an architecture class? You know, it's like you can get a PhD in jazz. Maybe I'm wrong, but you can study the Grateful Dead at Berkeley. But how many classes are there really going through the space age, other than it's just a prerequisite that you just believe it all? At what point, you know what I'm saying? Shouldn't they at least be studying it critically, saying it's all a farce, or shouldn't they just say, oh, this is all real? Here's what we've done. American history, world history. I don't know.
Well, now I know it's bullshit. If you get a PhD in fucking jazz, it's all bullshit, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
But, you probably could.
A jazz appreciation PhD is, I mean, maybe there's all some paperwork we can all get some, but it's like,
it's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little strange that they haven't embraced it. If the goal is international kumbaya, well, isn't this the one thing that we've achieved, international kumbaya? Even though it started with a race, now we're all on the same space lab. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's sort of a dismissal of it. No, hell, I don't even remember, other than when there was an event, a launch or the Challenger launch, or I remember when they carted the Challenger around to the Air Force bases. I saw it on the back of a 747. But all the groundwork for the space thing is almost done preschool, like with the Sesame Street worm. Like there's never a stage in school of, maybe one day, one paragraph in the history book of man landed on the moon. And now let's talk about Vietnam.
Yeah, no, I suppose, yeah.
They should be studying all these things. I mean, they study war. There should be classes and just PhDs offered in history of space travel. Maybe there are, but they should be everywhere.
It's the polar opposite of learning, of advancing. When you've restricted people to a certain way of thinking, you're telling them everything is one way. It's all lies. How are they ever going to discover reality or something better than that? It's like you've got them from an early age. You indoctrinate them. You tell them dinosaurs are real.
Then peer pressure. All your peers all think it. And the peer pressure transfers into adulthood. You start making a group. Either you isolate yourself or you start making groups of adults like you did with kids that have the same group thought, right? There's exceptions, but there's certain things that everyone draws the line on where you don't want to upset your peer group.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I still got the same questions from when I was 5-6 years old till right now. I'm 29, and all those animations they show you in the textbooks, hundreds of millions of years. Like when I was 5, I'm like, this is like, how do they know hundreds of millions? Like what? Like it's just baffled my mind. And then I kind of just like put all the school aside. And I was like, whatever. I'll just like mosey my way through school and not really pay attention.
Do you know what you're saying there now is something I've been thinking to myself since I was maybe not 5. That's a bit early, but 6 or 7. And I look up and go, what if what they're telling us is not actually true? What if that isn't actually a star that I'm seeing 3 billion light years away that happened like 3 billion years ago? What if it's different? It's just like I think people in Italy we're not stupid, but we question it. I've been doing that for years, man. And it turns out that one day somebody goes, "Hey, what? Hey, back! You see what you're thinking? And here's the science behind it." And you're like, "Oh fuck!" Right? So it can't actually happen. You know what I mean? So the crazy thoughts I had when I was like 5 and 6 and 7 or 11 could actually be true.
Like I would love for them to have like a university level or at some teaching level. I know it won't happen, but alternative learning, right? But like then like how would you grade people on that, et cetera, et cetera? So I mean, there's a lot of problems in that.
That's just indoctrination, isn't it? Fucking pure fucking propaganda indoctrination. That's all it is. That's all it is. If you step outside of that, you're a weirdo, you're fucking crazy, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist. Peer pressure, you're a prisoner in a cage full of fucking invisible fucking bars and all that shit. It's true, I didn't have any problem telling people what I thought, and then they kept badgering me, and I told them to fuck up. Yeah, I did. So you believe the Earth is flat, Paul? Listen, go fuck off, right? Explain this to me, explain rotation, explain fucking angles, explain this that way, and they're like, right? And they think they're having a laugh with you, And so you just have to reach a point where you go, listen, I know you're trying to take a piss. Just fuck off now. I believe what I believe. I'm not trying to tell you what you believe, but
hey, Peanut. That's when you prove that they're the one with a belief, and then you make them spiral until they fuck off. That's the best way to put it. You make them spiral till they F right off into the Atmos. Yeah,
that's exactly it. Yeah, I've done that many times.
Because they're the ones with a belief. You're just like, hey, man, the horizon is horizontal. And they're, no, it's not horizontal. And then they have to try and argue curve that you cannot see.
So you're telling me that this thing that I see is 3 billion light years away. Light traveling through space. And you're like, and they're like, what?
These people don't know what the hell space-time is. They invoke it like it's a god.
Yeah, that's true. What if, just maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, they don't understand the absurdity of it, because I've done that before where someone wants to do that, keep, oh, you think this, you think that's that. I guess you're right. We are living on a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space chasing the sun. Huh. I hadn't thought of it that way. Then they realize that they don't even realize that these are all things that they have to agree with.
Let me explain to you in one sentence how that is not possible. Oh, wait, okay. And then they shut up.
Yeah, people do not like the idea of being faced with the possibility that it's all a fairy tale. I'll agree with you there. Or I don't know if we're agreeing, but that's, from my experiences, people, they don't like it.
I don't care if you agree with me or not. It's okay. Yeah, it's crazy. It's mental.
It's wild. I mean, it's wild they have everyone pretty much on the same page. The same chapter, the same book.
Yep. Book.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Tad weird. This and the other thing we were talking about, I mean, it's bizarre. It is, we use the term sheep, but that is what they are. I mean, send one dog after them and they'll go up the mountain.
That's strange, man. It's strange. It's strange. Life is strange, man. As it really is. Like you're trying to figure out what it is. You realize it's not what they're telling you it is, what you're living on. And you think, so what's the purpose of that? And you go down another rabbit hole, and you're what am I doing?
It's strange that I would say probably 99% of the people aren't even thinking that. They're not even considering what you're saying right there.
Oh, not at all. No, not at all.
So that's strange.
Yeah. People are strange when you're a stranger. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, the streets are uneven when you're down.
When you're a clown. I don't know. I think it's a weird fucking experience. I mean, I don't know, bro. You tell me. Like, there's so much going on. There's people killing each other. There's always fucking all kind of weird shit. And there's some kind of big godly plan to make people better and all this kind of shit. No, I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I could be wrong. I'll keep an open mind. But I don't think what's going on here and this, whatever we're experiencing, is what you're saying it is. I think it's something else, And that's just my personal opinion, so whatever, bro.
You ever hear the song from XTC, Dear God?
No, but I'm about to queue it up on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, listen to it, and then I kind of rewrote it where it's Dear Globe.
Right, say that again. XTC from God?
No, the band is called XTC, and then I think it's XTC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and then the song is Dear God.
Can you just fucking post me a link?
Oh, I'm tabbed out right now.
You gonna turn into a parody?
Yeah, if all the words that they use, if you replace with Dear Globe, and the concept being that the globe, the aerospace and space race and all these things that we're going to change with the space age. And kind of like the concept of the astronaut looking down at Earth. It's like, Dear Globe.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think another good theme for a song would be Space Jesus. Like a good old Southern Gospel Space Jesus song would be great. I guess to write that, I would have to read that dude's book.
Yeah, the astronaut who wrote about how he found Space Jesus.
Guess I better order it or see if I can find the PDF. It would be intellectually dishonest to write a song about him without reading his book.
What did you say you substitute the Dear God by? Dear Globe.
Dear Globe.
Oh, Dear Globe. Dear Globe. I'm listening now.
It's like, Dear Globe, hope you got the message in. I pray you can make it better down here.
Why you look so flat from far away? Dear
There's
Globe.
also Bette Midler, From the Distance. And you replace it From the Surface.
From the surface, the earth has no curved edge.
I like you guys. You're flat earthers. I like it.
Hello.
I like Kurt Cobain's better.
Hey, D-Mock.
Yeah.
I'm at work right now.
What is it?
I'm at work right now.
Who cares?
I turned on my webcam, but there's too many people in here.
What does that mean? Like, what does that mean?
What's he talking about? Thanks for whoever you are.
Well, I'm glad you're a working man. Pay those bills, boy. Pay those bills.
Oh my god, fucking bills.
You're not a fucking drain on society. You bastard. Pay your taxes.
You should see how thick the mud is on these corner beads.
What mud?
Oh, are you drywalling?
No, I'm plastering.
Oh, plastering. Well, I mean, you know.
Here, look in the side chat. I can take a picture of it.
Now you got his attention.
Oh, you're working on the ISS.
Me too. I thought you were drywalling the ISS. Drywalling that aluminum.
Oh, God, no.
He's putting on plaster.
No. Please don't start posting videos of drywalling. That's kind of boring. Fuck me.
He's a monster plaster. Holy smokes, there's two ladies walking towards me, and one of them doesn't look alive, but she's walking. That's weird.
Yeah, I never understood that. What do you call it? Space Odyssey 2000 or something? What the fuck's going on there, bro? Somebody please explain.
It just looks like that basement that he's working on.
Did he forget to finish the drywall?
There's a van with pink stuff on the front, looking like a brain drawing on it, and it says fleshy flesh. What the? Where am I at right now?
I'm close to dying.
I couldn't make this stuff up, man. It looks like either a brain or an intestine drawing on the front of the van's hood. Pink, and then it says flesh and some other stuff. Thinky, stinky. Just a vehicle, a van sitting in front of me, painted with stuff on it. Just, yeah, like who the hell puts flesh and it's just weird.
Hey, Dimmock.
What's up?
Just want to say one thing about it. What's that? I appreciate you.
I just wrote a little tune, a little jingle. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Play guitar.
Rovers, they like to believe. Closer to the surface, the further you can see.
That's hilarious.
Was it beautiful? Is it like a ballad?
No, could you sing that again? Sorry, I missed it the first time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I missed it. Go ahead.
Okay, let me see if I could remember it. Glovers, they like to believe. Closer to the surface, the further you can see.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
That's a good old American girl right there.
Was that guy? Was that guy that was in yesterday? Who said that?
I don't know. A lot of them say it, so I just thought you guys would love that beautiful ballad I just wrote.
That was beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. Absolutely amazing.
Well, they do say the refractive index is higher, closer to the surface. Yeah, so it does. In their mind, that might make sense. Yeah.
Why does your globe bottle make no sense to me?
Weirdos.
You're fucking weirdos. You're fucking weirdos.
You shouldn't be teasing my accent, P-Mac.
Shut your face, you fucking Australian bastard.
Yeah, PMAC's accent is what we call incoherent.
Tell myself that all the time.
Flatsy's accent is like this. If y'all north of Mexican Dixieland, you're the ones with the accent, not me.
Amazing Dixieland. I do have a very hard accent to pin down. I do.
Mine's so hard to pin down.
What'd you say?
Why are you saying that, boy?
What'd you say?
I said nothing. I say whatever you think I said. So everything's cool. No matter what happens to you in life, no matter how bad it gets, there's always a silver lining. Trust me. I said that. I sound like I was drunk. A silver lining. Trust me. You can always pull a silver lining out of a bad situation. There you go now. I had 2 years, right, of life fucking me over, bro. I can't explain it to you. Like, I woke up, there's like a flat tire, I had an abscess in my tooth. Somebody died. I was like, Jesus, life, would you just fucking calm down and get away? It makes you stronger. You know what I mean? No? Okay.
Yeah. God gives you challenges that you can overcome to make you a stronger person.
Okay, well, now you're talking sense.
This is why, like, the atheist
is like bullshit.
Well, this is why, say, the atheist, why they don't really believe in God, is because they know this. They know that God will challenge you with challenges you can overcome to become a better person. But they kind of see themselves as sort of born on second base, thinking they hit a triple, and they've never really been challenged. They're kind of like these like upper middle class white dudes who, like, the hardest thing they ever had to do was like
make a coffee.
Like, they didn't get the high score. Like, they missed out on some magic item and they passed some door that they can't go back in some video game they played. So they're really upset because they see themselves as supreme human beings able to rise to the challenge. But they're never challenged. They're never even given a chance to show what they're made of. So rather than do a self-reflection on why God doesn't challenge them, they decided that there's no God instead.
Oh. Well, that's pretty deep. Do you think it's let me see. Well, hang on. I'm trying to formulate a sentence here. It's really hard to do when you're drunk. Fuck, I had it. I've lost it again. Oh, there it goes. So there's a purpose for us to be challenged.
Yeah.
Okay. And it makes you a better person.
Yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, like, you see the last 5 years, I'm a far better person than I was 5 years ago. Fucking brilliant. I suppose I'm trying to make a correlation between God and reasons and teachers and shit. Let me think. what other purpose is there? Like, I mean, I can't think of what is the reason for us being here. I mean, like, you came from an egg. Sorry, baby. You know, people look after you. You shit your pants. Nappies. No nappies. Is there a purpose to that? Probably lost you there.
Not everything has a, not every single challenge. Some things are just life.
That's true. So, one of my favorite sayings is one I made up myself. Just if you could listen to this for a wee second. I think there's some truth to it. Everything has a purpose. Even a rock is an obstacle. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I don't understand why it chose this route to fucking make us fucking become better than we are. But, well, I suppose, the lowest of the low. This is a pretty low vibrational fucking state of being, right? I mean, there's whole kinds of shit that goes on here. So it's really hard for people to equate that with some kind of godlike lesson. But it's just, it's kind of hard to make sense of that. But there probably is a purpose to it. I mean, what else could it be? It's either nothing or something. It's like, and it is or isn't, right? Okay. Nice talking, man.
Yeah. PMAC, I was tabbed out. I'm not sure what you're looking for here. I said not everything has a purpose. Some things are just life. They're just the way things happen.
Okay. So some things are life, some things just
circumstances.
Happen. So how are the two? Never mind, bro. Never mind. It's too deep, man. It's too deep. Fuck it.
No, it's not too deep. It's just think about that you're faced with a challenge.
Okay.
And you're looking for the meaning. Why? Why is it like this? It's because you're offered challenges to become a better, more stronger, resilient person or some kind of life lesson. And if you look at something that's just unfair, like this challenge is unfair, I can't do it. Why? Why is it like this? Why would it be so difficult? Why is this challenge beyond what I'm capable of? And sometimes it's just life. Life is unfair. This might not be any sort of life lesson. It just might be a turn of circumstances. There might be
so it's something else.
Well, you might be overlooking what the challenge is and viewing, instead of like small things, like little things to look at, you're trying to view the challenge as a whole instead of just a part. Well, if there's just one little bit in there that is you're supposed to look at.
Can I ask you, what do you think it is?
Yeah, I think it's both. That God is only going to challenge you with things you can accept and defeat to become a better person. He's not going to give you an unfair challenge. or she, or
yeah, it says it in the Bible. Yeah.
I'm not talking about the Bible. What did he say? What did he hear me say?
I'm only joking, bro.
Okay, I'm about to boot your ass. Okay, the creator. Okay, if I see the word God, maybe that it threw you through the roof. The creator, the capital C creator.
You think it's a capital C?
Uppercase.
There has to be, right? Uppercase C. There has to be, right?
Yeah, there has to be a creator. There just isn't any other option. There's no option without a creator. Yeah.
Well, but how did you get here? Who are you?
Well, I got my mom and father created me.
An egg, a sperm egg.
Yeah, and you just keep going back and forth until you end up at Adam and Eve or whatever the first people were. You're not going to end up like at Patman says. You're not going to end up with primordial soup.
But what if it doesn't mean anything much?
Then I guess you walk into some sort of nihilistic worldview, and that's your challenge.
Well, not even nihilistic.
Yourself out of that.
Just a worldview, just the way things are, like, you know. I suppose we're looking at purpose. What's the purpose of it?
The porpoise?
The dolphins of it. But yeah,
So life is to discover God's love and to enter a relationship with Him, and a growing relationship with God, so you can actually have a relationship with God. That's your purpose in life.
Okay.
To relate to God and drink His love, to know His love, to see Him, and to have a relationship with Him. That's your purpose in life. That's all of our purposes. We made for God.
But why did he choose such a shitty fucking engine to do it? Like, couldn't he pick another engine?
Well, you're not going to know why God did what He did, or to the Creator. The Creator set this world up for a specific reason that you're not going to have full understanding of. So trying to come to terms with what you would do if you're the Creator, it's pretty narrow-minded because you don't have the omniscient presence and whatever. You'll have all the omnis to really know the deeper underlying secret behind all of it. And you get to ask. You might be able to get to ask when you get there, but maybe not.
What did you say, PMAC? Why did he choose such a shitty engine?
Yeah.
But what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, like, look around you, bro. Like, it's not very nice, is it?
I don't know, man. I
mean, yeah, like, that's not God. I think that's people. That's what people are doing. You think that if everyone just decided to say snap and just not being assholes?
Wait. So he knew that this was going to happen. Like, people are going to kill each other, fight each other all the time, wars, left, right, and center.
Remember, didn't you listen to that song I told you to listen to? Dear Globe?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Dear Globe. I hope you got the leather.
Well, listen. That's fine.
Blame God because people are a-holes.
I'm not blaming anybody. I take responsibility for my actions.
I mean,
there's also an outlook on life too. Like, if you look at it as a shitty engine, then it's going to be a shitty engine. If you look at it as something else, then it's going to be something else. It's not.
What
always
beautiful?
I think the world's beautiful. Yeah.
You do?
I do. Yeah. I think it's fantastic. Most people.
Okay, well, let's just take your opinion, man.
Yeah, I know that's the way I look at things, but most people, 90% of people, are good people. Just that's what true. You see on the TV that you think, oh, everyone's a nasty piece of shit. But that's not the case.
No, I'm just trying to figure it out, bro.
You love music, don't you? I mean, music is part of the beauty of this experience. And people make that. People, amazingly enough, all this music that exists, people made it.
I know, it's fucking beautiful.
What a point, though. I mean, there are like things that are terrible and horrible and bad, and I mean, there are those things, but we're not denying those things exist. I mean, they do exist, but what I'm saying is, those things are changing. They're all being changed into something good. So there's a change over. There's a switch over. So obviously, there's a process involved in some things. Not everyone's awakened to the love of God right now. There's a lot of bad people that do evil things. We're not denying that. But they will eventually all come to that knowledge of love. And once everyone walks in love, then, yeah, everything's going to be perfect, bro. But, I mean, obviously, you might not see things as perfect, but you have to see them as perfect to become perfect. Because how you see things is how you change it into that thing. Because how you perceive things does influence the things around you. That's true. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't change it from flat to round. That's not going to ever change. That's not right.
Let's go back to that.
We know that. But there are things that do change by your mindset. If you have a mindset of love and goodness, and you have a really awesome mindset, it changes everything around you, the people around you as well.
And it's also, like, you know how you were saying you've had a shitty couple of years or something like that, right? So, and then you proceeded to say, in those couple of years, I've changed and become a better person.
I do.
Right?
Yes.
So you know, every time you get those challenges during the day, and you go, first of all, you get a bit mad. You go, oh fuck, this is bullshit. And then you know what I normally do? I turn around, I have a little bit of a laugh. I go, what's going on here? And I have a laugh, and I fix it, and then everything's fucking great.
Hunky-dory. Fair play.
Yeah, some things are a bit more serious, and they might take a little bit more time.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, you go, okay, what the fuck did I learn from that?
So,
you got to change. Like what I learned when I was maybe about 35 years old is you can get angry at something, but straight away you need to change your outlook on that thing that's making you angry. Otherwise, you're going to create something that you didn't need to create. And you just change the outlook on what you're doing, and then everything's fine.
Yeah, I said that before, man. It doesn't matter. You can't control life. It's how you react to it.
Well, that's not. Yeah, I was going to say that's not true, but yeah, what you said after that was right.
Tell me.
Well, you can control the things you can control, and the things you can't control, you can't get upset about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway. Yeah, no, you're right.
Like stress. So like stress is something that it's an inaction for something that you can take control of. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
This is a great therapy session today.
Yeah, it is. I'm almost free here. Financial stress, emotional stress, all them kinds of stresses.
Yeah, something you've got control over that you're not taking action. Agree?
Not sure.
Okay.
Hey, good news. Hung like Tic Tacs is here. Welcome back. Hung like Tic Tacs.
Tic Tacs.
Honestly, I saw the new SpaceX footage, and felt compelled to stop in.
Give it to us.
Well, that's what the interesting part is, where this SpaceX footage shouldn't cause you to flip the fuck out over flat Earth. It should do something other than that. It should take the day, at least, to contemplate what you think manned spaceflight does for humanity. And I've noticed that this used to happen quite often on launch days. The globalists were extremely triggered over flat Earth. And you're like, you really can't even take the day, the same day this happened, to at least pump the brakes before you just drive off the cliff and freak the fuck out over someone who you think disagrees with you.
What about the footage?
Yeah, well, it's been like a week, so yeah. What are you going to step into?
Yeah,
I meant to say stop in.
I know, I'm joking, bro. Well, no, what were your thoughts on it? What were your thoughts on it?
I thought, the footage was, freaking gorgeous, first off. But I guess in my head, it's like, okay, we have a totally new set of crewmates. And now these crewmates must have been pre-approved to follow the conspiracy of, okay, I know you guys are going to see a flat Earth, but listen, we're going to make sure that everybody who sees it, the fisheye lenses that you're using, etc. I'm kind of being facetious, but my point is like, how many sets of new crew do we need? How many people do we need? Okay, we've had. I know this isn't space, so maybe we call it LEO or something. We've had like over 100 some odd, astronauts in LEO. How many?
Okay, so your answer would be 100 then.
100.
No, this was a question more towards flat earthers. It's like how many people in the conspiracy until it becomes too big of a conspiracy to keep under wraps.
100. Whatever.
Yeah, hung like Tic Tacs. You use what you would imagine would take to put up a circus, and just ratio it up to the show that they're putting on. I mean, they make films all the time that are gorgeous in outer space. Space Odyssey 2001, gorgeous. That's, you can read, they have the credits after the film of who it was.
Yeah, how many are in on that Space Odyssey conspiracy?
2,000.
Yeah, don't act like there's not enough people to put on a show.
So what are you trying to say?
I guess, well, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but it's like,
yeah, you were clear.
If you try to put together like a film on, if you try to put together a production and you want to keep it under wraps, it gets exponentially harder the more people that you include in this production.
Yeah, sign a non-disclosure agreement. Who cares?
But that doesn't prevent anybody. Like, people still break NDAs, right?
Yeah, but
especially on
your
orders of magnitude of
Earth's a globe because you saw a video and no one talks about it. Is that right?
Yeah, and they also get fired. They also get removed from the project if it comes out that they were the leak of whatever.
Agreed. They definitely
get fired. And then they get threatened to take all this stuff away from them. But this is stuff that we can argue about that we're never going to come to a conclusion on.
Back to the flat Earth.
What specifically?
How many people are on the rocket? I mean, it's like, come on.
Yeah. And how do you know that footage that you're watching is from the vacuum of space and the rescue that they did? How can you confirm that?
I think that it gets exponentially harder.
No, I don't want your thoughts.
Okay.
How can you confirm that the footage that you're watching is from the place that they say it is?
Well, I think that's the mindset that I'm coming from. Is like, okay, let's imagine for a second that it is fake and it's CGI.
No,
and they're lying to us. But this lie becomes exponentially harder.
That wasn't what I asked you. I didn't ask you to imagine. I said, how do you confirm that footage is from the place that they say it is? It's a simple question.
I mean, my understanding is that I can't.
I'm not asking for your
because I'm not up there. I don't work for NASA or SpaceX.
Right,
but I think it becomes more plausible.
Your evidence is I saw footage that I can't confirm where it comes from, and that's my evidence that I can see the Earth from space and it's a globe.
But come on, we can't confirm that Antarctica is cold. But if I have a boat full of people that come back and say it's cold,
unlike Tic Tacs, the people at quote unquote mission control are just looking at a screen.
Yeah, some numbers on the screen.
Okay, but the people in the spacecraft taking the footage.
So yeah, you're asking how many people would they have to be in on this lie? Well, those people, they don't even know. They're along for the ride. They believe it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly. Look at governments. You know, they don't have to keep, like, it's not such a huge lie, but they lie about everything, and the people involved in government keep those lies. So I don't know why you would think that it would be any different when you've got an arm of the government going to a place that can't exist and them not being able to lie. I think that's strange.
Yeah.
Would you
I don't
agree
need
that
to be
the
convinced
government...
that governments can lie.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
definitely
So
on that train.
why do you think that they're telling you the truth about NASA and space?
Well, because this isn't the government, right? This is SpaceX, or how many private space agencies need to go into space before we're like, okay,
so
maybe this isn't a government conspiracy. This is an international conspiracy.
Is SpaceX funded by the government?
Yes.
Great.
In large part.
So do they have an obligation to the government?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Okay, but that obligation isn't to lie. That obligation is to take this payload into space.
Payload, yeah. How would you know, dude? Come on.
Yeah. So you've got
the whole thing's just sort of wishy-washy. It's people looking at screens, and you're telling us, well, I saw these people looking at the screens, so...
But if we're being
real,
fair
right?
here, it's not just looking at screens. It's like, okay, mission control...
Looking at screens.
Time out for a second. We're not just talking about the footage.
Looking at screens.
Okay, I can't even get to word edgewise.
The gorgeous footage. I would like to see. I would like to see what you say. It's gorgeous. Can you screenshot something you think is just gorgeous? I'd like to see this. Because I guess I'm assuming by gorgeous you mean that it's
a globe.
You're saying a ball, yeah.
Well, okay.
A blue ball.
To be fair.
Yeah, so let's see it. So let's see if maybe let's see if that curved image. Yeah, maybe if it is a curved, maybe we can figure out whether that's created by a lens. We can use the land masses that they're showing us as a reference. Yeah, they've got you. They've got you hook, line, and sinker. You say it's gorgeous, and you're on board.
Just because it's gorgeous.
I didn't think me saying it was gorgeous is controversial.
Well, let's see it. Yeah, like I said, Space Odyssey 2001 is gorgeous.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Great stuff. Back to Flutter. Face, mate.
I guess just to end for a second.
What's the silver lining of all that?
What are you talking about?
I guess I would just add quickly, like, you're like, okay, these guys in Mission Control are just looking at a screen. They're probably not in on this conspiracy. Okay, I can follow that. But you have to remember that this Mission Control is also handing off their signal to be able to talk to the spacecraft to different spots around the Earth, so they can maintain
different people
contact.
looking at screens.
Okay, but regardless of that fact, when I have a radio in my backyard, I can go and ping the space station. I can receive some of the signals that it's putting out, and I can track it. But my point is at a certain point, I stop tracking it, and my buddy across the Earth, it's on like a polar orbit right now. So if I'm in Florida, my buddy in Delaware can pick up that signal when it loses signal strength for me. Awesome. And then if you keep going,
does that change the shape? Does that change the surface of the Earth?
Oh, well, hear me out. It goes into a full circle, or I guess I should say,
how do you know that?
It goes from Florida to Delaware to Greenland to China to it does a full rotation. And so I guess that's the part where I'm like, okay, these Mission Control guys, sure, they're just looking at a screen, but you got to at least be able to follow the logic here that I end up catching the signal again while in my base in Florida by pointing my radio telescope behind me.
When something is above you and in range, you can receive it, and when it's not above you and not in range, you can't receive it.
Okay, but you're missing the fact that my buddy in Delaware can receive it now.
But you're imagining that you're losing reception because it's below you. It could go far away from you and you could lose it. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You're the one. You're the one trying to force this into a ball.
No, I'm just trying to ask you to follow the logic here, because if it were a flat Earth,
yeah, well, we've recognized that it's illogic.
What part of it is illogical?
Well, you're the one who's shoehorning in that the reason why you're losing reception is because it's under the ball. It could just be far away. It also could it not just be far away from you?
But this is what you're saying right now. Sorry, we catch radio signals from galaxies far, far away, and so we understand that these astronauts are in LEO.
If you want to talk
can I
about
finish?
logic,
Guys, I don't interrupt you. Let me finish. I'm not. When you're talking about them going far away, you got to understand the magnitude of scale that you're suggesting that they go far away with. We can catch radio signals from the sun right now. That's 93 million miles away if you follow the status quo. But they're not going any further than the sun. They're staying in LEO. And so it doesn't make sense that we would lose signal by virtue of them going far away. It only makes sense that we're losing signal because they're obstructed. What are they obstructed with?
Doesn't make sense, pal.
What part?
All of it.
Okay, great. This is how you know you're not dealing with people that are taking this seriously.
You don't know how far away it is, dude.
Dude,
For real, you're not addressing your assumptions. So can you address your assumptions first, and then we can actually follow a line of reasoning. But the way that you're going about it, calling it logic, you're not addressing your assumptions first.
Okay, break it down for me.
What were you talking about? If you can remember.
Well, okay, let me just recap. We were talking about hey, I saw this gorgeous footage of SpaceX recently, and I'm talking about hey, how many new astronauts need to go into space before this conspiracy gets too big to keep under wraps? And it's we got to remember the guys at Mission Control. They're just looking at a screen, and so they could not. There's a chance that they're not in on the conspiracy, but they just believe what they see with from the screen's point of view. But you got to remember that these Mission Control guys are having to hand off the signal when they talk to these these astronauts to different bases around the Earth. So it starts in Florida, ends up in Delaware, and I'm just kind of following this. And they're like, well, come on, you're assuming that we're getting obstructed by a globe, but what if they're just getting further away and we can't get that signal anymore? My point is that radio signals travel very, 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 very far. And so to suggest that we can't get that signal anymore because they're far away doesn't make sense to me, because I can pick up a signal from the sun 93 million miles away. Why would I not be able to pick up a signal from an astronaut, in LEO? Well, it's probably because it's obstructed by the Earth itself. You broke up. Say it again.
You can't pick up a signal from the sun, which is 93 million miles away.
Is that?
Sorry,
wait, you're saying you cannot?
You can't. No.
You can't pick up a signal from
You're
the sun?
wrong.
From a sun that's 93 million miles away, you can't.
What do you think the light is? It's coming from the sun.
Shut up!
It's from the sun, but not from 93 million miles away.
Oh, you fucking shut up, bud.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. To be fair, let's not assume that it's 93 million miles away, but we can at least agree that the astronauts in LEO are closer to us than the sun is, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Great. Then my logic still tracks.
No, it doesn't. Okay, your logic
isn't an argument. You need to make an argument here.
I'm about to start. I'm just trying to turn a corner, all right? Your logic is, because the signal disappears, that means we're on a globe. That's your logic.
Because the signal disappears and reappears based on who you hand the signal off to. So it goes from Florida to Delaware. And if it were to go from Florida to Europe,
we get it.
That wouldn't make sense on a polar orbit. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So your logic is people receive different signals at different times, therefore Earth's a globe. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Way too much.
Come on.
That's right, isn't it? What I just said?
Repeat yourself, please.
People receive different signals at different times from the same thing, and therefore Earth is a globe.
it's because of the way they receive these signals. But yeah, sure, I'm following.
What do you mean the way that they receive it?
Okay, if I'm in Florida and somebody receives that signal, I lose signal of the ISS or whatever spacecraft or satellite. I receive signal of this satellite, and then it goes off to California, and they can receive it, and I can no longer in Florida. Well, if I'm under the understanding this is a polar orbit and not an elliptical orbit, well, then that wouldn't track with the logic. But since it does track with the logic, it's following a polar orbit, south to north, from north to south, on the opposite side of the globe, then yes.
Weak argument.
I mean, this is what's happening in reality, right? Like,
okay, how far?
Wouldn't the path for the signal have the least interference when the thing's at its zenith?
Percentage. The guy came in earlier that he thought he was getting dogpiled. So can you dial back a little bit?
I didn't know it was a one-on-one.
Yeah, no problem.
The how far away is the satellite that you're talking about?
LEO. I mean, we're talking. What is it? Is it like 1,000 miles? Maybe. I don't even know if it's that far. It's pretty close. LEO.
So you don't know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, my next question was going to be, how do you know that? But you don't even know that. So.
Well, my point is I don't need to know exactly how far away this spacecraft is from Earth, because talking about that last point about like, how do you know that it's going behind the Earth? It could just be going further away and you lose the signal. Well, we both agree that the sun is further away than any astronaut right now in LEO, and therefore, if I can still pick up the sun signals, we don't think that it's a distance issue. I think it's an obstruction issue.
How does this prove the Earth to be a globe?
I think this gives evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, and then what are you going to do with the evidence to turn it into a globe?
Well, just like we use logic for anything, I can.
That's not you didn't use any logic, so just.
No, I am. Mission Control hands off its signal to different bases along the polar.
Yes, this was built upon your assumption in the first place. You don't play stupid.
My point is that you
had earlier addressed your assumptions, and then you said you built logic upon that. It's reckless.
Yeah. So you've got a logical assumption.
In a nutshell, that's what you said.
Repeating yourself doesn't make it so.
Yeah, you're the same.
My claim is that this gives
the one
evidence
that keeps repeating that it's because it's a globe. Assuming it's a globe, it works, checks out on a globe.
It gives evidence that it's
That's fine. Hallelujah.
Okay,
Holy shit. Where's the Tylenol?
Do you agree with this evidence?
Dude.
This doesn't track.
You're the one who's accepting this illogic house of cards as logical, not I. Are you the guy who comes in here and wants us to play pretend with you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, assuming this is all true, assuming there is a black hole, then do you agree with that? Oh, okay. So maybe you're a different guy who's playing this game.
All right.
Anyways.
Would you agree that you can have this type of communication if the Earth's not a globe?
When you say this type, are you just talking about like radio communication, or are you talking about how you have to kind of hand it off, and it follows that polar orbit, right?
Yeah. Okay. We'll just make whatever you call it a satellite in space. Let's make it closer, right? Could this same type of radio communication
he used to call it? It's crazy.
Happen on a flat surface?
I 100% think that radio transmission, sending and receiving, can happen on a flat Earth. I think it gives evidence that it is around Earth based on how we hand off these signals.
But you don't know the distance to what you're doing, though. And you don't have that because you can't confirm that. So in order for you to say that this is evidence of a globe, it would have to be exclusive to a globe. Don't you agree? And you just agreed that it can happen on a flat surface.
I agree that it can happen on a flat surface. Like you and I are, have walkie-talkies, and I lose my signal. But I guess I'm not following.
You're not following that it can happen on both the way you explain it and happen on a flat surface. You're not following that.
Well, let me be clear. So, like,
you
if you
just
and I
agreed
have
with something you're not following.
I'm trying to rephrase so I can understand better. So, you and I have walkie-talkies.
And get out of what you just said.
Right? Yeah, it's too late. You
can't
understand. You're trying. You're trying to build You're trying to build your foundation of logic on illogic. When right there, you're faced with the assumption you're making, and you're just brushing it off.
Okay, you're not being specific.
It could happen on a flat surface.
I don't think he realizes it.
Be specific.
Me neither.
It's not registering.
You're just hand waving away my argument. Be specific.
You have something to say to him, percentage. Maybe you can.
You're assuming that handoffs. You're assuming that handoffs automatically equal a globe, and they're being they're asking you point blank. Can you have handoffs without it being a globe?
My argument.
Okay, so I have a question for you. When you have a plane flying, right, and it handoffs from there's handoffs from different air traffic controller stations. Is that something that happens because it's a globe?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Handoffs and losing radio signal do not equate globe. But the handoffs for how we're talking to the SpaceX recent crew launch does equate to a globe. Because It's not like they're just handing it off from Florida to Oklahoma to California. They're handing it off in a polar orbit. They're handing it off from south to north.
How do they do that on a globe? How do they do the southern part on a globe?
I'm sorry, let me just add. They're handing it off from south to north, and when Florida picks back up that signal, they're pointing south.
So there would be some time when they can't receive them at all.
Correct. That one specific base, yes.
How long for?
I guess my point is that, like, if we're just talking about like air traffic control, if I hand off from an airport in Florida to an airport in Oklahoma, we can and we I lose signal in Florida, they gain signal in Oklahoma, and they can talk to that same aircraft. We can assume that aircraft is flying west.
I don't think you understand.
But if I pick up that aircraft again in Florida from the east, flying over the Atlantic, we can assume that they're coming from the east.
Assume.
Right, it gives evidence to the claim.
You can assume they're coming from the east.
They did a
but at no point did those planes fly over a curve, which is what you're needing for your space station.
Add to my argument. Just listen to the words I'm saying.
I hear you, bro.
Yeah, you agreed that all this can happen on a flat surface. That's all you need, man.
But it doesn't make sense that it would happen on a flat surface.
It doesn't make sense to you because you believe you live
signal on a flat surface. If it's flat, sure.
It doesn't make sense to you because you've never. No, that Hoss was speaking before me. You've got to find something that's exclusive to a ball that can't happen on a flat surface.
What evidence do you have that these spacecraft in LEO are going in absolute straight paths?
I feel like you just pulled this out of the folder of arguments to trip somebody up on. Who's making that claim? Why did you just ask me this random question?
Well, you're saying that it's going in at like a geodesically like a straight path, like a great circle arc or what have you, and that's why it's appearing on the opposite side. Sure. What evidence do you have that polar orbit is usually, like it's not deviating, right? It's a great circle arc or what have you, right?
And you're asking what evidence do I have of this?
It's a spherical straight line, right? Just like the equator.
More or less, yes.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that's actually going in that straight line?
I think that the footage that we have of them going over Florida and then the North Pole, I think that's some evidence.
Back to footage again.
I think the fact that I can go pull out my radio telescope and track them.
Can footage be
I think the fact that I can go pull out my visual telescope and see them are all evidence.
Yeah, but you still don't know where it is, and you don't know if it's going in a straight line either.
You want me to send you a website where you can track them?
Oh my God, the picture on the screen again.
Yeah, let me ask you a different way. How does a spacecraft in LEO ensure it's going in a straight line? What onboard devices does it use to ensure that it is?
I'm not sure.
Would it be safe?
I'm not
go ahead, guess for me. Go ahead.
They have gyroscopes. They have GPS. They have computer systems that basically, it's not just about going in a straight line, but maintaining their altitude because you don't want to fall.
Do you think they follow a heading?
I have no idea, dude.
Yeah.
Can't have a heading up there.
I mean, come on. If you're looking at the footage and we agree, maybe they're using a fisheye lens, maybe they're not.
It doesn't matter.
If I can see the tip of Florida,
can footage be manipulated?
Yes, 100%. Don't derail me. My point is, can we have a heading in space?
You're relying on footage.
We can head to the tip of Florida
as evidence. That's what you're relying on. Footage.
What am I relying on?
You're relying on footage again.
Oh, wait. What happened to the visual telescope that I have? The radio telescope that I have?
Okay, what's your angle measurement of how long you can track it?
My angle measurement?
Yep, in the sky.
I don't know what you mean.
From where to where and how long does it take? You've got no reference of whether it's going straight, where it's going, how far away it is. You've got nothing to go on, except for what they tell you. It's going at 17,000 miles per hour. Yeah, so you go, hey, because it's going at 17,000 miles per hour, it has to be this distance away from the Earth. You know about ratios, yeah?
17.5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, Pat, hold on real quick, right? This guy was a little concerned about possibly being ganged up on. He just wants to just talk.
Hey, you need to put that on your
Kids are so funny.
Hey, hung like Tic Tacs. You keep saying strongly suggested. You know what phrase? You know what practice comes to mind when every time you say that? Hypnosis. Yeah.
Interesting. Is that relevant? I don't get it.
I would say it's very interesting. Yeah, it sounds like you're under some hypnosis, and you've been strongly suggested. I agree with the strong suggestions. I'm going to tell you how strong these suggestions are. Do you agree with them? I don't know. I don't even think you realize that you're trying. It's like hypnosis zombieism or something.
It's more complicated than what it is. If my buddies go to Antarctica and they come back and say it's cold, and then another group unrelated to me speaks a different language, they come back and say it's cold. I can.
Well, what about a group that goes in there and takes their shirts off?
Great, that gives evidence that it's cold sometimes and not so cold sometimes. Yeah, it's evidence.
Strongly suggested.
Enough evidence.
Play on, Blair.
We can build a hypothesis.
Build a hypothesis on anecdotal evidence. Sorry, mate.
Well, I agree. We shouldn't build it off of anecdotal. How about you bring
You have a house of cards pyramid strongly suggested and planted into your cranium.
Okay.
How about that?
You're not even addressing my arguments. You're just muddying the waters with.
Yeah, I attempted to earlier.
Your arguments have been demonstrated to take place on two surfaces, which is not exclusive to a globe. So you don't have any arguments at the moment. All you've got is footage. That's it.
That's not true. You're just stating a blatant lie.
It's true. You agreed with me.
No, I disagreed with you. The fact that I can still pick up the radio signals, it doesn't, and then I don't any longer, that doesn't mean that they're far away. That means they're obstructed. What would they be obstructed from? Why do we hand off our radio signals in this certain path with this spacecraft, but in a different path with a different spacecraft? They're in different orbits.
We get it. This is the strong suggestion that you came here to present.
I think this is just one nugget of evidence that suggests it's a globe.
What's another one then? Give us another one, because that one's not going too well.
Okay, I already listed like 3 or 4. I can track it with my radio telescope in my backyard.
That's on the same. That's in the same argument.
The footage that they put out.
Yeah.
The fact that there's such a vast conspiracy is only getting larger day by day.
And now he wants to talk about people's feelings and divine their thoughts. That's what we're going to argue about.
How you're talking over people because you don't want to address the argument. You asked me for more evidence.
It isn't an argument,
and you couldn't hold yourself together.
Okay, what you just said. Part of what you just said was a bite of the same nugget, and then you went into they can't keep this conspiracy silent. That's not an argument.
I think it gives evidence to the claim.
Illogical.
They're
That's
not
an appeal
lying.
to your own incredulity. You're appealing to your own disbelief.
Oh, tell me more.
That's
please.
illogic. So why don't you said the footage was gorgeous?
No, deep dive on that one thing you just
see
said.
the tip of Florida.
Don't change subjects.
Gorgeousness.
My incredulity. Tell me more. What exactly fallacy?
You can't believe that such a lie could be told and kept. That's it.
Therefore, it mustn't be true.
I think that it's highly unlikely, but I think that I've been lied to.
I hear your appeals to your incredulity.
Okay, I'm asking you to explain.
No, you need to.
No,
explain.
dude, I can't. That's a you thing. That's inside your own brain.
I'm falling for this fallacy of my own incredulity. I can't believe it's not real.
You need to think about that. Now, how about you think about that? You being in disbelief of something is not a logical argument. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, and you admitted before that you admitted.
So this nugget's no good.
You admitted before that people lie. Governments lie. People lie. So why is it so hard to think about people lying? When
I thought we previously agreed
people lie.
that as the lie gets bigger, it gets harder to maintain. And every day, the lie is getting bigger. So how many astronauts do we need to go into LEO before you're like, man,
who cares?
It just doesn't track that this many people could maintain this lie.
Okay, the argument isn't about how many people can lie. The argument's about, is the Earth flat or is the Earth a globe? We can't divine people's thoughts, right?
But I thought we earlier agreed that it's harder to maintain a lie, the bigger the lie gets, the more people that are in on it.
A sucker's born every minute, bro. People are naive and gullible.
That's not an argument.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
Follow what I'm saying.
Well, the audience that they're delivering this lie to has a low threshold of discernment.
And by audience, you mean the Earth?
Yeah, the peoples, the masses, the outer space believers.
Yeah, so you've still got nothing that we're going
Those who have been strongly suggested to.
I have a belief in space, but I'm a high threshold believer. I'm not going to fall for something just to be gullible.
There you go.
Well, you believe in people in a space lab tin can falling around globe Earth all the time, so.
Right.
So I don't know. That threshold, that's pretty mid.
You got to admit that the threshold that you guys are supplying, you guys can't even provide a map. If I follow Google Maps,
I'll give you a map,
and it's based off of a globe Earth. Give me a Google Maps that isn't.
I'll give you a map if you want.
Let me follow your map and get me from A to B faster. Or
all right. First, we need to. If you're asking for an accurate map from me, then you'll need to give me one.
I'm a flat earther.
Well. Yeah, that's fine. So you'll need to provide me with one first, and say, "Here's my accurate map. Do you have an accurate map?" And then I'll give you one. All right.
Yep, I provided it
in chat. All right. How do you know that map is accurate?
Because I've tested it relentlessly.
How?
And it's maintained its accuracy.
How did you test it?
By consistently going to different point A's and point B's and getting there when it suggests I'm going to get there.
Down to the bread shop doesn't count.
Down to the what doesn't count?
The local grocery store, which is 2 blocks away.
Okay, but I mean, we agree that maybe I don't.
And he swallowed it.
Maybe we don't do as many road trips as we do grocery trips. But I've certainly used this.
You traveled by road and checked that the map's correct by road. Did you?
I mean, is your threshold that I need to fly places now to give you an accurate map? Because this map that I provided is based off of a globular Earth, yet it's accurate.
Globular? Wait, I haven't seen your map because I'm driving. 1 sec.
I linked to map.google.com.
You gave me a link?
Yeah.
To Google Maps, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
All right, I'm waiting for your map now.
Yeah, I think we can edit the mid.
All he's got is maps.google.com written there. It's not a link. You can't click on it.
Oh, that's annoying. I don't know why you can't click on it.
It's a link. It's not a hyperlink.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you guys sort that one out. But I'm waiting for the flat Earth map.
How convenient.
You haven't given us an accurate map, though. So you haven't given us an accurate map.
What's not accurate about it? What part?
I don't know. It's your map.
You don't even know what's not accurate, yet you're making the claim it's not accurate. You see how upside down you are?
It's not my map. You need to prove to me that map is accurate.
No.
Do you even know how to make a map?
No, Tic Tac, if that's accurate, like it has distortions, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Why is it? Then it's not accurate.
so we can be any map with distortions.
Well, my point is that like if I go from point A to point B, whether we're talking about 100 miles or 1,000 miles, it's
pick one. Is it 100 miles or is it 1,000 miles? Because depending, you'll use different maps for different occasions, my friend. This is something
I'm all on the same map. What's different about this map?
So hold on.
The same map.
What do you mean the map is accurate? What exactly do you mean?
What do you mean that the map has changed?
What do you mean that the map is accurate?
Accuracy means exactly the same as what we live on.
Hung like Tic Tacs. What do you mean the map is accurate?
He won't even show the map.
Okay, what do I mean the map is accurate? Mm-hmm. When I route plan from point A to point B, and I look at the odometer on my truck, it's accurate.
You've never done that. You've never done that.
I find it very weird that you are fighting to reify a map.
No. I'm fighting to get a map of a flat earther. You guys have none.
Hold on. Are you arguing that distances? Hold on. In maps.google.com, are you arguing that distances are accurate? Like if I get
when I plot out point A to point B, it's accurate.
Okay. So give me an example of how you do that in maps.google.com, right?
You pick a city, and then you navigate to another city, and then you do that navigation part.
How do you get a distance between two cities?
You type it
on a map. Okay, so you just accept the number that pops out. You're not actually measuring anything on the map.
The reason why I accept the number that pops out is because it's been accurate time and time and time again.
Right, but I want you to give me a constructive reason why it's accurate, not just like out pops a number, and I can empirically verify that over the many trials that I've done, it works.
Reason than empirically verifying.
Yeah, you can have land maps.
You could, for example, take a map, right? At the bottom right of any standard map, there's a little metric on it that tells you for any inch, for example, on the map corresponds to any real world distance. You're not doing that.
That's as the crow flies.
Okay? What?
Because we're not flying.
What do you mean you're not flying?
If I use that little 10-mile marker on the bottom right, it wouldn't be accurate because you're not measuring distances. Then you're measuring how long it's going to take for your driving style, accounting for traffic and all these sorts of little complications on top of it. It's going to take you distance.
Yeah, and just out of curiosity, on how many of these maps that you have is there a direct straight line from city A to city B? Because last time I went for a drive, there was fucking corners and shit.
Amen.
Okay, I was able to...
So you using a map and then turn around and go, oh, but the distances is now null and void because there's no straight roads. So your map argument just got thrown out the fucking window.
So hold on. You think a machine where you ask it, give me the distance between point A and point B, and it gives you a distance. That's the same thing as a map?
Okay, just to be clear, guys, I linked Google Maps. When I go from point A to point B, it doesn't assume I'm flying. It assumes I'm driving. And it follows those curvatures of the road. Because you're right, there's not a lot of straight roads in the planet Earth. And when it maps out that this is 70 miles away, and I look at my odometer, and my odometer reads 69.9, that's pretty damn accurate.
How much deviation
so let me get this straight. Because Google Maps spits out a number and your fucking car says something close, all of a sudden it's a ball.
No. It's an
That's
accurate
what you just
map.
said to us.
All of a sudden. Listen. It's an accurate map. I'm asking for an accurate map from
what type of map
perspective.
Is it?
I found this map. I got it unpacked. I'm posting it in the side chat now.
If you look at Google Maps and you zoom out...
stop with the Google Maps. What type of fucking map is it?
How much deviation do you think you would get from a flat Earth versus a spherical Earth over the distances that you're driving?
I'm not sure on like deviation, but I do know when we're talking about if I want to go from like San Francisco to I'm trying to think of like
pulling it over distances. What type of map does Google Maps use?
Let me be very clear. 2 seconds, guys. Don't overtalk. When I'm looking.
Oh, forgot to mention, I'm a pretty short fucking fuse cunt. Now, what type of maps is Google Maps? We'll try again.
And there's a country that's on the east side. And if we follow Google Maps if I follow a flight plan.
Okay.
The last we heard was San Francisco and...
You guys aren't listening.
So yeah, we're not, because we muted you.
You were spazzing. Start over.
Okay, so I'm looking for a map of the flat Earth because on a flat Earth, it's not curved, and therefore it would like, for example, if California was on like the west side of a flat Earth map, the fastest way to get to Hawaii would be to travel east. Yet people always travel west. So there's efficiency gains by using a globe Earth, assuming that the flat Earth map, California is on the far west side. You get what I'm saying?
So just because someone drew a particular place on the wrong side of a bit of paper, all of a sudden we've got to fly the wrong way? What the actual fuck?
Doesn't that make sense? Like, okay.
No, it doesn't. That's the second dumbest thing I've heard this week.
Since nobody's provided a flat Earth map.
Because in reality, when you get to Hawaii, half the people took off out of Tokyo, the other half out of LAX. That's reality.
Okay. So
why are you so hung up on maps anyways? What's your issue with this whole map thing?
Because nobody here believes what they're saying, because if you had a flat Earth map.
Hang on a minute.
First off,
hold on. Stop fucking talking. Nobody here believes what they're saying. This is not a belief system, my friend. This is a knowing. We know it's fucking flat. We don't believe it is. You walk outside and, like me, you see flat. You don't feel fucking motion. Yeah? You don't see this fucking curvature. You're the one that believes it's a ball.
See the curvature.
I know it's fucking flat. You see curvature. Where do you see this curvature at? Please.
When I go take a flight, any old commercial flight, I can see the curvature.
Can you describe what that curvature looks like?
Okay, but before it's curved.
Right. In which direction?
Side
to side or forward or backwards?
My point. 2 seconds, guys, before we move on.
No, you haven't got a point. You're a liar.
I asked for a flat Earth map, and I gave one.
Stop with.
Nobody would provide one.
Rail ya.
Hold on.
Okay, just.
How
we don't care about the maps. In order for you to prove you live on a ball-tard, you need proof of curvature. You stroking your dick about maps means 1, 2, negative. Fuck all. Get it? We don't care about the maps. Maps prove nothing. That's it. How do we know that your guy that made a map didn't just fuck up? Oh no, the map's wrong. Therefore, the whole world has to change its shape. No, it doesn't work like that. Stop trying to make reality out of a bit of paper. No one cares. You prove curvature first, you'll make everyone in here happy. We'll all fuck off home, grab a beer, play cricket, do whatever we do.
If the Earth was flat, we'd all agree that a flat piece of paper would be a more accurate representation of a map than my globular Earth map that I live.
A more popular Earth map. Yeah, good call.
A globular Earth map? What's he on about?
He's hung up on there has to be a flat Earth map. There has to be a flat Earth map. He's still got to prove curvature anyways to reify his globetard. Or is he already doing that?
Yeah, but he's just trying to reverse engineer the idea that a flat Earth map is going to give him what reality actually is. And that's never, the map is not the land, nor the land is the map.
It's a representation of reality. And if I follow
representation
the
is not
representation of reality,
I'm sorry.
I'll get there faster or more efficiently.
But is there a gold standard globe map that you have somewhere?
No, that's what I'm asking for.
So if there isn't a gold standard, if there isn't a gold standard,
I thought you said flat.
No, if there isn't a gold, because you're caught up in trying to provide this, idea of
I already linked to the gold standard.
No, there isn't one.
Google. He linked Google Maps. He doesn't even know what type of map Google Maps is.
Yeah, what type of map is Google Earth using?
3D map.
What projection is Google Earth using? Hello.
Okay, go to maps.google.com.
No, we're not going to go to anything. I'm asking you a question. You're going to be able to provide what map projection. Hold on. I'll do it. I'm going to hold you to what I'm asking you, right? What map projection is Google Earth using? I'm going to unmute you. You're going to answer.
My understanding is that if you zoom in...
It's not your understanding. I need an answer to what map projection it's using.
We're not going to have a fruitful conversation.
Of course it's not fruitful because you don't know the answer. You need to know the answer in order for it to be fruitful. And you don't have the answer to what map projection Google Earth is using. Do you? That's what I thought. Another one bites the dust.
But my fecal matter soup believe.
No, he's not talking about fecal matter soup, dude. Thank you very much. He's talking about the globe model. So.
He ran away.
Yeah, he left. They usually do when I enter the chat.
I think it's the muting that does that.
No, I think it's his non-answering that does that, Charlie. By the way, you've been popping up in chats, and I think you think you're pretty tough when it comes to arguments, or at least these conversations are beneath you. You don't need to provide any evidence. But you do. You're next.
Do you have a point?
Yeah. You've been sitting here trying to wax philosophical, but you don't have any evidence of the Earth being a globe. Just like every other guy. Just like hung like Tic Tacs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So what's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't have anything that you would accept.
It's not about me accepting if it's self-evident, is it, Charlie? I wouldn't have to accept it if it's the truth of the matter.
Right. Do you think that there are people that don't accept self-evident things?
It doesn't matter what people accept. If something's self-evident, it doesn't need to be accepted by you or me.
I agree, which is why I'm not interested in trying to convince you.
It's not about convincing me or
Yes,
anyone else.
That's what you want, right?
No, it's not. No.
Oh, okay. So you're not
I don't
open to
care
being
to convince
convinced.
No,
Okay.
that's not the objective here. The objective is to provide evidence of something that just is, and basically the identity of the thing that is will provide the evidence itself. I don't need to twist your arm to tell you that Earth is.
I don't want my salad dressing out right now. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, salad dressing. Yeah, that's what you call somebody actually demonstrating to another person that they can't provide what is true. Nature itself, representing itself as what it is, which is what you're trying to contort into something that it's not, like a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. In other words, sit down, young man.
You win, dude. Whatever you want.
Of course I do.
Have a cookie.
Nah, this is the nature of reality. It wins. It demonstrates that you clowns in here believing that the Earth is a globe is a fairy tale. It's fiction.
Demonstrates to whom?
Everyone. There's no evidence to back it up.
Who is everyone?
Your claims of globe are fantasy, sir.
Okay. Who do you think you've demonstrated that to?
Everyone.
Who is everybody? Can you be more specific?
Yeah, sure. The YouTube listening audience, the audience here on Discord, we got Rumble audience.
Excellent.
All of them.
So, out of the percentage of people that are listening right now, how many of them do you think you've just turned to Flat Earth?
I don't care. You're the one that's doing that.
Of course you don't care because you're not intellectually curious and you have no conviction.
And very
behind what
well,
you're
I might
saying.
add, too. Because when I ask for the evidence, you're producing none, which you're actually making people scratch their heads and saying, why doesn't somebody who sounds intelligent produce evidence that the Earth is a globe? I wonder. That's strange he doesn't do that.
You think I sound intelligent?
No, I'm saying you're
That's
actually
quite flattering.
You're actually the
Thank
one
you,
that
buddy.
turns people to flat earthers. You guys.
Okay, that's okay with me. I
know it's okay with me too. Yeah. The longer you're on here not giving any evidence that the Earth is a globe, the better chances people are actually considering that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so
You're
why
doing
would
that.
you be opposed to what I'm doing right now? Why?
I'm not
why does
opposed
it sound,
to it. I'm just I'm
why does
exposing
it
you.
sound, Why does it just sound like you're trying to convince yourself?
I'm not convincing myself. I'm
Okay, then
actually
what's the issue
exposing
here?
you to the, yeah. See, this is the kind of wordplay that you like to get into to make it sound like you have an argument, but you don't. You're bankrupt.
Cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
You reject self-evident truth, don't you?
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah.
Do I reject self-evident truths?
Self-evident, yeah, something that's
Yeah,
self-evident.
he tries to misconstrue it.
I don't know.
Chris,
I don't
just
know
to
what
make
you
it
mean
sound
by
like
that.
you're- Yeah, you do. Yeah, yes, you do. You make it sound like you don't know what he's talking about. You feign ignorance, dude. But we all know you know what he's saying. This is a gimmick that you guys try to attempt to do.
If by that you mean,
Yeah, you
can I
feign
steal, man, what you
ignorance,
just
bro.
said?
Yeah, it's noted. You feign ignorance, bro.
I can't hear all three of you talking.
Yeah, you feign ignorance, dude. That's what I'm saying. You feign ignorance, and you tend to do that very often so that
Hold on,
the
let
audience
me-
can be
let me
like,
steal
oh,
man what
maybe
he
he
said.
doesn't know. Shut up. You do
Let
it
me
so that
steal man
other
what he
people.
said.
I'm going to have to mute you now because you don't know how to shut up.
Yeah, Charlie, it's just a question. From my understanding, when I've talked to you, you have disregarded the concept of a self-evident truth. That you see that there is no truth. There's just layers of belief that you assign a confidence interval to. So when someone asks you, can you provide truth that will stand on its own merit? You say, no, you can't do that. But then on the backswing, you blame someone else for that.
No, that's not entirely accurate. So you said something that does accurately reflect what I believe, which is like most of the things that I hold to be knowledge, they're actually like layers of confidence, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't believe.
Layers of confidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Either you know something or not to be true, right? What do you mean layers of confidence? So the horizon is a horizontal line out in the distance, which is what you observe. What layers of confidence do you have about that, pray tell?
Yo, can I finish my answer to Chris?
Not really. when you look at the horizon, which is obviously, self-evident, looking like flat to everybody that sees it.
I mean, I think
what layers of shut your yap. What layers of confidence do you have about that? It's obvious to everybody. Obvious.
Weasel just earplugged himself.
Well, I'm going to keep unmuting and muting him. I'm going to keep doing it. And if you fucking deafen yourself once again, you'll be on the shit list, Charlie. You don't want to do that in this discussion.
First time?
You don't want to do that, Charlie. Put on your big boy pants, dude, and fucking stay in this chat. Be muted like everybody else is. So, when you look at the horizon, what layers of confidence do you have about it?
I don't know what you mean by the question.
Well, you said you have layers of confidence when it comes to self-evident truths. Yeah?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, it is what you said. Everybody heard you. I did. So when it comes to self-evident truths, what layers of confidence do you have?
Again, you don't know what you're talking about because you didn't hear what I said because you muted me as I was saying it.
Well, then tell me about your layers of confidence. What does that mean?
Yes. So what it means is that I'm what's philosophically called a solipsist, epistemologically so.
God.
So what that means is that when I observe the world, I don't know that what I'm observing actually is reflective of reality with 100% certainty. I can only say that up to the level that I trust my senses, I can know that to be true.
All right, so let me just hold you to that now.
It's not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So,
fucking try thinking, dude. All right, so you're telling me that you couldn't even know if the Earth is a globe 100%. Is that true?
Yes, I've said this plenty of times. It sounds like you don't pay attention to the things that I say. I think even the other flat earthers here will confirm that.
So there's nothing you can know at all to be 100%. Is that true?
No, again, you don't listen to what I say because I've said over and over again that there are truths that I do know with 100% certainty.
Yeah, which one? Which one?
I exist.
Okay, how do you know that's true?
Because existing is a prerequisite for something to think.
Yeah, but then you're giving it some kind of standard. The standard would be that you know it to be true, yet that's the only thing you know to be true when everything else you can't know to be true. Well, what's everything else? Everything that's in existence? Well, you're in existence, so how do you know that to be true? You've basically undermined your whole entire viewpoint. Your worldview is imploding by the way you're even making it sound. There's no logical coherence to anything.
Alpha Veritas, he's just talking about Descartes.
I know he's talking about Descartes.
Like, this is like
Descartes
basic
a fucking
philosophy.
dumbass, dude.
If you want to argue like basic philosophy with somebody, go read like.
I don't need to read what sounds like it's utter trash, dude. This is utter
I know
trash.
you don't read. Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's utter trash, dude. The idea behind it is stupid. How can you say you don't know anything at the same time you do know something, one thing? It's stupid. It's a paradox. It's a contradiction.
I know you think it's stupid. I know you think
it's a contradiction, Charlie, dumbass. How the fuck are you going to say I know something when I don't know anything?
Hey, let's keep it chill.
Hey, did you hear what I just said? Hey, did you hear me?
No, I sort of tune out stupid people.
Yeah, well, then you need to tune yourself out because you're an idiot.
Cool.
Yeah. Fucking plug your own ears and don't say a word because you need to shut yourself off from the world. Fucking, I roast you guys because you think you're so intellectually above everybody else. You're just a fucking low-hanging fruit for anyone in this room, dude.
I try my best to treat everybody with respect.
Shut your dumb ass up, dude. Your Descartes bullshit. I can only know that I am, but everything else I don't know. Well, you are in you exist in the reality that everybody else does. You fucking solipsists are such idiots, dude. You think you're so brilliant with your fucking thought process. Fucking utter trash, dude. It's so irritating. Your worldview. And then you think that you're some kind of intellect when it comes to like thinking about the Earth being a globe. That's so stupid. Once we find out you're a solipsist, you're basically done for.
Okay.
Yeah? You really have no place in intellectual discussion, Charlie. You need to go play around with people who, write fiction stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, somebody should tell my employer that because they pay me the big bucks, I guess, for...
Who gives a fuck what they pay you for? They're probably as stupid as you are.
My wallet does.
Yeah, people that make money aren't intelligent. That doesn't equal intelligence.
Yeah, that's what dumb people tell themselves.
Well, that's up to you. People pay useful idiots all the time. And what's your point of that? You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. So what? You proud of that?
Like, are you actually interested in discussing things, or are you just going to berate me?
Not with somebody who doesn't understand that reality is real. No.
Okay.
You fucking just basically counted yourself out.
The fact that I hold a philosophical position shouldn't offend you to the point where you can't help but just fucking berate me.
It's stupid.
You are. You're
It's not offensive. It's fucking ridiculous.
All
it's
you can
not
do is
freaking
mute me.
out.
That's all you do. You can't actually engage.
Because when you start talking, reality doesn't make any more sense. Except for when you know that you are. Well, I am, so I know that I am. Fucking Popeye motherfucker.
What I did find interesting there, Alpha, when he first was talking to you, self-evident truths, he knew exactly what that was. But yet when Crit said exactly the same phrase, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
It's like, and then he's telling us how he's respectful. You're a fucking liar. If you're respectful, you wouldn't have lied in the first place. You would have said, excuse me, I don't know what that is. When Alpha first said it.
No, it's all about their worldview, right? Solipsists are they're the scum of the earth.
Well,
they believe that they're intellects, yet when it comes to like talking about truth, they don't have a clue about what that is. Not a shred.
I would like to just say one thing. There is a distinct difference between people like me, people like Matthew, and other globers like fucking Dave Farina, who will actually out loud think and say that you guys are fucking stupid and that you're scum of the earth. And for you to treat me like him is a massive fucking mistake on your part.
There's that mask falling off. I love it. There's that mask falling off. See, that little charade that you've been playing all along, this is who you really are, Charlie. This is your fangs bearing.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Yeah, we got the violins out for you.
For me?
Yeah.
They're for you, dude. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
We're not being nice enough.
Yeah, Charlie, they're offended by you bringing up that guy.
I don't care who you bring up. Listen, I really don't care who you bring up. To be honest with you, doesn't matter who it is, because none of you can provide any evidence for what you claim is reality. None of you. You're scumbags, right? And your solipsist worldview doesn't win the day. It's a circle jerk into nothingness, right? Well, I know, therefore I am, but I don't know anything about reality. Like, it's stupid. And then we have conversations with you about reasoning about reality. Yeah, really? How are we going to reason with an idiot that doesn't know what reality is, at the same time holds a worldview that he can know 100% true, that he does exist and he is what he is? It's so stupid. Because you're trying to make it sound like you know how to talk about things in the physical and natural world when you don't even know if the thing you're looking at you can identify. Okay, that over there is a dog. Wait a minute. I don't know if it's a dog. I could be hallucinating. I could be in a dream. Who the fuck knows? Yeah? Does that sum it up for you?
Charlie,
utter trash. Utter fucking trash, dude.
Stupid?
Utter trash. That's what you guys are. You solipsist, fucking utter trash, bullshit worldview. Can take a fucking hike, dude.
Do you have an argument against solipsism besides it's stupid?
Yeah, it's trash, dude. There's no way to reason with you guys. Yeah, because anytime we're going to get into talking about things that are self-evident, you're going to be like, well, I could be in a dream. I could be hallucinating. I could be... There's no way to... There's no grounding.
Alpha,
you know, saying it in that voice isn't a rebuttal.
Yeah, it makes it funnier. Yeah, it makes it better, yes.
But it's not a rebuttal, right? I thought you guys liked arguments.
That's fine.
The main problem is that you use sources who identify self-evident truth.
Yeah, and that's bad. I agree. That's bad. I personally don't do that. Like, if I agree with you. Like, if somebody asserts something because it's fucking self-evident, I could just as well say, no, this thing that I also have disproves it because it's fucking self-evident to me. It's not an argument. It just isn't.
Check it out, everyone. Just so those at home, solipsism, the belief So it's a belief system that only your own experiences and existence can be known. So that's from Cambridge Online Dictionary. So it's just a belief system, Charlie. So stop talking shit.
Yeah, it's like one level down from Zeteticum. It's like you're trying to like say, well, you really don't know anything, and you know that.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, basically. I don't know anything. See, he agrees with you, Crit. He doesn't know anything. That's an absolute statement. And yet he does know that he is. How the fuck can you square that circle?
No.
Can't.
I said I basically don't know anything.
Fucking
not.
What?
Do you know the difference between saying basically and
people can't reason with you, Charlie. They're not going to be able to. The world cannot reason with your mind. No one can. And if you enter an intelligent, logical discussion, you're done the moment you enter it. Because you can't reason with anyone. There's no reasoning with you. Because why? I'm going to tell you why. You could be a brain in a jar. You could be hallucinating. You could be possibly, maybe schizophrenic. Yeah? Now, people
certainly cannot reason with you, Alpha.
The world, because when everybody tries to talk to you, you're going to always, there's this like underlying premise to your whole epistemology, which is, I can't know anything. And so therefore, everything, that's what the fuck you just said, isn't it?
No, it's not. Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope. I know that I exist. Didn't I say that?
Yeah, you know that you exist, but can you know anything?
I know that I exist.
Yeah, how do you know that you exist?
I've already said this, because a prerequisite of thinking is to exist.
Yeah, but what if you are, a thought process of some overmind?
Then the overmind exists, and that is me.
Yeah, but how do you know? What's your standard for knowing that?
Again, because the prerequisite for something to think is that it needs to exist.
Yeah, how do you know? You've given it a standard. You've given it a standard. There's a standard there. Why did you give it a standard?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
what do you mean by a standard?
Obviously, there's a baseline, right? Because you exist, your existence is a standard.
So here's the thing.
Just answer what I'm saying. If you want to sound somewhat intelligent, answer what I'm saying. If you exist,
answer what you're saying, if I don't understand what
is a prerequisite. Listen to me, dude. If your existence is a prerequisite for your understanding the nature of reality, for you to say, I think, therefore I fucking am, then your existence is a standard, isn't it?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by
then you don't have to exist then?
I don't know what you mean by a standard.
Your existence is not a prerequisite for your understanding of the nature of reality.
Standard, do you mean like an axiom or a supposition that I accept to be true?
Yeah, there's a base. Dude, I can't even...
I don't know what you mean by standard.
To put it for you. I can color this in crayons for you to make it more palpable for you, but it's going to be redundant.
Don't be patronizing. Come on. What do you mean?
It is. How else do you want me to put it, Charlie? You want to make it sound like your existence is in some way forms a logical coherence for your understanding of the nature of reality. Dude, why do you fucking interrupt me? Why? Why do you have the need to incessantly fucking interrupt what I'm saying to you?
Because
that's probably why you don't understand. You're doing it fucking now, Charlie. You're doing it now. So
all you're doing is talking.
If you're because I can tell it to you 9 ways to Sunday and you still won't pick it up. And that's the interesting part about it, right? Because you tout yourself as somebody who reads books and you're so in tune with Descartes' philosophy. Bullshit, dude. You haven't the least inkling of understanding of what it means to have meaningful conversation.
Okay. Yeah? Do you want to have a discussion about the ideas, or are you just gonna?
No, I'm on to exposing people like you, frauds, charlatans, like
Excellent. So you're just making it explicit. You're not intellectually curious. You're just not.
Why do I need to be when you can't even understand?
You don't need to be.
The nature of reality. The nature of reality in this forum, the nature of reality is it's held to the utmost regard, right? So when we talk about it, we point to things that are self-evident, and when you can't identify that things in reality are true, then you're pretty much, what do we have to do at that point? It's game over, right? We can show you the door, or have you sit down and put a white mic by your name and say, hey, just listen to the rest of the chat. Because you, sir, don't understand that horizons are horizontal and they're flat when we see them.
If you
we can't tell you because you're like, well, what does horizontal mean? Well, really, we could all be hallucinating the horizon. Yeah, it's stupid. There's no way that we can have that conversation with you. Nothing meaningful anyway. So all the solipsists in the room can take a seat. Yeah? Once we find out that that's what your epistemology, we're all good over here. We don't need to talk to you guys anymore. Yeah?
How come they're hallucinating flat horizons?
Yep.
If you truly do believe that, why don't you ban me?
I don't need to. Because it's better to show the audience that people who think like you, the thought process anyway, is utter trash. It's garbage. It has no place in the physical and natural world when we're describing things that are self-evident.
But you're not doing that. You're just berating me. You're not actually arguing against my position.
It has a purpose. It has a purpose, Charlie. The berating does have a purpose.
Excellent. Explain to me what the purpose is.
Excellent. To show people that when we have meaningful discussion about the physical and natural world, people cannot use the law of identity to understand what they're looking at. You can't say, hey, that horizon looks horizontal, because you could be fucking hallucinating. Yeah? So it shows people. So when we have this discussion and they're like, well, the Earth is a globe. Really? So are you just hallucinating right now? You could be schizophrenic when you're saying the Earth is a globe. Well, yeah, because I'm a solipsist, so maybe that could be the case.
I never.
Well, there goes your worldview, sir.
My discussion. I never use that argument in my discussion of
the flat
Earth ever.
So when it comes to
you do use that argument. Funnily enough, right? If I present to you video or pictures, you're like, well, that's not really a video or a picture. It could be CGI. I'm not the one who says that. You are.
No, you're putting words into people's mouth in here. No, you're putting words in people's. That could be a possibility. Listen, that could be a possibility that people said that.
Then don't fucking say that I'm lying.
But that's not what people. Yeah, but that's not what people are.
Don't be a fucking hypocrite. Just fucking own it. Come on.
That's not what people are saying here.
Oh shit! In this chat,
people aren't. Dude, I'm telling you, in this chat, people aren't saying that.
The videos from SpaceX are they CGI?
How would you know?
I'm asking you. The videos from SpaceX, for example.
My question to you is, how would you know?
Is it CGI?
How would you know?
I don't know.
Well, that's it. What's the standard? There is none.
Is it CGI?
There's no standard, dumbass.
Are you gonna ask?
What is the fucking standard? There has to be a baseline for an understanding of what you're looking at. If there isn't, there's no fucking context. How am I going to tell you what it is if I don't know where the fuck it was taken from? I couldn't tell you. I'm not those guys. Didn't fucking take it. No standard whatsoever. Fucking solipsist trash, dude. Bullshit. You guys have no real place in any meaningful conversations. I'm happy to expose you guys always.
And in answer to your question, Charlie, the reason you haven't been banned is because you create more flat earthers than we do. Thank you.
It's also we ban people who are hostile to the conversation, who are there to like shut the conversation down. They get banned so they help them hold to their own worldview. Somebody who says, hey, this channel shouldn't exist, no problem. I'll push this button, it will no longer exist for you. And then when they don't like that, when they finally decided that they actually want to be part of the conversation, they were lying to themselves and others. Then I'd be like, sure, let's think of a way to get you back into the channel. Let's go step by step. What do you want? What are you expecting? And see if they can try again. You come in here and you're kind of disqualified from the conversation. It doesn't mean that people will just ban you or talk to you. You still have a chance to recover. That's easier than someone getting banned. Once they get banned, it is a hard road to get back. And very few people have done it. I mean, at some point when someone gets banned, other than we did right at the beginning of spring, I did a large amnesty and kind of just unbanned a lot of people. And some of them came back and some of them didn't. Because they realized they didn't want to be part of the conversation. They were compelled to some reason to click on it, and they really didn't know why. And after they broke the habit of clicking on the channel and just coming here and freaking out, they realized it didn't offer what they wanted, so they just went on with their life.
He knows I got this argument in a chokehold, dude. That's how come he's writhing and contorting and trying to make it sound like there's a place for solipsists to be in this discussion, but there absolutely is not. It is the worst of the worst.
You know, not what you think or what you believe. If it's just like a what you think and what you believe channel, there's so many channels on the server that just talk about belief systems.
I think you guys are confusing basics of language when you say that.
Oh my God! Yeah, so you're the arbiter. You're the arbiter of all knowing. Let's parse this out. Charlie's wisdom is coming through and saying that you guys don't understand bullshit. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Do I need to be the arbiter?
Like I said,
I need to be the arbiter of mathematics?
You're trying to make it sound like you got the beat on all this conversations, and it's all because of the way. Well, I see that you guys don't understand. Shut your dumb ass up, dude. With your utter trash worldview. Solipsist bullshit.
Do you have an argument?
Yeah. That your argument for what you think reality is trash. That's my argument.
Your Honor, his argument is trash. I rest my case.
Yeah. Try to provide evidence that what you're looking at is not a hallucination, dumbass.
It is. You can do that. You could say that you could when someone would say, "Hey, I want to present," here's your two lawyers sitting there. One lawyer just straight up says, "I don't know for sure. This evidence I can present isn't even compelling to myself, and there's no way for me to advocate for it. And even if I did advocate for it, it really wouldn't even convince me." And the other lawyer is, "I rest my case, Your Honor."
That's it. You don't have to do anymore. Yep. The jury's gonna be like, "I'm okay."
Okay, so we're done here. Yep. For coming.
Nothing left
but gift in the chat right now.
Nothing left but the crying.
Literally perfect gift.
You got utterly obliterated, Charlie.
Okay.
You stand no chance in this discussion of logical thinking, reasoning, none whatsoever. You belong in the fiction, fairy tale section.
I'm okay with you thinking that, buddy.
No, I'm okay with you displaying that and me showing the world that. So as long as you're willing to take it, I'm willing to give it. Moving right along. What's up, guys?
Moving on smartly.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that picture I posted in the chat? Let me repost it. Look at the back of this lady's shirt.
Mike's coming in a little scratchy there, CB.
Oh, is it? All right.
Yeah. What's up, Crit?
Are you?
Yeah, I took this old boomer last night through the ringer, so it's been eventful, yeah. Got it to the rest of the 24/7 group in here. What's up? What's up? Amish in the house. Elbow. What's up? That Lloyd. Let me put my katanas back in their sheath.
What up? What up?
That's a good statement there, Amish. I'm a solipsist, and I care about the community. How are you doing? Because I don't know how I'm doing.
Rent free.
Not just the archetype. That's what I'm speaking to. You're just an iteration of an archetype. That's all.
Such vanity.
Yeah, it is.
All about
vanity.
you, Charlie.
I am pretty vain. I'll admit that. With no shame.
Okay, let's test how vain you are. Could you be a brain in a jar?
Of course.
Oh my goodness, you're not that vain.
Got
The
him.
correct answer is I don't need a jar.
If you're a solipsist,
Didn't Kim
why don't you
Carnes
just
sing a
go
song
back
about
to
that?
your room
You're
and
so
start
brain.
masturbatory thinking in your brain? Just go
You're
mentally
so
masturbate in
brain.
your room.
You probably think this jar is about you.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, but seriously, think about it. If you try to fool yourself with I could be a brain in a jar, why would you think that? What if you're just a sentient being that doesn't exist in any temporal or spatial location experiencing something? Like that's at least more profound than I'm just a brain in a jar.
I don't know what
Brain in
makes
a
you
jar is like lowbrow.
I don't know what makes you think I think the jar brain in a jar is more likely than the other scenario you gave. You guys are the ones that brought up brain in a jar, not me. The only thing that I conceded is that it could be true. That's it.
See, Charlie, that wasn't even about you, but you made it about you. So at least you're on the medium to high vein scale.
Told you, Overlord, you gotta reword the song, man. You're so brain. Probably think this jar is about you.
Good afternoon.
What up, man?
What's going on,
Just
homie?
got home. Some guy named Gaseous Clay added me. Do you know who he is?
He's a pretty cool guy. He came through this morning. Just really on board with the whole conversation and such. So, I mean, I don't know him. He hasn't been around like constantly or whatever. But he just popped up like this morning. So sounds
Alpha,
okay.
Were you here to talk to the pilot we had this morning come in?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he was special, dude.
Why was he raging?
Dude, he was saying we have a Mars once had atmosphere, but it lost its atmospheric pressure. I mean, he kept getting questioned on gravity. And he says gravity holds the atmosphere, but only partially. And then he also said if there was no gravity, the planets would just fall down to us.
Did he use
The
his
moon.
all-knowing eye to figure that out, or what's?
I don't know.
I like the confidence that they display when they come in here, like they know things.
Yeah, the
At
weirdest.
least he admitted as a pilot that he operates the aircraft as if the Earth is flat and stationary.
The weirdos that come
Said,
in
but
here
that's
don't know how to address their assumptions. I'm sorry. I was just trying to fill a void there.
repeat what you said. I enjoy.
The weirdos that come in here because they're weirdos. If they're coming in here to fight us right off the rip, that's weird behavior. It's not normal. But yeah, the ones that come in here, they don't know how to address their assumptions.
Yeah, that pilot guy, he came in here and the first thing he said is, this channel's real. I'm just gonna sit here for a laugh or something like that, and he just got smashed. He got smashed by like 3 different people.
That's common.
Yeah, he straight up said gravity causes the atmosphere. and Mars has no atmosphere but has gravity.
How do you figure that one out?
Yes, he says Mars lost its atmosphere. Okay, then what happened? Did it lose its gravity? He's like, no.
Didn't he say because the air's density is different?
Oh yeah, and temperature too.
Yeah, temperature. Yeah, you're right.
So we're like, okay, so hot or cold causes it to lose its atmosphere.
Yeah, and if that's the
He
case,
won't
why don't we
answer.
lose our atmosphere when the weather changes?
Yeah, like, or it's hot in the desert around the equator or whatever, and it's cold on the poles. Which
It
one
has
loses atmosphere?
Isn't it like
has to
QE's?
do with the magnetic force.
Yeah, no, don't. We're not gonna listen to you. So it's like QE says, dude. I can ask for explanations down on the corner for the village idiot. That's not what we're doing here. We're not asking for explanations. We want to know how they know what they know. So explanations aren't going to be like winning the day.
Well, what happened in Mars is the atmosphere was made from three-toed gnomes' farts, and since they all turn, gay, they stopped reproducing and they all died, and no more atmosphere in Mars. That's why there's no more atmospheres in Mars. There you go. Easy.
What's up, Genzi?
Oh, Mars is up. You have to look up to see Mars. When you look
I
at
thought
it,
you were going to say heaven, dude. You're using Mars now? Okay.
don't you? Unless it's a cartoon, that is drawn, then you have to look down to that cartoon version of Mars. You draw it on a paper on the table. You look down to it. That's the cartoon version of Mars.
Anyone working on a new flat Earth model yet?
A new flat Earth model?
Yeah.
Where's the old one?
The old one is what's his name? David Weiss sells it or whatever.
How do earthquakes work on it?
It doesn't. So
How do
anyone
earthquakes
coming out
work on your globe?
So does anyone coming out with the
How
flat
do
Earth
earthquakes work on your plastic globe?
on a plastic globe? No, earthquakes don't exist on a plastic globe.
They don't exist on Dave Weiss's model either, then.
Got you.
Who's Dave
No,
Weiss?
not really.
Yeah, he got you, dude. Like
Dave
got
Weiss
you.
is the guy that made the Flat Earth Friend Finder,
He didn't get me.
and he used
Yeah, he
globe
did.
math to do it, and he doxed all the flat earthers. It was pretty hilarious.
No, I got asked, how do earthquakes occur on a plastic globe? Plastic globes.
Yeah, because that's what your standard was. That's what you were asking for, right?
No.
Dave Weiss, and what the model that he has, how do earthquakes work on that? And then it got put back to you. Well, how does it work on a plastic globe? You're like, well, it doesn't work on a plastic globe. All right, man,
Well, yeah. So, like, I was actually like taking his question like seriously. Like, if David Weiss's model was like part of reality, and then like you had the reality of his model, how would earthquakes work with how we like record them, set like their P waves, their S waves, and everything like that?
You know how all that works?
On that model.
Do you know how that works? Do you know how all that works?
But the
Do you
P
know how
waves
that
and the
works?
S waves.
Do you know how all that works?
Earth, you actually see.
Are you just talking right through it, aren't you? Eventually, you'll see a little red mic, and you'll be like, "Oh shit, I'm muted."
Dude, that's the concave superstar.
Well, I had to like finish my point before you.
Yeah, but it's not really a point. I mean, if you think about it, it's not really one.
Yeah, dude, nobody wants to hear about your penis. No one wants to hear about your PNS waves. Keep that to yourself.
Then why'd you ask about them?
Why'd you ask about them? Who's
Yeah,
asking?
you asked about you asked about earthquakes and all that stuff.
Which you know nothing about. What do you? Yeah, the problem is you're saying buzzwords, man, and you have no idea what they mean or how they're even the method by which they are utilized. Do you? Do you work in that field, sir?
No, I don't work in that field.
Okay, then. And they're buzzwords to you, which don't have any contextual meaning because you don't know how they operate. Like, what do they do to discover that something's going through the earth as you so declare?
So you only talk about this thing.
Now, I want to know how you know, sir. That's what I'm asking. How do you know?
Oh, I read things.
Yeah, you read things. So what are you reading, and what do they say when you're reading those things?
Books, you know, articles, scientific papers, those types of things that I read.
Yes,
you know?
yes. What are they saying about PNS waves?
Yeah, I can't recall that off like the top of my head.
You bet your ass you can't. So they're buzzwords, like I said. Demonstrated. Dunk dunk.
Yeah, no, they're not buzzwords. They're actual things.
Yeah, they're buzzwords, dude, because that's what you invoked, and yet you have no knowledge about what they mean or how they operate. So they're buzzwords to you. Demonstrated.
Is this all you got, Alpha? Is like when I start talking?
It's definitely exposing frauds like you and Charlie
all he
and
has.
everybody else. Yeah, I expose frauds like you guys. But see, I give you the floor to do the hard work for me.
Don't give us the floor at all.
You do the hard work for me. The heavy lifting is done by you.
Yeah, no, you just literally just like mute people as soon as you want to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is, dude. Like, I've given you the floor to tell me what PNS waves are, and you're like, well, I don't really know. Okay, well, why did you invoke them? That's what you brought up, and now you don't know what they mean? Oopsie. Egg on the face much? I think so.
Yeah, I invoked them because you asked like how we like figure out how earthquakes work on the Earth, and that's
Correct. And then when it comes to what you just described, invoking the terms PNS waves, you don't know what they mean. So that shows you have no knowledge about the words you're invoking. Therefore, by undermines your whole premise to bring them up. You shouldn't even brought them up. I don't know what they mean.
Skip the jargon. Let's go through how like earthquakes actually work, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but we're talking to that guy for a second.
Globers are.
Yeah,
They're
we're
going to
talking
just
to
keep
that
talking.
guy.
They're going to keep talking.
I know, but we're talking to that guy for a second. We doing this whole thing where we expose these guys who believe that they know what they're talking about, and when they come in here, just like it's you know they don't know.
Because the Globers, they say they have like a model, but we don't either. But that's because we're willing to be honest.
Who is this guy? Sir, who are you?
So Alpha, are you willing to engage with me for like 1 minute?
Yeah, I was, but this other guy interrupted.
Great. Okay, so do you know the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yeah, so why are you skating past what I was talking about before?
I promise it'll be directly related.
Not really. I want to know why you invoked PNS waves, and now you're moving past the point. It's kind of like whistling past the graveyard.
It sounds like
I want to know why. Why are you doing that?
So I asked for 1 minute.
Yeah, no, but the 1 minute needs to be about what you brought up. So it's not going to be advocating for another position, which we don't even know if you know this one yet. So we're trying to uncover whether or not you have any knowledge about PNS waves, as you invoked you did, because that's how earthquakes work. So,
bro, sometimes points need a little bit of attention span to understand.
No. Let me help you out. No, don't go on. Don't go on. Shut up. Thanks. Listen.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll tell you how to do it. I'll tell you how to do it, dude. Instead of asking a bunch of, do you understand this? Do you understand that? Why don't you just make your point without asking any questions? If you do, make it rhetorical so you provide the answer, and then carry your argument to a conclusion. Can you do that for the love of God?
I could do that, but I don't want to. I'd rather engage Alpha for 1 minute and just to see if his logic follows. Yeah, Alpha, you said you would be willing to do that. Are you still willing to do that?
Not what you claimed. I'm not going based on what you're outlining in an argument. You brought something up. I want to know what you mean, and you're not telling me. So it's like you're holding the secret knowledge for yourself and not letting everybody else know.
I'm not.
Well, then tell me what PNS waves are and describe why you brought it up, invoking them for how earthquakes work, sir.
I will as soon as you tell me.
No, it's not later on. I don't want this later on bullshit. Don't tease us what you're going to tell us later. Talk about it now.
So just how do you prove the Pythagorean theorem?
Oh, here we go. So you're just going to skate past it, and you're not going to... Just do it.
If you can use the...
You're
if you know how to use the formula, you must know how...
You're muted. You just can't get along, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Duncan, why don't you... How about this? I'm asking for a friend. They're curious about PNS waves.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, so how is the Pythagorean theorem derived?
Well, maybe you didn't... Hey, Duncan, you didn't hear me. I'm asking for a friend. What do you know about PNS waves?
Yeah, and he's asking me to explain how things work, where, like, I don't need to explain how things work. I can just tell you.
There it is.
Bryce, just say you don't fucking know.
Terrified of the answer.
There it is.
Terrified of what he has to say.
Yeah, that's the good old I don't know what I'm talking about. Like,
What are you talking about, dude? Charlie,
Just let him answer to completion, and if he said something fucking stupid, then point out why it's stupid.
Calm your
Hey, Charlie, pay attention. In case you didn't notice, he is not capable of making his own argument. Okay?
I disagree.
He's always going to play this little game, dude. Well, have you heard him make an argument before?
Yes, I have.
Really? Well, then why don't you vouch for him on his behalf and beg him to just make his point without having to ask people questions and just make his point to a conclusion?
Sometimes you need to illustrate a concept to make a point, and you guys are not letting him do that at all. And by the way, I've seen Globe Earthers that fucking lie here, and I call them out for it. This guy hasn't done that yet. You just are fucking muting him 10 seconds into him stating what he has to say.
Okay, here, let me help you out. Let me help you out, guy on mute. Okay, so the Pythagorean theorem is derived thus and so. And when you have this principle, it applies in this way. And if you use it in this way, in the practical reality, you can determine that point A and point B is relative to point C, and you can determine where point C is. And based on the latency of the acoustic vibrations through the rock, you could determine how it's vibrating, and then you can know that it's coming from this direction. And then you can get the other one from that direction. You could deduce that once you do the angles, that it's over here. And therefore, the surface must be curved. You see, that's kind of something like we want to hear, instead of this blobbity gook.
How do you know if you don't let him speak?
Because that's not how he's talking, dude.
I promise you, if he says something that's stupid, I will call it out personally.
Dude, he's trying to get Alpha to beg into the conversation with him rather than just present the point. He's making Alpha part of it rather than just presenting the point to the audience, okay? Good grief, dude.
Thought that was painfully obvious, Charlie.
I've cleared the floor for him many, many times, right, to present an argument, and it never happens.
But Charlie thinks this one time it will. Just this one time. It will this one time. I promise.
He could very well be full of shit, but I haven't heard him say shit because you don't let him speak.
Well, you're like birds of a feather, you and him, you know?
Trust me, you don't want to hear that guy Charlie speak. Trust me. Every time he comes in here and says, "Oh, I have this amazing globe proof that's going to put you down," and he posts a picture of the blue marble every single time.
I think you're confusing me with somebody. I've never said that I have proof of the globe.
Oh, that is you.
No, you're confusing me with somebody else.
Hey, can you and on the mute boy confer with each other and decide how you're going to present this penis waves argument?
You know, there's a guy who used to come around here called Snack Attack, and he would say PNS waves only work on the globe. It can't work on that surface. And
but this guy,
I was like, hey, can you demonstrate that? Where are you getting that from? And he posted a link to LibreText, which the demonstration was somebody hitting a concrete cube with a sledgehammer. And I'm like, dude, you just said it can only work on a curved surface, and your demonstration of a curved surface was a concrete cube.
Interesting.
This other guy used reverse psychology and got Charlie to admit that he doesn't have any evidence for the globe. So that's it. You're done,
No,
Charlie.
that's not what I said. That is not what I said.
But just this one time, I promise, Jemsy, he will say it if you just unmute him. What I promise, I swear.
You just said
Scout's
you don't
honor.
have any proof for the globe.
Do you think
Didn't
that
you
means the
know?
same? Do you think that means the same thing that I don't have any evidence for the globe? Do you think those two statements are equivalent?
Yes, they are.
You
'cause
said you don't have any proof,
evidence,
right?
you glue sniffer.
No, I don't have any proof. Not in the
Proof
epistemological
is
sense.
evidence. I knew you were playing that dumbass game,
Proof
Charlene.
is evidence, but evidence is not proof.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, so they're not equivalent. You're making my point for me,
Proof
Kiwi.
is
Thank you.
evidence. Evidence is proof, but they're not equivalent, you fucking moron.
That's exactly what I said, Kiwi. Are you not
I know,
listening?
you're a fucking dipshit. That's moronic.
Oh, gosh.
I don't think
Proof
Kiwi
is
understands
evidence.
those
Evidence
terms.
is proof.
Of course he doesn't
You just
understand. He
said
doesn't
it,
understand
you
anything if you
dumb
pay attention to
fuck.
Kiwi speak
Shut
for
the
5
fuck
seconds.
up. Shut your fucking mouth. You just contradicted yourself.
Oh, are you going to get your dogs to meet me for
You
you?
just contradicted yourself, you doofus.
Come on, doggies.
Hey, doofus. You just contradicted yourself again,
No, I
Mr.
didn't.
Ontology, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up and
Charlie,
let
you're
Miggy
going to
take
get
control.
muted if you dehumanize people. You can't call someone a dog. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, but you
I
can
thought
call
he
him a
was
fucking
Mr. Amicable.
glue
this
sniffer.
guy.
Well, what else? What else? What's allowable?
Yeah, so-
Tell me.
You are a
Hold
glue
on.
sniffer.
Is it
Blue
allowed? to call people-
sniffer pretender clown.
I thought he was Mr. Amicable. This guy wasn't he touting that earlier? Oh, I'm just a nice guy, and you guys are the meanies over here.
Yes.
Look at him now. How the tides have turned, Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie, do you understand the difference between dehumanizing someone and then also making a
There's not
reference,
just one set of rules.
and also just making reference to somebody being some kind of glue sniffer? I mean, glue sniffing damages brain cells. It's indicating that the person is dumb because they abused chemicals that cause problems with their
Right.
cognitive thinking. Okay,
I mean, Okay,
You're
so
calling
is it
people
okay for me to
dogs,
call him? Can I call Kiwi autistic? An autistic moron? Is that allowed?
well, autistic is not a protected social class.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yes, it is.
Autism isn't protected.
No.
Is
I better look back at
it
the.
is. Yeah, this is one thing. You need to. This is a problem. You need to go.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's pretty self-evident that the spirit of rules like that is civility, of which everybody here knows Kiwi has no ounce of.
Wait, why are we moving away from the fact that you said that you don't have any proof for the globe, dude? You said that you don't have any proof for the globe. So why are you arguing for the globe if you don't have any proof?
Because
Again,
epistemologically, those are they're very different things. Do you know what epistemologically means?
Thank you. Who the fuck just said
Shut
that?
the
Jesus
fuck.
Christ,
You
you're
got
base.
another glue sniffer. Shut the fuck up. You can't even spell it.
Who is that base gentleman who just spoke? That's not Kiwi.
Shut the fuck up. That was omnivore. He's
Omnivore.
retarded. He's dumber than you are.
I'm
Shock.
out of note here. Base.
Wow, he said the word epistemology, and you get to note him up. Good grief, dude. Hold on, let me use a big word. Sesquipedalian. Make a note for me, homie.
He can't. He doesn't know the difference between proof and evidence because he said, I don't have proof for a globe. Then Jemsy said, well, you said you didn't have any evidence for the globe. Then Charlene oh, I never said that. That's what just happened.
Because the word that he used was proof.
Yeah, you're correct. I never said that I had no evidence for the globe.
Evidence
said
is
that.
proof, Charlie.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'll have to shift everyone's attention to 59 minutes after the hour.
Evidence is not
Mary,
proof.
shut up! I'm debunking your dumbass. Shut the fuck up. At 59 minutes after the hour from Merriam-Webster, evidence, an outward sign, indication, something that furnishes proof. From Oxford Dictionaries, proof. First word out of the gate, evidence. From Collins Dictionary, prove. Test by experiment. Proof, synonyms, Merriam-Webster, confirmation, evidence, validation. You're a dumbass.
Do you think that if two words are synonyms, then they mean the
Shut
same
the
thing?
fuck up. Don't play your little fucking charade.
Is that how big your brain goes?
Don't. I got something else, beggar, that you don't. You fucking clown. You're going to play your little pedantic idiot retard game with me. I don't fucking think so. Everyone sees it. You're a goober. Good night.
I love you, QE.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
So does
that mean
your
you're
sister.
leaving?
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. You're
Anyway,
done
let's
right
continue.
here. You don't know the difference between proof and evidence. Why should we listen to anything that comes out of your dumbass mouth after that?
Crit, can I ask you, do
Shut
you
the
think
fuck
that's
up.
an
Stop
honest
appealing to
representation
Crit.
of what I said about proofs
Fucking
versus
clown.
evidence?
We
Crit?
know what you said. We all heard you.
Oh,
So just
Crit,
sit there and
Crit,
shut the
hold
fuck
my
up.
hand. Crit, I need your help. Crit, go, Crit, please help me. Crit, everyone loves Crit. Crit, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Charlie,
not
you're
here.
here.
Okay,
Glue sniffer.
yeah,
Well, man, dude,
in the middle of your conversation, I'm only here to make sure that people are abiding by some kind of quorum. Like I try to increase conversation, not decrease it. So if me to come in here and try to give some kind of interpretation that QE is supposed to abide by, that would be problematic also. I mean, you seem to think like we're some kind of like we're going to enforce like some sort of definitional, like your definitional words on other people. It's on you to advocate for your position, not me. I'm not supposed to advocate for you. You're supposed to advocate for you.
Yep. So let's do some housekeeping. So Quantum Racer provided citations for his position. You just provided assertions and just repeated them multiple times. So on the hierarchy of who's more believable at this point, it's obviously the person providing citations. So if you want to counter Mr. Quantum Eraser, you need to provide something of value rather than just your mouth hole flapping.
His position, as he said, is that he doesn't have any proof for the globe. So that's his position.
What I was hoping to get out of that, Crit, is that I was hoping that you would be good faith enough to.
You're addressing the audience, sir, not one individual. Yeah? That's the way it goes.
All right, here's good faith.
Everybody
Quantum
in the room.
good faith.
What I was hoping to get out of that was that.
Could care less, dude. Could care less. Okay? You're making a claim, you doubled down 3 times, so now you have an option. Go get a citation or some reference that you could quote that backs up what you're saying to counter Quantum Eraser citation. Not just listening to you and your opinion about it. Okay? That's how you get out of this hole.
It's already over.
I mean, he doesn't know that yet. He could go look for it if he wants.
It's like Zanuck going
You're not
looking for
listening to the
evidence.
claim that I made. There is no citation that's going to say that QE lied about what Charlie said. That's not something that I can go look up peer-reviewed research on.
I didn't lie about what you said. We all heard you say it. What?
Yeah.
Shut him up. Get the fuck out of here. Go over to the Land of Misfit Toys. You fucking dumb fuck. We all sat here and listened to what you said. Everyone heard what you said. How did I lie about what you said? I just repeated back what you said. Everyone sat here and heard you. I did it twice.
Yep.
Yeah, and then for Charlie, for your benefit, there is a reference that you could quote or clip that exists that could absolve your point, which is the recording. It'd take you less than 5 minutes to go get it and back up what you're saying, and then Quantum Eraser will have to apologize to you, or we'll all watch his head explode. Either one.
You're such a dumbass there. Shut up.
You guys ready for new claim?
Hey, AI
You guys ready
Overlord.
for new claim?
AI Overlord, you got a lot of background noise coming through your mic. It sounds like you're counting your change.
Sounds like he's rifling through a drawer for his tools or something.
No, he's digging up his mason jars from behind the house.
We got, what is your name here? Shrub.
You just call me Shrub. You just call me Shrub.
Yeah.
So guys, you've heard me say that the Earth is fat.
Fat?
Earth is what?
And that the Earth is fat. Now, you guys have heard arguments that the Earth is round. I'm going to tell you the truth. The Earth is ground. The Earth is ground. And here's the link right here. It's on NASA's website. But I'm telling you, Earth in old German means ground in modern English.
Right.
The Earth is ground.
I think the Earth is spinning.
Okay, I need to write this shit down, man. That was great.
Can we all agree? Can we all agree that the Earth is
Yeah,
ground?
but
ground, dirt.
We could just
lowercase e, Earth, dirt. Yeah.
Yeah, help him out.
The
Craig.
Earth.
I think the Earth was epic.
Isn't this guy? What's your position? Yeah, thank you for the comic relief. But what is your position still? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I still believe that the Earth is fat.
No, come on, man.
I mean, people have argued the Earth is flat. No,
Thank you for providing a little comic relief once again. But you, man, you're really sidestepping the fact that you don't want to answer this, do you?
I'm telling you, there's fat people everywhere.
Okay, so it's just funny stuff.
It's like the seventh sense. I see fat people.
All right, well, you have a seat, sir, because we got work to do. There's people on the docket. We can't just stop for the little bit of funnies. It's nice, nice touch.
That's terrible.
But we like fat.
It's nice touch.
It's best not to have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Well, when we have a full panel, though, we got to work our way through it, right? We can't just let all this good content go to waste. I mean,
well, guys, you've learned a new one today. The Earth is ground.
Thank you.
No, we already knew that, dude. Earth, lowercase e, is dirt. Yes, dirt.
It's Old German.
Uppercase e.
Comes from Old German.
Proper noun, meaning the human environment. Yes.
We do have lucid dream state that's in the wings, waiting to see if.
This is going to go well. I can tell. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So lucid brain in the jar in 5, 4, 3. Sorry.
Well, we're just kind of. There's a bunch of solipsists as of late just coming in the chat and trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, but at the same time say that they can't know anything. So they're trying to square a circle. I don't know. They're trying to do something crazy. Lucid Dream, if you're still there, is your position still that the Earth is a globe? Lucid Dream state. And or I get stonewalled, which is another thing they do.
Icing. No parking on the dance floor.
We're going to do like Sonny did the other day. He's like, you don't want to talk? Well, you're going to get fucking booted in like 5, 4. He started a countdown. I'm like, God damn, Sonny. Like, you didn't even let the... I know I'm rough, but you're even getting the ones who ain't talking. Something else. I don't know. Who else do we got in here? Mush Kane. I don't know how much mileage you get off of that. Oh, Hush is back. You ran away the last time, Hush.
Right.
Hopefully you won't run today.
Yeah, I was tired. That's fine.
Yeah, you said
back and forth.
You still hold to the fact that you could measure air pressure in the mesosphere?
Yes, they do. But that's not what I want to... Yeah, but if I want to talk, that's not what I want to talk about today.
Yeah, but see, you can't just say, yeah, I do, and then just walk away from that.
But I provided...
you didn't provide... Yeah, really? Provide that again. For the audience. Anyway, there were people that weren't here. All right.
Give me a minute, though. Give me a minute.
And we're here 24/7. It's what we do. I think folks will be delighted.
Yeah, we're like traffic court for Globers.
Yeah.
Hello, Alpha Veritas.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hello.
Tell him, Jetty.
Okay. All right. I said what's up, but can't you hear me when I say hey?
Speaking of provide that, supposedly Wolfie went on Duffy's channel, so Quantum, you've been checking that out. Has he provided proof that the plane rotates yet?
No, he was almost there. I'm shocked that he didn't.
Oh no! How long have we been waiting now? 8 years, 7 years, something like that.
Well, he provided that the jet was stationary and then the Earth rotated underneath the jet. He did that. Then he contradicted himself 8 years earlier by saying the plane constantly has to pitch down on a globe. Absolutely.
I talked to one of their guys, and I said, "Why do you guys identify as Wolfpack?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, because we teamed up with Woofy, and he's our admiral." He's like, "I'm like, admiral, like." So I mean, do you know where that's kind of weird because the Wolfpack was a strategy where German U-boats would encircle a shipping lane and all fire torpedoes at it, and then all kind of escape before the Allies could chase down which direction to go to chase these boats down. It's kind of like, basically almost seems like you're adopting this sort of World War II brutal attack on just people who really can't defend themselves. With a lot of people, I go, and they're like, yeah. And I'm like,
Isn't Wolfie the center of it?
And you encircle them and just start launching torpedoes at them so they can't defend themselves, and you're tipping your hat to World War II Germany, and they're like, yeah. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, I get it. You guys are fond of Operation Paperclip, but I mean, maybe start using some code words, okay? Like
Operation Circle Jerk?
Yeah, something like that. Like, come up with some kind of I mean, I get that there's a lot of people who won't know the historical references, but damn, dude. Damn. And then they changed their logo to the moon with Wolfpack just written over the moon. Like another tip they had to the Apollo program. And Von Braun.
Or Nazis on the moon, using Nazi tactics.
I'm like, at some point, I mean, are you guys just going to be able to kind of not just expose yourself? Can you pretend at least?
Right, so is this channel just full of AFKs?
Yeah.
Is there an issue with that?
Waiting for glow proof, dude.
So no one's gonna be talking about with Flat Earth?
Deadly? I'm trying.
Who's this mumbler?
Yeah, who's this?
So no one believes the Earth is flat over here. Everyone's just grinding.
Yeah, we're all Globers here.
They know it's flat. They don't believe it.
They? The fuck's side you on?
The ones that are flat earthers.
I'm grinding my
Leave
kitchen
something.
knives.
So what's your stance, Sleuth?
What the fuck?
4 seconds.
What the fuck was that?
That was globe proof.
Anger.
That was the best globe proof you'll hear all day.
So like, there's like no one here that believes that the Earth is flat.
Did you
It,
not
it
listen to
wasn't
what was
proof. It was evidence.
It was Al Baruni.
I guess we can
It
go
was
home
like-
now.
Yeah, that was like Al Bruni's like pro wrestling theme song when he comes out to the WWE mat.
Jetty, you got to get a better mic, man. As soon as somebody else talks, man, they just swamp you.
No, his mic's not bad.
Yeah, it is bad.
All right, speak again. Whoever's mic was apparently bad.
No, I can't be bothered.
Was that you? Were you like the person that had a bad mic?
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's not that bad, honestly.
Shut up.
So I'll ask you a question about people who believe the Earth is flat in this room again.
Oh, I was asking about like, if like, is there any flat earthers that are in this call right now?
Yes, several. You're speaking to one of them.
What's his name?
My name's Jedi.
What is his name?
My name's Jedi. Quantum Eraser, Alpha Veritas, Matrix. I can't see the rest, but a lot of flat earthers in the room, dude.
Is this what we
could
have
one of
to
them
deal
please-
with?
A fecal matter soup believer is also one of them.
How about do that? Like, pick someone you want to talk to, and we'll do that. All right? So, like, pick like who do you want to talk to?
I vote. Talk to Jedi.
Talk to who?
Jedi. You want to talk to Jedi?
All right, bet. Who's Jedi? All right,
That'll be
Jedi.
me.
I see
Bad
you know.
Hmm.
So you believe that the Earth is flat?
So for the third time, no, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I understand it's measured flat. So I know it's flat.
So you know it's flat. So you basically just believe it's flat, then, pretty much.
I'm going to overskip this. Yes, I'm a flat earther. Let's have the conversation. What do you want to know?
Why do you think that the Earth is flat?
Oh, because it's measured that way. Water is a horizontal reference datum. You understand what horizontal is?
Yeah, bro.
Good. So if the Earth is horizontal upon the surface, like 70% of it is water, and water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference, then the surface of the Earth is flat.
So like, what about like don't mind my immaturity, but like, what about like those pictures that you see from space, like how the Earth is like a sphere?
Okay, first of all, you understand pictures can be manipulated, yes?
So you believe every single picture out there from every single country or every single what can you call it, like astronaut or something, like NASA and stuff like that, they've all like manipulated us. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. No, I asked you a question. The question was, you understand, right, that images can be manipulated, yes? That was a question.
Completely, yep, I do.
Good, awesome stuff. So I'll move on. I'll tell you why they have to be manipulated. So you're talking about pictures of the Earth from space, particularly the vacuum of space, right, where the moon, sun, and stars are? Yep.
Yeah.
Good. So I know that these images have to be faked because the place that they come from can't exist, the vacuum of space. To have our gas pressure without a physical boundary and the gas not dispersing into the vacuum is a violation of a law of nature known as the second law of thermodynamics. For example, if you put gas into a container and you pop the container, the high pressure gas that was inside the container will disperse into the lower pressure environment. You understand this, right? It happens all the time.
Yeah.
Cool. So if we've got gas pressure here and it's not physically contained from the vacuum, entropy will increase and the gas will fill the space. This is how we know the vacuum of space isn't real, because it violates fundamental laws of nature.
Yep. But like, I get your point, but you do realize that satellites orbit Earth because of gravity pulling towards the center. If Earth were flat, gravity would work weirdly at the edges, and satellites wouldn't orbit smoothly. Each one of these suggests Earth is not flat
Would you
together.
like a beer with your straw, man?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, are you of the opinion that gravity is scientifically proven?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you be able to provide me with the hypothesis and experiment, please?
So you're against that gravity is scientifically proven? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just asking for the evidence at the moment. When you fail to give it to me, you'll understand why I don't believe in things that haven't been scientifically proven. But we'll go through it just for fun. If you believe it's been proven, Sunshine, then find me the hypothesis and the experiment, please.
About the Earth being flat?
No, about
My gravity, you dumbass! My God! Outstanding performance, Jetty. If you were here, I'd decorate you. That was done with expertise and grace. Outstanding performance.
Thank you very much.
Hey, he's not done yet.
Yeah, he is. He boot scooted.
Oh. Bye.
You Jedi mind tricked him.
I don't understand is you guys insist on lying so you can measure it flat when I consistently show you that we don't.
You haven't shown shit.
No, I have.
Exactly. There you go. You just said it yourself. Good boy.
No, I have shown. So why do you guys keep just like lying?
What have you shown?
That we don't measure it as a flat Earth.
Oh, so it's measured with curvature.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, please
That's
provide
funny.
this. This will be entertaining.
Heck, I asked you for theodolite readings showing it curving, and you still haven't given it. Over 2 years ago now, nearly 2 years ago, you still haven't given anything.
Have you looked up the data?
Go ahead, present it.
Why do you insist on lying, saying that surveyors measure the
Present it.
flat?
Present it.
The fact of the matter is,
Present it. Present it.
Yeah, dumbass. He asked you for the data. You said you've handed it out. He said you have not. Put the data forward, and then you can stroke yourself over how good or bad it is.
So you
no data, no conversation. You're talking about something that's not here yet.
So do you want me to keep posting the pictures that I previously posted of me doing the reciprocal zenith angle test over 1,500 feet, where I got the 12 seconds, where I got the excess of 12 seconds? No, that's still not the proof for you guys? No?
Present it.
Yeah, I have presented that information multiple
Not
times.
to me. I haven't seen it.
Well, that's not my problem.
Well, you got many problems.
Present proof that you presented it, or present it. Those are your two options.
I mean, I
There's
have
no
the
third
pictures of
option.
me doing the test, so I'll post the pictures of me doing the test again.
Oh, there you go. So you're going to post pictures of you standing next to a theodolite and then say "whipso facto"?
What the heck are pictures of you with the theodolite measurements?
He's the rod man.
He measured the theodolite because it's pictures of him with a theodolite measurement.
So there's the proof that I did it. Now,
proof of what?
That I did the reciprocal zenith angle test. I've presented the data that I got from that test. I have presented the data. You asked me
So
for proof
picture
that I've
one,
actually
looking
done
down
the
a hill at
experiment.
traffic.
Picture
two.
So you asked me for
awesome.
for the data. Now it was about
What
15
data?
feet.
Shut the fuck up.
Right, it's a measurement, not a data, moron.
Huh?
What data?
Yeah, I posted the data before.
You posted what? You say it's not measured flat, moron.
Yeah, it's not measured flat.
Water
It is a measurement then. What are you talking about, idiot?
Water's a measurement?
My God.
Is that what you just said? Water's a measurement?
You said it's not measured flat, but then you're going to say water's a measurement.
No, I
Are you
didn't say
just
that.
fucking with us right now?
I didn't say water's a measurement. Like,
You said it's not measured flat in the chat, and then you said you posted the data, assuming that you're talking about a measurement. And then I say, well, it's a measurement. And then you said water's a measurement. Which one is it? Is it water or is it a measurement?
So you broke up or whatever. You said, what is the measurement? I thought you heard, I heard water is the measurement. It was just a miscommunication and you got way overblown. Gotcha. Yeah, the measurement was over 1,500 feet and I got 12 seconds in excess of 180 degrees for the reciprocal zenith angle.
How did you measure it?
Angle?
In an
Do you
angle.
know what a triangle is?
So
No,
Anyway.
no. You said you got over 180 degrees. I want you to put a citation in here. Definition of a triangle, and what is its most shiny?
Yeah, you're getting confused. With spherical excess. You're getting confused about. You're getting confused about spherical excess. You're getting confused about the
triangle, please. Definition.
You're getting confused about the spherical excess thing.
Triangle, please.
Right, triangle.
Yeah, he said it was greater than 180 degrees.
It's an angle measurement, not circle measurement.
Yeah, so the angle, like that reciprocal zenith angle
Right,
test.
we would need a definition, sir.
The further the distance the points are, the more excess you'll get of 180 degrees.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is
and
an
Penelope
angle.
Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
So all you have is nuh-uh.
No, all we have is your dumbass pictures of a fucking exit sign 65 North. You're a fucking retard, dude.
Yeah, so you asked for proof that I've done the
And
test.
you're
This is proof that
theodolite.
I've done the test.
This isn't proof.
And well, you asked for proof that
You're
I've
a
done the
retard.
test. Now, like, if you're asking for
Shut
the
the
data,
fuck,
that's
shut the
something
fuck up.
separate.
You're the dumbest person
Sorry,
in
I'm
here.
just walking
Shut
my
the fuck
dog
up.
right now.
Just shut up. Do you have anything else, that's partly or somewhat coherent?
It's not proof, but it's the evidence.
Aren't you embarrassed?
I'd like to know
This is
what
all
a
you got?
triangle. I'd like to know what a triangle with more than 180 degrees actually looks like. I wonder if he could draw one. That would be impressive.
Just just go over to the land of misfit toys. Earth Awakenings, that they're more your speed over there.
You and Jess, Path of Lies, can converse. That would be awesome.
Oh, Jim Panda, yeah.
Or if you DM me $50, I'll tell you how to defeat Quantum Eraser in this argument.
Traitor.
No.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, have you thought I've just been silent for no reason, or the fact that your cronies have
Oh, so you would just keep talking if you wasn't
you
muted.
can fucking like
you got to
make
breathe in
fun of me for
sometimes,
like
sunshine.
5 minutes with, and this
Shut
is like what you guys can do. It's just like, oh, let me server mute him, and then just like make
Shut
fun
the
of him for
fuck
5
up.
minutes and wonder why he's not responding to me. Why aren't you responding to me? Why aren't you responding to me? Oh yeah, fucking my fellow fucking.
Hey, moron, by you over talking people, you're silencing people. Kiwi was talking and you overspoke him, so you're the one silencing.
Nah, he just wanted to cuss Kiwi out for a little bit. That's all. Let him
That's
cry.
all right. Kleenex?
Make sure you pick up your dog's poop. You say you're dealing with your dog. Make sure you don't leave that stuff around. And check the bottom of the poop. It might be flat on the bottom.
Yeah, so degree angle. Can you define that?
I have a pacifier to him.
Oh, he's still muted. I think he's done crying now. Maybe he want to
It
tell
could be
us about
worse.
that
You could be
triangle.
supporting. You could be supporting Crit with your taxpayer money.
Okay, so as far as the spherical excess on the ball for a triangle,
We're talking about spears.
Sphere or not? That's begging the question.
Just take
That's
any.
begging the question. That's what you're attempting to prove.
So just take any ball. Well,
That's it. Hey, glue sniffer.
He
Glue
asked for-
sniffer. Begging the question. You got to start over. We're asking for globe proof.
Well, he asked for a triangle that has more than 100 degrees.
Yeah, triangle, not spear. Remember, you're trying to prove the spear.
Yeah, so like you just draw like put 3 points on any spherical object and then connect those lines.
Whoa,
and
stop.
measure-
Yeah, that ain't what you
and
told us
measure-
before.
And then when you measure those angles, you'll get more than
Measure
100
what angles? You can't get an angle off a curved fucking baseline. That's why I asked you to define a triangle. That was the point. What's a triangle?
So, can I
Just
continue?
don't keep ignoring the question.
No, can I continue?
Wait, we need the empirical data. Just give it to us.
A triangle on a flat piece
Just
of
give
paper
us the
will give
evidence.
you the
Holy
180
shit.
degrees because that's
I told
2D.
you, just give us the
But as
empirical
soon as you
data.
start
Give
curving
us
that
the
paper,
evidence, dumb fuck. Give us the evidence, you stupid nigger. Give it to us.
Oh god.
Come on, man.
Oh, we got an idiot now. Here we go.
Happy.
Give us the evidence.
Yeah, it's Poppy.
Yeah,
Can you
so
move?
He's trying to get the room in trouble now.
I'm explaining
Hey,
like what would
hey,
happen.
you're not talking to your daddy, so stop calling him names like that.
I don't care. I can deal with the name calling. It's like typical.
No, he wasn't calling you a name. He was calling, I don't know who he was
Yeah,
calling.
you're absolutely clueless, aren't you?
No, he was calling me a name.
No, he was. You're a dumbass.
Okay,
Shut
anyway.
up.
Yeah, now
No,
he's
but
calling you a
anyway,
name.
you've been begging the question. So,
like,
I
how
asked
do
you
you guys
before
think of
what the definition of a triangle was. We're still
Yeah,
waiting.
I already,
for that,
I already
by the way.
said that. So like,
No, you didn't. No,
yeah,
you didn't.
I kind of did.
No, you didn't.
So like a
No, you
like,
kinda
you know,
didn't.
it's just a triangle and 2D.
No, you didn't. Shut the fuck up. Shut him up.
No, you kind of didn't. We're still waiting for that episode patiently.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, his answer was spear, so I don't know why he said he tried to answer the question. We asked you for the definition of a triangle because you utilizing an angle.
Yeah, so a 2D triangle is 3 points that when you like
triangle,
that's add up to 180 degrees. Now, what we see happens when you have 3 points on Earth and you
Shut the
measure
fuck
the
up.
angles between those 3 points.
Shut up.
As you, why?
Because you're a fucking moron. We asked you for the proof of a globe tart.
I'm
Okay?
trying to explain how
But you're using a globe that's begging the question. Begging
trying to
the
explain it.
question. It's
So I'm trying to
begging the
explain it.
question. It's
So,
a
like-
fallacy. Begging
like,
the
I'm not-
question. So prove. Shut him up. He's got diarrhea of the
trying to
mouth. Shut the
explain it.
fuck up. Shut up.
So
Shut up.
if the
So
Earth
you're
is
a moron. Shut up.
If the Earth
Flat
is
earthers are retard. Shut up. Your argument was fallacious. Do you understand that? You numpty. Anyways, I already go to work. Which is
Yeah, you can't.
it's just getting exciting.
You can't start with the listen. You can't start with the
I'll
Earth
start with
is
the
a
flat Earth.
sphere.
Yeah, I'll-
That's all we're saying. You can't start with the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, I'm going to measure the. Therefore, I'm going to measure the triangle, or I'm going to measure something at a 180-degree angle, saying that the Earth is already a sphere. Just like what you're showing in your picture here, your picture is already assuming that the Earth is a sphere, trying to detect for curvature using an angle. So you already assuming, which is begging the question, that the Earth is a sphere to begin with. That's why we're trying to get you to define these terms that you're using. Because right now you're only using the Earth actually being measured flat using triangles or angles, which is utilizing the line of sight vertice intersecting with a horizontal baseline or level or whatever you want to call it. No sphere yet. You already basically just put the sphere in there before you even use the measurement to begin with. But everything that you actually telling us about, as far as something that you practically doing in reality, is all basically requiring a flat Earth to begin with.
Did you
but
say
you just telling us a spear?
Did you say that you don't have to give us a reactment of the conversation? We heard him. Did you say spear?
Yeah, he said spherical measurement from the beginning.
I thought you said, did he say?
did, dude. Okay. Listen.
Yeah,
Did he say spherical?
Yeah.
He never did his hurricanes in Hampshire hardly ever happen training.
Yeah, nah.
Jenny got onto it too. He's throwing.
I'll give you
Hey,
5 bonus
Flanders
points if you can name the movie.
Zulus.
Pygmalion.
We can try again.
Hey, Flat Earthers are retards. I got a question for you.
Oh God, retards now.
Go for it. Now that I've been unmuted.
You sound like a retard. Does that mean you are a Flat Earther?
You were muted for cause because you were begging the question. It's a fallacy.
So I won't beg the question. Let's assume a flat Earth. You take any 3 point, no matter.
Begging the question for the flat Earth.
No. So like let's assume the Earth is flat, right? You take any 3 points, or fine. Let's not assume the Earth is a flat or a sphere.
Don't beg the question on our behalf.
Yeah, fine. So let's say you take any 3 points, right? And if you were to like compare the angles between these 3 points or whatever, if you get like less than 180 degrees, that proves concave Earth. If you get more, that proves sphere. And if you get exactly 180 degrees, that would prove flat Earth.
You can get any angle if the surface is curved. What are you talking about?
Do you agree with that so far?
No.
What part of that do you not agree with?
That you're going to be measuring angles off of a curved surface, concave, convex. What are you talking about? On angle.
Why are you assuming a curved surface? I'm so
none of that proved.
We're not assuming the shape in the scenario. Why are you assuming the shape?
I'll explain. It was within your definition of what you were going to do. If it does this, it will be curved. If it will do this, it will be curved. You won't be measuring angles
And if it does
it's
this,
curved.
it'll be flat, right?
You won't be measuring angles if it's curved.
That's false.
It has been done in a big lake with lasers, 3 points, no curve.
Listen, you can get an angle between any 3 floating points. The nature of the shape that those points exist on is irrelevant.
No, it's not, and I can prove this to you. Just like if you take, like for example,
He was trying to help you.
backyard, and you like put 3.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on.
And then you, I'm almost done. Then you connect those dots with lines. If you measure those 3 angles, I 100% guarantee you'll get greater than 180 degrees.
Those are straight lines to each point?
Yep. On the curved surface.
180 degrees.
Straight line on the curved surface.
But I said a big lake with 3 points with lasers, so you are silly.
I mean, AI gave him his only way out, man.
He said, hey, listen, he said straight lines on a curved surface.
Yep.
I have a big lake, 70 miles. No
so
curve.
that goes against, what you said earlier, Dan.
You silly guy. And with surveyors, okay?
3 points, straight lines connecting, you get a triangle, 180 degrees. You can't get any more than that.
If you do it on a curved surface, but if you do it on a concave surface, you'll actually get less than 180 degrees.
Dude. You're an idiot.
Yeah, no, you're so scared to actually like just think this through in like in an intellectual way.
You said they were straight lines, you dummy.
Yeah, in other words, like the line that connects the points at its shortest distance. You do that on a spherical object, you're going to get a triangle that has greater than 180 degrees. That's just how that works. If it was concave, you would get less than 180 degrees.
There's no such thing, bro.
If it was
There's no
flat,
such thing.
you would get exactly 180 degrees. There's no such thing as a basketball. That's not a
There's
thing.
no such thing as a triangle with angles, internal angles that equal greater or less
Once
than
you go
180
past
degrees.
2 feet, they are.
Yeah, they
Once
don't
you go past
translate.
2
I mean,
space, there are.
okay.
You have to go.
Here, I
No,
have this-
no, there
I
isn't.
have
No, there's
We
no such
live
thing,
in
bro. No such thing.
three-dimensional space.
example.
I know
I have
it's hard
basketball
to like
example.
understand what
Honey,
three-dimensional space is.
I have
but
your
that's what we
basketball
exist in.
example ready for you. I have a basketball, and I glued 3 toothpicks about 2 inches away in a triangle from each other, and they're pointing straight up. And at the top, the tip of the, I measure the tip, the points.
Yeah, so you're doing the experiment wrong. The point is the point is to draw 3 dots on the basketball and then draw lines on the basketball connecting those 3 points, and then you measure the angle.
Hey! I was trying to hear him finish that.
That is the
Yeah, shut up, bro. There's no angles between those points.
Oh yes, there are. There absolutely is.
No, you've
Yes,
got curved
there are.
lines. No,
Yeah, there's an angle. There's still an angle.
no, they're curved lines.
Yes, no, there
Yeah,
still
curved
is. An
lines. You guys need a tangent. That's what you guys claim.
Nope, there's still an angle between those 3 points.
No, you guys actually claim that you get angles in the sky and you translate it to the center of the earth. Or else you will be measuring it off a tangent.
I gotta start cooking dinner, so you have fun with this. Try to think about it.
You want to
Honestly,
get away from your whole textbook
regular
claim?
Joe, you actually seem like a decent kind of guy. You just try to think about this honestly. Like, take a basketball or any ball, draw 3 dots on them, connect those lines, measure those 3 angles, and tell me what you get.
You wouldn't get an angle from the surface of the basketball.
No, you can. You still can get an angle. Yes, you still can.
Well, that's not how you guys explain it. You guys claim that you actually take those angles physically in the sky and then you translate it to the center of the earth. If you could get it just on the surface without a if you could get it on the surface without a tangent, if you could get an angle measurement on the surface without a tangent point, there's no reason for you to put it on the center of the earth.
Curved lines on the ball.
Do you actually?
Get an angle.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll do this in
curved
real
lines,
time
intersecting
right now.
curved lines on a ball and get an angle. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's the reason why y'all do it.
Real time right now for you guys.
Okay. All right.
So you're going to go draw some dots on the ground, draw some lines between them.
He's going to use a
I'm
basketball.
gonna draw dots on a ball, make lines, and then I'll measure those angles of those lines right in front of you.
So you're going to draw a straight. You're going to draw a straight line and then take the angles.
You can't make a straight line on a basketball. It'll be curved. It won't be straight.
AI
Try
gave him
again.
the only way out, and he threw it away. So I guess. It's just not the way you guys explain it. So this will be your own thing, flat Earth rally, whatever your name.
It's flat earthers are silly.
Oh, okay.
Does that mean that you are silly?
No.
I mean, does that mean you are a flat earther?
No, because I'm not a flat
Definitely
earther.
using a measurement, is
But you are pretty silly. So based on your logic, you are a flat earther because you are silly.
I mean,
Making those straight lines on the ball.
I've been known to be silly from time to time. I think it's
you are a flat earther.
So you are.
No. Flat
So
earthers
you're being
are silly.
silly right now
Not
by
all-
saying
not
you're making
all
straight
silly
lines on the
people
ball.
aren't flat earthers. I know logic isn't the best for you guys, but just because you're silly doesn't make you a flat earther. But all flat earthers are silly.
Okay.
You are the silly one. We are the silly one.
So he,
Like, for example, all squares
flat earthers are silly. Is your
like-
name?
So, for example, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
Oh,
fuck it! I've got to write this shit down, man. That was profound.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. You a surveyor for real?
I don't
or-
got it.
Well, you just
You're
know
still
somebody
single,
that's a
dude.
surveyor.
I'm surprised you're still single. You're so smart.
I'm married with a wife.
Okay, don't cook the dinner then.
Oh, yeah, she's the genius.
Hey, we're glad you caveated.
Or you
We're
would
glad you caveated it was a wife, dude. We're so happy.
What's his name?
You ride your wife's cock? I mean,
what a lucky lady.
Fuck it up.
What's up, Fugedi?
Is that what you guys call them these days? Wipes?
Does she know your name is Flat Earthers Arceli?
What kind of device are you going to use when you measure between the 3 points to get the angle?
On the ball.
So, silly surveyor. So we have ex-Globers. They are surveyors, and civil engineers.
His name is Flat Earther.
They were Globers, and now they are not, because they went to the field to check out if there's curvature there, and they found nothing, no curvature. It's flat. The water is flatness.
All right, so listen, I went and grabbed a ball from the garage. I put 3 dots on it. What can I use to measure the angles?
A protractor.
Oh, really?
Curved protractor?
Don't think across. Now, we discussed this quite a bit on the live stream on Tuesday.
You help Mike and...
The reason
So what you've done is you've just created a straight line to measure an angle from, like Joe said just before, about 3 minutes ago. You're going to have to create a straight line to measure the angle, correct?
He said somehow he could do it on a ball. We still waiting.
Wait,
Yeah, you just said a protractor.
I only have the 3 dots. How do I draw a straight line on the surface of a ball?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay. You got to use a rope, Radwin. Come on, mate.
It's a curved line still.
But the ball will be, but the rope will be like curving, wouldn't it? With the ball. I mean, he said he could do it without a tangent, so I'm trying to.
So there's the ball.
Give him a shot there.
Where's the protractor?
So there's the ball.
Where's the protractor?
Right.
This is live, right? You guys, we're getting all this, right?
Here's the protractor, right?
Protractor, okay.
You said that there is a protractor?
It's an equilateral triangle.
That's his
the
wife
angle.
holding the ball.
I'm just going to use my protractor between the 3 points. Forget about the curved surface. It's an equilateral triangle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, listen. Why isn't your hand above the ball? Why is it below it? Just hold the.
Because I'm trying to show you all 3 points by showing you the hash marks that go through those 3 points towards each other, and then.
Yeah, but you said you could get angles from it, though.
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, but on the globe you can be on top of the ball. So now put your hand on top of that ball without gripping it.
Right.
You want me to put my hand on?
Is you just trying to explain like radius value? There's geometrically it should be physically blocking things, or what you trying to do? Because you're definitely not proving anything.
I'm missing something. Can I see this protractor you're using to measure angles on the surface of a ball?
Yeah, I was trying to look for that too.
Just letting you guys walk them away from all that question.
You are.
No, actually, he the one that put it to him.
Sorry, did we get some closure? I had to take a call, man. I'm sorry.
He's trying to show us he's going to use a protractor on this tennis ball. He go get angles.
He's saying that the tennis ball is there.
But he's not begging the question.
Oh no, he's definitely
no.
begging the question. The Earth is
the Earth is actually a tennis ball.
Yeah.
He established that.
I had a really important call I had to take. So
I want to let him beg the question just so I can see this protractor he's going to use.
Come on, beg the question.
From me.
Get on your knees and beg the question.
They don't translate it to the center of the Earth. They actually do it on the surface. I want to see this one. This is.
Hey, so I just want to let you guys know that I'm going to have to make. I'm having wingies tonight. I make the wingies, right? So over. So from 5 o'clock on, I'm going to be making the wingies till it's time to eat the wingies at about 6:15 to 6:30. And at 6:30, I'm not going to be able to speak, but I'm going to need to be entertained. Can somebody hook?
Well, you got plenty of entertainment in the chat.
All right, so there you
How
go.
he's fucking
There's the
doing
three
it, bro.
pictures of the protractor sitting on the center point, and you can literally see it's greater
You
than
never say that. You said you don't do that. You said they don't do that. They don't take it at its center. Remember?
No,
What?
I
You
measured
said
the
they do
angles
it
that
on
those
the
lines
on the
create
surface.
by
You could
putting
get
the
angles on it.
center by putting the center of the protractor so you can
The
read the
protractor is at its center. That's what you guys claim,
the
which is
angle you
begging the
got
question. Which is begging the question. You guys
The
claim
angle
that the
you got.
Earth is a globe. I ain't gonna say sphere because you guys gonna make fun of me. But the Earth is a globe, and you guys translate angle measurements at the center of the Earth. You're not physically taking those measurements in hell, but somehow you guys making that claim, which is begging the question to begin with. Now you told us in response that you could actually take those measurements on the surface of the Earth using a protractor. That's what we looking for, not for you to do what I already told you guys was claiming you was doing.
Yeah, I wanted to see him use that on a tennis ball because we need that for our catalog.
Yeah, he cheating, ain't he? Ain't he cheating? You said you could get the straight line on the
How is that
top of the
cheating?
ball.
The angles are out in space and the lines wrapped around the ball. His angles need to be touched. His little numbers need to be touching the ball so it can be accurate.
Yeah, you cheating. You can't cheat.
He's not cheating. He's not doing anything. It's just like standing holding a protractor and a tennis ball.
I thought it was pear-shaped.
Never gave us the angles.
I mean, what he's showing is that he is. Yeah, he's not doing anything. You're not even doing it correctly. That protractor is not connecting to the three dots like you said.
He is doing something. He's being silly. So he is a flat earther.
Oh yeah, that's his name. That's his name.
But there it is. 3 points on a spherical object, adding up to.
Dude, the lines are going into outer space, you retard.
Outer space? What are you fucking talking about?
What the hell is going on?
I'm doing the extra green line so you can fucking actually see which angle it hits on the protractor.
Yeah, it's in the center, like we said.
Yeah, and those green lines follow the lines on the ball.
3 points?
Yeah, technically that would be only 2, right?
I showed you the 3 points.
Where?
At your left, you see
the green is making a V.
At the left, you see the green line is not following your black line in the ball. Fucking moron. Fucking moron.
Yep, it's not following your black lines.
Yep. The black lines that are the hash marks are not the lines that connect the points.
Points.
Did you hand
Technically,
draw
it's
those
not
lines?
a point.
Did your mother drop you on your head when you were a child?
You don't let people at work see you doing this kind of shit, do you?
No, I don't.
It wasn't just his mother, it was also his dad and uncle.
I mean, is this the best you guys have? Is just coping with the
best we have? You're a glue sniffer. You're retarded, dude.
I mean, I'll grant you that it's extremely.
You didn't do anything you said you was going to do.
Doing it on a tennis ball, which has an extremely small radius, so like the points are obviously going to be extreme.
What?
I mean,
What are you doing?
Points.
Yeah, so like I made 3 points on an object, which is a sphere. Then I connected the lines and I measured the angles of those lines.
Define a point. Define a fucking point. What's a point?
So let me maybe I can like better help you explain with another picture.
No,
of the-
better help me explain. No, I'm
So,
not
like,
explaining
I can
anything.
better- I
You're
can-
actually retarded,
can,
dude.
like,
Why are you
try
wasting
to
everyone?
explain to you.
Why the hell are you wasting everyone's time with this retarded shit?
We have
What's
no other
up?
globe right here.
He liked this.
So that's one of the points right there that the hash mark is going through. That's
Oh God.
one of the points.
Just shut up.
That's one of the points.
Shut up.
He's making no point.
Shut up.
Now,
He said all 3 points.
yeah. So look, that's why I did this first picture of the top down thing, so you can see the hash marks all coming towards each other. I'll post that one again.
It's a peace sign. Where's the points at here?
So there's the
Okay,
there's like
okay,
the
there's
hash
the
marks
points.
all pointing
All
to
right,
each other.
Okay,
to show
I got
you
the
that
point.
it's 3 points.
All right, I see the 3 points. Okay, what does
Okay.
that have to do with
And then
your
I-
protractor?
So
Right.
so then I measured the angles that those lines create, and you
The angles? What lines? What lines?
Are you just like
You don't got no
willing
angles yet.
that or something like that? Like
what the fuck?
Are you just
Okay,
willing
I'm sorry, man. I got to start the wings, and I can't deal with it. Really, retard? Really?
Are you just not looking at the chat?
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm done with you.
I mean, obviously he's looking at the chat.
Then why is he
They're not
asking what
connected.
lines? Why
The
is he
lines
asking
aren't
how much the
connected.
lines connect? Like, why would he ask such a silly question?
Hey, your points aren't connected, bro.
Yes, they are connected.
No, they're not.
No, they're
Yes,
not.
they are connected.
They're talking to a moron.
Not in that last picture, they're not.
Look, I'll post another picture.
He got another one.
I mean, it's
pictures
so.
you
I
posted
mean,
so
for some
far?
reason, it's hard for you guys to understand this. Look, the lines are connected. I can't feel because you guys have too many people right there. But these lines are connected.
Okay, the lines that you're connecting them with, are they straight lines or are they curved lines?
It's, I could have swore he was supposed to show us straight lines, right?
They are the shortest distance between those 2 points on that surface.
The surface is curved, moron.
Yes, very good. Now you're getting it.
That's so
It's funny
silly.
because you can't actually do this experiment on Earth as much as they love to claim this argument.
I mean, we can.
Igor.
We have. Land surveyors have done this.
Yes, we have land surveyors
Based on
now.
what
They are
map?
flat
Your
earthers.
globe map that's fake.
So you have a ball, it has curves, and you claim it has straight lines. Fucking silly moron.
Man, oh man.
Are those curved lines or straight lines?
I mean, Jedi
I already
asked
said
him the
this. Like,
same thing.
I don't know. Do I have to say this for the third time again? They are lines connecting the dots, the shortest distance between them on a curved surface.
Straight lines, dummy.
Yeah, but that wasn't
Yes.
what was put to you.
The shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface is as straight as you're going to get it.
So curved then.
Very good.
Good, that curved lines. What's the definition of an angle?
The degrees between two intersecting lines.
And these lines, that's straight sides, aren't they?
They can be. They don't have to be.
They have to be. They
No, they don't have to be. No,
Yes,
they don't
do.
have
They
to.
have to be straight, or they wouldn't be an
No,
angle.
they don't have to be.
Oh,
No,
God.
no, they don't.
They do. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight sides meeting at a vertex, and we can measure the separation in degrees of those straight sides.
Have a little. Ready? All I need is a little bit of honesty. Google angle between lines on a curved surface.
You guys with this between. You wouldn't have any between without the lines being straight to begin with, or it wouldn't form an angle.
So ready? If it's impossible, it
You
should be
wouldn't get an angle if the lines isn't straight, because the lines have to intersect.
If it's impossible, you shouldn't be scared to Google it.
Google angle between lines on a curved surface. Just Google it and see if that's
I did
possible.
post
See if
what
it's
is an angle, moron. I did
See if
post
it's
what is an
possible.
angle, moron.
Just see if it's possible to get angles between two lines on a curved surface. Just Google that, and if you can get that angle,
Nobody
then
cares about what Globers is. Nobody cares what Globers is saying on Google. Why don't you guys get that?
it's just geometry. It's not even about a globe. It's just geometry.
That's not geometry because you're claiming an angle.
No, it is. It involves 3D
How about you
shit.
just look up what the word
Just like
angle?
just don't be
Okay,
scared to do this. Just like have some like a little bit
just
of
keep
honesty.
talking.
Google angles of straight lines on a curved surface, and tell me if it's possible to get an angle of
So
two
you
lines.
admitting that the lines? So you admitting that the angles do require straight lines?
Just tell me if it's to get an angle of two lines on a curved surface. Tell me if it's possible.
Yeah,
remember, you told pretty much me and Jedi that they're not translating, right? They're not actually translating any angles to the center of the Earth using that protractor method.
I didn't say
Remember,
anything
you
about the
also
center of the
told
Earth.
us.
I didn't
Wait a
say
minute.
anything
Wait a
about the
minute.
center of
Remember,
the
you
Earth. I
also
don't know
told us
where
that
you're getting
you're
the center of
not.
the Earth from. I didn't
Okay,
mention the
hold
center of the Earth.
on for a second. Remember, you also told us that you're not a tangent isn't needed.
I didn't mention the word tangent.
You can get angles. I know. I did. I said you guys. I said according to you guys need a tangent. You said no, we don't. You can actually do it with a protractor, which meaning that you're going to be using angles in the traditional sense, which is two straight lines intersecting with one another. And the only thing that you have between it will be your angle or a measurement of degrees. That's the only thing between. So
what do you think is going to happen?
Wait a minute. So you said, hold on for a second. You told us earlier that you would not be utilizing the tangent, and you would not be basically translating any angles from this measurement from the center of the Earth. What you showed us on that ball was basically a protractor being put at its center, and then what you just told Jedi when Jedi basically put your back to the wall when you said what a angle the definition of an angle is two straight lines. You basically told them, oh well, here it is right here with a tangent.
No, I didn't mention the word tangent. I didn't mention the word center of the Earth. My example with the tennis ball had nothing to do with the center of the Earth or anything to do with tangents.
And what was the straight lines then? Then we'll go back to that.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Jedi, hang on a sec.
I was almost done
Hang
talking.
on a sec, Flatter.
I was almost done talking. I was almost done talking. I was just almost done talking.
Hold on a second. Jedi has looked it up, and he has some information about looking up angles on your sphere.
Yeah, so you asked me to Google it. I Googled it, and it's got the great big words in there, beginning with T and ending into angent. Yeah, you're going to need a tangent to do this, dude, which is a straight line.
Oh, it was Jedi that brought, yeah. So Jedi brought up the actual definition of it. So, but he said he's not needed.
He boot scooted. He got called out and he boot scooted.
Oh well.
Lion twat.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, you said a tangent wasn't needed, but it says right here in your Google definition that it is needed.
Yep.
Even though it's still a bigger than question, you guys are just assuming that the Earth is a globe.
I don't know what you're Googling right now, Regular Joe. I asked you to Google one thing and one thing only.
Jedi Googled it.
So, Regular Joe, I asked you to Google one thing and one thing only. That was, hang on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
No, you're going to get muted again.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Stop for a moment. Jedi wants to respond to you. He looked it up. He looked it up. Jedi looked it up. Let's have a talk with Jedi.
I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done. So, Regular Joe, I only asked you to Google one thing, and that was if you can get an angle.
Okay, it wasn't Regular Joe that looked it up. Jedi looked it up, and he would like to have a word with you about what he found. So can we have that conversation? Stop being a dick, or you're going to get booted.
Yeah, because I'm going to find the same thing.
So, Jedi, Google one thing and one thing only.
I've done it.
Google that thing only.
We done it. We done it.
Okay, can you get an angle of two lines on a surface? That was the one thing I had to Google.
Yes,
Can
it
you
said
get an
it
angle
requires a tangent. Yes.
straight line on a curved surface? Can you do that?
It said
I
it
have.
requires a tangent. Yes.
Hold on, Reg. Hold on.
It
Right,
doesn't
my
require a
friend. My
tangent.
friend. Thank you. So I've Googled, as you said several times, angle between lines on a curved surface. That's what I did. Everyone's happy. The angle between curves is the most common, the angle between curves is in the most cases defined as the angle between their tangents at the point of intersection. Tangents! You told me to Google it. I did it word for word, and it said the word in there, tangents, that you said that you didn't require.
You're going to respond? You're not muted.
I
Yeah,
mean,
because
if
I
you,
don't
if
know
you,
what he Googled, but I'm gonna actually
Fuck
Google
no,
what
I'll
I
post
asked,
it.
but I
No,
actually asked to be Googled.
okay, I'll just put it in there then if you want to go there. I'll do it for you. Right here it is. I don't know, but I'll do it for you if that's what you want to do.
Has he not taken the NASA official triangle test?
I don't know, but it says right here, I am not sure under the geometric rule. We are, but normally the angles between two curves at their intersection is defined as the angle between the curves tangent at their intersection.
Exactly what I got.
I don't know why he's, And then here's the other definition. It's a definition. The angle between curve is the angle between tangent line. Here's another definition. The angle between two curves at a point of intersection is defined as the angle between their tangent line at that point. MathStackExchange.com. I don't know how many more he won't.
Okay, so you can get an angle of two lines on a curved surface, yes?
Excuse me. Right, this is what I need
Excuse me.
to
You said
Reg,
not utilizing tangent.
Reg, 2 seconds. As soon as you say tangent, that's you conceding the curved line wasn't good enough, and you're going to measure the separation between two straight sides, one of them being the tangent. No, your curve wasn't good enough. You had to draw a straight line.
Yeah, I think he don't know the definition of a tangent, Jedi.
Yeah, you could get an angle from one straight line and a curved line if you draw a straight line. Okay. Brilliant.
I don't know why you guys are so bricked about this.
It's two straight sides. Your original straight line and your tangent.
Yeah,
Not
so
curve.
does the tangent line follow the line on the sphere?
What's the definition of a tangent?
Straight. The definition of a tangent line is only meeting the sphere at one point.
The question simply is can you get an angle of two lines on a curved surface? That was the question.
And you responded to that question where you don't need a tangent. You responded with that.
I just posted an AI overview.
You can get an angle of two lines on a curved surface. The simple answer is yes.
Utilizing a tangent, which is begging the question in the first place.
My God, the tangent line doesn't follow the line of the curve. It's two different things.
You don't know what a tangent is.
The tangent line only meets the sphere at one point. How many tangent lines are you going to use for this? 3?
That's how you get the angle. The question is can you get an angle of two lines on a curved surface? And the answer is yes.
No, because
the answer is no.
We said the line. I said an angle measure. We said an angle requires two straight lines. Even with a tangent, it is still two straight lines. You just need a tangent because actually something is curving. It's still a straight line. Still getting an angle.
Sorry.
I just think you don't know what a tangent is. I think you need to probably define what a tangent is. What is a tangent line?
You measure the angle between two tangent lines, though.
Yeah, those tangent lines, that's great. Thanks.
Sorry, I missed that, Jedi. They what?
He still
That's
utilizes the
straight.
horizontal. It's just a line.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Dangling underneath it. I mean,
tangents are straight.
Good.
Right. So I think he just don't know what a tangent. Oh.
Right. So without the tangent, you got no angle.
Shit, I think we got it.
Exactly. But he said the tangent wasn't needed, as if he could use the curve line for an angle. That was the argument. That was the actual argument or the contention he had with Jedi. He was telling Jedi that no, we could get angles from curve lines. Like, no, you would need a tangent. Tangent is still a straight line. So I don't know.
If you're going to claim you're doing that on the surface of the Earth, then you're begging the question.
He even showed the tangent when he pulled out his protractor on his tennis ball.
So, T-Dub, what if you didn't assume it was a sphere and you just measured the angles by a line that was perpendicular to vertical? You know, something you thought was a horizontal line, and you measured the angle between those two horizontal lines, and then your angles didn't add up to 180. You're not assuming anything about the shape, right?
Then they're not tangent, are they?
Well, they are. If vertical, perpendicular to vertical is tangent, right? Even on a tangent to a parallel plane is still a kind of a tangent, right? So if you don't know if it's a plane or a sphere,
kind of,
you know about vertical, right? And you measure an angle relative to vertical.
I want to go back to that kind of statement.
So a straight line parallel to a plane is analogous to a tangent, right? It's the slope is the same at every point.
Wait, is it?
Whereas the slope of a tangent
to a tangent. What's a tangent again? Remind me.
So a tangent is a line that where it intersects or where it touches a curve has the same slope as the curve.
Wait, a straight line has the same.
No, the tangent doesn't have the slope.
What the hell did you just say, bro?
Yeah.
Where a tangent line has a slope at the point that it touches a curve.
Well, actually,
the curve has the same slope as the tangent. That's one of the definitions.
Actually, the tangent line doesn't have the slope. The slope is underneath it.
No. All lines have a slope, right? We're talking about geometry here, right? Not about the shape of the Earth to start with.
No, we're not talking about. We're just talking about the actual definition of a tangent line and how it's used. I mean, you can look at the picture of how it's used.
If you draw a curve on a piece of paper and then draw a tangent line to that curve, the tangent line will have a slope on the piece of paper, right? It's a mathematical thing, a slope. And the slope at the point that it touches the line is defined as the slope of the line at that point, of the curve at that point.
Are you using a horizontal line?
Oh, no, this is just in geometry. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth initially. We're just trying to clarify what a tangent is.
What is
how it
slope?
relates.
We know what a tangent is, though. That's the point.
Holy crap, stop the presses right now. Define a tangent proper in the first instance before you even continue. Okay? Because you haven't done that yet.
So the tangent is a line that intersects a curve.
I mean, it's in the. I mean, let's stop the class right now because it's in the whole thing that I just put in the chat.
Dude, it's
already done. The tangent is in there.
Dude. Daza, finish your sentence.
Yeah, so a tangent line is a line whose slope at the point it touches the curve.
Holy crap.
Is the same slope as the curve.
I don't know.
Holy crap, dude. Okay, so.
Let's do it.
Who has the actual definition? That could be a property of a tangent and its relationship to a curve. That's a convention, but that's not the definition of a tangent, for goodness sakes.
All right. Tangent, from the English dictionary, a straight line or plane that touches a curve or curved surface at a point, but if extended, does not cross it at that point.
Right.
Yeah, I think we all know what
the curve or curved surface.
Yeah. But the tangent will have the same slope as the line. That's the definition, right?
Right. So we got the definition right, or do we agree to it?
I think we all agree what a tangent is. We're just going around in circles with words. It's not a problem, really.
Right. Okay. So a tangent is a straight line or a plane that touches a curve or a curved surface. Because when I was keep repeating that, it seems like people was getting annoyed with that. Why?
Yeah. I don't know. But going back to the sphere case, right? A straight line touching a sphere. If you draw a right angle to that line, it's going to come straight out. It's going to be a radius line of the sphere, right? And in the globe model, that's what vertical is. So if you make a line on flat Earth or globe perpendicular to vertical, it'll be a tangent on the globe. It'll be a horizontal plane on the flat Earth. So that's how we do tangents on the globes, perpendicular to vertical.
Your horizontal will be level.
Actually, y'all beg the question of that.
No. And that's what I was trying to say before.
Y'all don't even take the measurement there. Y'all take the measurement translated to the center of the Earth.
No. So what you can do, and this is going back to the guys.
It's not what we can do. It's what you guys do, because you guys have a radius value already in place.
No, even if we don't have a radius,
based upon what you're imagining in your calculation.
No, but here's what the guy was saying before about spherical excess, right? So if we can agree how we could... Sorry, my dog's barking. I don't know if it's there or not.
The problem you have is perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. Horizontal is level. Level will match a water level, which is true level. So there is no tangent because there's no meeting of the Earth if you're in elevation from sea level. It's horizontal.
Yeah, but if we gain altitude and look at the horizon, tangent.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
you're right.
Right.
But not in reality.
You're getting a few steps.
You won't be able to establish any.
If you're in elevation. What they like to say is perpendicular to vertical, which means horizontal. You see how they wordsmith it, first of all. So you mean horizontal. Yeah. And is it at
it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it does matter because horizontal is level. Yeah. Level
that's what we're trying to prove here.
Level will match a water level. All the way. Straight line.
But you're getting ahead of yourself there. So we could just backpedal a second and listen to the rest of the argument, right?
But hold on. Are you at elevation? To do the rest
at
of
this
the
stage, it's not important at this stage.
Why? Why not? Because you're above sea level, aren't you? You won't be touching the Earth, will you?
We're just talking about geometry to start with. We're just talking about geometry to start with, right?
This is more of an answer. This is more
we want
a category of measurement.
Here, Daza. We don't just want your fucking vague geometry talk. We're looking for some evidence that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball. So could you get to that, please?
Yeah, so Cyclone, if you let me finish, I'll be able to explain where the other guy was coming from, I think. So would you guys generally agree that if we were able to create...
No, the other guy didn't know what he was talking about.
First of all, answer this. What's vertical?
No. Vertical is down, right? It's a property of the Earth.
Right. Straight up and down. Then you have perpendicular to that is horizontal, correct?
Well, that's not relevant in this case. We just need a perpendicular line to vertical, right?
Are you putting this horizontal?
I can show you that a planar, level planes aren't as spherical, but that's fine.
Even if you utilize a planar, you still basically not utilizing anything that's spherical.
Is your horizontal line a tangent to the Earth?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there's where you're going wrong. Horizontal is level.
That's where you've gone wrong.
No,
that's where the point of the argument, right?
That's why you don't want to say if you're at elevation or not.
Why does elevation matter?
Because you're level. You're at a level, a water level. Horizontal. It will not touch
Why does elevation matter?
Sea level. You're above sea level.
Yeah, he's just trying to. You're trying to hand wave and dismiss everything.
I'm not even allowed to speak. You won't let me finish my argument.
You are, dude. What? Who's interrupting you?
Go ahead.
Rotox.
Oh.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so I'll go through the argument start to finish. Let me finish, right?
Let him go.
So the argument is this: that if you create a line perpendicular to vertical, don't worry about horizontal.
Don't worry about it. He says. Note that, people. Don't worry about horizontal. Go ahead.
So, if the Earth is flat, and the line is parallel to the surface, that's fine. If the Earth is a sphere and the line is a tangent, that's fine. We don't have to assume one or the other. So we can draw at our triangle. We can measure those angles based on the angle to perpendicular, the perpendicular to vertical, and look at the angles. If we have spherical excess, so we get more than 180 degrees, we know that those lines aren't on a plane.
Is your base horizontal?
This is just a geometric argument, right? You don't need to know about.
What I'm asking is the base of your angle horizontal.
Because you're utilizing
horizontal is not a geometric term. Horizontal is something describing the Earth.
Yes, it is, because it's perpendicular to your vertical, plumb and level. Don't you understand perpendicular? Natural balance?
Yeah, but I know for a fact that the level surfaces are curved, right? That's irrelevant to the argument.
It's not irrelevant because you wait a minute, hold on. Now you're being unfair because it's not irrelevant because you actually using perpendicular.
That's right.
Defining it.
That's right.
That's right.
Well, you can't say the argument is irrelevant when a person is utilizing something that you using as well. You can't say you can't use it, but I can.
Woo! It's getting thick.
Well, one sec.
Yeah.
I want clarification on something. The angle between the lines, are those lines on the surface or above the surface?
So the lines are the tangent lines, T-dub. They are perpendicular to vertical at the point you measure the angle.
You didn't answer my question. Are those lines on the surface or above the surface?
Right.
Yeah. The tangent
lines will be above the surface, except maybe at the point where you start, where they're actually tangent.
He ignored the point that QE and Jedi made when he said that whenever you introduce a tangent line, assuming that the Earth is a globe, you are in the begging the question fallacy. He's going to ignore that and say it's not relevant and bring the the begging the question fallacy anyway.
Precisely.
Because if you're assuming a tangent, that means that you assume. If you're assuming a tangent, that means that you also assuming that the surface is curving underneath it.
Yeah, you done, homeboy. You done.
So I eliminated begging the question.
To start off, answer this: are you at elevation when you take this tangent? Yes or no?
Maybe you could be at the surface level. You could take a tangent from the surface if you wanted to.
Right. So you is assuming that the curve is underneath his tangent, right? It's connected to a curved
you're
line
not listening
underneath
to me.
it.
Would that be
if you are assuming a tangent, whenever you say tangent, a tangent is by definition a straight line being connected to a curved line underneath it. So you're assuming that there is something underneath it, which means that you're assuming that the surface is curving underneath a tangent imaginary line. Which means that you're begging the question you haven't even proved already its value yet.
So everybody knows this and what you're trying to do. So you are at elevation when you're trying to take this tangent. And what you're saying is vertical, perpendicular to vertical. You can't say horizontal, can you? Yeah. No, you can't say that. Because horizontal is level.
He really wants to, though. You know he wants to. Really hold back.
Yeah. So whatever altitude you're at, it's a plane, baby. All the way. Yeah, it's a level line. It'll match a spirit level all the way down that line.
So why is it that when we measure these angles relative to vertical, so if we swing an instrument through vertical, measuring the angles of these triangles.
Horizontal plane, dude. Why are you going vertical? What is with you?
This is how they measure these angles, right?
You're dodging.
Your triangle is the Earth or an altitude off of the Earth for the baseline of your triangle, and it's a straight level line. It's a horizontal line.
Over and over again.
Horizontal is level.
Yeah, because that's all you have at this point doing this measurement is the horizontal.
All right. So for the flat earthers, how many axes are there in three-dimensional free space?
Right.
Hold up for a second.
Right.
Real cool. Excess. You got the half story to have extra, brother.
Whoa, bro. There's a question on the table.
3.
Till it's answered. Okay, 3, right? So as of yet, a lot of people have been befuddling x-axis versus y-axis measurements here, and nobody really isolated which type was being done. And when you're making arguments about horizontal or this or that, you're referencing which angle you're taking, but it's the axis that matters when you're talking about specific angles. All angles are not the same, for goodness sakes. And since nobody's pointed that out, that's really worrisome to me. The Glober didn't point it out, the concave earther didn't point it out, and no flat earther yet has pointed it out.
Okay. So what axis do we use when we measure these angles, AI? It's the vertical axis, isn't it?
Yeah, we're talking about spatial relations in the air.
Yeah. We're measuring an angle
Plumb and level.
around a vertical axis.
Plumb and level are the type of angles we're looking for, aren't we?
No.
Yes. Yes. How did you take a vertical?
You do vertical with a plumb, right?
That's right. So
an instrument
plumb and level
has a very precise plumb.
and level, homeboy. How do you get level? Is perpendicular to vertical horizontal? Yes or no?
Yes, it's a horizontal plane. Yes.
Is horizontal level?
No.
No. Oh, there's where you go wrong. Does level match a water level?
How many points have you got on your water level? You got 3 points, 4 points?
Lots.
So have you actually do you have evidence of a long multi-point water level forming a plane?
That's what water does.
Do you have evidence of this? Do you have a measurement showing multi-point water level forming a straight line?
Do you have evidence
over long distance?
Do you have evidence of water doing what you claim? Because yes, I have evidence of water at rest being still and flat.
Yeah, so you haven't heard my argument before, and I'm not going to do it again today, but I've got measurements from GPS showing water level is curved, right? We won't go into that today. Because we don't need to. We're just talking basic geometry, right? Basic geometry is what we're talking about here, which is the argument the guy had about spherical excess.
Horizontal, which is level, which is true level to the audience. True level will match a water level. Horizontal is level. Synonymous with level. It equals level. Anything out of that is not level. So you're on a horizontal plane with no curving, a straight line. This is your base of your angle. Yes. This is what angles do. Straight line. Go ahead and continue.
You beat him into submission.
Next.
Ragnar, do you want to come off mute, my friend? Seems you decided to start getting chatty in the side chat. Maybe you can unmute yourself and we can have a conversation. Bings, you say, damn, flat earthers getting owned again. How are they this dumb? Let's have a conversation, mate. I guess not.
Well, where is he? He's not in the PC.
Ragnar?
I don't see him. Yeah. Where? Oh, wait.
Above Riley and below Radwin.
Yeah, Ragnar's always a funny spiral.
I don't see him. I just see Quantum Eraser, Radwin, Rayleigh, Reg Joe. I'm not seeing his name.
I just see him in the text channel. Oh, I see him in the room. That might be me.
How's everyone doing?
Very well.
Nice.
Feel like interrupted a little bit there, Jedi.
You all right, mate?
No, you're only medium, all right. There's a lot of people cutting each other's sentences off, which led to a third or fourth wheel cutting the other person who just cut the other person's sentence off. So it's pretty chaos there for a while. Like, we really don't need 3 flat earthers to interrupt each other's sentences after someone's trying to give an answer. Kind of counterproductive. So if you're the third wheel, you should be thinking to yourself, do I really need to interject? And if you're the fourth wheel and you're not a mod, you definitely shouldn't be opening your mouth. Because 4 people means 3 people are probably going to be talking at the same time. And that's just unlistenable.
I just try to never talk.
That's why we love you.
I know.
Remember in X-Men Origins where the general told the Deadpool character, what's his name? I can't remember his name. And he said, "Oh, Wade Wilson." Yeah, he said, "Yeah, but the guy's name is Wade Wilson in the movie." And he goes, "Dude, if it wasn't for that mouth on you, you'd be the perfect soldier."
Oh, whoa. What happened?
Nothing.
I kicked him out with people.
Oh, he left? I was waiting to see what he was going to talk about his 3D space and 3 axis.
Yeah, Dive is the kind of guy who takes 1 hour to set up a point, all the while saying, "This isn't to prove a globe." It's just ridiculous.
Dude, if there's 2 points on a ball, then you take a compass tool that has a measuring thing on the rivet, and you just spread it out and touch the 2 points with your compass and see how many degrees are on the rivet. Is that not possible or something?
What, just between 2 points? No, that's perfectly fine.
Right, but it's the separation. It's the separation of the arms that's creating the angle, right?
Yeah, that's the strike sides, yeah.
Yeah, well, it seems like the point that they're making is that they're going against their own point of basically where they actually take sky, where they take their angle measurements in the sky and they actually translate them to the center of the earth. They're not physically taking those measurements. It's just an imagined theoretic calculation that they have to take into account whenever they taking those sky measurements and translated it to the center of the earth. So they're not actually taking the physical measurement of the earth at sea level or on Earth's surface whenever they make a claim that they are using angle measurements to take measurements of the ball, because you need two straight lines to begin with. That's why they claim they take them in the sky. I mean, that's the point. Now, they basically making a point that they actually can and do take these physical measurements on the surface of the earth, which is at sea level, and they somehow have this radius value and take that into account and still take angle measurements on the surface of the earth, which is basically an oxymoron, which basically, I believe that's what they was discussing. That's where this conversation came from. Not that they cannot utilize tangents, not that it cannot do any of those things, but it is begging the question if you say, well, I'm utilizing this tangent because you basically still taking measurements, assuming that the earth is parallel to that tangent. That's where you're getting your ground positions in the first place, utilizing those sky measurements that you actually claiming that you translate into the center of the earth, but you actually getting ground positions at its surface. So it's all convoluted and it's all very confusing whenever you look at it from a globe standpoint. But if you just look at it from the flat earth standpoint, it's just basically, well, we could basically take these sky measurements, angle measurements, and run them parallel to the center of the earth in order for us to get the ground position. And there you go. Versus, oh, well, we could take these sky measurements and then we can imagine that we go into hell and somehow translate the sky measurement and put it in the center of the hell and then basically come up with a way where we could get ground positions from the center of the hell.
Yeah,
that
but
we haven't proved yet.
Because Eratosthenes, the guy in Greece, had those sticks and took elevation angles, so they know the radius. And Daza says he proved that sea level was curved using GPS. Amazing. But he couldn't go into it. Yeah, just a feast of nonsense. Honestly, we entertain them way too much on that ship.
I don't think we live in a beer cup, but I could use some beer.
Quick mic check. I just got a new headset. How does it sound?
Hello, everybody.
Ooh, crispy, says who?
Not bad or bad?
You're almost sounding as good as me.
Oh, sweet.
Loud and clear.
No one can sound as good as you, Cyclone. Nobody.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you need a new headset.
Oh, hell.
Have you checked the zenith angles on your headset yet?
All right, the wingies are in the oven, waiting for the first flip. So you got about 45 minutes to get your act together.
Twinkies?
Wingies, not Twinkies, wingies.
Oh, wingies. Okay. Good.
Because Kiwi, likey, wingy.
Daddy like. Daddy likey.
You know those idiots, guess who says who? Guess what? Those idiots are not going to cancel that shoot.
This weekend.
Yeah, they're not going to. I wrote to them, I said, why don't you just cancel it, postpone it, schedule it for, later in the month? Because it's going to get washed out. People are not going to come. I said, so are you going to still go with the hip waiter shoot? And he said, yes, we're calling it the hip waiter shoot. I said, we'll see you in May.
Wow.
Yeah. They're unflexible. They're morons. No one's coming. I'm not going. No way.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the weather's so bad around here. Sorry, folks. This is just an intermission. We'll get back to regular scheduled programming. But next Saturday, we're going to Ritter.
You said that's out by Springfield or whatever?
Yeah, what you do, you come down here, just come down to my house, and then I'll drive down. I'll drive us down to Springfield.
Far out. Okay. We'll plan on that.
All right. Make sure you plan some lunch because they don't have good chow. They don't got cheeseburgers down there. Okay.
Oh.
At the shoot.
All right.
They got cold drinks, but their food sucks. So make yourself. You want some sandwich. Flatsy. We need some sandwiches.
Oh. The Texas would say.
So now this is an ASA shoot. It's not IBO, right? So it's got the 10 ring, but you got the upper 12, middle 10, lower 12.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Don't worry about it. We'll just shoot, man. But the really cool thing is they got a nice range. So you can shoot out to 80 yards, even 100. You can move back and go to 100 yards. It's a lot of fun, dude.
Ooh.
Yes. So keep that
should
in
be
mind.
fun.
Keep that in mind. It's nice and clear, too. It's a very nice range. So I have to shoot. I have to sight mine in because I haven't done that since I changed the draw length. I did a couple other things, so we gotta shoot and stuff first. But like it's supposed to be. Listen, well, you'll like it. Don't pay any attention to friggin' Chemo, damn jerk.
He's not going.
I haven't talked to him in like a week.
Oh.
So he's busy. He's busy doing his shit. He's fucking pissed me off. So. Yeah, he has. He's fucking pissing me off with just his family, his work, and now he doesn't have enough time to shoot. That's bullshit. You don't have to go to every one of your kids' games. Okay?
Okay.
There's no fucking rules that states that.
This is true.
Take a fucking break. I didn't go to every one of my kids' games. In fact, when I was a kid, I told my mom and dad to stay the fuck out. I deliberately don't fucking go. I don't want you there. So, but anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. So there's no quitsies on next Saturday's.
What's the date?
I don't fucking know.
What is that? Gee whiz.
So today's the 5th. Or Saturday's the 5th.
Today's the 5th?
No, Saturday's the 5th. So the Saturday after
So the 12th.
12th. Yep.
Okay.
I just thought I talked
Okay.
about it.
Yep. So sorry for that, folks. We just wanted to catch up. We don't get to talk to each other one-on-one too much other than text and chats. But
all right, thanks, man. I'll put it down. I'll be there.
Boy, you sound a lot better too. What the fuck?
Well, I got a new headset today. So,
Oh, did you? It sounds great.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Welcome to the 21st century.
All right, I got it. I got to flip the wingies. I got to flip the first flipping of the wingies. I'll be right back.
Globers event.
English?
We got sextants and sandwiches.
The Island of Misfit Toys. You actually found a picture. That's awesome.
Yo. Oh.
Yo.
Once again, we need the Democrats to bail us out from a recession. Obama 2028, just like Biden bailed us out from the COVID recession, just like Obama did back in 2008, bailed us out from a Bush recession.
Shut the hell up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut up.
What the hell is this? Wrong saloon.
Quantum, but I asked that guy to join the chat so he can entertain you. You just kicked him out that easy? You asked for entertainment around this time, so
All right, bring the
I
eunuch.
guess he doesn't want it. He said he wanted entertainment, so
Hello.
Hello.
Hell? Hell? Oh?
What's going on, everybody?
Hello.
Hell? Oh?
So,
well, Ragnar in the chat is saying that the winning argument for the globe would be that you assume Earth is flat, but you till this day cannot present a working model to prove it's true, which is quite frankly pretty basic for such a bold claim. But don't let little things like facts get in the way. Wow. That truly is a winning globe argument, Ragnar. Well done.
Alright, shut down the server.
Shit, Wait, you mean this entire time we're supposed to be benchmarking reality claims to a model? Fuck.
he's saying we're coping.
Yeah, I didn't see any curvature or motion or gas pressure without a container in there, but
Why should we post a model? Just like says who says. Just like says who says. There's something wrong with that. Just like says who says.
In his worldview,
That sounds wrong,
for the
but
Earth to
not-
be flat, we have to have a model that tells you everything.
Well,
That's the
well-
only way it can be flat.
Whoa, does he have a globe model?
I don't know. We should ask him.
That's what says who. Go ahead, ask him, says who.
Are you talking about me?
No, says who. Says who's down here. That's his name. Says who.
Oh.
But this is not an Abbott and Costello routine.
Sounds like one though. Ragnar, you don't have a globe model to show us? If that's the thing that wins the debate, I guess you just have to present a model. Well, then just win the debate and give us the model. Give us that globe model, that sweet, sweet globe model.
I found his model. Check the chat.
Snot rockets in space.
My dog is not really a dog. It's not real because I don't have a model of it.
Oh shit, man. At least you don't have to feed it anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Well, my non-existent dog doesn't eat too much.
Why aren't we getting that globe model? Oh, there it is. Miguel posted it.
Oh crap. Shut the place down. We got the theory. First, then the construction, then the end result.
The model that actually works. Okay, where is it? Post it. Also, you should know diagrams are not models.
That actually works. It's the model that actually works, which everyone with more than half a brain knows.
Oh, that one.
Maybe you can model it for us in MS Paint or something like that. MS Paint's the
Can I
standard.
ask you something?
The gold standard.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You got a question?
Yeah. So, like, if every planet is not flat, why? If every planet's like the same shape, basically, why would the Earth be the only one is flat?
Oh crap! I never thought of that before. Holy shit.
All the planets that I see are cookie shaped. So why isn't the Earth cookie shaped? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying like why?
Who was the one who said he never thought of that before?
that was me.
No,
Yeah,
that
that's
was me.
hilarious. That was funny.
Dr. Sporadic.
Dr.
Oh,
Sporadic.
sporadic. Good one.
Question though.
Why would you think you are
Every planet's
like
the same shape.
Why would you?
Why
Why
would
would you think
the
that the
Earth
Earth?
be any different?
Yeah, he's
Why
really
would you
deep
think?
with that one, though.
Cyclone, he's over talking to you, man. He's going right through you.
Yeah. Why would you think that the Earth is like those planets in the sky that you see?
I'm just asking you, why would it be unique? Why would it
they
be
the
different
same?
than every other planet?
What similarities do you see?
Wait, what's the question?
What similarities?
He said, "What
do you see?
similarities?"
It's your
do you
question.
see?
Holy shit! Let Cyclone ask him the question.
Yeah. What similarities do you
What
see between
similarities
the Earth
between
between
the
the Earth
planets?
and the lights in the
I got
sky that you call
time.
planets?
It's kind of
Yeah.
quiet.
All right. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think he heard you.
I said,
The question shouldn't be why would they be different. It should be, are they different?
yeah. So, what do you see similar?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to, but like, isn't it kind of weird? That's the only unique one.
He's like the anti-Cyclone. Every time Cyclone speaks, he speaks right through him.
Yeah, he's. I noticed that too.
Well, I mean,
Shit.
can be pretty
He
painful.
does have
to get a
impeccable
very
timing.
It ain't gonna work, Cyclone.
Right.
It ain't gonna work for you today.
All right, check this out. Nobody speak at all until Cyclone speaks. And then Cyclone says something to close it so we know he's done. All right, go ahead.
All right. So what similarities do you see between the Earth that you live on and the lights in the sky that we call the planets?
Yeah, I speak now, King.
Yeah, you can go.
Oh, yeah, okay. I just want to know, like, if every planet is different, why would Earth be unique?
Because it's not like those things.
That's not what he said. My God.
Yeah. So you've been taught that those lights in the sky are like somehow representative of the ground beneath your feet when they're not.
What do you mean? I don't get what you mean by that.
Well, it's like if you went into your bedroom and saw that there was a light bulb in your ceiling, you wouldn't think that must mean that your floor is curving like that light bulb, or that it's similar in any way.
But those are different things. So like
Yeah, they're different things, exactly.
not a single planet which is flat besides the Earth. You're saying?
So you're
Can you name billions of planets? Can you name one which is flat besides Earth?
No, see, you've got this whole solar system picture cartoon in your head of a galaxy and Earth in space as a disk. That's not what it is. None of that exists.
How many planets do you think exist? Like, is it like basically like a lot?
Instead,
like millions,
of you just asking a million questions, why don't you just tell us what makes you believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in a vacuum?
You can't name a single of the planets which is flat. So like, if there's millions, billions of planets.
So do you know why?
Flat.
Do you know why you think the Earth is a ball?
Other planet.
Then why?
What?
Why?
What?
Why? He said why.
Why? If you understand, if you even know why you think you live on a big spinning ball.
We got some real winners in here today.
How about you explain it? Tell me why you believe it's flat.
I don't believe it's flat. I experience it as flat and motionless every single day, just like you do.
You're not getting my points though. There's millions
have a
of
point.
planets, and not
The questions. They're quite inane.
if there's like millions. If there's tons of planets, why would Earth be the only one which is flat?
Remember in school when they told you the Earth was a big spinning ball? Do you remember?
I'll take my question in chat. I've been thinking like understanding.
All right, bro. I'll answer your question for you. It's very simple.
I'll type it. Hold on. Let me type it. Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna answer your question. If you interrupt me, I'm just gonna eat you. Okay. Thanks.
Type it in chat just so I want to make sure you know the question.
No, dude, just chill. I'm gonna speak, and you're not gonna speak while I'm speaking. Okay? Is that fair? For goodness sakes.
Capiche.
All right, sweet. So you keep asking questions about why is the Earth unique. So let's just go down it. So in your, let's just say your quote unquote or the standard paradigm, the Earth is unique. It stands alone amongst all of the other planets that they claim exist. It is the only one with life, and it is the only one with a moon like the way it is. It is the only one in a habitable zone. The Earth is so unique in the alleged universe that of the 23 factors that make it unique, when you permutate them out for the chances of the Earth even existing, it's like one in a greater number than all the particles in the alleged universe, dude. So let's set the baseline right here.
Aliens?
The Earth is one of a kind, unique. It's like nothing else.
I mean,
You're gonna make him glitch out.
out of like billions of planets, there's only one flat one. One's flat.
Yeah, there's only one Earth, dude. Even if you think the Earth is a ball, there's still only one Earth. So the Earth is unique categorically, unequivocally unique.
Yeah, this is a waste of time. Let me switch the question, okay? No, dude, the answers are given are like insane, dude.
Cereal.
No, dude, hold on, brother, hold on, friend. Check this out, homie.
He's freaking out.
You just told me. Listen, everyone. He told me my answer is insane. The only thing I told him was quoting from the standard cosmological paradigm. The standard status quo paradigm. That's all I did was quote from that, and he said that's insane.
Yeah, he doesn't know his religion. He's freaking out
quickly.
He's like hyperventilating. Hey, Cereal, let me ask you a question.
He sounds pretty young. How old are you, young man?
So, wait, how old I have to be here?
Oh man, his
I'm
age is
18.
irrelevant, dude.
Are you older than 18?
Hey, dude, shut your mouth.
Yeah, I'm
Stop
18, yeah.
asking
I'm
about his
18.
age. Thanks.
18, yeah.
Serial. Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you live in a galaxy?
Yeah, I do.
That's a tough one.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
I mean, yeah, I guess not. Like, I don't know exactly,
Yeah, I
but
guess
yeah.
not. So which is it? You do or you don't?
I don't got it on me, nah. It's not
You ever
my
seen it?
expertise.
You ever seen any?
Any galaxy?
You ever seen any